Chapter 86, Sweetness. A Mutual Redemption. Wen Yan and the members of the Si family concealed themselves behind the bushes, hardly daring to breathe. Indeed, the scene was so sweet it could make one giddy. Si Luochen, with his long, elegant fingers, gently cupped Xia Zhi's delicate chin, his dark eyes swirling with intensity. "You cannot refuse me. I have longed to kiss you, for quite some time." Si Luochen was both delicate and assertive. Once he set his sights on a person or matter, he was determined to possess it. Xia Zhi's finely shaped nose almost brushed against Si Luochen's as they drew closer. She could sense the gradual increase in his breath, and her heart raced uncontrollably. I don't actually wish to refuse you." As the words escaped her lips, a deep blush enveloped her entire being. She had never engaged in such intimate contact with a boy before, and, after enduring a traumatic experience of bullying, she instinctively felt resistance and fear towards males. Yet, the person before her was the light of her life. She felt no fear or aversion at all. His proximity left her breathless, and her heart pounding fervently. Si Luochen gazed into her autumn-like eyes, clear and bright as a serene lake. He leaned down, his warm lips brushing against her beautiful eyes, like a rare treasure. He kissed from her eyes to her elegantly shaped nose, and finally, to her soft, pink lips. Though he led the kiss, he too felt a flutter of nervousness, for he was inexperienced. Xia Zhi, however, was even more anxious, her small hands clutched tightly at his shirt collar. As he pressed his lips to hers, she gripped even harder. Si Luochen's fair complexion flushed slightly, and he cleared his throat. "Little darling, are you trying to choke me?" Xia Zhi gasped, and quickly released her hold on his shirt. Her almond-shaped eyes, black and white, shimmered with a blend of innocence and embarrassment. I didn't mean to." He understood that her actions were unintentional. His little darling was blushing fiercely. "How adorable!" Si Luochen swallowed hard, cradling her face in his hands as he kissed her once more. This time, he did not merely brush against her lips but gently explored, prying open her lips with his own. Xia Zhi's mind went blank in an instant. The boy's scent was fresh and inviting, his kiss a blend of tenderness and possessive urgency. To be kissed by the boy she adored was an unexpectedly delightful experience. Both were novices in this art, devoid of any skill or experience. Fearing that he might hurt Xia Zhi, Si Luochen eventually pulled away, yet he was evidently unsatisfied. Just as she inhaled a breath of fresh air, he captured her lips again. Wen Yan and the Si family exchanged knowing smiles, watching the two share fleeting kisses for nearly 10 minutes. How lovely the sweet bubbles are. Indeed, one must witness others in love to appreciate its sweetness, Wen Yan mused. Startled by Wen Yan's thoughts, Si Luochen abruptly released Xia Zhi. He narrowed his eyes, peering into the bushes, his handsome face darkening.
"Come out."
How did he notice us? Wasn't he lost in the kiss? The others pondered in silence. Xia Zhi, spotting Wen Yan and the rest of the Si family, felt her cheeks burn crimson. "Who told you to spy on us? I really want to pluck out your eyes and use them as a stool." As Si Luochen spoke, his sleeve was tugged gently. He looked down at the blushing Xia Zhi. "What's the matter, little darling?" Xia Zhi had never been angry with Si Luochen, but now she pouted, glaring at him. "You mustn't scold my sister-in-law, grandfather, or my second and third brothers, and little you." Si Luochen, at a loss for words, could only respond. "If you scold them again, I won't kiss you," she added defiantly. Si Luochen clenched his jaw. "If you refuse to kiss me, who will you kiss instead? I'll smash that person's mouth. Regardless, if you scold my sister-in-law and grandfather again, I will ignore you," she retorted. Si Luochen, bewildered, thought, "Who exactly is this little darling of mine?" Seeing Xia Zhi turn her face away in annoyance, he sighed in resignation. "All right, I promise you. Please don't puff up like a pufferfish." He couldn't bear to see her truly upset. After all, he adored her beyond measure. Si Moyan and Xiaoning returned home around 9 in the evening. As soon as Xiaoning arrived, she rushed to Wen Yan's side, wrapping her arms around her. Yan Jia, several senior shareholders at the company were quite unruly today. Fortunately, Mr. Si uncovered their weaknesses and handled them one by one. I must say, he is quite formidable. Initially, Xiaoning thought no one was worthy of her sister-in-law. However, after Si Moyan assisted her in managing the company and taught her many things, she felt that he and Wen Yan were indeed a perfect match. Both shone brightly in their respective fields, earning admiration. Just as Wen Yan was about to speak, Dubai unexpectedly pushed a video of Si Moyan making strategic remarks in a meeting to her. Dressed in a tailored black suit, Si Moyan stood at the forefront of the conference room, his handsome features exuding an air of authority. As he entered, the room fell silent. After listening to his plans for the Xiao Group and project arrangements, Wen Yan recognized his business acumen and capability. They say a man who works diligently is the most attractive, and it certainly held true. Upon returning, Si Moyan still had matters to attend to and retreated to his study. Xiao Yan, grandfather has made bird's nest and white fungus soup for you. You should have a bowl for your beauty, he called. After consuming a small bowl, Wen Yan took another to the study. She knocked on the door, and upon receiving no response, she pushed it open. Si Moyan was engrossed in his computer screen, oblivious to her presence. Placing the bird's nest on the table, she approached him from behind. Darling, you've been working hard lately. May I give you a head massage? Realizing something was amiss, Wen Yan noticed that Si Moyan was not merely reviewing documents. He was on a video call with a foreign gentleman and a mixed-race girl. Si, are you married? The foreign man inquired. Si Moyan nodded, pulling Wen Yan into his embrace. Caught off guard, she fell onto his lap, blinking her long lashes. I didn't know you were on a video call. Should I leave? Si Moyan gently pressed her delicate shoulder. It's fine. He turned to the screen. Mr. William, this is my wife. The foreign gentleman looked regretful. Such an outstanding young man. I wanted to introduce my daughter to you, but your wife is also quite beautiful. You two seem perfectly matched. I wish you both the best. After the video ended, Wen Yan turned to Si Moyan. I didn't realize you were so sought after. Si Moyan pressed his lips into a thin line. I was discussing business with Mr. William when he suddenly brought his daughter into the conversation. I hadn't grasped his intent before you arrived. Wen Yan raised an eyebrow. So I interrupted your good fortune. Si Moyan pinched her soft waist. What nonsense. Even if Mr. William introduced his daughter, I would never agree. Oh, who was it a while back that vowed to divorce me? Was it a dog? Si Moyan's gaze darkened dangerously as he pressed his tongue against his molars. You seem to be in need of a kiss. Before Wen Yan could respond, he gripped her chin and kissed her. She dodged his kiss, gesturing towards the door. There are a bunch of onlookers outside. Are you sure you want to continue? Si Moyan released her, standing up to pull the study door open. The eavesdropping individuals stumbled into the room unexpectedly. Si Moyan sighed. Was it too much to ask for a little privacy when you had been hospitalized for approximately 10 days? On the day of her discharge, He Xiao Yuan was unable to come and pick her up due to an urgent matter at work. Wan Yu, not wishing to trouble her family, opted to take a taxi home. As the vehicle approached the Jin Yuan apartment, she recalled that the flowers on the balcony had not been watered for several days. She instructed the driver to halt at the entrance of Jin Yuan. The 200-square-meter apartment had served as the marital home for her and He Xiao Yuan upon their marriage. Later, after He Xiao Yuan purchased a villa, they moved out. Yet, this place was imbued with their sweetest memories, and Wan Yu would occasionally visit to tend to it herself. Upon reaching the apartment door, Wan Yu entered the passcode. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, she found that the code was incorrect. What could be the issue? She was certain she hadn't misremembered, as the password set by He Xiao Yuan was derived from her birthday. Just as she was about to try again, the apartment door was suddenly swung open from the inside. Brother, you're back. Upon hearing the woman's husky voice, Wan Yu looked up to see who was inside. The sight rendered her momentarily speechless. A young woman stood before her, clad in a provocative black nightgown, its V neckline revealing delicate collarbones and a hint of alabaster curves. The gown was exceedingly short, barely covering her thighs, accentuating her enviable figure. This particular Victoria's Secret garment had been a gift from He Xiao Yuan shortly after their marriage. He had always deemed her too conservative and had wished she would embrace a bolder style to enhance their marital intimacy. Yet, she had felt the fabric was too scant and, given her slender frame, was concerned it would not do her justice, so she had never worn it, leaving it untouched in her wardrobe. Never had she imagined that this nightgown would adorn another woman. For several seconds, Wan Yu's mind was blank and chaotic. She briefly questioned if she had mistakenly entered the wrong apartment, stepping back to glance at the door number. Indeed, she was in the right place. The woman inside was none other than a singer from He Xiao Yuan's media company, whose songs He Xiao Yuan had licensed. He had mentioned that she was a talented classmate from high school, possessing a unique personality and musical prowess. But why was she here, donning her nightgown? Clenching her fists tightly, Wan Yu took a deep breath and turned to dial He Xiao Yuan's number. After several rings, he finally answered. Where are you? Wan Yu's voice was colder than ever. I'm out meeting with a client. If you're discharged, head home first. I'll return later to have dinner with you. Wan Yu gritted her teeth, remaining silent. At that moment, a ding echoed through the line. The sound of the elevator doors opening. She lifted her gaze towards the elevator doors. Soon, a tall and striking figure emerged from the elevator. Chapter 87. Her heart felt as though it might shatter. Wen Yu fixated on the tall figure before her, her eyes stinging with unbidden tears. Her teeth clenched in a tremor of disbelief. Is this what he calls meeting clients outside? Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an unseen hand, squeezing relentlessly, causing profound anguish. Yet, at the very moment Si Moyan stepped out of the elevator, a sharp sound echoed through the air. The woman inside the door slapped herself across the face. With a provocative glance directed at Wen Yu, a faint smile danced on her lips as she lowered her voice. Miss Wan, how about we place a wager to see who holds greater significance in Si Moyan's heart? Her calling her Miss Wan indicated that she was fully aware of her identity. Such boldness, such audacity. Was it the confidence bestowed upon her by Si Moyan? Wen Yu had been blissfully unaware of his involvement with another woman outside. Upon hearing the sound of the slap, Si Moyan strode towards them with purpose. Spotting Wen Yu in the corridor, a flicker of surprise and darkness crossed his features. Yu, what are you doing here? He asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Wen Yu glanced at the large bags he was carrying, one filled with clothes and the other containing takeout from a 5-star hotel. Suppressing the bitterness rising in her throat, she pointed at Si Moyan. Aren't you supposed to be with a client? She is your client, isn't she? Si Moyan turned his gaze towards Si Moyan and noticed the red mark on her cheek from the slap. His expression darkened further. Indeed. Moyan and I were on our way to meet a client, but we encountered her anti-fan along the way, resulting in a minor incident. Her clothes were splashed with coffee. So, I brought her to the apartment to change. Then, with a sharp glance at Wen Yu, he continued, and you, without understanding the situation, resorted to violence against her? She is a singer unlike you, and needs to maintain her image. When did you become so envious? President it's not Miss Wan's fault. It was my nightgown that led to her misunderstanding, Si Moyan interjected. Si Moyan observed the black nightgown adorning Si Moyan's figure, which, from a man's perspective, accentuated her curves, making her look exceedingly sultry. By contrast, Wen Yu's slender frame could not achieve such an effect. After Moyan's clothes were stained, I suggested she borrow something from your wardrobe to change into while I went to the mall to buy her a new outfit. I recall you have never worn this particular nightgown. Isn't it a sign of politeness and decorum that she refrains from donning your worn clothes? We have not engaged in any improper conduct, yet you struck her without cause. Is this the upbringing and etiquette instilled in you by the Wan family? Faced with Si Moyan's inquiries, Wen Yu's complexion paled, her blood seemingly turning to ice in an instant, a chilling sensation creeping up her spine. Her mind felt as though it were on the verge of a breakdown. Trembling with anger, she took a deep breath, regaining her voice. Si Moyan, I did not strike her. She slapped herself. Si Moyan lowered her long lashes, a hint of self-deprecation curling her lips. If Miss Wan believes I struck myself, then let it be so, for I am truly sorry for the trouble my presence has caused. With that, Si Moyan retreated to change back into her soiled clothes, which bore a large stain of coffee. Wen Yu, do not let your position lead to arrogance. Quickly apologize to Moyan. Wen Yu felt as though she had just heard the most absurd joke. Finally, her dulled mind began to respond. Even if she had never worn that nightgown, could Si Moyan wear it? Any woman with a sense of shame and morality would not dress so provocatively. What was her intention? To entice you? Indeed. They were in a secret marriage and no one knew of their relationship. But did he not realize the implications of bringing her to their former marital home and allowing her to call him brother? Where did that leave her? Or perhaps they had already been involved long before. Wen Yu, who had always been gentle and graceful, speaking softly and never displaying such sharp anger, felt the tension in her mind snap as she witnessed her husband defend and trust another woman. Si Moyan had been her childhood friend, a companion since their youth, and they had once ventured together to impoverished regions to engage in charity work. They had encountered an earthquake, becoming trapped beneath the rubble for days. It was he who had bitten his finger to provide her with his blood, allowing her to survive until rescue arrived. She had believed he loved her. Yet now, she felt like the punchline of a cruel joke. I did not strike her. If you want me to apologize, then very well. Wen Yu wiped the tears that had slipped down her cheeks and raised her hand, striking Si Moyan across the face. As she prepared to deliver a second blow, a long hand reached out and firmly grasped her wrist. Wen Yu, I have always considered you to be well-educated and virtuous. I never imagined you could be so aggressive and unreasonable. Si Moyan's chest heaved as he saw Si Moyan's swollen face, anger coursing through him. Moyan was the leading star of He Media, bringing significant economic benefits to the company each year. Your expenditures are also due in part to her efforts. Instead of uniting with me to protect our artists, You engage in jealousy. You have truly disappointed me. Si Moyan released Wen Yan's hand. She stumbled back several paces. Her delicate wrist reddened from his grip. You and I are innocent. If you continue this unreasonable behavior, do not blame me for being impolite. Si Moyan entered the apartment, holding the takeout and clothes. You come in and eat. We still have to meet the client for your endorsement. Before entering the apartment, Si Moyan cast a glance at Wen Yan, her lips silently forming the words, "You have lost." Wen Yan's fingertips, hanging at her side, dug into her palm with force. Her heart felt as though it might tear apart. It became clear that in Si Moyan's eyes, she was merely a full-time housewife who lacked any skills. And the money she spent was attributed to Si Moyan's success. Yet had he forgotten that Si Moyan's rapid rise to fame was not solely due to her wild and carefree persona, but also because of the songs she had written? Reflecting on the past year, Si Moyan had been so preoccupied with work, rarely returning home, and even when he did, he showed little desire to spend time with her. When you had to acknowledge a painful truth, he had changed. His lack of concern and companionship during her recent hospitalization was telling. Without casting another glance at the apartment, she left in a daze. The Wan and He families had arranged their marriage since their birth. Throughout her life, many suitors had pursued her. Yet her heart had always belonged to Si Moyan. She had envisioned a future of growing old together. Little did she know he would protect another woman, turning her life into a mere farce. Chapter 88. The birthmark on Xiao Yu's face had faded. Wen Yan was unsure how she had left Jinyuan. Memories of her time with Si Moyan flooded her mind, like the first time she got her period in middle school when her parents were away, and she was terrified. She had called Si Moyan, who had rushed to buy sanitary pads for her, blushing fiercely upon handing them to her. When she struggled with her studies, he patiently tutored her. When she fell ill, he would skip class to visit her, secretly feeding her sweets. They had once shared such sweet memories. What had she done wrong to warrant his change of heart? A deep ache settled in her chest, as if all her strength were being siphoned away by a colossal syringe. She staggered out of the community. Rain had begun to fall from the sky, and she walked like a zombie, unaware of her surroundings. After what felt like an eternity, her heel suddenly became lodged in a drain. Wen Yan tugged at it several times, but it remained stuck. Just as she prepared to crouch down, a large black hand reached above her head. As Wen Yan beheld the man before her, she momentarily froze. Mr. Chi? The man, clad in a pristine white shirt, exuded an air of refined elegance, his demeanor as gentle as jade. Chi Hong, a distinguished screenwriter renowned in the Beijing circle for his understated, yet celebrated talent, had previously declined Si Moyan's request to pen a script. Chi Hong had graduated from the same high school as Wen Yan, albeit several years ahead of her. She had heard his esteemed name echo through the halls upon her own arrival. His remarkable talent endeared him to the faculty, and Wen Yan often listened to their praises of Chi Hong with admiration. "Please hold the umbrella." His voice was rich and melodious, akin to the clear babbling of a mountain stream, devoid of any impurities. Though the man was gracious and polite, an innate aura surrounded him, making it difficult for others to refuse his requests. Wen Yan accepted the black umbrella from Chi Hong's hands. He crouched down, his long, warm fingers gently grasping her slender ankle. Wen Yan hesitated, instinctively wanting to pull away. "Mr. Chi, it's no trouble. I can manage myself." He regarded her with a soft smile gracing his handsome face. "It's no bother. Simply lean on my shoulder." Wen Yan remained still as he assisted her with her shoe's heel, the umbrella she held swaying slightly, causing raindrops to cascade onto him. She caught a glimpse of the muscular contours of his shoulders and arms beneath his shirt, strong and defined. Moments later, he successfully freed her shoe. Gazing at his refined and warm countenance, Wen Yan expressed her gratitude multiple times. Chi Hong refrained from inquiring about her predicament, instead stating, "Where are you headed?" "Allow me to escort you." Not well acquainted with Chi Hong, Wen Yan waved her hand dismissively. "I can take a taxi by myself." She hailed a cab and instructed the driver to take her back to the villa. After changing into a fresh outfit upon her arrival at the villa, she proceeded to the shopping mall. She purchased a set of jewelry for Wen Yan, along with gifts for the other members of the Si family. Wen Yan and the Si family were in the midst of their lunch. Upon seeing the latest events involving Wen Yan, Si Moyan, and Si Moyan in the system, Wen Yan mentally berated the situation. The Si family shared in the frustration, the lavish spread of food untouched. Xiao Ning, unaware of the unfolding drama, assumed it was merely a matter of the servants' cooking not being to everyone's taste. Empathizing with Sister Wen Yan, this eagle-like woman, am on the verge of becoming infuriated. Old Master Si nodded vigorously. This delicate elder was also on the brink of exasperation. How shameless can this mistress be? The well-known domestic beauty brand Romancenovel is considering her as their spokesperson? If only we could replace her endorsement, that would be splendid. Romancenovel? Si Moyan narrowed his deep, dark eyes. He had business dealings with President Zhou of Romancenovel. Si Moyan stood up and made a call to President Zhou. After He Yuan and Su Yiwei finished their meal, they headed to the Romancenovel company to sign a contract, but President Zhou, having received some unexpected news, avoided them entirely. Irked by the sudden loss of an endorsement, Su Yiwei fumed. Brother, could it be that Wen Yu spoke to her family about us, and they seek to retaliate against me? Upon hearing this, He Yuan promptly called Wen Yu. Just as Wen Yu arrived at the Xiao family's doorstep and saw He Yuan's call, she declined to answer, hanging up instead. Taking a deep breath, she rang the doorbell. Wen Yan, aware of Wen Yu's arrival, rose to open the door. Yan, remember I promised to bring you a set of jewelry? Tell me if you like it. Upon seeing the exquisite jewelry set Wen Yu had brought, Wen Yan glanced at the modest necklace she wore, worth a mere 1,000 yuan. Feeling an ironic pang, that scoundrel, He Yuan, was bound to regret losing a treasure like Wen Yu one day. Wen Yu presented the remaining gifts to the other members of the Si family. Although her interactions with them had been limited, each gift she selected resonated with their tastes. Spending the afternoon at the Xiao residence, as she prepared to leave, Wen Yan gifted her a box of health supplements. He Zhaonan is set to return and accompany Sister Wen Yu tonight, while Su Xiaosan, filled with discontent, eagerly anticipates their divorce, plotting a nefarious scheme. 3 days later, at the charity gala in Beijing, Su Xiaosan will be a performing guest, where she plans to execute her malicious plan. If successful, it could very well ruin Sister Wen Yu and the Wan family. The Si family, their curiosity thoroughly piqued, clamored to uncover the wicked plan. What could it possibly entail? Could they intervene on Wen Yu's behalf? Si Yanli, feeling the urgency, noted he would be returning to the Translation Institute the following day and feared he might miss the unfolding drama. Recently, following his sister-in-law's lead, he found himself wanting to shirk work, merely wishing to indulge in the gossip. He called Si Yu aside, little sister, on the night of the charity gala. Please record a video for me. Si Yu regarded her older brother, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded a refined charm. Third brother, you used to be disinterested in gossip. Si Yanli narrowed his phoenix-like eyes. People change. We once disliked sister-in-law, yet now we can hardly do without her.
See you pouted.
But you keep saying that sister-in-law should have her freedom, urging our brother not to pressure her into divorce. Si Yanli adjusted his glasses. If I don't provoke our brother, how will he ever feel a sense of urgency? Si Yu nodded thoughtfully. Recently, their elder brother had been sending flowers to sister-in-law daily and frequently calling her during his free time, leading her to believe he had changed significantly. However, given the current circumstances, sister-in-law seemed more interested in the gossip than in their brother. By the way, little sister, your red birthmark on your face seems to have faded considerably. Si Yu quickly retrieved a mirror to inspect her reflection. Without her brother's observation, she had not realized that, thanks to sister-in-law's acupuncture treatments and herbal supplements, her birthmark had indeed lightened significantly. She felt a surge of affection for sister-in-law. Third brother. I heard sister-in-law say she could also treat fourth brother's limp, but since fourth brother always wears a sour expression, she probably doesn't want to bother. Si Yu's words caught the attention of Si Luochin nearby. His heart raced with disbelief. His limp. There was still hope for a cure?
Chapter 89. Come.
Let the storm rage even fiercer. Si Moyan, concerned that Wen Yan might be agitated by He Yuan and Su Yiwei, took the opportunity to escort her around Kyoto. He scanned for a bicycle, carrying her through the alleys. Sitting behind him, Wen Yan held a skewer of candied hawthorn he had bought, gripping the hem of his shirt with her other hand. As they descended a slope, a joyful smile finally broke across her face. Darling, slow down, haha. Who knew this could be so exhilarating? In a dark sedan, Gu Beichen had come to Kyoto on business. As he glanced out the window, he happened to spot Si Moyan and Wen Yan. Once at odds, the two were now riding a bicycle together, laughing and chatting. Gu Beichen's expression darkened. He was puzzled by the sudden shift. Previously, Wen Yan had been utterly devoted to him. Observing her interaction with Si Moyan, it seemed improbable she would betray him again. Could it be that she had fallen for Si Moyan? No, that was inconceivable. She had once declared that only he existed in her heart. Recalling that Wen Yan had followed him on Weibo, he remembered how she used to stealthily check his updates daily, where he had recently posted new photos. Returning to the Xiao residence, Wen Yan took out her phone. A notification popped up. The person she closely followed had posted on Weibo. Curiously, she opened it. Gu Beichen had shared a grid of 9 photos, each meticulously edited, showcasing his handsome features, inciting excitement among his fans in the comment section. Wen Yan rolled her eyes. In her haste to block Gu Beichen's phone number and WeChat, she had forgotten to unfollow him on Weibo. As Si Moyan observed, Wen Yan lost in thought. Staring at her phone, he approached to catch a glimpse. Noticing her fixation on a photograph of Gu Beichen, his handsome visage darkened to an ominous hue. That very evening, Si Moyan, in an unprecedented move, took dozens of selfies and sent them to Wen Yan via WeChat. Do not be so blind. What does your husband lack in comparison to him? Upon witnessing Si Moyan's straightforward selfies, Wen Yan collapsed onto her bed in a fit of laughter. Jealousy can truly distort one's appearance. This foolish man has gone all out. But who takes selfies with their chin raised, exposing their nostrils? Surely, this is self-deprecation. Si Moyan, was it too late to retract those images? Time swiftly passed, and the day of the charity gala arrived. As the newly appointed head of the Xiao group, Xiao Ning naturally received an invitation. She accompanied Wen Yan and the Si family to the venue. At the entrance, they encountered the siblings Wan Yu and Wan Jin. Wan Yu had been staying at the Wan residence for the past few days, having ignored calls from He Shuyuan. After taking the medicine Wen Yan provided, her sleep had improved, and her complexion had notably brightened. Wen Yan shot a discreet glance at Si Moyan, signaling him to find an opportunity to converse with Wan Jin. Reminding him of the task she had entrusted him, Si Moyan responded with a subdued acknowledgement. Upon seeing Wen Yan, Wan Yu greeted her with a gentle smile. Yan. Sister Wan Yu, you look truly stunning today. Wan Yu wore a dark green fishtail qipao that accentuated her slender, yet tall figure, her fair complexion radiating a refined beauty. You are also quite beautiful. Wan Yu thought Wen Yan surpassed even the most celebrated actresses in the entertainment industry, no longer resembling the little girl from the mountains.
Wan Yu.
A sudden voice from behind interrupted, and she turned to see He Shuyuan. Wan Jin glared at He Shuyuan, his fist clenched in anger. He Shuyuan. You promised the Wan family to treat Wan Yu well. He Shuyuan frowned. How have I mistreated her? It is she who has been overly suspicious, even hiring a private investigator to investigate me. Ask her what she has uncovered. As Su Yuer's employer, can I possibly have no contact with her? Wan Yu. I truly do not understand why you have become so petty-minded. I want to throw a left hook, a right hook, a sweeping kick, and a spinning kick to send him off to the west. I am currently an enraged octopus, furious and ready to unleash my wrath upon him. Wen Yan, never one to tolerate injustice, clapped her hands in response to He Shuyuan's words. Indeed, you play the innocent so well, gifting your mistress a $1 million ruby necklace while presenting your wife with a mere trinket, and offering her a high-fashion dress while bestowing upon your wife just a few $100s. All under the pretense that your wife is merely a stay-at-home mother who need not show her face, while your mistress, a renowned singer, must maintain her image. You straddle 2 boats, indulging in the privileges of 2 women, all while deceiving your wife with shameless lies. You ought to have your name inscribed on a tombstone as the world's most despicable man.
Uffed.
Old Master Si could no longer contain his amusement and let out a hearty laugh. His granddaughter-in-law's sharp tongue could surely intimidate even the most fearsome of spirits. Wan Yu suddenly recalled a nurse who had taken her temperature during her hospital stay, adorned with a remarkably valuable ruby necklace around her neck. Could it be that the nurse was a disguised Su Yuer? If so, how audacious and reckless of her. Wan Yu, what sort of friends are you associating with? Your recent transformation is undoubtedly due to her negative influence. Upon hearing this, Si Moyan's expression turned cold and stern. Mr. He, please mind your words and refrain from slandering my wife. Indeed, you blame your wife for being suspicious, yet who does not know that during Wan Yu's years abroad, you were entangled with Su Yuer? Si Jingyi remarked. Wan Yan glanced at Si Jingyi, impressed by his ability to uncover such gossip. Wan Yu and Wan Jin were taken aback, and after a long silence, Wan Yu finally spoke in a trembling voice. He Shuyuan, were you once with Su Yuer?
No.
Do not listen to their nonsense. He Shuyuan insisted vehemently. Wan Yu's mind was in turmoil as she stepped into the grand hall of the charity gala, her heart heavy. Once the banquet commenced, Su Yuer performed 2 songs, her presence on stage radiant and untamed. Wan Yu glanced at He Shuyuan, whose gaze remained fixated on Su Yuer without a blink. Wan Yu's heart plummeted, noticing the fleeting glimmer of sadness in Wan Yu's eyes. Wan Jin stood up and made his way backstage. As Wen Yan observed Wan Jin's departure, she felt a sharp pang of concern.
Ah,
Wan Jin is going backstage to confront that mistress on behalf of Wan Yu. Such sibling loyalty. That conniving Suiwer is about to execute her nefarious plan. But fear not, for I, Wen Daji, shall combat this ancient dragon with fervor. Come forth, let the storm intensify. Chapter 90. Sister Yen delivers a swift kick to the scoundrel. Wan Jin found Suiwer backstage, where she enjoyed the privilege of a private dressing room due to her rising fame. As she observed Wan Jin storming towards her in a fury, a cold smirk crept upon her lips. Wan Jin, I had not yet sent anyone to find you, but here you are, delivering yourself to me. You shall not blame me for being impolite. After all, your sister is Wan Yu. Suiwer was well aware that Mrs. He would never permit her to enter the He residence, for she favored the refined and educated Wan Yu. However, what if a criminal emerged from the Wan family? With Suiwer's current fame, Wan Jin would undoubtedly face imprisonment, causing the Wan family's standing in the capital to plummet. The thought sent a rush of excitement through her veins. If Mrs. He disdained her, refusing to accept her as a daughter-in-law, she would nonetheless usurp Wan Yu's place and become the lady of the He family. Suiwer reached into a drawer, gripping a small spray bottle tightly. Sujue, you rose to fame on the back of the songs my sister created. It would suffice if you showed some gratitude, yet you seek to steal her husband? Wan Jin confronted her, his expression darkening. If you persist in your delusions and cling to He Shuyuan, do not expect me to be kind. Suiwer stood from her makeup stool, undeterred. Mr. Wan, how can you blame me for your sister's inability to manage her man? She smirked, challenging him. I am curious. How do you intend to be unkind to me? Surely you do not mean to force yourself upon me? Wan Jin, taken aback by such shamelessness, could hardly believe that someone like her could be a star. It was an affront to his sister's artistry. I believe He Shuyuan must be blind to be attracted to you. Before Wan Jin could finish his retort, Suiwer suddenly raised her hand, spraying the contents of the bottle across his face. Her swift action left him no time to evade. Discarding the bottle, she arched an eyebrow. I just messaged He Shuyuan. He will be here shortly. What do you think his reaction will be upon discovering that his wife's brother is about to assault me? Realizing he had fallen into Suiwer's trap, Wan Jin attempted to turn and flee. Yet, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his body began to heat up. Suiwer tore at her clothing and lunged at him. Wan Jin, breathless and overwhelmed, found himself unable to resist her advance. Blurred vision obscured her features, but he felt an insatiable need for her. With desperate hands, he lifted her onto the vanity, his gaze burning as he sought her neck. Mr. Wan, I truly am not a mistress. You have misunderstood me. Please do not do this. Let me go. Do not resort to such means of vengeance for your sister. He Shuyuan, having received Suiwer's message, arrived at the dressing room in search of her. As he approached the doorway, he was suddenly assailed by piercing screams from within. In a fit of rage, he kicked the door open. The scene that unfolded before him nearly rendered him breathless. Suiwer was pinned against the vanity by Wan Jin, her attire in disarray. Her usually resolute and strong eyes were now clouded with tears, filled with fear and anxiety. Wan Jin buried her face in Suiwer's neck, showing no sign of releasing her even upon hearing the door crash open. He Shuyuan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His expression darkened to an extreme as he strode forward, seizing Wan Jin by the back of her collar. With a resounding thud, he struck her fiercely across the face. Meanwhile, Wan Yu had discreetly followed He Shuyuan after he left the banquet hall. Upon reaching the makeup room, she witnessed her brother being floored by He Shuyuan. The commotion in the makeup room quickly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers outside. Human nature being what it is, the crowd soon gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He Shuyuan removed his suit jacket and draped it over Suiwer, whose body trembled uncontrollably. Upon noticing the red marks on her neck, the remnants of Wan Jin's bites, he transformed into a furious beast, raising his foot to deliver a punishing kick towards Wan Jin. Wan Yu, witnessing this, was terrified. That kick could certainly cripple her brother. Instinctively, she shielded Wan Jin with her body, closing her eyes, bracing for the impending pain. However, the next moment, she heard He Shuyuan's muffled grunt. When she opened her eyes, she saw Wen Yan had arrived just in time, delivering a kick to He Shuyuan before he could make contact. He Shuyuan was a master of karate. Ordinary individuals had little chance against him. Yet, astonishingly, he was sent sprawling by a delicate woman. He crashed against the wall and fell to the ground, clutching his chest in pain, blood spurting from his mouth. Sui was utterly flabbergasted. Who was this woman, so formidable that she surpassed He Yuan? Why was she defending the Wan siblings? Seeing the crowd at the makeup room's entrance, Sui deliberately let He Yuan's jacket fall, exposing her torn gown and the glaring love bites on her neck. Miss Wan, I am at a loss as to how I have offended your brother to provoke such inhumane treatment. He Yuan struggled to rise, picking up the jacket and draping it back over Sui. Wan Yu, is this the kind of friend you associate with? I will hold her legally accountable for this kick, and as for your brother, even attempted rape is unforgivable. I never expected your family would raise such beasts. Wan Yu could hardly believe her brother would commit such an act. Just as she was about to speak, Wen Yan approached with a cup of water, dousing Wan Jin's face. Regaining consciousness, Wan Jin looked around, bewildered by the unfolding events. President He, with such occurrences, I feel as though I no longer wish to live. Sui sobbed uncontrollably. He Yuan glared at the Wan siblings with a fury that suggested he wished to rend them limb from limb. You have quite the audacity. Though Yuer lacks a powerful background, she has my support and millions of fans. After such an incident, do you not owe her an apology? The onlookers murmured among themselves, pointing fingers at the Wan siblings. I witnessed that man attempting to assault Miss Su. Goodness, who gave him the gall to act so brazenly in such a setting? The crowd was appalled that even a celebrity like Su Yuer could be subjected to such harassment. What fate awaited an ordinary person in such circumstances? We must report this. Such individuals cannot escape justice. Wan Jin's mind was clouded, unable to comprehend the accusations leveled against him. Why were they accusing him of nearly assaulting Su Yuer? If you, Wan Jin and Wan Yu, kneel and apologize to Yuer, I might persuade her not to involve the authorities and settle this privately. The members of the Si family outside the makeup room were seething with indignation. Had they not known the truth, they might have believed the Wan siblings to be the irredeemable perpetrators of a heinous crime. Wen Yan donned a pair of disposable gloves, retrieving a spray bottle from the trash. Sui, what is this? Chapter 91. Unrestrained. The unmasking of the mistress. Suiware's eyes glimmered with panic upon seeing the spray bottle in Wen Yan's hand, but she quickly regained her composure. I do not know. Her voice trembled as she embodied the essence of a victim on the precipice of violation. Wen Yan's aggressive demeanor contrasted sharply with Su Yuer's pitiful state. He Yuan was beside himself with rage, his piercing gaze fixed on Wan Yu. Is this the friend you keep? Your brother has committed a grievous error, and yet she defends you while casting blame on the victim. The crowd began to murmur disapprovingly towards Wen Yan. This woman must be deranged. We all witnessed Su Yuer's near assault, and she dares to speak up for the perpetrator. Old Master Si stroked his white beard. Calm yourselves. When the truth is revealed, you may find yourselves regretting your fervor. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, what you perceive may not reflect reality. The truth is often obscured. The crowd responded. No wonder that woman lacks morals. It is clear she has been coddled by your family. To which the Si family retorted, should we have coddled her? When the truth emerges, you shall all be left with bruised faces. The two factions clashed in heated debate. Inside the makeup room, Su Yuer's eyes were red-rimmed, tears blurring her vision. What have I done wrong? Since my debut, I have worked diligently nearly year-round. As my employer, President He, shouldn't you show more concern for your employees? Must our relationship be questioned by Miss Wan? If she feels wronged, she can confide in her brother. Must he resort to such inhumane acts against me? Do you think this will compel me to submit? I truly lack a powerful background, relying on President He's appreciation and my own talent to carve out a place in the industry. Is it the intention of those in power to obliterate me? Her words struck a chord with many in the audience. Indeed, for an ordinary person to make a name in the entertainment industry was akin to scaling a mountain. President He, living holds no meaning for me now. I can no longer serve He Media. I am truly sorry. Suddenly, Su Yuer produced a sharp dagger, poised to cut her wrist. In an instant, He Yuan lunged forward, forcefully wrenching the dagger from her grasp. Wan Yu, Wan Jin, must you drive someone to despair? He roared like a wild beast. Wan Yu could not fathom that her brother would ever do such a thing to Su Yuer. As she gazed at the enraged He Yuan, a chill crept through her. Even if my brother did something to Su Yuer, it was undoubtedly a result of her scheming. Wen Yan, observing Wan Yu's clarity, silently applauded her. She had awaited this moment. If Wan Yu truly apologized, Wen Yan felt no need to intervene further. After all, it was a matter for their family to resolve privately. He grew up alongside us. You know his character. He Xiao Yuan's expression was thunderous, his eyes filled with disappointment and fury directed at Wen Yu. Your brother's greatest weakness is you. He has always been obsessed with you. To protect you, he would commit unspeakable acts. He has misunderstood my relationship with Yuer, and thus, sought to destroy her. You have been living in the Wan household, and have surely spoken ill of me to him. Wen Yu, I never anticipated you would become this way. Had I known, I would not have married you. The heart of Wen Yu felt as though it might shatter into 1,000 pieces. Her throat seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, constricting her breath with excruciating pain. In that moment, He Xiu Yuan appeared to her as a terrifying and unfamiliar demon, clawing at every nerve within her being. If that is the case, then let us divorce. As she uttered these words, the tears she had been holding back for so long flowed uncontrollably. Upon hearing Wen Yu's declaration of divorce, He Xiu Yuan was engulfed in fury and rage. How could she, along with her brother, commit such a grievous wrong without remorse, and now seek to threaten him with divorce? Did she think that the union of the He and Wan families could be so easily severed? All he wanted was for the siblings to apologize to the injured Su Yuer. Was that truly so difficult? When Wen Yan heard Wen Yu's proposal for divorce, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, Sister Wen Yu, you are absolutely right. The sooner you rid yourself of such a scoundrel, the better. There's no need to keep him around for the new year. Observing Wen Yan stepping in to support Wen Yu, He Xiu Yuan could no longer contain himself. You are merely a country bumpkin from the mountains. What right do you have to meddle in my affairs with Wen Yu? Wen Yan raised an eyebrow, a devilish smile curling her lips. This country bumpkin has a say, and what will you do about it? He Xiu Yuan clenched his jaw. You just kicked me. Many witnessed it. I will sue you. Wen Yan retorted. Before you file that suit, why not experience the taste of being a rapist yourself? He Xiu Yuan was momentarily bewildered by her words when Wen Yan suddenly sprayed him in the face with a bottle of mist. Su Yuer, witnessing the scene, felt her long lashes tremble with tears. She contemplated throwing a bottle of water at He Xiu Yuan's face, but in the next moment, He Xiu Yuan lost all reason and forcefully embraced her. The onlookers at the door were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? After capturing Su Yuer in his arms, He Xiu Yuan hastily threw her coat to the ground and, much like he had with Wan Jin, began to sink his teeth into her neck. In front of so many witnesses, Su Yuer felt nothing but humiliation and shame, her complexion alternating between shades of blue and purple. President He, please regain your senses. Yet, He Xiu Yuan was deaf to her pleas, driven solely by his primal instincts. With a ripping sound, Su Yuer's gown was torn, leaving her on the brink of exposure.
Terrified,
she reached behind her to cover herself, and just as He Xiu Yuan prepared to lift her legs, she splashed a cup of water onto his face. He Xiu Yuan gasped for breath, slowly regaining his composure. Upon seeing the disheveled Su Yuer before him, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. What just transpired?
Yuer.
Who did this? Su Yuer's lips trembled uncontrollably. The voices of the Si family rang out in timely unison. The scoundrel. It was you. We have it all recorded. The onlookers murmured. While it was President He who acted, it seems he was compelled by the contents of that spray. The Si family continued. Could it be that Wan Jin was also influenced by that spray? The crowd pondered. Could that spray have been brought by Su Yuer herself? A woman's purity is vital. Why would she sabotage her own innocence? The Si family added. This way, she could ascend in status, causing Wan Jin to be imprisoned, leaving the Wan family embroiled in scandal, thus stripping Wan Yu of her support, preventing her from remaining Mrs. He. More importantly, she could garner sympathy and affection from the scoundrel He. Listening to the dialogue between the onlookers and the Si family, He Xiu Yuan's mind was in turmoil. Yet, he remained unwilling to believe that Su Yuer had brought that spray. President He, that item is not mine. You must trust me. There are no cameras in the makeup room. As long as she insists that the spray is not hers, she is safe. He Xiu Yuan shot a piercing glare at Wen Yan. This is your doing. Wen Yan smirked. I am not a scapegoat. Do not cast your filth upon me. Just then, the LCD screen in the makeup room flickered to life, revealing a video. Wan Jin entered the room, warning Su Yuer against disrupting the marriage between his sister and He Xiu Yuan. Su Yuer shamelessly retorted, whose fault is it that your sister lacks charm and cannot keep her man? As the video played on, the expressions of the crowd morphed into a vivid array of disbelief. Su Yuer's brazen and shameless demeanor betrayed no hint of the panic or innocence of a victim. Upon seeing the video, Su Yuer's mind went blank, overwhelmed by shock. Why is there a video? There were no cameras in the makeup room. She attempted to shut off the playback, but Wen Yan had a firm grip on her wrist, preventing her escape. The video continued, revealing Wang Jin's efforts to defend Wen Yu, his disdain for Su Yuer palpable, and showing no inclination to harm her. Conversely, Su Yuer, with a venomous and provocative gaze, brandished the spray and doused the unsuspecting Wang Jin in the face. After Wang Jin was taken by surprise, she taunted, "I've messaged He Shuyuan. He'll be here shortly. How do you think he'll react upon seeing his sister's brother about to assault me?" The ensuing scenes were precisely what He Shuyuan and the onlookers had just witnessed. Wang Jin lost control, tearing at Su Yuer's clothing and biting into her neck. Su Yuer was consumed by humiliation and rage. "Let go of my hand. Shut off the video, shut it off," she cried hoarsely. To her, this video was akin to a public execution. Her meticulously crafted plan, which would have successfully ruined Wen Yu and the Wan family, was now in tatters. Why had this video surfaced? Su Yuer turned, her eyes blazing with fury at Wen Yan. Was she the one behind this? Who was she? And how had she uncovered her scheme? The most shocked and incredulous party was none other than He Shuyuan. It was as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, rendering him frozen in place. His ears buzzed as if swarming with countless bees. Was everything Mu Yuer your own design? Su Yuer's heart raced, panic and confusion consuming her. Just as she prepared to speak, Wen Yan's voice, like that of a demon, rang out, "Sister Wen Yu, this mistress nearly destroyed your family.
What are you still doing standing there?"
Quickly, kick her, stomp on her, slap her until her face is unrecognizable. The Si family trembled in fear. The onlookers, now awakened to the truth, exclaimed, "What a venomous mistress, resorting to such schemes to ensnare the rightful sister's brother." We were all deceived. Without the video, who would have believed it was all her machination? The rightful sister must act swiftly to shatter the mistress's face.
Wanjue prowetsujue.
Raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face. The pain struck, and before Su Yuer could react, Wen Yu followed with several more slaps. Yet just as the crowd cheered in exhilaration, suddenly, Chapter 92, his defense left her heartbroken. Out of nowhere, a tall figure stepped in front of the already swollen and bruised face of Su Yuer. "Wen Yu, that's enough." Su Yuer's face was a swollen mess. Her lips cracked and bloodied. Witnessing He Shuyuan's continued defense of Su Yuer, despair and pain flickered in Wen Yu's eyes, but more than that, her heart grew cold. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though he had ground her affections for him into dust. The man before her felt so alien and chilling. The slap she had intended for Su Yuer landed heavily on He Shuyuan's face. Remembering how her brother had nearly been imprisoned as a rapist, she delivered another resounding blow to He Shuyuan's other cheek. As she prepared to strike again, He Shuyuan seized her wrist. What Yuer did was indeed wrong. But she has faced consequences. You must show mercy where it is due. He Shuyuan lowered his head, speaking in a hushed tone to Wen Yu. In recent years, your Wan family has faced investment failures, relying on our He family just to barely maintain a foothold in the capital. If you continue to stir up trouble, it will bring no benefit to either you or the Wan family. Wen Yu's pupils constricted as she gazed at He Shuyuan with a fierce resentment. His heart tightened uncontrollably at the sight of her eyes, a wave of inexplicable panic washing over him. He had always taken her affection for granted, believing she could never truly part from him. Moreover, the Wan family needed to rely on the He family. Even after their marriage, he had not engaged in any significant infidelity. His special consideration for Su Yuer stemmed from the fact that she had once saved his life, leaving a profound mark on his youthful years. Everyone makes mistakes. He did not wish for Wen Yu to cling to that one matter. Closing her eyes momentarily, Wen Yu reopened them, her expression now cold and resolute. He Shuyuan, we shall file for divorce tomorrow. She acknowledged his feelings for Su Yuer and the way he defended her, which only fueled her anger. Upon hearing Wen Yu mention divorce, He Shuyuan was incensed. Is marriage a mere game? If you keep uttering those words, don't blame me for truly going through with it. Yu, this marriage must end. Wang Jin interjected, approaching and wrapping an arm around Wen Yu's shoulders. Even if our family goes bankrupt, we support your decision to divorce him. He Shuyuan's jaw tightened as he clenched his teeth. Fine. You shall not regret this. With that, he strode away. Noticing He Shuyuan's departure, Su Yuer hastily followed. The Si family had prepared rotten eggs from an unknown source, and as He Shuyuan and Su Yuer emerged, the foul eggs were hurled at them. The onlookers eagerly joined in.
Su Yuer screamed in distress, her predicament utterly embarrassing.
Just as He Shuyuan intended to shield her, a loud slap echoed as a rotten egg struck his face, the stench nearly unbearable. While the crowd reveled in the humiliation of the scoundrel and the shameless woman, Wen Yu felt a tumult of emotions. Despite Su Yuer's malicious intent to ruin her brother and the Wan family, He Xiao Yuan brazenly defended and indulged her. Wen Yan found the situation peculiar and delved deeper into her system. After reading, her irritation with foolishness surged.
Oh my.
It turns out to be yet another cliché of an old and clumsy savior. Such a common melodrama. In his first year of high school, He Xiao Yuan nearly drowned, and it was Wen Yu who risked her life to save him. After rescuing him, she collapsed from exhaustion, failing to call for help, which allowed Su Yuer to take advantage of the situation. Su Yuer took He Xiao Yuan to the hospital, and by the time Wen Yu woke up to find him, he had mistaken Su Yuer for the one who saved him. Wen Yu has always remembered the time he fed her his blood during the earthquake, believing her act of saving him was trivial. Little did she know that Su Yuer would dare to usurp the role of his savior. But how did Su Yuer conveniently appear in the area where He Xiao Yuan nearly drowned? Wen Yan meticulously searched within the system. Whoa. Su Yuer's true identity is shockingly explosive. There's a hidden and terrifying backstory. I can't wait for the day the truth is revealed, but for now, I must refrain from meddling until Wen Yu and He Xiao Yuan have divorced. The curiosity of the Si family was piqued. Who could comprehend the frustration of not having the complete story? Yan, I owe you once again. Wen Yu grasped Wen Yan's hand, her eyes brimming with grateful tears. Wen Yan shook her head. Sister Wen Yu, you have helped me immensely in the past. There's no need for formality. Wan Jin also expressed her gratitude earnestly. Miss Wen, I have a question. How is the surveillance footage captured? As soon as she finished speaking, Si Moyan approached, producing a tiny black device the size of a grain of rice from above Wan Jin's head. This is the latest model of hidden surveillance. I discreetly attached it to your hair while we were conversing in the banquet hall. Wan Jin's eyes lit up with admiration. You are truly remarkable. You managed to anticipate Su Yuer's scheme. Wen Yan smiled. We happened to see Su Yuer purchasing that medication, leading us to suspect she might take action. Given the magnitude of the incident, Wen Yu was thoroughly disillusioned with He Xiao Yuan. Her immediate objective was to return and have her lawyer draft the divorce agreement. The following day, old Master Si could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Wen Yan, Xiao Yan, do you think Wen Yu can successfully divorce He Xiao Yuan? Due to Wan Jin's involvement, they had refrained from posting the video online last night. He Xiao Yuan also paid a handsome sum to those who recorded the video to have it deleted, so there were no negative reports about Su Yuer circulating online. He Xiao Yuan certainly wouldn't easily agree to a divorce. He knew very well that Mrs. He would never condone a relationship with Su Yuer. And if he divorced Wen Yu, his status within the He family would plummet. Grandfather, you might not yet know that He Xiao Yuan is not the biological son of Mr. and Mrs. He. Years ago, Mrs. He had a biological son, but he was abducted by human traffickers at the age of 4. Subsequently, she suffered an injury that prevented her from bearing more children. The elders of the He family decided that Mrs. He and Mr. He would adopt their nephew, who is He Xiao Yuan. Old Master C's eyes widened in surprise. Is it possible to find Mrs. He's biological son? Wen Yan explored the gossip system and her eyes sparkled. Wow, Mrs. He's biological son is actually him. Chapter 93. A Layered Melon. A Request for Affection. Wen Yan did not disclose the true identity of Mrs. He's son. Old Master C's curiosity was fully piqued. He had not anticipated this to be a layered revelation, filled with twists and turns that captivated the heart. Wen Yan further discovered the latest gossip concerning Su Yuer and He Xiao Yuan in the gossip system. What a scandal! Su Yuer nearly ruined the Wan family and Wan Jin, and after being taken back by He Xiao Yuan, her petty theatrics earned her his forgiveness. Can you believe he stood on a moral high ground, claiming that Wan Jin and the Wan family suffered no substantial harm, while Su Yuer's reputation was tarnished? However, Su Yuer has discerned He Xiao Yuan's desire to maintain a facade at home while pursuing other interests, prompting her to concoct a nefarious plan. I'm just afraid this slippery fish won't make a move. If she does, it will be easy to deal with. This time, I must ensure she faces public retribution online. Wen Yan stepped aside and immediately called reporter Wang. Upon hearing of yet another major scoop, reporter Wang swiftly boarded a flight from Yi City to Kyoto. As anticipated by Wen Yan, He Xiao Yuan was indeed reluctant to proceed with the divorce. He knelt before Wen Yu in front of both families, pleading for her forgiveness, swearing that he had neither cheated nor betrayed her. Mrs. He urged him to sever ties with Su Yuer, and though He Xiao Yuan readily agreed, he did not genuinely intend to follow through. Presently, Su Yuer was the leading figure in he media, and terminating their agreement would result in significant financial loss. Wen Yu no longer trusted He Xiaoyuan and was resolute in her desire to divorce him. He Xiaoyuan pulled her aside, his eyes reddened as he implored. Wen Yu, do not behave irrationally. What benefit does divorce bring you? Do you wish to see your one family go bankrupt? Wen Yu was taken aback. He Xiaoyuan. My brother nearly faced imprisonment as a rapist, and you dare call me irrational? Since this incident, has Su Yuer offered a single apology? Your heart must have been devoured by a dog. She deeply regretted not recognizing his true nature sooner. He Xiaoyuan had never encountered such a formidable Wen Yu. His eyes were filled with a blend of unfamiliarity and indignation. I've already knelt down to apologize to you. What more do you desire? He retorted. Moreover, what losses has your brother incurred? It is Su Yuer and I who have suffered greatly at the hands of your friend Wen Yan. Wen Yu swayed unsteadily. Her heart ached as she gazed at the man she had loved for so many years. Enough was enough. Were it not for Wen Yan, the Wan family would have been utterly devastated by now. He Xiaoyuan adamantly refused to entertain the idea of divorce, and after a fierce argument, they parted ways in discontent. 3 days later, as Wen Yan prepared to leave, old Master Si summoned her. Xiaoyan, I've recently dispatched someone to follow Su Yuer, and it appears she has devised a new scheme. Wen Yan blinked, grandfather. Do you have spies in the palace? The old man is formidable. He seems to know everything. Old Master Si stroked his white beard, feeling somewhat sheepish. You are aware of her new plan as well? Wen Yan nodded. Old Master Si quickly gathered the Si family. Come, let us accompany you. Perhaps you will find our assistance invaluable. Wen Yan hesitated. Is it truly wise to mobilize such a large force? However, she indeed had a need for her husband's skills. Journalist Wang would serve as the driver, steering the vehicle to an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Wang, you will commence the live broadcast in 10 minutes. Wang, unaware of the juicy gossip to come, was nonetheless eager, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Recently, his performance at the newspaper had soared, and it seemed this year, a promotion was within reach. Indeed, Wen Yan was his guardian angel. After securing an ideal and discreet spot for the live broadcast, Wen Yan pulled Si Moyan aside. Darling, your hacking skills are superb. Could you use your extraordinary prowess to help me control the phones of 3 individuals without them realizing Wang is broadcasting? Si Moyan regarded her with his dark, penetrating gaze. I possess more than just exceptional hacking skills. Wen Yan blinked, intrigued. Oh, what other remarkable talents do you possess, my husband? What is this? A school bus for toddlers? Thanks to my recent training, he has finally transformed into a little yellow minion like me. Si Moyan retorted. You know you are a little yellow minion? He leaned closer, his handsome profile casting a shadow over her. Wen Yan, I have done quite a bit for you lately. Her enchanting eyes fluttered. And what of it? He gestured to his chiseled jawline right here. Not one to hold back. She wrapped her arms around Si Moyan's neck and planted a kiss on his exquisite face. A faint smile graced his alluring lips. Am I here to witness a spectacle or to indulge in dog food? Si Jingyi's voice suddenly interrupted. Old Master, Si smacked Si Jingyi on the head. Your elder brother has finally taken the initiative to kiss. Why do you disrupt the moment? Wen Yan glanced back at old Master Si. Grandfather, please remove this mood-destroying rascal from our midst. Old Master Si nodded. Very well, let us arrange a feast lasting 7 days. Si Yu chuckled, reveling in the delightful family atmosphere. She cherished these moments spent with her family. Si Moyan's hacking prowess was formidable. Soon, he had remotely accessed the 3 phones Wen Yan had mentioned. 10 minutes later, journalist Wang initiated the live broadcast. As the premier entertainment journalist of E-City, he boasted over 1 million followers. The moment he began streaming, a flood of gossip enthusiasts joined in. The broadcast displayed a desolate countryside and a dilapidated factory. Viewers were bewildered. What is happening here? In the middle of nowhere, could it be that journalist Wang has insider information about a celebrity rendezvous? Recent revelations from Wang had been thrilling, and anticipation was palpable. However, after several minutes of inactivity, viewers grew impatient. What gives? If there's no gossip, shut down the broadcast. This tabloid journalist is unworthy. If you don't spill the beans, I will report you. Just then, a business vehicle approached, and as the door swung open, a striking figure emerged. Upon recognizing her, the online audience erupted in excitement. Chapter 94. A Spectacle. The entire internet's public execution. Ah, it's my idol, Su Yuer. She looks so cool and fierce. I'm completely in love. Dressed in all black and wearing sunglasses, Si Moyan appeared aloof and defiant, unaware of the live broadcast. She pushed her sunglasses atop her head and scanned her surroundings. Fans, upon learning of her presence, surged into the stream, causing the viewership to skyrocket to 500,000. The screen was filled with praises for Si Moyan, while gossip seekers found it unbearable. This isn't a red carpet, it's the gossip master's live room. Surely, there's some major gossip involving Si Moyan. Since her debut, Si Moyan had been shielded by He Yuan, resulting in little scandal. Her exceptional talent and unique personality had garnered her a devoted following. Her fans were adamant that she had nothing scandalous to reveal. Even if there were rumors, they would surely be positive. Fans, unwilling to let anyone speak ill of their idol, quickly organized a counterattack. Their fervor silenced any dissent on the comment section. Our sister is simply amazing. She must be here to film a new music video. Oh my heart is racing. It's another day of being captivated by my husband's charm. Wen Yan smirked inwardly at the flood of compliments for Si Moyan. Currently, love is wild. Later, it might cause a heart attack. I eagerly await the moment Si Moyan soars only to experience a devastating fall. The Si family felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Yet, they remained puzzled about Si Moyan's true purpose in the wilderness. Soon enough, clarity dawned upon them as another towering figure exited the business vehicle. The man seemed vaguely familiar. Old Master Si was the first to recognize him. Isn't that the bodyguard sent by the Wan family for Wen Yan? Si Moyan narrowed his deep-set eyes. She intends to orchestrate her own kidnapping. Wen Yan gave Si Moyan a thumbs up. No kidding, this man has been devouring gossip at a pace rivaling mine. This bodyguard, a devoted fan of Si Moyan, betrayed the Wan family upon her mere suggestion, believing he was serving justice and ensuring her happiness. Yet, his idol merely seeks to exploit him. If this kidnapping is pursued, he could face incarceration. Alas, how can such a dim-witted fan exist? Has he consumed too much nuclear wastewater? The Si family concurred. Indeed, one must be intoxicated by nuclear waste to reach such levels of idiocy. As the bodyguard approached Si Moyan, she looked at him and asked, "Have you remembered everything I instructed?" The bodyguard nodded confidently. "Rest assured, Moyan. I will see to it that everything is executed flawlessly." Si Moyan removed her sunglasses, extending her hands. "All right, let us begin." The viewers in the live stream were left utterly confused. Who was this man? What instructions had the sister given him? The prospect of filming an action movie seems imminent. That man, with his muscular physique, is clearly a practitioner of martial arts. Could it be that Yuer's wife has secretly enlisted a martial arts instructor to guide her? As she contemplates transitioning into the film industry? What an audacious, cool girl. Suze Wazhao, I am eagerly anticipating this. The comment section is ablaze with excitement from Sue's fans, when suddenly, the bodyguard in the frame delivers a flurry of slaps to Si Moyan's face. In an instant, her visage becomes swollen, and blood trickles from the corner of her mouth. What is happening? How dare that man strike our sister? Call the police, quick. Oh, how my heart aches. But those urging to call the police should refrain from acting rashly. It is evident that the sister is acquainted with the man. Perhaps they are merely filming a scene. Reporter Wang, crouched behind the camera, finds himself perplexed as he witnesses the brutalization of Si Moyan's face. He has clandestinely photographed numerous female stars, yet they all cherish their beauty. It is exceedingly rare to encounter someone like Si Moyan who invites such violence upon herself. Does she harbor a masochistic tendency? After the bodyguard has left her face swollen, he further binds her hands and feet, subsequently rending her clothing to shreds. My apologies, Moyan. Despite enduring the searing pain and discomfort on her face, a glint of malice flashes in Si Moyan's eyes. I can endure this hardship. Once He Moyan arrives, ensure that all the blame is placed squarely on Wen Yan's shoulders. Rest assured, I vow to fulfill the task. The bodyguard carries Si Moyan into an abandoned factory. Viewers watching the live stream are left in utter disbelief. He Moyan? He the boss of Si Moyan's agency? And who is Wen Yan? The situation grows increasingly perplexing. Friends, as far as I know, He Moyan and Wen Yan are a married couple in secret. He is entangled in an affair with Si Moyan while Wen Yan seeks a divorce, which He Moyan opposes, attempting to have his cake and eat it too. Si Moyan aspires to ascend to the role of the mistress, perhaps having bribed Wen Yan's bodyguard to orchestrate this kidnapping charade.
Wen Yan?
I recall now. Wasn't she a child star and a gifted composer? What talent are we discussing? All we know is that Si Moyan is the one with genuine talent. To those claiming Su Yuer is a mistress, what evidence do you have? Our sister is far from that kind of person. Wen Yan has created a secondary account and disabled direct messaging. Su Yuer's fans, wishing to attack her, find themselves at a loss. Si Jingyi, familiar with the online landscape, ensures Wen Yan's comments gain visibility by purchasing her a colorful bubble, elevating her to super VIP status. Whenever Wen Yan posts a comment, it stands out as the most eye-catching. I am not speaking recklessly, dear friends. If I am, please sentence my mouth to life imprisonment. Come on, friends. Let us witness how our cool girl idol's reputation crumbles. The Si family is reveling in their amusement. Su Yuer's fans are on the verge of a breakdown. A prominent fan immediately contacts Su Yuer's manager. Upon seeing the live stream, the manager swiftly attempts to call Su Yuer, but the line remains unreachable. The manager then calls He Shuyuan, but the same result ensues. Approximately 10 minutes later, having learned of Su Yuer's kidnapping, He Shuyuan arrives at the abandoned factory. Upon witnessing Su Yuer held captive by Wen Yan's bodyguard, his fury ignites. How dare you kidnap Su Yuer? The bodyguard presses a dagger to Su Yuer's neck. Declaring, I am Wen Yan's bodyguard. She instructed me to mar Su Yuer's face. The mention of Wen Yan sends He Shuyuan into a rage. How audacious. Does she not understand how vital Su Yuer's face is to a female star? Brother, I wronged Miss one last time. I can understand her desire for revenge. This time, she has sent her bodyguard to kidnap me, aiming to ruin my looks, but I do not hold it against her. Wen Yan. Ah yay. The benevolent goddess is so kind-hearted, even the most malicious saint would bow down in respect. The Si family, at this moment, could you refrain from making sarcastic remarks in your mind? We cannot laugh out loud. We are on the verge of bursting. The manager of Su Yuer watches this scene unfold in the live stream, nearly rolling her eyes in exasperation. Why is it that all their phones are unreachable? If this continues, Su Yuer's reputation will be utterly destroyed. Chapter 95, Breaking Free from the Scoundrel, Embracing a New Life. He Shuyuan picks up a stone and, seizing a moment of distraction from the bodyguard, strikes his wrist forcefully. The bodyguard yelps in pain, and the dagger clatters to the ground. He Shuyuan strides forward, his fury boiling over as he delivers a kick to the bodyguard. After a few rounds of combat, the bodyguard ultimately succumbs to He Shuyuan's strength. He Shuyuan intends to call the police. Su Yuer throws herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother, please don't call the police. I owe Miss One this. Let it be my repayment to her. Gazing upon Su Yuer's bruised and bloodied face, a dark and fierce glimmer flickers in He Shuyuan's eyes. Wen Yu has gone too far. I am sorry, Yuer. It is my indecisiveness that has brought you harm. Su Yuer shakes her head through her tears, her expression filled with sorrow and vulnerability. It is not your fault. My lowly status renders me unworthy of your family's affection. But no one loves you more than I do. For you, I would do anything. Even if Miss One wishes me dead, I could accept it. Perhaps in death. I would be freed from the anguish of loving you, yet being unable to be with you, brother. Sometimes, I truly long for liberation. Trembling in He Shuyuan's embrace, Su Yuer appears as though she could perish at any moment. He Shuyuan feels as if an invisible hand has gripped his heart tightly. Su Yuer is an orphan, having grown up like a resilient weed, wild and untamed. Unlike Wen Yu, who is cherished by her family and brother, her parents treating her as their own daughter, Su Yuer's plight is profoundly tragic in comparison. Wen Yu could survive without him. Yet Yuer seems incapable of doing so. Wen Yu's audacity in sending a bodyguard to kidnap Yuer suggests that she will certainly commit even more heinous acts in the future. Wen Yu has become utterly unrecognizable. He Shuyuan closes his scarlet eyes, clenching his jaw tightly. Within, he has resolved a decision.
Yuer.
I will no longer allow you to suffer indignities or harm. I will call Wen Yu right now, and I want a divorce. Even if my family disapproves, I will no longer acquiesce to their demands. I have now taken control of He's media, and with Su Yuer, a renowned singer in the entertainment industry. Together we shall elevate the company to greater heights. After Si Moyan infiltrates and takes control of He Shuyuan's phone, he enables the call to Wen Yu. Wen Yan nods at Si Moyan, indicating that He Shuyuan may proceed with the call. As He Shuyuan connects the call, his expression darkens. Wen Yu, don't you wish to divorce? Bring your documents. We'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau in an hour. The viewers of the live stream are on the verge of disbelief.
Wow.
This is even more outrageous than a television drama. In this day and age, how can a mistress be so brazen, shameless, and devoid of morals? If I hadn't witnessed the live stream, I would scarcely believe that Su Yuer could be such a shameless harlot. I am so furious I could spit venom. The original partner must have had the worst luck in the world to marry someone so foolish, who only thinks with their lower half. Passing by, I spit pure malice. Damn, I wish I could reach through the internet and give that scoundrel and the shameless woman a good beating. Reporter Wang is impressive. I applaud you. May you enjoy the afterlife. Reporter Wang. To this netizen, thank you. I have no desire for such an honor for the next several decades.
Su Yuer is fence.
Shocked and incredulous, strive to defend her. Lacking the full context, they refrain from commenting. Our sister is likely filming. Wang's surreptitious filming and live streaming are violations. We must report Wang's live stream immediately. Yuer is absolutely not that kind of shameless person. She could never be a mistress. There must be some misunderstanding. Su Yuer's fans rush to explain and defend her. Yet in doing so, they ignite the righteous indignation and fury of other netizens and passers-by. The fans of Su Yuer must be of diminished intellect, orchestrating a farcical abduction to frame the original wife, all in a bid to elicit sympathy from the scoundrel. Do they truly believe we are blind? Following their idol, Su Yuer plays the role of a virtuous woman while her followers are hardly paragons of virtue themselves. Although a segment of her fans fervently defends their idol, a discerning faction has commenced the process of unfollowing and retaliating. After all, to falsely accuse the original wife and exhibit a complete lack of moral integrity, such behavior warrants a sharp rebuke. For it would be an affront to the affection and investment they once had for her. Upon witnessing the trending topics and the surging tide of impassioned essays online, Su Yuer's manager found herself momentarily engulfed in disarray. This is the end, truly the end. Why is it that neither the boss nor Su Yuer is reachable by phone? Indeed, they are en route to the Civil Affairs Bureau. She must intercept them there. Not just the manager, but other media outlets in the capital had also discreetly positioned themselves outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, awaiting the unfolding events. Si Jingyi had deliberately arrived early, meticulously organizing the coverage. Interviews were permissible, but only after Xu Yuan and Wen Yu finalized their divorce, for the original wife deserved compassion. When Wen Yu received Xu Yuan's call, she, along with her family, was watching the live broadcast in the living room. They witnessed Su Yuer's series of malicious and cunning actions in real time. Wan's parents and brother were seething with anger. How wicked and formidable Su Yuer was, managing to corrupt even their bodyguard. Had it not been for that reporter's covert live stream, Wen Yu would have been unjustly burdened with the accusation of kidnapping. Merely contemplating it sent chills down their spines. How could a person's heart become so depraved? As Wen Yu observed Xu Yuan ushering Su Yuer into the car, her initial shock and pain gradually morphed into a sense of coldness and irony. Perhaps after enduring so many injuries and slanders, she had grown somewhat numb. As for the man who seemed utterly blind and foolish, she now only desired to distance herself and draw a clear line between them. Mom, Dad, I am heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Wen Yu's parents immediately handed her their marriage certificate and household registration. She felt fortunate that, after marrying, her household registration had not been transferred to the He family. On her way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Wen Yu called Wen Yan. Yan, it's you who helped me once again, isn't it? Following her complete disillusionment with Xu Yuan, Wen Yu's awareness sharpened. Were it not for Wen Yan's intervention, Xu Yuan and Su Yuer would not have so publicly disgraced themselves. Someone must have alerted them in time. However, their phones had remained silent, indicating that someone was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Sister Wen Yu, congratulations. A new chapter in your life is about to begin. Upon her arrival at the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was not long before Xu Yuan appeared. Upon seeing Wen Yu, a frosty veneer enveloped his countenance, his gaze seething with a desire to consume her whole. Had it not been for Su Yuer's desperate pleas, he would have called the police to teach her a lesson. Binding the bodyguard to abduct Yuer and inflict harm upon her face. Was she even human? Wen Yu, the greatest regret of my life is marrying you. Wen Yu let out a cold laugh. Likewise, my greatest regret is marrying a creature lesser than a dog. Chapter 96. Dog Bites Dog. Unveiling the truth behind the rescue incident. Wen Yu's alleged kidnapping of Su Yuer and her intent to mar her beauty utterly disillusioned Xu Yuan, leaving him heartbroken and despondent. He had no desire to linger with her any longer. Once inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, he immediately filled out the divorce application. According to current marriage laws, a month-long cooling-off period was required for divorce. However, the staff at the Bureau had witnessed the live broadcast, and anyone with a moral compass could not bear to tolerate a husband so blind and foolish. Thus, the cooling-off period was waived, and the divorce certificate was promptly issued. As Wan Yu beheld the divorce certificate, a thin veil of tears welled in her eyes, not from sorrow, but from a profound sense of liberation. After receiving the certificate, He Shuyuan did not spare her a glance and departed, his expression slightly dazed. When he had proposed the divorce, he had been resolute and impatient. Yet, now that it was finalized, he felt an emptiness within him, as if he had lost something of great significance. His feelings for Wan Yu were not entirely absent. After all, they had grown up together. She was gentle and beautiful, and her family background was commendable. But Sui Ware was his savior, a vibrant chapter in his youthful years. He had been raised in a strictly regimented environment, adhering to his parents' plans for his life. No internet, no smoking, no drinking, and certainly no skipping classes. But everyone has their moments of rebellion. It was Sui Ware who introduced him to a life of vibrant excitement, akin to a refreshing breeze on a scorching summer day, something he yearned for and pursued. Now, having liberated himself from the confines of an arranged marriage, he was free. He should not lament or feel disheartened. He should be grateful. No longer would anyone label Yuer as a mistress. Even if his mother pressed him to part ways with Yuer, he would no longer heed her commands. With this thought, a smile broke across He Shuyuan's face as he strode toward the exit of the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, the moment he stepped outside, a throng of reporters surged toward him. He was taken aback. Although he was the president of He Media, he seldom granted interviews. Why were so many reporters converging upon him? Mr. He, what does it feel like to be played for a fool by a green tea teasage? Mr. He, your beloved Sui Ware has sullied your reputation. After divorcing for her, how do you manage your company with such a feeble mind? Mr. He, with He Media as stocks plummeting, how do you plan to explain this to your investors? Will you twist your head off to serve as a stool? The reporters' questions were increasingly cutting. He Shuyuan stood there, bewildered, utterly oblivious to what they were discussing. It was only when a kind reporter handed him a phone to play a recorded video that the truth struck him like lightning. After watching the video, He Shuyuan's pupils widened in shock, his entire being trembling as if he had received a devastating blow. How is this possible? He could scarcely believe that the recent abduction had been orchestrated by Sui Ware herself.
No.
She wouldn't he do that? As if struck by thunder, darkness enveloped him. And ultimately, overwhelmed by the shock, he collapsed to the ground. In the business car, Wen Yan observed He Shuyuan fainting and began to hum a tune in her mind. It's easy to err in the dark. The rooftop might catch fire, dur-dur-dur, as the catchy tune played. The members of the Si family in the car couldn't help but chuckle. Wan Yu called Wen Yan, inviting her and the Si family to dinner that evening. As Sui Ware applied medication in her apartment, she gazed at her swollen face in the mirror, a cold smile curling her lips. What did a little injury matter? As long as her ultimate goal was achieved, He Shuyuan had divorced Wan Yu, and now he belonged solely to her. The He family had caused her father's demise, and she would exact her revenge through He Shuyuan. Madam, he forced He Shuyuan to sever ties with her, sending her abroad. Once she became He Shuyuan's wife, she would ensure that Madam he experienced a fate worse than death. Just as Sui Ware reveled in her wickedly beautiful plans, her phone rang unexpectedly, an incoming call from the bodyguard. Hadn't she instructed He Shuyuan to release him and compensated him handsomely? Why would he dare to contact her? Impatiently, Sui Ware answered, Didn't I tell you to leave Kyoto? Ware, I just returned home to pack, and there are several police officers at my door, ringing the bell. The police had found the bodyguard's residence. Could it be that He Shuyuan had reconsidered and reported her? I need to contact He Shuyuan immediately. Sui Ware dialed He Shuyuan's number, but it remained unreachable. A sense of unease subtly stirred within Sui Ware. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she was met with the furious and cold visage of her manager, Hong Jia. Furrowing her brows, Sui Ware retorted, Hong Jia, have I offended you in some way? Why the sour face? Trembling with rage, Hong Jia could hardly believe she had brought forth a venomous-hearted artist. She hurled her iPad at Sui Ware, exclaiming, You are being maligned across the internet, mocked by all. 2/3 of your fans have unfollowed and turned against you, with only a handful of delusional supporters remaining.
Sui Ware.
I cannot fathom why, with such a promising future ahead, you would choose to act recklessly and orchestrate this farcical kidnapping. Have you lost your mind? Gazing at the video where her bodyguard ruthlessly struck her, Sui Ware's mind went blank, a dull thud echoing in her head. How could this happen? Why had her plan been exposed yet again? This time, it was far worse than the previous charity gala. A live broadcast for all to see. Her reputation, her carefully crafted persona, lay in ruins. Her singing career was essentially over. Opening her Weibo, she discovered her 30 million followers had dwindled to merely 5 or 600,000, many of whom were inactive accounts. The hundreds of thousands of comments were rife with vitriol. Some had even edited her obituary and sent it as a private message. Shaking violently, Si Moyan forcefully threw her iPad to the ground. Covering her ears with trembling hands, she crouched down, screaming uncontrollably. This had to be a nightmare. Once she awoke, everything would return to normal. Yet, no matter how long she waited, she remained ensnared in this tempest of outrage. Si Moyan, I have always loathed those who act recklessly. I will submit my resignation. I will no longer manage you. Hong Jie cast one last disdainful glance at Si Moyan before swiftly departing. Weak and defeated, Si Moyan collapsed to the ground, clutching her head and pulling at her hair in anguish. She simply could not comprehend how her scheme had been uncovered. All her efforts had crumbled in an instant. Si Moyan had learned the bitter lesson of lifting a stone only to have it fall upon her own foot. Yet, she refused to yield. As long as He Moyan stood by her side, she could still claim victory in front of Wen Yan. Searching for her phone. Just as she prepared to call Si Moyan, he arrived at her apartment. Having regained consciousness after fainting, Si Moyan found Si Moyan with a swollen and bruised face. A sight that struck him as bitterly ironic. Why did you deceive me? Si Moyan's hands shot out, gripping Si Moyan's neck with a fierce expression. Her reckless actions had led to his hasty divorce from Wen Yan, plummeting company stock prices, a tarnished image, and immense disappointment from his parents, with shareholders demanding his resignation. Si Moyan offered no resistance. A pair of warm tears rolled down her cheeks, landing on Si Moyan's hand. As he gazed at the woman, nearly suffocating in his grasp, he retracted his hands in fury. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Collapsing to the ground, her face ashen, Si Moyan wept. Because I love you. I wanted to be with you openly. I knew you had your concerns. If I hadn't acted so foolishly, you wouldn't have divorced Wen Yan. That year, when you nearly drowned, I risked my life to save you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I fell hopelessly in love. Brother Si Moyan, I admit I am cunning and ruthless, but all of it stemmed from my love for you. Si Moyan recalled the year he nearly drowned, a frail silhouette swimming toward him despite the peril. Though his consciousness was hazy, he remembered her encouraging words urging him not to give up. Her determination dragging him to safety. Seeing the softness returning to Si Moyan's eyes, Si Moyan threw herself into his embrace. Brother, I will never make such mistakes again. Please, for the sake of the life I saved, don't hold it against me anymore. I am already being vilified online. Si Moyan, reflecting on the current public sentiment, frowned. Now we are both like rats in the street, with everyone wanting to strike us down. Si Moyan lifted her tear-filled eyes. But when we were together, you hadn't married Wen Yan yet. If it weren't for your mother's pressure, we would have been a legitimate couple. Wen Yan is the real mistress. I still have the photos from when we were dating. We can speak out. Si Moyan rubbed his aching temples. Enough, Moyan. We have already wronged Wen Yan enough. Don't add salt to her wounds. Si Moyan bit her lip in frustration. Anger and resentment boiled within her. Their reputations were already in tatters. And he still thought of Wen Yan? Did she still hold a place in his heart? Absolutely not. What do you want me to do? The internet is filled with insults directed at me. My career in entertainment is over. How will I survive? Brother Si Moyan, if I cannot marry you, I have no path left. Considering that Si Moyan's actions stemmed from her deep love for him and that he owed his life to her. Si Moyan pondered for a moment before making a bold decision. My parents are dining at Dongqing Lake. I will take you there to seek their approval. Surprise lit up Si Moyan's eyes. Are you going to marry me? Si Moyan nodded. Get ready. I will wait for you downstairs. The location where Wen Yan was entertaining Wen Yan and the Si family was also on a large boat at Dongqing Lake. The boat featured an open-air restaurant, allowing diners to enjoy the views while dining. Shortly after Wen Yan and the others were seated, they spotted Si Moyan and Si Moyan, who was wearing sunglasses and a mask. Si Moyan held Si Moyan's hand, seemingly searching for someone. Wen Yan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling her lips. The Si family, observing her expression, sensed that an entertaining scene was about to unfold. Oh my! Just when I was wishing for a chance to expose the truth about Si Moyan pretending to be Wen Yan to save that scoundrel here they come, delivering themselves right to me. When journalist Wang arrived in Kyoto, Wen Yan had asked him to bring her family's Tibetan Mastiff along. At that moment, the large, well-behaved dog lay obediently at her feet. Upon noticing the mischievous glint in Wen Yan's eyes, The elder Si brightened, instantly grasping his granddaughter-in-law's cunning intentions. Ha ha ha. She's delightfully wicked. I absolutely adore it. Upon spotting Wen Yu, He Yuan instinctively ignored her and, hand in hand with Su Yuer, was about to enter the cabin to find someone when suddenly a fierce Tibetan mastiff lunged at them, baring its sharp teeth. Both He Yuan and Su Yuer were startled, releasing their grip and running in opposite directions. But the more they ran, the more ferociously the dog pursued them. With a splash, they both fell into the lake. He Yuan, who had nearly drowned years before, harbored a profound fear of water. As he floundered like a panicked duck, water filled his mouth and nose. In a moment of desperation, he caught sight of Su Yuer also plunging into the water. Instinctively, he cried out, "Yuer, you swim well. Quickly save me." However, Su Yuer, like him, was thrashing about helplessly in the water. Witnessing this, He Yuan's mind buzzed in disbelief. She couldn't he possibly not know how to swim? Just as he was about to choke, Wen Yan on the boat tossed a lifebuoy with a rope attached. With only one lifebuoy, the first to grab it would survive. Just as He Yuan reached out for the buoy, Su Yuer pushed him aside, determined to seize it for herself. He Yuan felt a sudden surge of suffocation as water filled his mouth and nose. Pressed down by Su Yuer, he sank deeper into the water. He yearned to swim up to the surface, but it felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away by an enormous syringe. His limbs were icy, and disbelief clouded his eyes. He could hardly fathom that the girl he had once risked his life to save would now push him into the abyss in a desperate bid for survival. No, that couldn't he be right. Su Yuer was supposed to be an excellent swimmer. Why was she floundering in the water, like a drowning duck, just as he was? On the boat, Wen Yan leaned on her hand, watching the unfolding drama with amusement. How I wished to imprison these two scoundrels for good. Yet, she was acutely aware that if He Yuan truly perished, she would be transformed into a murderer. Sensing the opportune moment, she raised her hand. The lifeguard aboard immediately leaped into the water, rescuing He Yuan from his descent into the lake. Once pulled ashore, He Yuan lay sprawled on the floor, coughing and expelling water. Su Yuer had managed to grab a life ring, her situation slightly better than his. However, after the shock, recalling her earlier actions sent a chill racing down her spine. "Xiao Yuan Gidge, I didn't mean to." Slap. He Yuan snapped back to reality, raising his hand and delivering a forceful slap across Su Yuer's face. Stunned, she blinked back tears. "Why you hit me?" He Yuan glowered at her, a tempest of rage brewing within, longing to rend her asunder. "You who couldn't swim yourself, how did you save me that year?" Su Yuer's long lashes trembled. "I used to be able to swim, but after nearly drowning while saving you, I developed a profound fear of water." He Yuan was no fool. At this moment, he would never trust Su Yuer again. In that dire moment, she had laid bare the darkest aspects of her humanity. The instant she had pushed him beneath the water, he realized she had never truly loved him. The one who genuinely cared for him was only Wen Yu. Yet, for this venomous woman, he had lost the one who loved him wholeheartedly. Regret consumed He Yuan, his insides twisting in agony. Who had truly saved him that year? Why did she impersonate that person? He extended his hands, gripping Su Yuer's neck tightly. Seeing He Yuan transform into a rabid beast intent on her demise, Su Yuer finally shed her facade, raising her leg to strike him at his most vulnerable point, her long nails raking across his face. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle on the ground. Wen Yu, sitting not far away, observed the scene, a hint of scorn flickering in her eyes. Human emotions are indeed peculiar. When she adored him, he was her everything. The moment she discovered Su Yuer's presence beside him, it felt as if her entire world was collapsing. Yet now, looking back, she felt as though she had traversed countless mountains in a single, swift journey. He Yuan and Su Yuer fought fiercely, both sustaining injuries. Wen Yan, witnessing their disheveled appearances, slightly curled her lips into a smirk. He Yuan. "Do you wish to know who the true savior was back then?" Su Yuer's pupils constricted. "Don't say it, you mustn't he." Even if she could no longer be with He Yuan, she didn't want him to uncover the truth. He Yuan, filled with agitation, turned to Wen Yan. "Who was it? I beg you, tell me." Wen Yan glanced at Wen Yu. His gaze followed suit, landing on her. Wen Yu approached, pulling a shirt button from her bag and forcefully throwing it at He Yuan's face. "I intended to return this to you one day," she said with a self-deprecating smile. "All these years, I've kept it as my lucky button, only to find out its owner has caused me the deepest wounds. Xiao Yuan stared at the button that had struck him and then fell to the ground. He picked it up, examining it closely. Soon, his hand clutching the button began to tremble violently. His eyes filled with a crimson hue, resembling a wounded beast. He vaguely recalled the person who had pulled him to shore, whispering in his ear that she would take one of his buttons as a token of good fortune. Upon waking, he had seen Su Yu by his bedside and had naturally assumed she was his savior. If not for Wen Yu hurling the button at him, he would have forgotten all about it. So, all these years, he had been mistaken about the identity of his benefactor. The cruel truth pierced his heart like a sharp blade, twisting with agony. Gazing at Wen Yu's indifferent expression, he fell to his knees before her. Yu? I'm sorry. I was blind. I was heartless. Please, grant me another chance. Wen Yu recoiled several steps, her eyes devoid of any affection or lingering attachment. Xiao Yuan, we are finished. Even now that he knew she was the one who had saved him, there was no way for them to reconcile. The wounds inflicted upon her heart were indelible and could never be mended. Witnessing Wen Yu's resolute demeanor, an overwhelming sense of panic surged within Xiao Yuan. He refused to believe that Wen Yu no longer harbored any love for him. She was merely upset. Once he resolved the matter with Su Yu, he would earnestly pursue her once more. With red-rimmed eyes, he glared at Su Yu, rising to his feet and delivering a forceful kick towards her. Liar. You've deceived me for so many years. Su Yu dodged his kick, her fury matching his. Xiao Yuan, do you truly believe you fell for me only because you mistook your savior? When you went to bars with me, cut classes, and fought, you said those were your happiest moments. You claimed being with me opened a new world for you. You said Wen Yu was like a wooden puppet, devoid of any charm, and that your parents were harsh and demanding, forcing you into a life you despised. You said I was your angel, appearing just in time to save you. As soon as Su Yu finished speaking, a disbelieving voice interrupted. Xiao Yuan, your father and I have spent countless efforts to guide you, hoping you would grow up to be someone of merit, capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the He family. All we've done is to pressure you? Mr. and Mrs. He emerged from the cabin, evidently having overheard Su Yu's remarks. Mrs. He's eyes brimmed with disappointment and sorrow. After all, he was not her biological son. His heart remained perpetually distant. Upon seeing his parents, Xiao Yuan felt a chill creep down his spine. Mom, Dad, don't listen to Su Yu's nonsense. I've been deceived by her all these years. From now on, I will heed your advice, manage the company diligently, and pursue Wen Yu again. I won't let you down. Chapter 98. Identities Revealed. A Stunning Reversal. Mrs. He's heart ached for her son, recalling the harrowing experiences he had faced. Her beloved child, abducted before he was even 2 years old, had been ransomed back to her, only to be sold again by human traffickers at the age of 4. Over the years, she had endured countless hardships to capture the trafficker, ensuring he faced justice. Yet, after the middleman sold her child, he perished unexpectedly within 2 years, leaving her with no knowledge of her son's whereabouts. Years had passed, and she had relentlessly searched for her child, but to no avail. Although Xiao Yuan was not her biological son, he was still of the He lineage, whom she had painstakingly nurtured. She had bestowed upon him all her maternal love. Yet what was the outcome? Tears welled in Mrs. He's eyes as her heart felt utterly shattered. Xiao Yuan, if my methods of raising you have caused you such pain, there is no need for you to call me Mom any longer. Upon hearing Mrs. He's words, a shiver ran down Xiao Yuan's spine. Madam, he possesses a remarkable acumen for business. The thriving state of the He family is largely attributable to her efforts. Conversely, his biological parents rely solely on Madam He for their survival. Should she sever ties with him, he would be rendered inconsequential. Mother, I was wrong. I will certainly win back Wen Yu, and will obediently heed your words in the future. Wen Yan regarded the weeping Xiao Yuan with disdain, finding his lack of dignity appalling. Do not even think of associating with Sister Wen Yu again. A former husband should be treated as though he is deceased. The Si family members nodded vigorously in agreement with Wen Yan's sentiment. Meanwhile, Wen Yu approached with a glass of red wine, which she splashed directly onto Xiao Yuan's face. I am not a forgiving ninja turtle. I shall no longer grant you my forgiveness. Do not come near me again. Wen Yan gave Wen Yu a thumbs up. Indeed, despicable men only serve to hasten the pace at which beautiful sisters wield their blades. Wise souls do not fall into the abyss of love. Sister Wen Yu, you are truly radiant now that you are single.
Oh.
How I yearn to reclaim my own singlehood. Si Moyan cast a glance at Wen Yan, his narrowed eyes dark and profound. She wished to be single again. But only if she were to lose her husband. Madam, he paid no heed to Xiao Yuan and turned to converse with Wan Yu. Su Yu Er observed Madam He's retreating figure, a flicker of venomous hatred gleaming in her eyes. Quietly, she withdrew a sharp dagger from her pocket. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she lunged at Madam He's back. Xiao Yuan would surely never love her again. She could no longer use him to exact revenge on Madam He. She had to take matters into her own hands. She was determined to end this old woman's life. However, just as Su Yu Er was about to stab Madam He, a long leg suddenly kicked her to the ground. Su Yu Er fell, inadvertently stabbing herself in the collarbone, crimson blood gushing forth. Hearing the commotion, Madam He turned to look at Su Yu Er. "Were you just about to kill me?" A look of shock and disbelief crossed her face. Mr. He and Xiao Yuan were both seething with rage. Su Yu Er, how dare you brazenly commit such an act? Su Yu Er gritted her teeth in silence. Another plan foiled, her eyes reddened with fury. She ignored the He family and glared at Wen Yan with intense hatred. This strikingly beautiful woman had never crossed paths with her before. Why must she always oppose her? Su Yu Er understood that if it were not for this woman, Wan Yu would have been no match for her. "Who are you really?" Su Yu Er gritted her teeth and demanded. Si Moyan approached, wrapping an arm around Wen Yan's shoulders. "She is my wife. I did not ask that," Su Yu Er retorted. She wanted to know why Wen Yan could always see through and precisely dismantle all her plans. She felt as though this woman was a devil, haunting her relentlessly, terrifying and powerful. Leaning lazily against Si Moyan's shoulder, Wen Yan arched an eyebrow. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I know precisely who you are." Upon hearing this, a deep fear flickered in Su Yu Er's eyes. No one knew her true identity. Did this woman truly have knowledge of it? No, that was impossible. Old Master C's eyes brightened as he hurried over to Wen Yan's side. He had been curious about Su Yu Er's true identity for days. He had been replaying the last conversation with his granddaughter-in-law in his mind, but he had yet to unravel the mystery.
Now,
not only Old Master Si but also Si Jingyi, Si Luo Chen, and Si Yu gathered around Wen Yan. As Su Yu Er watched the Si family envelop Wen Yan, a mix of envy and hatred surged within her. The only relative who had ever cared for her was the one harmed by Madam He. She longed to be cherished, yet this wish would never be fulfilled in her lifetime. "Isn't Su Yu Er an orphan?" Wan Yu inquired. Wan Yan scoffed. "Far from it. Her true identity is that of the illegitimate daughter of the notorious trafficker Jiang Dahai. After Jiang's downfall, her mother abandoned her, leading her to the orphanage." Madam He's eyes widened in shock, her chest heaving violently. "She is the daughter of a trafficker. No wonder she attempted to kill me." Su Yu Er lay on the ground, her eyes bulging as she glared at Madam He. "My father committed a crime by abducting your son, yet you sent him to prison, allowing the inmates to beat him to death. You are a vile woman." Su Yu Er attempted to rise and stab Madam He again, but the police arrived just in time. Though her attack was thwarted, her actions would surely land her in prison for years. As Su Yu Er was taken away, she raged and cursed, her demeanor resembling that of a madwoman. Madam He frowned deeply, her face pale. "I never orchestrated his death in prison." Wen Yan searched through the system. "Indeed, Madam, he did not do that. The true instigator behind Jiang Dahai's demise is." "What a malevolent person. Even more so than Su Yu Er," the Si family exclaimed. "Who could possibly be more wicked than Su Yu Er? Please enlighten us. Wan Yu, we owe you an apology. Once I sever my maternal ties with Xiao Yuan, I shall come to apologize to you and your family," Madam He declared. Wan Yu had never held a grudge against Madam He. She had always treated her kindly. "Aunt, there is no need for apologies. I know you are suffering too, and I hope you find your biological son soon." Noticing that Madam He was ignoring him, Xiao Yuan once again grasped Wan Yu's wrist. "Yu, I do have feelings for you. Please believe me," Wen Yan interjected, interrupting his unfinished words. "Even if you do have feelings for Sister Wan Yu, they are likely no larger than a grain of rice. Wan Yu, please remain vigilant, cherish yourself, and do not fall for the sweet words of a scoundrel." Without waiting for Xiao Yuan to respond, Wen Yan turned to Wan Yu and encouraged, "Sister Wan Yu, come. Learn this phrase from me to deliver to him. Get lost." The Si family erupted in laughter. Realizing the jest, Wan Yu coldly echoed, "Get lost." The family burst into cheerful laughter at Xiao Yuan's expense, whose face shifted through shades of green and purple, resembling a bitter melon. After the meal, the Si family returned to the Xiao residence. Old Master Si stroked his white beard and remarked, "Little Yan, madam, he is quite pitiable. At just over 50, her hair has turned half gray, and she has endured the torment of her biological child being abducted for over 20 years. Indeed, madam, he was deserving of sympathy. After her son was taken by traffickers, she not only actively sought him but also aided other families in locating their lost children, helping many return home. Yet, her own son remained elusive." Wen Yan took out her phone and sent Wen Yu a message. "Sister Wen Yu, tonight, please find a way to discreetly acquire Mr. Qi Hong's sample, be it a cup he has drunk from, a toothbrush he has used, or even hair." Wen Yan had already stealthily taken the cup madam he had used when disembarking from the boat. Now, obtaining Qi Hong's sample would allow for a paternity test. Si Jingyi, seated behind Wen Yan, stood up to glance at her phone. "Sister-in-law, is Qi Hong the same low-key, yet talented screenwriter I know?" Wen Yan shot a sidelong glance at Si Jingyi, who was peeking at her message. "You are quite the gossip." Si Jingyi rubbed his prominent nose. "Sister-in-law, I cannot help but be curious. I have invited Qi Hong several times, yet he has never accepted. If he truly is Madam He's biological son then." Before he could finish, old Master Si gave him a sharp rap on the head. "Is your sister-in-law busying herself for your sake?" Si Jingyi chuckled. During this time spent with his sister-in-law, he had indeed enjoyed many perks. "Rest assured, my dear sister-in-law, I shall undoubtedly stand by your side from now on. Should my elder brother dare to engage in flirtations with other women, akin to how Xiao Yuan treats Wen Yu, I shall take action myself." As Si Moyan glanced up from his phone, where he was perusing company emails, his gaze was icy as it swept over Si Jingyi. "You need not concern yourself. Your sister-in-law will take the initiative." Wen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, my husband, you are becoming increasingly astute. If he dares, I'll directly reward him with a scarlet mark." Si Jingyi exclaimed. "Elder brother, please do not emulate Hong Shirxian," Si Moyan replied, his brow furrowed. "Who is Hong Shirxian?" Si Yu immediately raised her hand to answer. "Elder brother, I know who he is. He is a scoundrel with an astute mind. A fighter among scoundrels," Si Luochen added. "What? Does he possess the visage of a scoundrel?" Si Moyan retorted. Upon receiving a message from Wen Yan, Wen Yu felt somewhat perplexed. Yan, I fear I cannot fulfill your request, as I am not well acquainted with Mr. Qi and have no knowledge of his residence, thus unable to procure his sample." After purchasing some fruit at the supermarket downstairs, Wen Yu replied to Wen Yan's message and entered the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a long, slender, fair hand unexpectedly reached in, causing the doors to reopen. A tall figure, exuding maturity and an air of aloof elegance, stepped into the elevator. Wen Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was Mr. Qi. What was he doing here? As the elevator reached the top floor, Wen Yu, with her head bowed, exited, only to soon discover that Qi Hong had followed her. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she looked up at the man and inquired, "Mr. Qi, are you here to see me?" He gestured towards the apartment across from hers, a faint smile gracing his handsome, refined face. "I live here." Wen Yu, feeling awkward, mumbled about her 3-bedroom apartment. Noticing a blush rising to her ears, Qi Hong's deep-set eyes softened imperceptibly. "What a coincidence. We are now neighbors." Suddenly, Wen Yu recalled the message from Wen Yan. Yan is truly impressive. She knew all along that Qi Hong had become my neighbor. She had to devise a plan to accomplish what Wen Yan had asked, but how could she obtain Mr. Qi's sample? As her mind raced, she quickly devised a clever strategy. Chapter 99. It turned out he had long been in love with her. Qi Hong, mature and steady, exuded a gentle, scholarly aura. It was said that his family was not well off, and he had relied on his exceptional talent to gain admission to Peking University, subsequently establishing himself in the capital. Although Wen Yu had limited interactions with Qi Hong, she felt admiration and respect for someone so talented. "Last time Mr. Qi helped me fix my shoe heel, and I never had the chance to express my gratitude. I am preparing a late-night snack. May I invite you to join me?" she asked, her long eyelashes fluttering, clearly a bit anxious about his potential refusal. With a consistently warm and gentle demeanor, Qi Hong smiled slightly. Of course, relieved by his acceptance. Wen Yu returned to her apartment to prepare the meal. She cooked a pot of millet porridge and planned to stir-fry 3 dishes. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Qi Hong arrived after changing into casual clothes. Previously, he had always worn meticulously tailored shirts and slacks. But this was the first time when you saw him in a t-shirt and relaxed pants. Stripped of his mature and aloof demeanor, he appeared much younger and more handsome. As Chi Hong entered the kitchen and noticed her chopping vegetables, he kindly offered, "I can help you." Wen Yan was surprised. "You can cook?" Chi Hong nodded softly. "I've been cooking for myself since I was 6 or 7. Naturally, he took the knife from her hand. His fingers were slender and elegant, and his chopping movements were smooth and efficient. Wen Yan stepped aside, watching his striking profile, when suddenly, the image of Madame he flashed through her mind. Previously, she had never connected the two, but now she realized that Chi Hong bore a resemblance to Madame he in her youth, especially when he slightly pursed his lips, revealing a hint of dimples. In a flash of insight, Wen Yan understood Wen Yan's purpose in asking for Chi Hong's sample. Noticing Wen Yan's unwavering gaze upon him, Chi Hong's dark eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in a low, refined voice, "Is there something on my face?" Wen Yan snapped back to reality, realizing she had been staring for quite some time. She had embarrassed herself twice in front of him in one evening. Quickly averting her gaze, she bit her lip and said, "You are a guest. I cannot trouble you."
Let me handle it.
Chi Hong smiled faintly. "No worries. You can rest outside, and I will call you when the dishes are ready." Wen Yan was surprised that he, too, could cook. In her previous relationship with He Shuyuan, he had never set foot in the kitchen, believing that cooking was solely a woman's responsibility while men focused on their careers. After Chi Hong finished frying 2 dishes, he suddenly heard Wen Yan calling him. "Mr. Chi, could you come help me for a moment?" He walked into the bathroom, where Wen Yan was using a towel to block a malfunctioning faucet. Chi Hong quickly approached her. "Let me help you fix it." Wen Yan handed him the repair tools, and as he worked, water splashed onto him. Thankfully, he managed to fix it in no time. His hair and t-shirt were soaked, and Wen Yan handed him a clean towel. As he wiped his hair, the contours of his arms and chest became distinctly visible through his wet t-shirt, hinting at his well-defined abs. "Oh my, this is too sweet," someone exclaimed with a teasing smile. Chi Hong has long been fond of Wen Yan. He even personally cooked her a late-night snack. He must truly dote on her. Wow, Wen Yan's faucet seems to know how to create romantic opportunities for them. It turns out Chi Hong has an impressive physique. His t-shirt clings to him, revealing those abs, absolutely stunning. Goodness, I'm so excited about this couple. Wen Yan sat on the swing in the backyard, completely engrossed in the unfolding drama, when suddenly, a tall, aloof figure approached her. Not far from the swing was the Xiao family swimming pool. After removing his bathrobe, Wen Yan's attention was instantly captivated by the man's broad shoulders and slim waist. "Darling, are you going for a swim tonight?"
She asked.
The man turned to glance at her. Her gaze traveled over his muscular chest and well-defined abs. She gulped. "Oh my, is this man not going to tone down his aloof demeanor? It's late at night. Is he trying to drive me crazy?" Si Moyan ignored Wen Yan, his handsome features taut as he dove into the pool with a splash. It dawned on Wen Yan that he seemed a bit irritable and perhaps unhappy. Had she offended him recently? Oh, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't yet gone to the mall to buy him underwear. She must do that tomorrow. After swimming a few laps, Si Moyan noticed Wen Yan clutching her abdomen as she headed towards the villa. "Wen Yan, what's wrong?" He quickly donned his bathrobe and approached her. "Nothing, I'm just going to rest in my room," she replied. Seeing her holding her abdomen, Si Moyan furrowed his brows and grasped her arm. "Where do you feel unwell?" "It's just my period, my stomach hurts a bit." Why does he have to pry into it? The Si family in the living room heard Wen Yan's thoughts and exchanged awkward glances. Si Moyan pressed his lips together and asked in a low, husky voice, "Does your stomach hurt?" Wen Yan nodded. "A little," before she could finish her sentence. The man suddenly swept her off her feet. Caught off guard, Wen Yan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. He carried her into the room, his large hand gently massaging her abdomen through her clothing. The warmth of his palms seeped through the fabric, enveloping her in a comforting heat. She lifted her long lashes to gaze upon the man before her. He possessed strikingly handsome features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of cold nobility. His contours seemed as if meticulously sculpted by a master craftsman, achieving an astonishing perfection. Tsk, Si Bingshan truly is so handsome that he drives one to madness. His gaze met hers, deep and dark, imbued with a barely perceptible softness. "Darling, have you ceased to detest me as you once did?" Si Moyan pressed his crimson lips together tightly. "And what of you? Do you still harbor feelings for Gu Beichen?" "Those feelings have long since faded. Besides, in every aspect, He pales in comparison to you, except for. Si Moyan's narrowed eyes gleamed dangerously. Except for what? Aside from the system's portrayal of Gu Beichin as a 7 times-a-night lover, I truly cannot identify a single aspect in which he surpasses you.
Si Moyan. So,
She perceives Gu Beichin as superior in that regard? He clenched his jaw, vowing to himself, one day, you shall learn that I am not lacking. After feeling somewhat relieved, Wen Yan received a glass of milk from Si Yu, while the old master of the Si family brought her a bowl of bird's nest soup. As she drifted into slumber, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Although her stay at the Si household was initially for the purpose of fulfilling a mission, the warmth of family she experienced during this time was an unfamiliar, yet cherished sensation, one she had never encountered in her past life. In the dead of night, Si Moyan entered Wen Yan's chamber, where she appeared to be ensnared in a nightmare, her forehead slick with cold sweat. Just as he was about to wipe away the perspiration, she suddenly reached out, grasping his wrist and hoarsely calling out, "Master," as that singular word escaped her lips. A warm tear cascaded down her cheek. Si Moyan gently brushed away her tear with his other hand, his heart suddenly gripped by an unfamiliar pang of suffocating pain. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Her utterance of master, and that solitary tear seemed to strike a chord deep within his soul. He gazed at her pale visage, emotions surging in his deep-set eyes. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead, whispering, "Fear not, I am here." Perhaps his soothing presence had an effect, for she gradually emerged from her nightmare, her once rapid breaths becoming steady. Si Moyan remained by her side on the edge of the bed, watching her for a long time. At the He family residence, Madam He summoned the elders and relatives of the He clan, proposing to sever her maternal ties with He Shuyuan. The most vociferous opposition came from Uncle He and Aunt He. "Sister-in-law, when you were unable to bear a son, we entrusted Shuyuan to you to shield you from malicious gossip and secure your position as the primary wife. Now, after a minor misstep on his part, you wish to disown him? That is exceedingly cold and heartless of you." Cold and heartless? Tears welled in Madam He's eyes. "When I married into your He family, they were on the brink of bankruptcy. Had I not poured most of my energy into work, neglecting my own son, how could he have been abducted? For all these years, I treated Shuyuan as my own, investing my hopes in him, only to be met with betrayal. What have I gained in return?" He Shuyuan knelt before Madam He, pleading, "Mother, I truly understand my mistakes. Please grant me another chance." Witnessing her son beg brought Aunt He to tears. "Sister-in-law, are you truly prepared to sever ties with Shuyuan? Have you found your biological son?" Madam He pressed her lips together tightly, her throat constricted and hoarse. "No. Then the He family must allow Shuyuan to inherit." Madam He shut her eyes, declaring, "I will donate all my shares and assets to families of abducted children in need." The He family was taken aback by Madam He's resolution. They were well aware that her holdings constituted a significant portion of the He family's wealth. How could she possibly give it away? "Elder brother, do you truly agree to such a monumental decision? You may indulge your wife, but you cannot let her act recklessly." Uncle He turned to He Qingyuan. He Qingyuan, fully aware of his wife's temperament, understood that their son, abducted for over 20 years, was unlikely to be found. Given her frail health, she had even coughed up blood last night from her longing for him. Once the distribution of assets was complete, He Qingyuan planned to take her far from the city's clamor to a secluded place for their retirement. "I respect my wife's wishes." Before He Qingyuan could finish, the door was suddenly flung open by old Madam He, who hobbled in with a cane. Upon entering the living room, she erupted into tears. Refusing to allow Madam He to sever her ties with He Shuyuan or to donate the He family as assets to outsiders. "Qingyuan, whom will you heed, your wife or your mother? Make your decision at once. Were it not for Shuyuan being entrusted to you, I would have long since demanded a divorce. What use is a hen that cannot lay eggs to our He family?" He Qingyuan furrowed his brow. "Mother, do not act unreasonably." Before he could finish his sentence, old Madam He charged at the wall, colliding with it forcefully. She collapsed, blood streaming from her head, and fell unconscious. "Mother, grandmother." The He household erupted into chaos. When old Madam He regained consciousness, she presented 2 demands. Either Madam He finds her biological son, or she signs a property transfer agreement for He Shuyuan, or else she would take her own life. Old Madam He, swayed by the words of Uncle He and Aunt He, was determined to protect the He family's wealth at all costs. He Qingyuan found himself in a dilemma. Madam He fell ill under the pressure. Ultimately, Under old Madam He's threats, He Qingyuan reluctantly agreed to sign the property transfer agreement. After Madam He fell ill, He Xiuyuan visited her daily, his attitude sincere in seeking forgiveness, but she remained silent. After dismissing He Xiuyuan, He Qingyuan sighed and said to his wife, Tingzhan cannot be found. Xiuyuan is the only bloodline of the He family among the younger generation who can carry the mantle. Madam He closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tingzhan. Her son, He Tingzhan. Their bond had lasted a mere 4 years. My unfortunate child. Having confirmed his impending inheritance of the He family's fortune, He Xiuyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly drove to find Wen Yu. Upon arriving at her apartment building, he spotted her. Wen Yu was not alone. She was with a handsome man in the garden, both feeding stray cats. He had always harbored a disdain for stray animals, having previously scolded her for wanting to adopt them. A gentle smile adorned Wen Yu's delicate face, her eyes sparkling with joy, enveloped in a soft glow. It had been ages since He Xiuyuan had seen her smile in such a way. The woman who once only had eyes for him was now smiling at another man. Yu. He Xiuyuan approached her with a bouquet of flowers, striding forward. Upon seeing He Xiuyuan, Wen Yu's smile instantly vanished. Not wishing to engage him further, she turned and walked towards the entrance. He Xiuyuan attempted to catch up with her, but in the next moment, a long hand grasped his arm. He turned to see a refined man with piercing eyes. Who are you? Wen Yu is my woman. She recently miscarried for me and has loved me for over a decade. What are you to her? In stark contrast to He Xiuyuan's agitated demeanor, Qi Hong remained composed. Explaining, to Wen Yu, you are merely her ex-husband, stripped of any significance. If she still held feelings for you, she would not have divorced you. He Xiuyuan's temples throbbed with anger. I will win her back. I warn you, do not attempt to interfere in our relationship. Soon, he would be the one in power at the He group, and once he held the reins, he would ensure this man who dared to steal Wen Yu from him was driven out of the capital. He Xiuyuan had never encountered this man in high society. He appeared to be an ordinary office worker. Moreover, Wen Yu had been a legitimate wife to him. No man would marry a woman with a past. On the day of the He group's shareholders meeting, Madam He, still weak and recovering from illness, arrived at the company. The He family, along with shareholders and senior executives, gathered in the conference room. He Xiuyuan, donned in a tailored 3-piece suit, felt invigorated at the prospect of soon inheriting the He corporation. Recently, the Wan family faced a crisis, and once he held the reins of power, he could immediately inject capital into them. At that moment, Wen Yu would undoubtedly return to his side. Equally ecstatic and agitated were Uncle He and Aunt He. Although Xiuyuan had been adopted by the eldest branch, he remained their biological son. With Xiuyuan in power, he would surely lean towards his real parents. The He family would belong to their branch henceforth. What of Madam He, who was adept in business? Without an heir, would she not still have to rely on their son? The lawyer from the He family's legal department presented the property transfer agreement to Madam He and He Xiuyuan. He Xiuyuan eagerly signed his name. Madam He scrutinized the agreement, her eyes unwittingly glistening with tears. Everything she had worked so hard to achieve was originally meant for her own son. Yet now, Mom, rest assured, I will be filial to you and Dad in the future. I shall never defy you again. He Xiuyuan's true character had become apparent to Madam He. Once he wielded power, he would no longer regard her with respect. However, after years of struggle, she felt fatigued. She planned to distance herself from the center of power and lead a tranquil life. Just as she was about to sign her name, the conference room door was suddenly thrust open. Everyone turned in unison towards the entrance. Wen Yu and Wen Yan entered, followed by a lawyer carrying a briefcase. He Xiuyuan frowned. You, why did you bring this woman here? He harbored a deep-seated dislike for Wen Yan, believing that her presence would only herald misfortune. He did not wish for Wen Yu to befriend her. Wen Yu ignored He Xiuyuan and approached Madam He. Aunt, my friend has something to say to you. Despite having only met Wen Yan once, Madam He had a favorable impression of her. Had it not been for Wen Yan, she would have been harmed by Suiware. Wen Yu, you are no longer Xiuyuan's wife. Who allowed you to bring an outsider into the He Corporation's conference room? Uncle He said angrily. Had they not barged in? Madam He would have already signed the property transfer agreement. Madam He raised her hand. Miss Wen is my savior. She has something to discuss with me, and we can spare a little time. Having said that, she turned to Wen Yan, her demeanor softening. Miss Wen, what you wish to say can wait until we are in my office. Wen Yan, observing Madam He's slightly waning appearance after just a few days, wasted no time and instructed the lawyer to hand her a document. Madam He, please take a look at this. Madam He accepted the document with a hint of confusion. Upon seeing the paternity test report, she trembled violently. Miss Wen, this is. Wen Yan nodded towards Madam He. Please look at the final result. Madam He's fingers quivered as she turned to the last page. Upon reading the words indicating a direct blood relationship, her mind buzzed, plunging into a void. Yuan, noticing Madam He's shock, excitement, and disbelief, quickly approached to glance at the document in her hands. After reading it, his chest surged with emotion. Whose DNA paternity test is this? Wen Yan smirked. It's between Madam He and her son.
Boom.
Both Madam He and Yuan trembled violently. Impossible. My sister-in-law's son was abducted long ago, over 20 years ago. The He family has expended vast resources and energy to no avail. How could you, an outsider, have found him? Uncle He spoke with palpable emotion. Ignoring Uncle He, Madam He grasped Wen Yan's hand tightly, her teeth chattering with excitement. Miss Wen, has my son truly been found? Where is he? I had one you call him over. He is currently at the conference room entrance. After exchanging a glance with Wen Yan, Wen Yu hurried outside to summon the person waiting. Upon seeing the man enter, everyone was rendered speechless. The man who stepped in exuded an ethereal grace, his demeanor exuding a scholarly air. It was evident he was a person of great knowledge and refinement. The moment Madam He laid eyes on Chi Hong, tears brimmed in her eyes and cascaded down her cheeks. She covered her mouth, shaking with emotion, her legs feeling as though they were filled with lead. This was her Ting'an, her son. Yuan, observing the resemblance between Chi Hong and a younger version of Madam He, strode forward and clasped Chi Hong's hand tightly. Ting'an, you have finally come home. Supported by Wen Yu and Wen Yan, Madam He approached Chi Hong. Yuan, be gentle when holding your son's hand. Don't scare him. Madam He struggled to contain her emotions, yet tears flowed like pearls spilling from a broken string. She looked Chi Hong up and down, her throat choked with emotion. My Ting'an has grown into an adult. These years, I have missed you dearly. Chi Hong gazed at the weeping Madam He before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He was unaware of the circumstances that led to his sudden recognition, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Ting'an, do you not remember anything? I have photos of you from when you were little on my phone. Madam He shakily opened her phone, revealing the images she viewed multiple times a day. Chi Hong's recollections of his childhood were faint. He vaguely remembered being often punished and later being adopted by another couple after his parents passed away. Perhaps due to past abuse and trauma, his mind had activated a protective mechanism, causing him to forget his biological parents. However, upon seeing the childhood photos on Madam He's phone, distant and hazy memories began to resurface. Madam He rolled up Chi Hong's shirt sleeves. Noticing the scars on his arms, long healed but still visible, she wept profusely. Did the adoptive parents mistreat you when you were young? The compassion and pain in Madam He's eyes struck a chord within Chi Hong. His own eyes reddened slightly. It's all right. It's all in the past. Unable to control her emotions any longer, Madam He fiercely embraced the tall Chi Hong, crying heart-wrenchingly, my son. It is my fault for not taking care of you back then, subjecting you to so much suffering. There were times I wished I could end my life. But I feared that if you returned, I would not be there for you. I was truly terrified of never seeing you again. Ting'an, my Ting'an. Chi Hong extended his long arms, enveloping Madam He in his embrace. Yuan also joined, wrapping his arms around the two, and the trio wept together. Witnessing this scene, both Wen Yan and Wen Yu felt their eyes welling up with tears. Madam He's biological son had been found, and the shareholders and executives rejoiced for her. The ones who could not accept it were Uncle He, Aunt He, and Yuan. The moment Yuan saw Chi Hong enter, it felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. How could it be that the man who sought to take Wen Yu from him was now revealed as Madam He's biological son? He had intended to expel that man from the capital once he seized power. But now, this man had transformed into Madam He's flesh and blood. No, this cannot be. He was Madam He's son. Think of a way. Yuan urged Uncle He and Aunt He. Uncle He had never imagined that Ting'an would return to the He family. Everything in the He family should belong solely to his son, Yuan. Uncle He, his face ashen, stood up, fury coursing through him as he stepped forward, seizing the paternity test report and tearing it to shreds. This test must have been fabricated by Wen Yan. Uncle He had heard of Wen Yan's name from Yuan. It was precisely due to this meddlesome woman that Madam He developed a rift and animosity towards Yuan. What business is it of yours, an outsider, to meddle in the affairs of the He family? You clearly need a lesson. Uncle Hier raised his hand and swung fiercely towards Wen Yan's face. Yet, before his hand could make contact, she deftly seized his wrist, and with astonishing speed, her other hand struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Uncle Hier's face instantly turned red and swollen, even causing his teeth to loosen slightly. He never anticipated that such a delicate woman could possess such immense strength. Bound by her grip, he found himself utterly immobilized. "Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard?" Aunt Hier shot up furiously and approached. "Brother and sister-in-law, how long are you going to allow an outsider to stir up trouble? She casually brings someone here, and you just take it as the truth about Tingen? After being abducted for over 20 years, he can never be found again. Wake up. I kindly entrusted Xiao Yuan to you. You must cherish him." Wen Yan scoffed. "You truly are a pair of righteous people, aren't you?" Uncle Hier forcefully yanked his hand back, glaring at Wen Yan with malice. "You dare to hit me? I will call the police and have you arrested." Wen Yan smirked. "Wasn't it you who tried to lay your hands on me first?" Wen Yu immediately nodded. "I can testify to that." "Madam," he wiped her tears and added, "there are cameras in the conference room. Don't bully the young lady." Uncle Hier's face turned an ashen hue with fury. "Sister-in-law, I understand your desperation for your son, but you cannot just claim kinship indiscriminately. Ting and can never return." "Madam," he caressed Chi Hong's face, her own son, whom she could recognize without a doubt. The small scar at the end of his brow was a remnant from the abduction he endured years ago. Moreover, he resembled her youth. "Second brother, you have found your own nephew. Why are you not happy? Why do you think it is false?" Uncle Hier clenched his jaw, about to retort, when suddenly a light, airy voice interjected, "Of course, it's because he is the mastermind behind Madame He losing her son." The room fell silent at Wen Yan's proclamation. Uncle Hier and Aunt Hier's expressions shifted dramatically, their underlying panic suppressed as they looked at Wen Yan in disbelief. What nonsense was this woman spouting? "Speak another word, and I'll tear your mouth apart." Wen Yan raised an eyebrow, a scornful smile playing on her lips. "You wish to tear me apart, but your strength simply doesn't allow it. Can you truly overpower me?" Recalling Wen Yan's earlier slap, Uncle Hier felt a surge of blood rush to his throat. This woman was nothing short of a calamity.
Get out.
"The affairs of the He family do not concern you." Madam He pulled Wen Yan close, her voice trembling as she asked, "Miss Wen, do not be afraid. I am here. No one can harm you again." "You just said he is the mastermind. What do you mean?" Uncle Hier's hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into fists as he suppressed his panic, repeatedly telling himself that after all these years, no one knew the truth, and this woman could not possibly know either. She must be deceiving him. Chapter 102. Irretrievably Lost. Wen Yan glanced at Uncle Hier. His eyes were cold, and his complexion ashen as he glared at her.
"Ah."
His gaze seems to be cursing me in the filthiest manner. At least 3 alpacas are a good start. Outside the conference room, the Si family had just been moved by the emotional reunion of Madame He and Chi Hong, but upon hearing Wen Yan's inner thoughts, they could not help but stifle laughter. Wen Yan made an effort to avoid looking at Uncle Hier, cleared her throat, and deliberated. Initially, when He Ting and was abducted, it was because Uncle Hier suffered significant losses in stock trading. He embezzled public funds and, to avoid detection, orchestrated the kidnapping of He Ting An, collecting the ransom himself. "Nonsense, you are talking absolute nonsense." Uncle Hier, humiliated and enraged, retorted. Wen Yan watched as he spat in fury, quietly stepping back. What foul saliva! Even the strongest could be harmed. Madame He and He Qing Yuan fixed their sharp gazes on Uncle Hier. "You are the mastermind behind the kidnapping?" Uncle Hier vehemently denied it. "I did not. Brother and sister-in-law, do not believe her." He had no idea how Wen Yan had uncovered the truth, but he had long destroyed the evidence. The thugs involved in He Ting An's kidnapping had also been sent abroad long ago. He Qing Yuan furrowed his brow, struggling to believe that his brother could be such a despicable scoundrel. He turned to Wen Yan. "Miss Wen, do you have any evidence?" "Indeed. One of the thugs from the kidnapping returned to the country not long ago, and the police have apprehended him. He is currently being interrogated and should soon reveal Uncle Hier's involvement." Upon hearing Wen Yan's words, Uncle Hier's legs suddenly felt weak. A stranger had contacted him days earlier, requesting he transfer a sum of money. At the time, he had brushed it off. Could it be that the thug involved in the kidnapping was behind it? No, he refused to believe it. Madame He, her eyes filled with rage, glared at Uncle Hier. "You are utterly inhuman. Sister-in-law, do not trust her one-sided claims. I have not done such a thing." Wen Yan smiled nonchalantly. How could one confess to heinous acts? It is akin to a man cheating. Unless caught in the act, he will never admit to it. The kidnapping was one matter. But the truth of He Ting-an's abduction was orchestrated by his own uncle and aunt. Madame He and He Qing-yuan's pupils dilated in shock. The shareholders and senior executives in the conference room were also collectively stunned. The atmosphere was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. You wretched woman. What nonsense are you spouting? Aunt He screeched, her ample figure lunging towards Wen Yan. Yet, outside, Si Moyan and Si Jing reacted faster, restraining her before she could reach Wen Yan. Let go of me. This is the He family's territory. You outsiders should leave. A resounding slap echoed as Madame He stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Aunt He. Silence. Madame He, overwhelmed by the relentless revelations, felt as if her heart were on the verge of shattering. With eyes reddened from tears, she looked at Wen Yan, her lips trembling. Miss Wen, I believe what you say. If it were not for you, I fear I would never see my Ting-an again.
Sister-in-law.
Have you gone mad to trust an outsider's words? I have not done anything. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Wen Yan regarded Uncle He, whose fury was palpable, as if he wished to rend her to pieces. Coldly she smirked. You really are a fool. Su Yu has already implicated you. Her father, Jiang Dahai, left evidence of your contact before he passed away, and Su Yu has kept that evidence safe. Did you think your schemes were foolproof? Uncle He's complexion drained of color. At that moment, he still refused to believe it. Su Yu would not betray him. Do you think that after being supported by you for years abroad, she truly developed feelings for you? She coveted your wealth and status, not you. All she wanted was the money in your wallet. But what I find most admirable is Aunt He, after being kept by her husband for years. Su Yu returned to have an ambiguous relationship with her own son. You truly are a benefactor to humanity.
Oh.
And why did Su Yu turn on Uncle He? Because I found the evidence. The one who orchestrated Jiang Dahai's death in prison was Uncle He. As Wen Yan's words fell, Uncle He's legs gave way, and he uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. How did this woman know all of his secrets? He wanted to kill her. Just as Uncle He lunged towards Wen Yan, a hefty figure was the first to tackle him. Aunt He, consumed by uncontrollable fury, mounted Uncle He, her nails digging fiercely into his face. How dare you betray me by keeping a mistress outside, you despicable scoundrel. Can you not restrain your lower instincts? Do you wish for me to seal you up with glue and cement? You dare betray me? Go to hell.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
Several resounding slaps echoed through the air. Uncle He, infuriated, seized Aunt He's hand and pushed her to the ground, retaliating with a few slaps of his own. How dare you strike me? If it weren't for your family's blunders needing a sum of money to cover up, would I have ever sold my own nephew to human traffickers? You take advantage and play the victim, neglecting your figure after marriage and eating like a pig, yet expect my heart to belong to you? Dare to hit me? Just watch. I'll beat you to a pulp. Aunt He's expression twisted in rage. What do you mean I take advantage and play the victim? Yes. My family did borrow money from you, but the majority went into your investments, did it not? You lack business acumen yet refuse to accept mediocrity. It was you who concocted the scheme to sell He Ting to traffickers, allowing our family to replace him with Xiao Yuan. You orchestrated a grand plan to place Xiao Yuan in power, ensuring the He family would belong to our branch. Neither had the time to ponder how a plan that had not been exposed for so many years could suddenly unravel. Both were filled with rage, intent on inflicting harm upon one another until they were utterly exhausted. Madame He, the surveillance has recorded every word spoken by Uncle He and Aunt He. And if it hasn't, I have captured it on video. They just confessed that He Ting was sold to traffickers. With a bruised and disheveled appearance, Uncle He stood in stunned silence, his eyes bulging in shock as he glared at Wen Yan. Is there no evidence from Su Yu? Wen Yan smirked slightly.
Indeed.
Jiang Dahai left no evidence, but you confess with your own mouth, and now that is irrefutable proof. Uncle He felt a violent churn in his chest, bile rising in his throat. You vile woman, I will kill you. Just as he spoke, He Qing delivered a powerful kick to him. What wrong have I done to you? You have caused me and my wife to be separated from Ting for over 20 years, making your own nephew suffer so much. You are the truly unforgivable scoundrel. Brother, I was wrong. Give me another chance. Uncle He's plea was cut short as He Qing dialed the police. Let the law punish you. If the old lady dares plead for you, I will sever ties with her as well, and I will no longer support her. He Xiao Yuan discreetly messaged old Madame He, realizing that only she could quell such a significant incident, as she had always favored the second branch of the family. When old Madame He arrived, she was indeed prepared to make a scene, but upon reaching the conference room door, she heard He Qingyuan's beastly roar, startling her. It was the first time she had heard him say such ruthless words, declaring that he would no longer support her. Understanding He Qingyuan's temperament, she knew that when he set his mind on something, even 10 oxen could not pull him back. Old Madame He recognized the decline of the second branch and chose not to enter the conference room, instead quietly leaving with her cane. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived to take Uncle He and Aunt He away. Brother and sister-in-law, I truly know my mistakes. Xiao Yuan, you are our son. You must save your father and mother. Xiao Yuan closed his bloodshot eyes, never expecting that he would become the son of criminals in such a short time. With He Ting'an's return, Madame He would undoubtedly no longer acknowledge him as her son. A wave of deep unease and crisis surged within him. No, he could not lose his status as the heir. Perhaps his only chance now lay in Wen Yu. Madame He had always favored Wen Yu. If they reconciled, perhaps she would forgive him. He approached Wen Yu, his eyes bloodshot as he implored, You are all I have left. Please give me a chance for redemption. I will love you well from now on. You have loved me for so many years. You must still have feelings for me. Wen Yu, get lost. Wen Yan chuckled. Xiao Yuan's face turned a mix of blue and purple. You, do you not remember what happened during the earthquake? Wen Yu pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a moment before responding, but I saved you once too, so we are even. Wen Yan glanced at Xiao Yuan, TSK. This is the first time I have seen such a shameless man. After marrying Wen Yu, you couldn't even be bothered to boil a pot of water, selfish and self-serving. Yet you expect to offer your blood to her. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth. Do you take pleasure in tearing me and Wen Yu apart? What do you mean tearing you and Wen Yu apart? While Wen Yu was devotedly in love with you, you were flirting with Su Yuer, engaging in emotional infidelity. You have already crossed numerous lines yet refused to reflect on your own faults, instead blaming me for your separation. When you suffered a miscarriage and was hospitalized while you were flirting in the restroom with Su Yuer, you have truly disgraced yourself. Xiao Yuan was shaken to his core by Wen Yan's scathing words, his complexion a ghastly blue. Wen Yu gave Wen Yan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well said. Truly a role model for our generation. And by the way, it wasn't you who bled from your finger to feed Wen Yu during the earthquake, it was Qi Hong. Wen Yu looked at Wen Yan in disbelief. Yan, is that true? Wen Yan nodded. Mr. Qi is here. You can ask him yourself. Wen Yu turned to Qi Hong, her pupils slightly constricting. Mr. Qi, was it you? Chapter 103. Deep affection, the best aesthetic treatment for a man. Qi Hong grew up in the mountains, relying on the kindness of others for his education. The Wan family, during their prosperous times, contributed significantly to building Hope primary schools in the mountains. When Wen Yu was just 5 years old, she accompanied her parents to the mountains. Clad in a beautiful princess dress, with hair flowing to her waist, adorned with a crystal headband, she was a vision of innocence. Qi Hong, along with other students, stood on the playground, wearing tattered clothes with a sunburned face. The moment he laid eyes on her, he felt as if he had encountered an angel. She personally gifted him a backpack, clothing, shoes, and a delicate little cake, calling him Big Brother, urging him to study hard and promising to visit him in Kyoto one day. Their paths crossed again when she was around 15, as she and Xiao Yuan returned to the mountain village for charity work. She had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her laughter gentle and elegant, while he, although he was attending university in Kyoto, felt worlds apart from her. He dared only to admire her from a distance. During the earthquake, both she and Xiao Yuan were trapped inside a building. Without a second thought, he rushed in to protect her when she lost consciousness. As the structure collapsed, the three of them were buried beneath the rubble. In that confined space, he shielded her in his embrace. During that time, she developed a high fever and, in her delirium, craved water. He was unable to find any, so he bit his finger to provide her with blood. After they were rescued, he saw her taken to the hospital and left quietly, knowing that in her delirium, she had called out Xiao Yuan's name. He realized he was unworthy of her, so he did not seek recognition for his actions. He believed Xiao Yuan would cherish her. Little did he know, Xiao Yuan would cause her the deepest pain. Regret consumed him. Had he known she would suffer, he should have told her the truth earlier. Mr. Qi, was it you? Wen Yu inquired once more. Qi Hong's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson, and he nodded, his voice husky. It is I. Wen Yu barely had the chance to respond before He Shu Yuan suddenly rushed forward, placing himself between the two. Yu, we grew up together. Even without that earthquake incident. You would love me, wouldn't you? Wen Yu furrowed her brow, replying, had it not been for that incident, I would not love you. He Shu Yuan, unwilling to accept this reality, turned pale with anger, declaring, even if Qi Hong was the one who fed you blood back then, you could never be with him. You were once my wife and we even had a child. Who would desire a second-hand item like you? Moreover, the He family would never accept you again. With a resounding thud, Qi Hong clenched his fist and swung it toward He Shu Yuan's face. To truly love someone, one does not concern oneself with her past.
Besides,
I have cherished Wen Yu long before you. As long as she is willing to give me a chance, I would never look down upon her. Wen Yan's eyes sparkled with approval. True affection is a man's finest adornment. He Shu Yuan is truly foolish. What does it mean to consider a divorced woman as secondhand? He should consult a neurologist immediately. Through Wen Yu's plight, Wen Yan gleaned an important truth. A woman should not easily relinquish her career after marriage. In all relationships, including the most intimate of marriages, how others perceive you is not determined by your sacrifices or how wholeheartedly you give, but rather by your strength and value. Most people are more forgiving towards the strong, while the weak, regardless of how much they endure, often seem cheap and insignificant. In summary, economic foundations determine the superstructure. In today's society, weakness is simply unacceptable. It has been proven that being kind to oneself is far superior to being kind to others. Wen Yan's clarity and strength further deepened the sympathy the Si family felt for Si Moyan. The prospect of winning Wen Yan's heart seemed utterly fanciful. The elder Si gently patted Si Moyan's shoulder. Grandson, allow me 3 seconds of silence for you. Si Moyan's handsome features tightened as he cast a dark, profound gaze at Wen Yan. She was undeniably clear-sighted and realistic, self-reliant yet unyielding. Throughout their interactions, she teased him and played coy, yet remained impervious to his charms. Meanwhile, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. Her every smile and frown stirred ripples in his heart. This was not a favorable sign, as his feelings for her deepened. She might choose to leave him at any moment. She was like a handful of quicksand. The more he sought to grasp her tightly, the more she slipped away. Si Moyan closed his eyes. A tumult of complex, oppressive emotions surged within him. He turned and left the He family's conference room. Si Jingyi glanced at the elder Si. Grandpa, I fear my brother is on the brink of despair. He is despondent, and I am equally distressed. After spending time with Xiao Yan, I have come to regard her as a beloved granddaughter, regardless of who will eventually join me in my twilight years. Having Xiao Yan around brings me joy. Lately, I have lost interest in women. If I cannot indulge in gossip one day, I might as well hasten my journey to the afterlife. Si Jingyi never imagined that the one to help the old man abstain from indulgence would be a mere gossip.
all right.
I admit, I've also found happiness lately. Sharing stories with my sister-in-law, there's drama, emotion, and the sweetness of shipping couples. This is far more enjoyable than directing a drama. He had given up on his dream of being a director, just like his grandfather, wishing only to be a gossip in the field. In the conference room, Mrs. He grasped Wen Yu's hand. Yu, I know your previous marriage caused you immense pain, but do not lose hope in marriage. I believe in my son. When he loves someone, he will be responsible for her for a lifetime. Qi Hong looked at Wen Yu with gentle, profound eyes. Little Yu, I will wait for you to emerge from the shadows and pain of your past marriage. Do not pressure yourself. Wen Yu glanced at Qi Hong and nodded gratefully. For now, I wish to focus on my career. Matters of the heart can be set aside for the time being. Qi Hong's lips curled into a warm smile. The confident, radiant girl had returned. Upon witnessing the shared smile between Wen Yu and Qi Hong, He Shu Yuan felt as though his heart was fracturing. The girl who once held only him in her heart had ultimately slipped away. He recalled their marriage. No matter how late he returned home, a light would always be left on for him, and a steaming meal awaited, along with her gentle, caring massages. Why had he ever thought that Suyu air was superior to her? Wen Yu, I have awakened too late. I truly held you in my heart. After enduring He Shu Yuan's incessant harassment, Wen Yu could no longer tolerate it. She raised her hand and slapped his face twice with great force. Are you awake now? She spoke coldly. Wen Yan could hardly suppress a laugh. A slap is far more effective than words. The awakened Wen Yu is truly both beautiful and fierce. Chapter 104, a formidable rival emerges, directly leading to their divorce. Mrs. He, in front of shareholders and executives, declared that from now on, The He group would have no ties to He Yuan, and she would transfer the inheritance rights to her biological son, He Ting'an. He Yuan felt as though he was being shattered. Just a short time ago, he had been at the pinnacle of power, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself with nothing, destitute and disheveled. Without a marriage, without a career, and even estranged from his biological parents, He Yuan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing him unbearable anguish. He knew that all of this was of his own making. Had he listened to Mrs. He during his upbringing, adhering to her guidance and refraining from rebellious actions, perhaps she would have considered their long-standing mother-son bond. He Yuan hung his head, which felt ready to explode from pain, and left in a daze. Some mistakes, once committed, lead to a lifetime of imprisonment. Even if he regretted it to the core, he would never have the chance to start over. Mrs. He was grateful to Wen Yan for helping her reclaim her son. I have booked a private room at the Imperial Court Club, Miss Wen. I would like to invite you and your family to dinner. I hope you will not refuse. To express her gratitude, Mrs. He also decided to gift Wen Yan 5% of He Group shares. Upon receiving such a grand gesture, Wen Yan waved her hand. Mrs. He, if you wish to give, please bestow it upon Sister Wen Yu. While I do appreciate wealth, I will not take what does not belong to me. Her assistance in helping Mrs. He find her biological son stemmed from her desire to aid Wen Yu, inadvertently yielding a fortuitous outcome.
Ding.
Dislike value decreased by 8, now at 10.
Ding.
Goodness value increased by 30, now at 50. Hearing the voice of Dubai, Wen Yan's beautiful eyes brightened. Wow, how delightful. Helping others truly reduces dislike value and increases goodness value. Dubai, I love you, Mua. Dubai responded, Host, do not profess your love for me, or your Si Shan may grow envious. Wen Yan snorted lightly, uncaring whether Si Moyan felt jealousy. Regardless, his jealousy would not increase her heart-throbbing value. As she exited the He group, preparing to get into her car, she heard Dubai's voice again. Host, you have a new rival in love. Wen Yan checked the system. Wow, it turns out that Lu Shi, the daughter of William, a client of Si Shan abroad, has come to Kyoto. She is currently on the phone with Si Shan, under the guise of business collaboration, requesting him to personally pick her up at the airport. Oh dear. According to the system's description, Lu Shi possesses an angelic face and a devilish figure, captivating both men and women alike. Anyone she sets her sights on cannot escape her grasp. I caught a fleeting glimpse of her in a video, and indeed, she is a stunning mixed-race beauty. I wonder if Si Shan will feel a spark upon meeting her in person? In the business vehicle, the members of the Si family exchanged glances, silently warning Si Moyan not to develop feelings for any woman, except for Wen Yan. After hanging up the phone, Si Moyan, with a furrowed brow, instructed his second brother to pick someone up from the airport. Si Jingyi rubbed his nose, questioning why it had to be him. The elder Si patriarch retorted. Because you are the least attractive in the Si family. Si Jingyi protested. Why resort to insults about looks? Besides, I'm not ugly. The elder Si, seeing through Si Jingyi's indignation, remarked, even transgenders are fond of you. If you aren't ugly, who is? Si Jingyi felt a strong urge to bash his head against a tofu block. Alright. Enough. Please stop using that against me, Grandpa. After Si Jingyi left, Wen Yan settled into the business vehicle. Xiao Yan, we've been in Kyoto for some time now. And your fifth brother is about to participate in a swimming competition in the city. We must go back to support him. With his skill level, he should be able to win the championship, which would allow him to join the provincial team. But he is in the throes of romance. How could he possibly focus on a competition? Alas, being born into a family of cannon fodder is truly unfortunate. The fate of the fifth brother is fraught with trials. This romance will surely ruin his life. The elder Si's white beard bristled. Could the fifth also encounter difficulties? However, after a moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. With his eldest granddaughter-in-law around, the fifth brother's fate as a mere pawn would certainly change for the better. The elder Si pulled out his phone and sent a message to Siyu. Fifth, next week is the competition. Grandpa and your sister-in-law will be there to watch. I look forward to your outstanding performance. After sending the message, he received no reply, but he was accustomed to it. The fifth brother was taciturn and slightly withdrawn. At the Royal Court Club, Mrs. He and her husband, He Qingyuan, warmly welcomed Wen Yan and the Si family. Wen Yan refused to accept shares from Mrs. He, who instead finalized a substantial collaboration with the Si family right then and there. Wen Yu also expressed her willingness to write the theme song for Si Jingyi's new drama. Qi Hong, sitting beside Wen Yu, glanced at Si Jingyi, asking, Didn't he, the second young master, send me an email inviting me to be the screenwriter for your new drama? Si Jingyi nodded excitedly, affirming, yes, yes. If Xiaoyu writes the theme song, I can also be your screenwriter, he added, almost fainting from excitement. With the drama Guilty having the support of its original author, the strongest theme song, and the best screenwriter, it would be hard for him not to become a top director. After dinner, Wen Yan decided to play a game of billiards to aid digestion when suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor broke the atmosphere. The door to the private room swung open, and in walked Lucy, wearing sunglasses, with an angelic face and a devilish figure. Lucy's gaze swept across the room before finally landing on Si Moyan. Frowning slightly, he asked Miss Lucy, "What brings you here?" Lucy lifted her chin, "Mr. C. I wonder if you remember the girl you helped in Paris a year ago when she was robbed? That girl was me, and I fell for you at first sight." Si Moyan, seated elegantly on the sofa with his long legs crossed, showed no warmth in his handsome, yet cold demeanor. Reminiscing about their last video call, he replied, "I recall telling you and your father that I am married." Lucy raised an eyebrow, wild and audacious, declaring, "So what? You didn't hold a wedding or announce it to the world, which shows you have no feelings for her. Just divorce her and be with me. The William family can help your family become the richest in Huagua." Wen Yan, who had been playing billiards, paused at this revelation.
Wow.
She truly is the daughter of a financial magnate, so extravagant. Si Moyan's expression darkened. In Wen Yan's heart, she thought, does Lucy really have no sense of crisis? Brazenly vying for her man? Turning to glance at Lucy, she noted that she was indeed the stunning mixed-race beauty described in the system, her azure eyes reminiscent of the ocean. Deep and alluring, with a delicate nose and rosy lips, embodying the best of both Western and Eastern features. The combination was exquisite. No wonder she was called angelic. She could look good even in a nylon sack. "I'm in love. Miss Lucy, our C family aspires to be the wealthiest in Huagua, and we do not need to rely on marriage alliances. Moreover, our sister-in-law is both beautiful and talented. Even if you could make us the richest globally, we would not desire it." Si Jingyi interjected vehemently. The elder Si and Si nodded in agreement. Lucy cast a glance at Si Moyan, saying, "This is the first time in my life I've taken the initiative to confess to a man. Are you sure you want to reject me?" Si Moyan remained expressionless, icy and unyielding. "I have no interest in women who seek to destroy others' families." Lucy clenched her teeth, a flash of humiliation and anger crossing her stunning face. She turned to Wen Yan. "You must be Mrs. C?" Wen Yan nodded with a smile. "Yes, that is correct." Lucy appraised her from head to toe, finding her quite comparable in looks, though lacking in the same fiery allure. "Let us wager a game of billiards. If you lose, you must divorce Mr. C immediately." Wen Yan chuckled at Lucy's boldness. "And if you lose?" Lucy's eyes gleamed with disdain. "I won't lose. If I do, I'll gift you 2 handsome men." With a clap of her hands, the door swung open, and 2 tall, striking mixed-race boys, likely only 18 or 19, entered. Wen Yan tightened her grip on the billiard cue.
Ah.
"My period just ended, and it feels like it's about to start again. These 2 mixed boys are too gorgeous." Some women, upon seeing exquisite handsome men, can't help but be enamored. Unlike me, I love them all. The elder C struggled to suppress a laugh. Truly, as his granddaughter-in-law, she had inherited and magnified this lustful trait. Si Jingyi leaned closer to his eldest brother, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, and whispered, "Bro, Lucy is quite formidable. She seems to know our sister-in-law's preferences well." Si Moyan's narrowed eyes glinted dangerously as he regarded the 2 tall mixed boys. "Am I inferior to them?" "Not at all, just slightly," Si Jingyi retorted. "What do you mean?" Si Moyan's brows knitted. "You're older than them," Si Jingyi quipped. "At 25, how could he compete with 18 or 19-year-olds? Si Moyan lifted his long leg and kicked Si Jingyi without mercy. "If you can't speak sensibly, then be silent." Wen Yan blinked innocently, feigning modesty. "Miss Lucy, my husband is no less than the young men you've brought. I'm not interested in your conditions should I lose." Lucy fell silent, clapping her hands once more, and soon 4 more young men entered the room. Wen Yan checked Lucy in the system.
Wow.
Lucy actually owns a male model agency, and all her models are 18 or 19. How enviable. Scientific studies show that women who look at young men daily can extend their average lifespan by 4 to 5 years and enhance blood circulation, maintaining physical and mental well-being. I'm not being lustful. I'm merely considering my health. With sparkling eyes, Wen Yan turned to Lucy. "All right, I accept your wager. Help. I must win. If I do, I will seal my position as a favored consort, and all of them will be mine. I want to play a game of blindfolded beauty catching. The Si family exchanged sympathetic glances towards Si Moyan. The elder Si, observing Si Moyan's dark, stormy expression, quickly reassured him. Eldest, don't be angry. If Xiao Yan seals the favored consorts for the male companions, you will at least maintain your position as the queen in the harem. Si Moyan let out a cold, chilling roar. Get out. Chapter 105. In this life, what fear is there in being labeled as lustful? After Si Moyan's furious shout, the air fell into a moment of silence. Lucy looked at Si Moyan and, seeing his cold and stern profile, raised an eyebrow. Mr. Si, are you afraid your wife may lose to me? Rest assured, being with me will not put you at a disadvantage. Si Moyan's dark, deep-set eyes glimmered with intensity, his voice low and frigid. Miss Lucy, I am not an object to be used as a wager. Wen Yan stepped forward, a radiant smile gracing her face. Darling, my rival has come knocking. If I retreat now, I would be conceding defeat without a fight, which would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? Si Yu approached Wen Yan, presenting her with the information she had just uncovered. Sister-in-law, Lucy is a billiards expert, ranked highly in her country. If you wager against her, you're bound to lose. Before Lucy arrived, sister-in-law had played a game against her and only managed to sink a single ball, clearly outmatched. She certainly did not wish to see her brother lose to another woman. In this lifetime, she recognized only Wen Yan as her sister-in-law. Xiao Yu. Sister-in-law has already accepted the challenge. She cannot back down now. Woo-woo, it's all Lucy's fault for presenting such tempting conditions. If I don't compete, I feel like I'm losing billions. Wen Yan glanced at the 6 tall, handsome young men behind Lucy. The corners of her mouth curved upward. A challenge even more difficult to suppress than an AK. Si Moyan, noticing the glint in Wen Yan's eyes, felt as though flames were about to erupt from his deep gaze. Damn that woman. Is she unaware of restraint with her husband still alive? Old Master Si stroked his white beard, lowering his voice to Si Moyan. Xiao Yan has a temperament quite akin to mine. What is there to fear in being labeled lecherous in this life? Si Moyan's jaw tightened, his cold tone emanating from the depths of his throat. Grandfather, you've lived a life of lechery and you find that honorable? Old Master Si chuckled. Not only honorable, but also a source of pride. You should strive to ensure your wife remains untainted. As Wen Yan and Lucy prepared for their match, Lucy picked up the cue stick, her eyebrows arching slightly. After all, I am a professional. To spare you a humiliating loss, I shall grant you 3 balls. With that, Lucy bent forward and struck, sinking the ball flawlessly into the pocket. Her skill was indeed impressive. Every shot she made was on target. Until the last 3 balls, she intentionally missed. The spectators were largely captivated by Lucy's high level of play, akin to witnessing a professional billiards match, swift and elegant. Lucy smirked, her confidence radiating. I await your divorce from President Si. Just don't start weeping after your loss. Si Yu and Wen Yu exchanged anxious glances, sweat beading on their brows. Sister-in-law, maybe you shouldn't wager against her. Si Yu nearly cried, desperate to prevent her sister-in-law from divorcing her brother. Wen Yu, knowing Wen Yan's intelligence, believed that if given time to learn billiards, she would not falter. However, time was of the essence, and, as a novice, she surely could not triumph over the professional Lucy. Yan, perhaps it's best to forego this. Wen Yan tugged at the corners of her lips. It's all in good fun. She set the cue aside, removing the hair tie from her wrist and gathering her cascading locks into a ponytail. Her ebony tresses and crimson lips framed an exquisitely beautiful visage, exuding an alluring charm. Clad in a black thigh-slit gown, she picked up the cue stick, bending her slender back slightly, her hips raised, revealing a perfect S-curve. Just as she was about to take her shot, a large hand gently grasped her slim waist. Turning her head, she was surprised to find Si Moyan standing behind her. Darling, what are you doing? With so many onlookers, could he possibly harbor any ill intentions? Si Moyan grasped the cue stick she held as well. I'll join you in the game. Unable to prevent her from competing, he could only assist her in winning this match. Si Yu's eyes brightened instantly. How could she have almost forgotten that her brother was an excellent billiards player? With him aiding her sister-in-law, victory was assured. Si Moyan, tall and muscular, enveloped the slender Wen Yan in his embrace, emphasizing their stark size difference.
Wow.
Brother and sister-in-law are so sweet. This size disparity is killing me. Si Jingyi, standing a short distance away, secretly snapped a photo of the 2 of them together. Seeing Si Moyan protect Wen Yan, Lucy's eyes glimmered with jealousy and displeasure. Madam C, if you rely on President C to win this round, it could hardly be considered a fair victory. Are you truly so lacking in confidence? Wen Yan curled her lips slightly. What can I say? My husband has taken to being affectionate lately, showering me with sweetness. However, I want to let him aid me.
Si Moyan sa hanzo me face darkened.
Wen Yan, stop jesting. Do you truly wish to give me to another woman? Wen Yan gently patted his arm. Darling, rest assured, I will not give you up to anyone else. After pushing Si Moyan away, she immersed herself in the competition. As she struck, she nearly missed the shot, causing the Si family to watch nervously, while Lucy wore a disdainful smirk. It wasn't he that she looked down on Wen Yan, but at this level, she doubted she could sink even a single ball. This match would end before it even began. Wen Yan adjusted her stance, narrowing one beautiful eye. With a decisive crack, the balls collided, and one sank perfectly into the pocket. Then came the second, followed by the third. Her strikes were swift and fierce, even sinking 2 balls in one go. Lucy, who had initially dismissed Wen Yan, gradually adopted a serious and incredulous expression. From a distance, Si Moyan observed Wen Yan, focused and intense, her eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity. He could not help but squint. This woman was not only adept at billiards, but possessed a master S-level skill. How many surprises could she possibly reveal? She was like a treasure, mysterious and resplendent. The entire room was captivated by Wen Yan. Within mere minutes, she concluded the match, having sunk every ball. Even if Lucy had not allowed her 3 balls, she had still outperformed Lucy in time. Everyone was left in stunned silence, especially Lucy, who had assumed Wen Yan was a novice, only to discover she was a hidden gem. Your billiard skills are astonishing. Wen Yan shrugged, her red lips curving playfully. I merely performed well, I concede. Lucy's face turned a shade of deep anger. What did she mean by merely performing well? This woman had clearly played the part of a naive flower while hiding her cunning nature. Very well, I will let you keep those 6 male models. Next time, I will challenge you again. Lucy glanced at Si Moyan. I have my eye on him and will not easily relinquish my claim. As she prepared to leave, Si Moyan, with a frosty demeanor, called her back. Take your male models and leave. Additionally, I have informed her father that the Si family will cease all business dealings with the William family. Our collaboration is at an end. Lucy's beautiful blue eyes were filled with disbelief. Do you not realize how much you will lose by severing ties with the William family? Si Moyan's features were taut. Aside from my wife, I shall not keep any woman who covets me near. Chapter 106, Sweetness. His confession in the late night. From childhood to adulthood, Lucy had commanded the wind and rain. She had never encountered a man so cold-blooded and ruthless. As she departed, her usually proud and confident eyes brimmed with tears of humiliation. Yet, she was a person who thrived under pressure. The more she was denied, the more determined she became to obtain what she desired. One day, she would make Si Moyan her man. As Wen Yan watched Lucy leave with the 6 handsome male models, she forced a smile that was more pitiful than tears. Darling, you are truly a paragon of a good man. Oh, how I wish to cry. What was the point of my hard-fought match? All those handsome boys have left me. I feel like a complete fool. Oh, how disheartened I am. I wish I could kick that dog of a man and drive Lucy away. But why did he have to send away my handsome boys too? Those were my victories earned through skill. The Si family quietly retreated to the sidelines, discreetly covering their ears. Ignoring the sharp reverberations echoing within Wen Yan's heart, Si Yu stepped forward and embraced her sister-in-law's arm. Her sweet, delicate face radiated a soft, endearing smile. Sister-in-law, when we played earlier, you only scored 1 goal. Why has your skills suddenly improved so much? Wen Yan playfully flicked Si Yu's nose with her index finger, replying, It's because I don't want little Yu to cry. In that instant, Si Yu understood completely. If her sister-in-law were to play seriously, she would undoubtedly have no chance of scoring. Oh, my sister-in-law truly dotes on me. I really like you. Wen Yan found herself utterly charmed by little Yu, and the pang of losing 6 charming young men dissipated entirely. Sister-in-law likes you too. Si Moyan glanced at the little girl nestled in Wen Yan's embrace. Over this period, she had clearly become more cheerful and confident. The birthmark on her face had also faded. Although Wen Yan could sometimes drive him to exasperation, her presence had undeniably fostered a more harmonious, warm, and joyful atmosphere in their home. After hugging Wen Yan for a moment, Si Yu leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Sister-in-law, Big Brother was jealous earlier. He thought you were going to accept those 6 handsome guys, which made him feel threatened. Really? Wen Yan, feeling a twinge of guilt, touched her nose. I won the match to ensure I wouldn't let your big brother go. Not for those 6 handsome men. Regardless, until I complete my quest, I shall never admit to being lecherous and fickle. Sister-in-law, we all knew your thoughts long before. Wen Yan glanced at Si Moyan. He sat on the sofa, his brows furrowed, his handsome demeanor radiating an aura that discouraged any approach. He appeared somewhat displeased. Could it be that she had been too obvious in her interactions with those 6 male models? While she acknowledged her own flirtations, she could still discern priorities. Offending her target would surely yield no benefits. Fearing that her previously reduced disgust value might rise again, she hurriedly fetched a glass of wine and sat beside Si Moyan. Darling, I agreed to that wager with Lu Shi only because I was confident. Wen Yan clinked her glass against his. Though I may seem flirtatious, my heart is steadfastly loyal. Since marrying you, my heart belongs solely to you. You must believe me. Si Moyan replied, your sweet talk is not even convincing to a dog. If I've caused you to feel threatened, then I shall drink to atone for my fault. Without waiting for Si Moyan's response, Wen Yan downed her drink in one gulp. Seeing her finish a glass of potent liquor, he slightly furrowed his brows. Don't drink so quickly, you might get drunk. Though Wen Yan possessed many strengths, she had one notable weakness. She could not handle strong liquor. Just one glass could leave her intoxicated. Once inebriated, Wen Yan became charmingly mischievous. She refused to enter the car, insisting that Si Moyan carry her. His face remained stern. Wen Yan, stop it. She pouted her rosy lips, then turned to the elder Mr. Si. Grandpa, your eldest grandson doesn't love me at all. The elder Mr. Si shot a glare at Si Moyan. It takes an hour and a half to walk back to the Shao family. You spent time in the special forces. Do you lack this little stamina? How will you consummate your marriage with your wife in the future? Si Jingyi nodded in agreement. Big brother, sister-in-law rarely gives you a chance for romance. You must not break her heart. Even if you have to kneel, you should carry her home. The elder Mr. Si gathered the rest of the Si family and quickly boarded the car. Before Si Moyan could assist Wen Yan into the vehicle, he commanded the driver to depart. Seeing this, Mrs. He and Wen Yu also did not stop for them. Soon, only Si Moyan and Wen Yan remained at the entrance of the club. With a resigned sigh, Si Moyan crouched down, allowing the little troublemaker to climb onto his broad back. Wen Yan wrapped her arms around his neck, her small face resting on his shoulder, the warmth of alcohol radiating from her, brushing against his ear and cheek, her enchanting, doe-like eyes sparkling with mischief, unknowingly captivating him. Si Moyan felt a tightening in his throat. Don't breathe on my ear. Wen Yan, like a rebellious child, grew more determined to do as she pleased. She not only exhaled softly against his ear but also playfully bit it. Si Moyan's body tensed, his eyes darkening dangerously. Are you being disobedient? Wen Yan shot him a coy glare. You're scaring me. Though her tone was accusatory, it was laced with a flirtatious allure. Si Moyan pressed his lips into a thin line. Stop tempting me. Wen Yan poked at his throat and collarbone. Brother, how could I tempt you? Her calling him brother nearly stole his breath away. Si Moyan closed his eyes, striving to suppress his desires. He refused to look at her again, striding forward with her still on his back. Upon reaching another street, Wen Yan spotted a vendor selling cotton candy. Brother, I want to eat that. Si Moyan purchased a cotton candy larger than her face. She extended her tongue, gently licking the sugary confection.
So sweet.
Si Moyan glanced back at her. The blush at the corners of her eyes, her slightly parted red lips, exuded an irresistible allure. How sweet is it? He asked, his voice low and husky. Wen Yan held the cotton candy to his lips. You try. Si Moyan shook his head, and as soon as Wen Yan withdrew the cotton candy, he commanded, bow your head. Wen Yan thought he was about to share a secret, so she obediently complied. In the next moment, his lips met hers. Tasting the sweetness of the cotton candy between them, it was soft and sweet, melting him from within. Wen Yan, I think I might like you a little. The woman resting on his shoulder stared at him for a few moments before suddenly slapping his handsome face. You scoundrel. Liking me without any heart-throbbing feelings is just being a rogue. In order to keep her close, he vowed to restrain himself, ensuring he would not fall too deeply. The next day, when Wen Yan awoke, Si Moyan had already returned to Yi City. She vaguely remembered being quite rambunctious the previous night, making him carry her from the Royal Court Club to the Shao family's residence, which seemed to take 2 hours. Surely she hadn't overdone it to the point of making him resentful? Oh no, I'll never drink strong liquor again. Wen Yan immediately asked Dabai. Has the disgust value increased? Dabai replied that it had not, and she felt a little relieved. As she descended for breakfast, the elder Mr. Si informed her. Xiao Yan, the second son, said you need to accompany him to Chi Hong's studio later. Grandpa and the others are heading back now. The fifth son has a swimming competition soon, so you must return home quickly to watch with Grandpa. Wen Yan signaled her understanding with an okay gesture. After breakfast, she and Si Jingyi made their way to Chi Hong's studio. Upon arriving at the villa, they encountered familiar faces, Wen Yu and Wen Yiheng. Second brother. Our previous discussions with Mr. Qi went quite smoothly, so signing the contract should be a breeze this time, Wen Yiheng stated, hoping for a collaboration with Chi Hong to turn his fortunes around. He was determined to overshadow Si Jingyi and elevate himself above him. Moreover, Wen Yan, as his sister, should not be helping Si Jingyi against him. If it weren't for Wen Yan, the scandal involving Xiao Xuetian, the talented writer, would never have been exposed. The more he thought about it, the more he found Wen Yan irritating. Thankfully, Ye was on his side. As Wen Yu and Wen Yiheng prepared to enter the hall, they suddenly spotted Si Jingyi and Wen Yan. The abrupt appearance of the two people he despised most made Wen Yiheng irritable. Wen Yan, are you out of your mind? Why do you have to disrupt my plans to collaborate with whoever I choose? If you want to get my attention, you don't need to resort to such disgusting tactics. Recalling how Wen Yan had embarrassed him before, Wen Yiheng gritted his teeth. You really don't need to flaunt yourself in front of me. I will never like you as my sister. Before Wen Yan could respond, Si Jingyi stepped in front of her, his gaze more fierce than Wen Yiheng's. Scram. Can't you see yourself in the mirror? My sister-in-law has no regard for you, my dear sister. Wen Yiheng glared furiously at Si Jingyi. Wen Yan, you are making our family detestable. Without the support of our family, you will find yourself weeping. Wen Yan merely tugged at her crimson lips and nonchalantly retorted. If you continue speaking, I shall weep this very moment. Wen Yiheng's face turned from a sickly green to a deep purple, then back again. Wen Yu furrowed her brows and said, Sister, there is no need for such venomous words. Second brother is still your blood-related brother. And it is unnecessary for you to curse him. Wen Yan narrowed her beautiful eyes and replied, If he continues to irk me, I shall carve my curses upon his gravestone. Though she is a self-serving individual, she never instigates trouble. She adheres to the principle of not offending others if they do not offend her. If they do, she will retaliate. Wen Yiheng's expression darkened, and as he opened his mouth to speak, Wen Yu tugged at him. Second brother, there is no need to create a scene outside Mr. Qi's studio. I believe my sister and her companions are also here to seek collaboration with him. However, Mr. Qi shares a bond with us, and will not assist them. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the pent-up fury within Wen Yiheng dissipated significantly. No matter how sharp-tongued Wen Yan may be, she could never rival Ye's prowess. After all, Ye was the one who helped Mr. Qi find his lost pet dog. Could Wen Yan, with merely her caustic tongue, garner Mr. Qi's favor? What a daydream. As Wen Yu and Wen Yiheng entered the lobby, the young receptionist immediately stood up to greet them. Miss Wen, Mr. Qi has instructed you to proceed directly to his office upstairs. Chi Hong, a cultured man of high aspirations, is both low-key and enigmatic, making it challenging for the average person to obtain an audience with him. Witnessing this, Wen Yiheng felt a swell of pride and contentment. Yeah, you truly are my lucky star. Second brother, next time you encounter sister, do not act impulsively. She merely seeks the spotlight and poses no real threat to you. Wen Yiheng nodded. He would not waste his energy squabbling with a fool. Young lady, those two behind you possess exceedingly poor manners. They intend to barge in and see Mr. Qi, so please stop them. Wen Yu and Wen Yiheng had previously visited Chi Hong twice, and after presenting gifts to the receptionist, they left a favorable impression. This morning, Mr. Qi had mentioned that a Miss Wen would be coming to discuss a collaboration, and she assumed it was Wen Yu. The receptionist approached Wen Yan and Si Jingyi, her expression stern. Do you have an appointment? Wen Yan spoke up. My surname is Wen. I have arranged to meet Mr. Qi this morning. Wen Yu scoffed, Sister. How could you possibly know Mr. Qi? Do not use my name to deceive others. The receptionist furrowed her brow. I am only familiar with that Miss Wen. I apologize, but many wish to meet Mr. Qi daily, and not everyone can see him. Wen Yu chuckled softly, Sister, I understand you wish to establish a foothold in the Si family, but there is no need to put on airs. You are truly embarrassing our Wen family. Wen Yiheng pulled at Wen Yu's arm, leading her toward the elevator. deeming it unnecessary to waste words on someone so obsessed with appearances. As they reached the elevator, the doors opened. Chi Hong and Wen Yu emerged side by side. Chapter 107. Such an exhilarating fondness. My heart raced. Wen Yu immediately stepped forward, beaming as she greeted Chi Hong. Mr. Chi, my second brother, and I have arrived. Chi Hong glanced at Wen Yu, and then turned his gaze to the obstructed Wen Yan and Si Jingyi. What is going on? Wen Yu assumed Chi Hong was inquiring about her, and she quickly explained, that is my sister. She has come from the mountains and has a troubled relationship with our Wen family. She tends to show off, and she was about to barge into your studio. But thankfully the receptionist stopped her. Chi Hong cast a glance at the receptionist, his handsome face darkening. Who permitted you to stop Miss Wen? As Chi Hong questioned the receptionist, Wen Yu had already hurried over to Wen Yan, affectionately linking arms with her. Yan, have you been wronged? Fortunately, I and Tingen have come down. Chi Hong strode over to Wen Yan and Si Jingyi, his gaze sharp as he addressed the receptionist. My esteemed guest is this Miss Wen. The receptionist's eyes widened in shock. B-boss, I was unaware. Chi Hong frowned. The last time Miss Wen you visited, you accepted her gift. As a company employee, I have repeatedly emphasized that you are not to accept bribes. You have violated company policy. Go to the HR department and process your resignation immediately. The receptionist's face turned pale, her body swaying unsteadily. Boss, do not make me repeat myself, otherwise, I will expose your actions to the industry. The receptionist's pupils constricted in fear. Should he disclose this to the industry, she would struggle to secure another good job. I will go process my resignation right now. As the receptionist passed by Wen Yu, she shot her an angry glare. Had it not been for Wen Yu's misleading her, she would not have lost her job. Wen Yu and Wen Yiheng watched as Chi Hong warmly welcomed Wen Yan, their minds buzzing. They could not fathom when Wen Yan had established a connection with Chi Hong. The last time Wen Yu helped Chi Hong find his dog, he had not shown her such enthusiasm. Not to mention, he had even dismissed the receptionist for Wen Yan. A stinging sensation coursed through Wen Yu's face, as if she had been dealt a harsh slap. Taking a deep breath, she approached Chi Hong. Mr. Chi, do you know my sister? Chi Hong cast a cold glance at Wen Yu. Miss Wen is my benefactor. I will be collaborating with her and young Master Si in the future. Please do not seek me out again. The implication was clear. He would not be collaborating with them. Wen Yu and Wen Yiheng nearly fainted from anger. Once again, Wen Yan had thwarted their plans. Wen Yiheng's clenched fists cracked with tension as he glared at Wen Yan with reddened eyes. Are you determined to oppose me? Wen Yan could not help but roll her eyes. Even tofu has a brain, yet you do not. I suggest you consult a neurologist. Am I so idle that I must oppose him? I strongly recommend he turn on his front camera and take a look at himself. What a large face he has. Si Jingyi struggled to suppress his laughter. He relished witnessing Wen Yiheng's humiliation. Wen Yu's eyes glistened with tears as she said, Mr. Chi, I helped you find your beloved dog. Chi Hong frowned slightly, however. Miss Wen helped me find my parents and my beloved. Upon hearing the word beloved, Wen Yu lowered her head slightly, her ears flushing crimson. Wen Yu looked incredulously at Wen Yan. She could not understand why Wen Yan, who had clearly emerged from the mountains as a simpleton, consistently stumbled upon such fortuitous opportunities to assist those hidden power players. Miss Wen, young Master Si, let us proceed to the office upstairs to discuss. After Chi Hong led Wen Yan and Si Jingyi upstairs, the tears Wen Yu had been holding back cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Seeing Wen Yu distressed, Wen Yiheng hurriedly comforted her. Yeah, this is not your fault. Wen Yan is deliberately opposing me to draw my attention. But in my heart, she will never compare to you. She is merely lucky. Wen Yu sniffed. Second brother. Sister seems a bit different from before. Do you not regret it? Wen Yiheng wrapped his arm around Wen Yu's shoulders. Regret? She has merely met a few talented individuals by chance, but luck will not stay with her forever. In my heart, you will always be our Wen family's little lucky star. Wen Yu smiled through her tears. As the two exited Chi Hong's studio and were about to get into their car, a luxurious sedan suddenly approached. The window rolled down, revealing an enchanting mixed-race visage that captivated their attention. While Si Jingyi and Chi Hong discussed collaboration details, Wen Yan lounged on the sofa, enjoying the spectacle. I never imagined that Lucy would follow me here. She even invited Wen Yu and Wen Yiheng into her car, proposing a collaboration with them specifically to deal with me. With an additional adversary, Wen Yan delved deeper into the system to search for information about Lucy. I never expected Lucy to be quite deranged. Her possessiveness and controlling tendencies are overwhelming. Before falling for Si Bing, she had dated 2 ex-boyfriends. Her angelic visage, with just a flick of her finger, could ensnare any young man. Yet, her two former boyfriends could never have anticipated that shortly into their courtship, Lucy would unveil her true nature, one marked by a propensity for violence and a penchant for wild escapades. Should anyone dare to defy her, she would leave them battered and bruised. Fortunately, Si Shan remained untempted by her angelic facade. The irony is rich. When Hung, that fool, fell head over heels for Lucy at first sight, his heart racing uncontrollably. In his naivete, he bestowed his affections upon a deranged heiress. However, the affairs of others are of no concern to me. In fact, I find myself inexplicably eager for the day when Hung finally wins Lucy's heart. Si Jing feigned earnestness as he listened intently to Chi Hong and Wen Yu discuss the intricacies of their collaboration. But his thoughts were already ensnared by the whispers of Wen Yan's desires. The news of his rival Wen Heng's infatuation with Lucy drew a smirk of schadenfreude upon his lips. Much like his sister-in-law, he harbored great anticipation for the day when Hung would enter into a relationship with Lucy. What a spectacle that would be. Although he failed to secure a partnership with Chi Hong, fate serendipitously introduced him to Lucy. In a gesture of goodwill, Lucy promised to facilitate Wen Heng's entry into Hollywood and expressed her willingness to invest in the Wen family business. Upon returning to the hotel, Wen Heng's heart continued to race. Lucy was simply breathtaking, her azure eyes captivating. A mere glance sent his pulse racing. Wen Yu, discerning her brother's infatuation, chuckled. "Dear brother, I've done my research. Lucy is the sole heiress of the William family. If you manage to win her over, your life will ascend to new heights." When Hung rubbed his hands together eagerly, "Do you think Miss Lucy would ever take a liking to me? With your striking looks and undeniable talent, even if she doesn't fancy you now, she will surely be drawn to you as you spend time together." He nodded vigorously, convinced that he was no less worthy than Si Moyan, especially since Si Moyan was married and he remained unattached. He was determined to win Lucy's affections. Chapter 108. Finally, the time has come to savor the gossip about the fifth brother, the cannon fodder. Upon returning to Yi City, when you shared the news of Lucy's interest in collaborating with them, the Wen family erupted with excitement, urging Wen Hung to take swift action to court Lucy. "I always said that Yu is our family's lucky star." Wen Hung felt that his acquaintance with Lucy was entirely due to Wen Yu's fortuitous influence. Wen Yu, blushing, lowered her long lashes. "Brother, it's your own good fortune." When Hung envisioned Lucy's angelic face and devilish figure, his blood surging with desire. As a director, he had always held lofty standards. Lucy was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered, and he now dreamt fervently of winning her heart. The Wen family lavished praise upon Wen Yu, but their demeanor shifted dramatically when Wen Yan was mentioned, their expressions turning to disdain and aversion as they regarded her as a disgrace to the family. Wen Yan and Si Jing had also returned to Yi City. Upon arriving at the Si family villa, Wen Yan sneezed multiple times. Checking the system, she discovered that the Wen family was indeed disparaging her. She mentally rebuked them, wishing 100 alpacas upon them. After returning to Yi City, Wen Yan had not seen Si Moyan for several days. Despite sharing the same roof, he left early and returned late each day. If she hadn't been able to check the system to confirm he was genuinely busy with work, she would have suspected he was having an affair. "Xiao Yu, why has my brother's demeanor towards me suddenly grown so cold?" Wen Yan mused, perplexed. "I've racked my brain, and I can't think of having offended him." Si Yu, being somewhat naive about emotional matters, could not decipher the complexities of her brother's relationship with his wife. "Could it be because I haven't replaced his underwear? Is he upset with me?" She had been too busy recently to find time to visit the mall. "Xiao Yu, would you accompany your sister-in-law to the mall?" Si Yu nodded obediently. At the mall, Wen Yan purchased 30 pairs of men's underwear, enough for the dog man to change daily. Afterward, she browsed the women's section with Si Yu, buying her 2 dresses and helping her with her appearance. Si Yu's birthmark had faded significantly. With makeup, it was hardly noticeable. She appeared soft and charming, strikingly beautiful. "My dear Xiao Yu, you are becoming increasingly lovely." The compliments from her sister-in-law filled Si Yu's heart with sweetness, far sweeter than honey.
Sister-in-law.
"I never imagined I could transform from an unattractive girl into someone appealing." Wen Yan gently pinched Si Yu's nose. "Nonsense. Even with a birthmark, Xiao Yu is beautiful. The Si family's lineage is inherently lovely. After all, look at our parents." After their shopping spree, Wen Yan and Si Yu descended to the parking lot. Suddenly, a pregnant woman collided with Si Yu. "Miss, I am in severe pain.
Please help me.
Seeing the woman was about 7 or 8 months along, concern flickered in Si Yu's eyes. Are you about to give birth? The woman bit her lip, nodding slightly before shaking her head. I still have over a month until my due date. Please, can you take me to the hospital? Just as Si Yu was about to assist the pregnant woman, Wen Yan approached and pulled Si Yu away. Sister-in-law, this pregnant woman is unwell. Can we take her to the hospital? Wen Yan scrutinized the woman, her gaze landing on her belly. The woman felt a chill under Wen Yan's penetrating stare. Please, I beg you, the woman pleaded, desperation evident in her voice. Not my concern, Wen Yan replied coldly. Si Yu, confused by Wen Yan's abruptness, furrowed her brow. Sister-in-law, what if something happens to her? Wen Yan interrupted. That is none of your concern. Just as Si Yu was about to protest, a voice rang out. I have never met such a cold-hearted person. Fans, have you ever encountered someone so heartless? Gu Yan, live streaming on her phone, arrived at the parking lot. She was the sister of Gu Beichen and the illegitimate daughter of Si Zhenxiao, of similar age to Si Yu. In the presence of Gu Yan, the legitimate daughter often felt a pang of inferiority, as Si Zhenxiao had declared that his only daughter was Gu Yan. Deeming Si Yu too unattractive to be his blood, Si Yu instinctively lowered her head. Wen Yan squeezed Si Yu's hand. Xiao Yu, you are beautiful now. Do not feel inferior. Gu Yan harbored feelings for Si Yanli. She likely knew long ago that she was not Si Zhenxiao's biological daughter. Si Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The girl who had always been pampered by Si Zhenxiao was not even his real daughter? To value one daughter while disregarding the other, Si Zhenxiao will inevitably regret his choices. Si Yu's long lashes trembled. She and her brothers had never received much paternal affection. Even if their father regretted his actions, they would likely not forgive him. If it weren't for their sister-in-law, they would have long since become mere pawns in this game. Gu Yan had begun her journey in social media during the summer, showcasing her opulent lifestyle and solidifying her persona as a wealthy heiress, amassing 500,000 followers. Now, her live streams drew an audience of at least 5,000 viewers. The incident involving the pregnant woman seeking assistance from Si Yu, only to be met with Wen Yan's callous refusal, had not escaped the viewers' attention. The comments flooded in, condemning Wen Yan and Si Yu as heartless and suggesting they deserved to descend into the depths of hell. Amidst the barrage of harsh words, Gu Yan glanced at the comments. Not everyone is as cold-hearted as they seem. Fans, I will take the pregnant woman to the hospital. Instantly, the comments overflowed with praises for Gu Yan's beauty and kindness. After concluding her live stream, she approached the pregnant woman. You can ride in my car. I will take you to the hospital. Of course, had it not been for her commitment to her viewers, she might not have intervened. After delivering the expectant mother to the hospital, she plans to record a vlog, which is likely to go viral. Gu Yan assisted the pregnant woman into the car, rolling down the window to glance at Si Yu and Wen Yan, exclaiming, "This is the new sports car my father gifted me. Isn't it stunning?" Si Yu's hands, which hung limply at her sides, instinctively tightened into fists. Gu Yan smiled deepened as she added, "Father even mentioned taking me to a banquet tonight to broaden my horizons. You haven't been taken out by your father even once, have you, Si Yu?" Tears began to well in Si Yu's eyes. Wen Yan stepped forward to defend Si Yu, remarking, "How cruelly sharp for someone so young. You truly inherited your mother's traits, didn't you? By the way, are you sure you want to stage the charade of taking the pregnant woman to the hospital? Don't say I didn't warn you. Excessive sympathy can be perilous." Gu Yan cast a disdainful glance at Wen Yan. In the past, when Wen Yan had fawned over her brother, she had made considerable efforts to curry favor. Yet Gu Yan had never regarded her with any esteem. Wen Yan, don't overestimate your significance. My desire to do good is none of your concern, and you will not pry into my brother's affairs through me. Without waiting for Wen Yan to retort, Gu Yan drove off in her sports car. On their way back to the Si residence, Si Yu, perplexed, inquired, "Sister-in-law, that pregnant woman looked quite pitiable. If she truly goes into labor, wouldn't it be dangerous not to assist her?" Although she couldn't comprehend her sister-in-law's reluctance, Si Yu trusted her implicitly, believing there must be a reason behind it. Wen Yan, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, revealed a cold glint in her beautiful fox-like eyes. The pregnant woman's belly is fake.
Si Yu gasped in disbelief.
That night, Si Yu came across news reports detailing several cases of young women missing in E-City. Before she could connect the dots between the missing girls and the pregnant woman, she received a phone call from Si Zhenxiao. Without allowing her to speak, he launched into a tirade of accusations and anger. "Yan is missing. I checked the mall parking lot and saw her leave with a pregnant woman, who is likely a human trafficker. What is going on with you and Wen Yan? Yan is in danger, and you both simply stood by and did nothing?
Si Moyan.
Regardless of the circumstances, you are sisters. How could you be so heartless? Si Moyan's heart constricted painfully. She and her sister-in-law had merely sensed something was amiss with the pregnant woman. They were unaware that she was a trafficker, despite her sister-in-law's extensive network. Without the name of that woman, they could not uncover her identity. Since you reviewed the surveillance footage, you should understand that my sister-in-law warned Gu Yanyan against excessive sympathy. If Gu Yanyan chose to ignore that, can you blame us? Tears brimmed in Si Moyan's eyes from the injustice she felt. How can I not blame you? I see that you are simply envious of Yan for being smarter and more beautiful. If anything happens to her, I will consider you as if you were never my daughter. As Wen Yan passed by Si Moyan's room, she faintly heard Si Zhenxiao's voice raised in anger. Entering the room, she seized Si Moyan's phone and coldly addressed the man on the line. If I recall correctly, the old man has severed ties with you. If you cannot even protect your illegitimate daughter, what right do you have to accuse Si Moyan? If you have any decency, stop calling her, or no one will attend your funeral. With a decisive click, Wen Yan hung up. Si Moyan collapsed into Wen Yan's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Due to the spate of unresolved missing persons cases in Yi City, the elder Si forbade Si Moyan from leaving the house. This continued until the day of Si Yubai's swimming competition. The Si family made their way to the swimming venue. Wen Yan received news that her preliminary design for a fashion competition had been approved, and she had been diligently preparing for the next round of submissions. After several days without any gossip, her anticipation was palpable. Finally, the time has come for the fifth cannon fodder. I have been eagerly awaiting this scoop. I wonder how the old man will react upon learning that the fifth son has a girlfriend 9 years a senior? The Si family exclaimed in disbelief. What? He actually found a woman older than his elder brother. Chapter 109. Hilarious. She is indeed a confirmed heartbreaker. Si Yubai, only 19 and a swimming prodigy, would have a girlfriend who is 28 if she were 9 years older than him. At that age, a woman is hardly considered old. The elder Si was not an unenlightened man. As long as the character was commendable and intentions were pure, the Si family would accept her. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings fortune. If she is 9 years older, perhaps she brings 3 fortunes. Understanding that Si Yubai, lacking maternal affection, might seek a more mature woman, the elder Si reluctantly accepted this reality after some self-reassurance. Unbeknownst to Wen Yan, the elder Si had been grappling with his thoughts upon hearing her heartfelt reflections. The entire Si family gathered to watch Si Yubai's competition at the sports arena. Wen Yan also spotted Si Moyan, whom she had not seen for several days. Dressed in a meticulously tailored black shirt and trousers, with his dark hair styled impeccably, Si Moyan's handsome, chiseled features radiated a cold distance, his thin lips pressed tightly together, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Even Wen Yan, with her carefree demeanor, sensed his recent aloofness. She racked her brain, struggling to decipher what might have offended him. Oh dear, did I do something excessive when I was drunk that night? It seems since that evening he has been avoiding me. That stubborn Ibai hasn't he updated me on any gossip regarding Si Moyan. I even returned his underwear, and I was generous enough to return 30 pairs. Wen Yan perused her system. The underwear he wore after showering last night was indeed the pair I bought for him. Oh my, how can he be so reserved, wearing my gift while maintaining a facade of indifference? Si Moyan's expression darkened. The rest of the Si family struggled to suppress their laughter. The elder Si slapped Si Moyan lightly on the back of the head, admonishing, "Why the stern face with your wife? We know you're handsome and cool." But that attitude won Tiwen her love. Si Moyan, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Grandfather, that's enough." Wen Yan leaned closer to Si Moyan, her bright eyes blinking innocently. "Brother, your hot and cold demeanor is truly perplexing. I always thought I held a unique place in your heart. But perhaps that was just my foolish fantasy." Suddenly, Si Jingyi could no longer restrain himself and burst into laughter, nearly causing the passing cars to honk in alarm. The cold, stern visage of Si Moyan showed the slightest sign of softening as he fixed his gaze on Wen Yan's radiant face, coolly muttering, "Heartbreaker." Wen Yan could hardly believe her ears. Is he seriously accusing me? What evidence does he have? I have been minding my own business, simply indulging in gossip. And aside from him, I haven't even touched the hands of other young men. I have even lost out on 6 young male models. It's a heart-wrenching loss. I can't even vent my frustration on him. I'm turning into a patient turtle. Husband, if you claim I am a heartbreaker, do you have any proof? Just as she finished speaking, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Huiyenji had sent her a photo. In the image, Huiyenji was tearing his white shirt, revealing a tantalizing collarbone and a hint of muscular chest. The photo was promotional material for Huiyenji's national tour, and upon its release online, it sent his fans into a frenzy. Wen Yan gazed at the photograph, a twinge of guilt prompting her to clear her throat. This was a promotional image for Huiyenji's concert tour. He must be expressing his gratitude for the assistance I provided him previously, wishing to invite me to his performance. Huiyenji had also sent Wen Yan an extensive message. Dear Yen Yan, your advice to keep a closer eye on my aunt proved invaluable. I discovered her nefarious intentions. She even attempted to seduce my father. Thankfully, I caught on in time. My recent kidnapping involved her as well, and while it left my mother distraught and ill, she nonetheless supported my decision to report my aunt to the authorities. My father has regained his senses, all thanks to your timely warning. Otherwise, our family could have been torn apart. I will be performing in Yecheng next month and would be delighted if you could attend. If you do not come, I shall be quite heartbroken. Yours, your little admirer, Yenji. Wen Yan had previously glimpsed a promotional video of Huiyenji's concert online. Haha. It seems the concert features explosive moments of him tearing off his shirt to reveal his chiseled abs and captivating dance moves. Just as Wen Yan was about to respond to Huiyenji, her phone was abruptly snatched away by a long, elegant hand. Before she could react, Si Moyan had blocked and deleted Huiyenji's WeChat account. Wen Yan. Si Moyan cast a glance at her, his eyes seemingly conveying, the evidence of her infidelity is irrefutable. Wen Yan. Oh dear, I feel more wrong than Do-e herself. What should I do about wanting to divorce? The Si family had recently developed a fondness for spending time with Wen Yan. Her inner thoughts often elicited laughter, lightening the burdens of work, study, and life. Being around her felt like a remedy for all woes. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the sports arena in grand fashion. The elder Si had already procured tickets for the entire family. They settled into their VIP seats, offering an excellent view. Soon, the men's 400-meter swimming competition commenced. As tall, handsome young men emerged one after another, Wen Yan found herself unable to blink. Now I understand why swimming tickets are pricier. They truly offer another level of entertainment. Once the young men shed their athletic gear, revealing only their swim trunks, the sight of their toned chests and abs, combined with their long, powerful legs, ignited a rush of exhilaration. This is precisely what a resolute daughter should witness. Su Peisheng, quickly bring forth my royal carriage of grace. Elder Si coughed softly, lowering his voice to address Si Moyan, suggesting, what does your wife enjoy watching? You could show her when you return home. Why be so secretive? A couple's bond requires nurturing, and as a man, you should be willing to sacrifice a bit of your allure.
Si Moyan.
What would his sacrifice achieve? Her aspirations soared to the vast ocean, while he was merely one fish in her sea. The announcer was about to introduce the 8th athlete, prompting Elder Si to gently tap Wen Yan's arm, saying, Little Yan, your 5th brother will be out shortly. Wen Yan touched her nose, offering an awkward yet polite smile, acknowledging his words. Soon enough, the 8th athlete appeared, but to everyone's shock, it was not Si Yubai. The Si family was bewildered. How could such a crucial event occur without Si Yubai's participation? The 400 meters was his specialty. His absence was unfathomable. At that moment, Wen Yan's inner voice echoed. Chapter 110. Explosive. She actually desires his life. Isn't a girlfriend more pressing than a competition? He won't be participating. Moreover, he has been suspended. Doesn't anyone in the Si family know this? The Si family felt as though they had been struck by lightning. They were utterly unaware. While it was one thing for him to be in a relationship, after all, youth often yields impulsive passions. Being suspended was an entirely different matter. Their 5th brother was a rare swimming prodigy. Winning this competition could secure him a place in the provincial team, which would lead to the national team. Furthermore, he adored swimming. His dream was to win an Olympic gold medal. How could he abandon his ambition when success was within reach? Elder Si lost interest in watching the remaining competitors, pulling out his phone to message Si Yubai. After sending several texts without a response, he attempted to call, only to find no one answered. Immediately, he urged Si Moyan to reach out. Si Moyan's calls met the same silence. He then contacted Si Yubai's coach, only to discover that the coach had blocked all the Si family's numbers. Wen Yan could no longer bear to watch, opting to investigate the situation. Oh dear. It appears that Si Yubai has faced numerous challenges in the swimming team over the past 6 months. No wonder the coach blocked the Si family's numbers. He had long been interested in Si Yubai and had attempted to flirt with him, yet Si Yubai, being a quintessential straight man, was entirely oblivious. Meanwhile, another ambitious teammate climbed into the coach's bed and, during an internal selection competition, secretly slipped performance-enhancing drugs into Si Yubai's water bottle. In that competition, Si Yubai finished first, but was reported for doping. Following a urine test, he tested positive. That period marked the darkest chapter in Si Yubai's life. And it was during this time that his current girlfriend, Luo Nianqiu, entered the scene. Luo Nianqiu, a pastry chef at the swimming team's catering service, was gentle, kind, and exceptionally skilled in her craft. During Si Yubai's lowest moments, she prepared various delicacies to lift his spirits. Having been locked in a cupboard by a nanny as a child, Si Yubai developed claustrophobia. When he once found himself trapped in an elevator, it was Luo Nianqiu who stayed by his side, encouraging and comforting him until he overcame his fears. Luo Nianqiu provided Si Yubai with a sense of maternal comfort, leading to a deep emotional attachment that blurred the lines of his feelings. One thing was certain: he could not bear to be without her. He viewed her as his salvation. It is only natural that a man would want to protect a woman who unconditionally supported him during his darkest days. The Si family, upon hearing this, regarded Luo Nianqiu favorably. If she genuinely cared for Si Yubai, they could accept her. After all, true love transcends age. The Si family felt a shared responsibility for being unaware of the tribulations Si Yubai faced in the swimming team. Elder Si sighed deeply. I always assumed our fifth brother was in closed training. When he didn't reply to my messages, I thought it was just his nature. I had no idea he was enduring so much suffering. Thankfully, he has Luo Nianqiu by his side to help him navigate through the darkness. Si Moyan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Given his understanding of Wen Yan, if Luo Nianqiu were indeed virtuous, she would undoubtedly be a fervent supporter of their relationship. As expected, in the next moment, if her intentions are purely benevolent, that is well and good, yet I fear she may possess ulterior motives, potentially leaving the innocent boy with deeper psychological scars. The expressions of the Si family turned grave. They were eager to uncover Luo Nianqiu's true intentions concerning their fifth brother, yet they could not voice their inquiries. All eyes turned toward Wen Yan. Sensing the unusual attention, Wen Yan, startled, touched her nose. Oh dear, why are they staring at me like that? Is it possible my gaze at those handsome swimmers was too obvious, revealing my true nature as a woman of desire? Quickly averting her eyes, she awkwardly cleared her throat. Is something wrong? Do I have something in my eye? The Si family shook their heads. Wen Yan sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I maintained my composed facade while my inner thoughts soared with desire. They remain oblivious. The Si family. After the competition concluded, Wen Yan and the Si family exited the swimming arena, without the strongest abs and handsome men to distract her. Wen Yan once again found herself indulging in gossip within the system. She was indeed curious about why Si Yubai had not answered his family's calls. Where could he possibly be? Could it be that he was unable to participate in the competition and had secretly sought solace in his girlfriend's embrace, weeping quietly? Upon this realization, Wen Yan couldn't help but feel envious of Luo Nianqiu. The sweet young man was genuinely devoted. Luo Nianqiu understood that Si's family would surely attend the competition today, which would inevitably unveil their romance. Fearing an encounter with Si's family, she intentionally feigned an upset stomach, claiming acute gastroenteritis as an excuse to visit the hospital. Meanwhile, the sweet young man was utterly terrified, tending to his girlfriend without leaving her side, anxious about her well-being. While receiving an four drip, Luo Nianqiu expressed her concerns about Si's family potentially disapproving of their relationship due to her age. In a bid to demonstrate his commitment, the sweet young man resolved to visit a tattoo parlor and have Luo Nianqiu's name inked alongside a heart on his chest. Although there is no legal prohibition against athletes getting tattoos, in Hua country, tattoos often carry a negative connotation, and within the swimming community of E-City, regulations exist against them. Violating such rules could lead to expulsion. This sweet young man was prepared to forsake his swimming career entirely for the sake of love. The Si family was left in a state of shock. Was the fifth brother out of his mind? Swimming was a passion and a talent he had cherished since childhood. Now, he was willing to abandon his career and hobby for a woman? One couldn't help but admit that Luo Nianqiu knew precisely how to captivate the sweet young man. Oh, why could I not encounter such a pure and devoted young man? Si Moyan cast a deep, contemplative glance at Wen Yan. Was he not sufficiently devoted? Her conscience must have been devoured by a dog. Xiao Yan, I just received word that the fifth brother is heading to the tattoo parlor, announced the elder Si with a solemn expression. Wen Yan blinked in surprise. Grandfather, you seem well informed. You know that the fifth brother is dedicating himself to a tattoo parlor for love? The elder Si nodded, affirming her suspicion. Fueled by a surge of anger, he promptly instructed the driver to head to the tattoo parlor. Upon arriving at the tattoo parlor, Si Bai selected a design and handed the tattoo artist the name Luo Nianchu. The artist, a young woman, was momentarily taken aback by Si Bai's striking presence. Though his demeanor was reserved and he spoke little, his youthful, fair features and boyish charm exuded an irresistible allure. Standing at nearly 6 feet 4 inches, who wouldn't be infatuated? The girl blushed as she gazed at Si Bai. You look somewhat familiar. I believe I've seen you on television before. Si Bai remained silent. Upon seeing the name he had provided, the girl couldn't help but envy his girlfriend. Tall, handsome, and deeply affectionate. Surely, she must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Please remove your shirt and lie down, instructed the girl. Si Bai complied, shedding his black t-shirt and lying down as directed. It may sting at first. If it becomes unbearable, just let me know. Si Bai closed his eyes, declaring, I fear not. Just as the girl was about to press the needle to Si Bai's chest, a ruckus erupted at the entrance. The glass door swung open, revealing a group of elegantly dressed men and women. At the forefront was an elderly gentleman who resembled a chairman of a wealthy family from a television drama, leaning on a cane, exuding authority and vitality. Fifth brother. The elder Si's gaze fell upon Si Bai, who was poised to receive the tattoo, and his expression darkened with both anger and frustration. Si Bai opened his eyes, spotting his grandfather and older brother, furrowing his brow. What brings you here? The elder Si approached and pulled Si Bai up, insisting, put your shirt back on. Si Bai stood his ground, intent on proceeding with his tattoo. Did you not hear your grandfather? Put your shirt on, Si Moyan interjected coldly. As the most authoritative figure among the siblings, Si Bai felt a twinge of fear at his brother's tone. Lowering his long lashes, he reluctantly donned the t-shirt. Home, Si Moyan commanded succinctly. I won't go back, Si Bai replied defiantly. Wen Yan stood at the entrance of the tattoo parlor, observing the tense atmosphere inside, unable to suppress her internal commentary. Why are the Si family being so harsh on the younger brother? His girlfriend has never raised her voice at him, and he hasn't even told them about his suspension from the swim team, highlighting the depth of their estrangement. Suddenly, she heard a woman's voice, causing Si Bai's handsome face to reveal a flicker of confusion. Had he imagined it? Oh, so it turns out that deep affection can be feigned. His girlfriend likely only desires the younger brother's life. The Si family gasped in shock. What? That girl named Luo Nianchu does not covet his looks, his wealth, or his youthful body, but rather his very life? Si Bai glanced toward the entrance of the tattoo parlor. A strikingly beautiful woman stood there, her chin resting on her hand, seemingly immersed in her gossip. Clearly, he had not seen her speak, yet he could hear her voice. Surely, it must be a figment of his imagination. The young brother likely never anticipated that the most painful lesson in life would be taught by his unguarded girlfriend. How tragic. If I were to warn him now, would he believe me? Wen Yan lifted her long lashes to look inside, only to find Si Bai glaring at her with evident displeasure. The words of caution she had nearly uttered were swallowed back down. The rest of the Si family had at least interacted with her after she registered her marriage with Si Bingshan, but Si Bai had never even acknowledged her presence. They felt like complete strangers now. If she were to suggest that his girlfriend wanted his life, he would surely think her insane. He might even call the police on her. The Si family was utterly bewildered. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom why Luo Nianchu would covet Si Bai's life. Murder is a crime. Did she not understand that? Regardless, the gossip within Wen Yan's system could not be mistaken. If Si Bai continued his relationship with Luo Nianchu, his life could very well be in jeopardy. The elder Si exchanged a knowing glance with Si Moyan. Big brother, you must bring the fifth brother home. Si Moyan's lips pressed into a thin line as he replied coldly, we are already aware of your suspension from the swim team, and Big Brother will investigate the matter thoroughly to restore your reputation. You must return home with us. Si Bai's brows knit together. I want to go. As soon as he spoke, Si Moyan struck the back of his neck with a swift chop. Si Bai's vision blurred, and he lost consciousness. Si Moyan and Si Jingyi swiftly lifted him into the car. Big brother, are you being too rough with him? Si Yu asked, concern lacing her voice. Si Moyan's jaw tightened as he replied, "If I were not rough, would he return with us?" Si Bai was in a rebellious phase, newly enamored, and undoubtedly infatuated with that woman. In his youth, Si Bai had suffered mistreatment from a nanny, but the Si family had since shielded him well. As a result, his worldview was starkly divided into black and white, leaving him unaware of the gray areas that existed. Once they arrived at the Si residence, Si Bai's phone chimed with a message. Luo Nianchu had sent him a WeChat message. White, did you really get a tattoo? If you did, when I get out of the hospital, I want to get your name tattooed as well. White, I'm eating the fruit you peeled for me. It's so sweet. Just like your smile. White, my greatest fortune in this life has been meeting you. I give you my all. If anything unhappy happens, make sure to share it with me right away. Finally, Luo Nianchu sent a selfie. Luo Nianchu's appearance exudes an air of purity, though a mild case of acute gastroenteritis has rendered her complexion slightly pale. As she takes a selfie, her eyes shimmer with life, and the corners of her lips curl upward, reminiscent of an orchid hidden in a secluded valley, an irresistible allure for innocent young men. With a discerning gaze, Wen Yan can easily discern the subtle artifice of Luo Nianchu's natural makeup. Luo Nianchu's voice is truly melodious. At last, I comprehend why I am unable to attract any cute young pups. It's because I possess a clamping voice, she muses. At that moment, Si Bai stirs awake. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately hears Wen Yan's inner thoughts and notices the Si family gathered around, engrossed in his WeChat messages. The handsome visage of Si Bai darkens with displeasure. Seizing the phone, he glares at them like an irate little beast, forbidding them from prying into his private messages. He then casts a stern look at Wen Yan, asserting, "Sister Nianchu does not possess the same venomous heart as you. Her affection for me is genuine." Si Moyan narrows his dark eyes dangerously, questioning, "Is this how you address your sister-in-law?" Si Jingyi steps forth, insisting, "Show some respect to our sister-in-law." Si Yanli, Si Luocheng, and Si Yu all nod in agreement. "I shall raise the banner for our sister-in-law. Let anyone dare oppose her."
Si Jingyi declares.
Positioning himself protectively in front of Wen Yan. Confusion and disbelief flicker in Si Bai's eyes. Although he did not return home when his elder brother married Wen Yan, he had heard of her actions. She harbored feelings for Gu Beichen, pilfered secrets from the Si family, and caused the company to incur losses amounting to tens of millions. She had even betrayed his elder brother, yet he stood up for her. Not just his elder brother, but also his second, third, and fourth brothers, along with their younger sister, all safeguarded her. Were they all under her spell? Si Bai, typically reticent, chooses not to engage further and rises to leave. However, the elder Si has long stationed bodyguards at the entrance, determined to prevent Si Bai from stepping outside the Si residence. "Grandfather, brother, what do you mean by this?" Si Bai inquires. The elder Si responds sternly, "You may leave only after we ascertain your girlfriend's identity." Clenching his fists tightly at his sides, Si Bai resolves, "No one can separate me from Sister Nianchu." He has long understood Luo Nianchu's background. Hailing from a modest family in the mountains, she may have only completed high school, yet she does not belittle herself. She has obtained a Michelin chef certification, demonstrating her ingenuity and kindness. Being with her brings him a long-lost warmth and sense of security. Unlike his family, she does not pressure him into anything, nor does she overlook his feelings. She is both a nurturing mother and an elder sister, soothing his heart. It is not that Luo Nianchu cannot live without him, but rather, he cannot imagine life without her. "Even if you threaten me, I will remain with Sister Nianchu," he asserts defiantly. Witnessing the escalating tension between Si Bai and the Si family, Wen Yan cannot help but click her tongue. Could it be that the Si family has already uncovered the ulterior motives behind Luo Nianchu's approach to Si Bai? She wonders. However, even if they do discover the truth, Luo Nianchu would not easily reveal her true intentions. Over the past 6 months, she has genuinely entered Si Bai's heart, and this pressure from the Si family will only backfire. Si Bai glances at Wen Yan, his brow furrowing in confusion. What does she mean by suggesting that Sister Nianchu has ulterior motives? Over the past 6 months, he has lavished her with expensive gifts, which she has consistently refused. Instead, she selflessly purchases him gifts with her own earnings. She is a virtuous and gentle woman, and in her presence, he sees a reflection of his mother from years gone by. Si Moyan gazes at Si Bai with an inscrutable expression, remarking, "No one is forcing you to break up with her right now, but since you have suddenly entered a relationship, shouldn't your family be informed?" Si Bai redirects his attention to Wen Yan, questioning, Why do you continue to be with her when she has stolen company's secrets and betrayed you? Wen Yan interjects. Oh my, I am truly an innocent bystander in this. From now on, please refer to me as the scapegoat if you will. If that little brother continues to speak of me in such a manner, I shall give him a glare through my nostrils. The previously tense atmosphere in the living room shifts subtly, lightened by her humor. The Si family perceives Wen Yan as a comedic relief. No matter how tense the situation, her presence transforms it into something lighthearted. Si Yubai casts a glance at Wen Yan, as if seeing her for the first time. In his mind, she does not fit the mold of the person he initially envisioned. Si Jingyi, noticing Si Yubai's existential crisis, gently pats his shoulder and whispers, "Fifth brother. After spending time with our sister-in-law, you'll come to recognize that she is a blessing to our entire family." Si Yubai contemplates this. Does this imply that the entire Si family can hear Wen Yan's thoughts? He is not an exception? Yet. These details pale in comparison to the fact that she should not speak ill of Sister Nianchu. Sister Nianchu is the best girl he has encountered in his 19 years, aside from his mother. While her family may not be affluent, she is diligent and capable, truly remarkable. This marks the first occasion where Si Yubai has spoken so extensively in front of the Si family, and each member feels a pang of bittersweet emotion. It turns out he is not truly reclusive, but has simply not encountered someone with whom he can fully open up. Now that he has found such a person, he fears she may be the very source of his anguish. They genuinely worry that he may end up becoming reclusive after all. In his childhood, he entrusted a nanny, who, while appearing kind on the surface, mistreated him behind closed doors. Although the nanny was later imprisoned and ceased to appear in his life, the shadows of those early traumas linger eternally. Subsequently, Jinglan devoted herself to his upbringing, reducing her work commitments to focus solely on him. Unfortunately, when he yearned for a limited edition figurine, Jinglan personally took him to purchase it, only for them to be involved in a car accident along the way. This incident profoundly affected Si Yubai, leading him to spend time in a psychiatric hospital. He is the most unfortunate child in the Si family. The Si family feels deep sympathy for him, yet he seems to resist their care and warmth. Observing the strained relations between Si Yubai and his family, Wen Yan checks the system. It appears that Si Yubai refrains from communicating with his family because his scoundrel father labeled him a jinx. After Madame Jinglan's accident rendered her a vegetative state, it was said to be his fault. Interactions with him supposedly bring misfortune. What a disgrace. How can that scoundrel even utter such words about a boy already bearing immense emotional scars? The Si family is incensed upon hearing this. The elder Si immediately contacts the newspaper, intending to publish a statement severing ties with Si Yanzhao. Afterward, he summons a lawyer, ensuring that all necessary legal procedures are followed. He is infuriated. How could anyone belittle his precious grandson in such a manner? Si Yubai's gaze towards Wen Yan grows increasingly complex. How does she know even the words spoken to him by Si Yanzhao? He is certain that when Si Yanzhao spoke of him, she had not yet been recognized as a member of the Wen family. Given Si Yubai's history of trauma, the Si family chooses not to press him too hard. Fifth brother, you have not returned home for quite some time, nor have you shared a meal with the family. Would you consider staying with us today? The elder Si inquires. Seeing his family extend an olive branch, Si Yubai's expression softens slightly. Very well. The elder Si instructs the housekeeper to prepare dinner while dispatching someone to investigate Luo Nianchu's background. Si Yubai retreats upstairs, clutching his phone. To reply to Luo Nianchu's message. Sister Nianchu, I will visit you at the hospital tonight. Meeting you is my fortune. We shall never part ways. Si Jingyi shudders with goosebumps. Sister-in-law, do you not think this fellow is even more infatuated than I was back then? I foresee him foraging for wild vegetables in the future. Wen Yan smiles silently. Does he truly wish to drag Si Yubai onto the same infatuated path as himself? In truth, Si Yubai is not merely lovesick. He is simply in dire need of affection. In my observation of his feelings for Luo Nianchu, it does not necessarily resemble love. After all, the two have yet to even hold hands since their acquaintance. Unlike Si Jingyi, who, upon embracing a pillow, revels in the joy of fatherhood. Si Jingyi, he ardently wished for the ability to manipulate the earth. In this lifetime, he had once been enamored with a scandal involving a transgender individual, a blemish that could never be erased. Heaven forbid that such an embarrassing incident be unearthed once he ascends to the status of a renowned director. After Si Yubai ascended the stairs, Luo Nianchu initiated a video call. Si Yubai promptly accepted. Upon glimpsing the room behind Si Yubai, a flicker of confusion crossed Luo Nianchu's eyes. Bye-bye. Have you returned home? Si Yubai nodded. Luo Nianchu's delicate face displayed evident anxiety. Do your family members know about our relationship? Will they look down upon me? Absolutely not. Si Yubai assured her, from what I know of you, your family must have spoken to you about it. Bye. I truly apologize for the pressure and grievances you've endured because of being with me. Si Yubai vehemently shook his head. He felt no grievance at all. Sister Nianchu, no one can separate us. Hearing Si Yubai's vow, a smile graced Luo Nianchu's lips. With your words, I can rest easy. I will wait for you to come over tonight. After dinner, Si Yubai felt an overwhelming urge to leave the Si household, departing swiftly. The old gentleman sighed, lamenting. A grandson like this cannot be kept. He refrained from forcibly retaining Si Yubai at home and instead dispatched bodyguards to protect him discreetly. Should Luo Nianchu attempt to do anything, the bodyguards would ensure her schemes did not come to fruition. However, over an hour later, Si Yubai returned, his countenance notably grim. Grandfather, did you send someone to the hospital? The old gentleman paused, realizing he had indeed sent someone to investigate Luo Nianchu, though the individual had not directly interacted with her. Sister Nianchu overheard your people conversing with the doctors and nurses. She sensed your disapproval of her and left the hospital after leaving me a note. Sister Nianchu is still unwell. Isn't this a bit excessive? Si Yubai exclaimed. The old gentleman retorted, You insolent brat. How dare you speak so harshly to your grandfather over a woman? I have never seen you defend anyone so fiercely. The old gentleman felt an overwhelming sadness. Yet, he could neither reprimand nor chastise his naive grandson. With a patient tone, he replied, Is it not normal for me to conduct a background check if she aspires to marry into a wealthy family? But you should not investigate her while she is ill. Si Yubai's concern escalated. He tried calling and texting Luo Nianchu, but received no response. In the living room, Wen Yan sat enjoying some fruit. Upon hearing Si Yubai's words, she could not help but glance at the system. I must admit, Luo Nianchu has quite the talent for manipulating the little puppy. The little puppy is currently infatuated. Suddenly going silent would surely drive him to despair. She must be eagerly anticipating the day he severs ties with his family, as that would allow her to fulfill her ambitions. Si Yubai cast an unhappy glance toward Wen Yan. She, engrossed in her snack, remained oblivious to his gaze. Si Yubai found it perplexing. Why did she always perceive Sister Nianchu so negatively? Grandfather, please do not further damage my relationship with Sister Nianchu. After stating this, Si Yubai dashed out of the house once more. The old gentleman approached Wen Yan, sitting beside her. Xiao Yan, now that your fifth brother is infatuated, what do you think we should do? Wen Yan. Oh dear, oh my, what should I do? What should I do?
Just let it be.
The old gentleman's lips twitched in exasperation. What a calamity. It was one thing for his second grandson to be love-struck, but now the fifth had succumbed as well. The fifth was even more perilous. It could very well cost him dearly. For an entire week, Si Yubai was unable to reach Luo Nianchu. His anxiety manifested as blisters forming at the corners of his mouth. Without contact from Luo Nianchu, Si Yubai felt utterly lost. The Si family observed his distress, equally concerned. After a week of despondency, he resolved to return to the swimming team. Grandfather, as you all wished, Sister Nianchu no longer wishes to communicate with me. There is no need for bodyguards to follow me anymore. I intend to resume my training with the swimming team. Observing how much weight Si Yubai had lost in just a week, the old gentleman felt a pang of sorrow. Fifth, you will encounter even better girls in the future.
Si Yubai frowned deeply.
I want no one but Sister Nianchu. If she chooses not to contact me again, I shall remain single for the rest of my life. The old gentleman refrained from commenting further. The fifth was still young. His words could only be considered expressions of frustration. Who among the young has not gone through a rebellious phase? The old gentleman and Si Moyan personally escorted Si Yubai back to the swimming team. Regarding the issue with the banned substances, your elder brother is investigating the truth on your behalf. Focus on your training for now.
Si Moyan petted Si Yubai's shoulder.
However, nothing seemed to pique Si Yubai's interest. He returned to his dormitory with a gloomy demeanor. Just as he prepared to lie down, he suddenly spotted a box of exquisite pastries and a cardboard box. Upon opening the box, he discovered it was filled with small gifts he had given to Sister Nianchu during their relationship. Coincidentally, a teammate emerged from the restroom, and Si Yubai, filled with excitement, inquired, Did Sister Nianchu come by? The teammate nodded. She was here half an hour ago, but she should be heading to the airport now. She resigned from the cafeteria and is said to be catching a flight out of Yeqing. No sooner had the teammate finished speaking than Si Yubai dashed out of the dormitory. He hailed a taxi and made his way to the airport. Just as the old gentleman and Si Moyan returned home, they spotted Wen Yan descending the stairs with her suitcase in hand. Si Moyan furrowed his brows, concern flashing in his deep-set eyes. Wen Yan, where do you intend to go? She had yet to complete her task. Surely, she did not plan to leave now. Xiao Yan, did what the fifth brother said hurt your feelings? Just dismiss it. He's a child who doesn't he understand. Our family likes you very much. Please do not leave. Do not make me beg you on my knees. Wen Yan. Am I really such a petty person? I am not running away. I am going to save the fifth brother's life, all right? Oh, should I tell the old gentleman that the fifth brother is, in fact, the one destined to embrace his pillow in the future? The old gentleman's pupils widened in shock, his body stiffening as if struck by lightning.
What? No.
It cannot be true. Little do these two know that their fifth brother has rushed to the airport to find Luo Nianchu, preparing to elope together. Chapter 113. A shocking revelation. Their destination was, in fact, a trafficking village. One bombshell after another exploded in the old gentleman's heart, nearly overwhelming him as he struggled to contain a mouthful of blood. He could never have imagined that the very person who would ultimately embrace his pillow and bring about his demise would be his fifth grandson. Although the fifth was currently infatuated, he could not possibly descend into madness to the extent of harming his own grandfather, could he? Yet, the scoop about the eldest grandson's wife would undoubtedly hold true. Could it be that the fifth had been brainwashed by Luo Nianchu after eloping? Having lived for many years, he found himself bewildered by the intricacies of the younger generation. What a miserable predicament. The old gentleman's pale lips quivered. Despite how the fifth had treated him in a previous life, he could not abandon him now. Perhaps, by finding him and providing proper guidance, he could return to his kind-hearted nature. The old gentleman immediately feigned a phone call, and a few minutes later, he called out to Wen Yan, Xiao Yan. I have just received word that the fifth and Luo Nianchu have eloped. Wen Yan blinked in surprise. She genuinely felt that the old gentleman's intelligence network rivaled that of an ancient emperor's espionage system, knowing every detail. The old gentleman, Si Moyan, and Si Jingyi quickly gathered their belongings. As Si Yuyu was preparing to pack her belongings, she was gently restrained by Wen Yan. Little Yuyu, you still have one final treatment session for the birthmark on your face. You must stay at home obediently and avoid wandering about. Oh, my sweet and delicate Yuyu. How could I possibly allow her to venture into such dangerous places? An itch of anxiety stirred within Si Yuyu. She worried for fifth brother's safety and longed to accompany her sister-in-law to witness the unfolding events. Wen Yan tenderly pinched Si Yuyu's soft, fair cheek. Be good. Si Yuyu pouted slightly and nodded. All right, I will listen to my sister-in-law and stay home. Si Yanli had gone to work at the Translation Institute and could not accompany them. Si Luocheng and Xia Ji were heading abroad to complete their graduation procedures, after which they would return to work domestically. A flicker of regret passed through Si Luocheng's phoenix eyes. How unfortunate it was not to be able to join in the excitement surrounding fifth brother. Luo Nianchu's family resided in a remote mountain in Ningfeng Town, Anqing. The flight from Yeqing to Anqing took over 4 hours, followed by a 7 or 8 hour train ride. Despite the long journey, Si Yubai felt elated. He was finally free from the impending separation from Sister Nianchu. He had never been to the mountains, but during their courtship, he had heard Sister Nianchu describe her hometown as picturesque, rich in history, and filled with a strong sense of community and simplicity. He had longed to escape the hustle and bustle of city life, filled with intrigue and competition. He yearned for a tranquil and leisurely existence alongside Sister Nianchu. Even as he boarded the train, Si Yubai felt an exhilarating sense of unreality. This was perhaps the boldest and most rebellious act he had undertaken in his 19 years of life. He and Sister Nianchu had eloped. As he boarded the plane, he felt an unsettling nervousness, fearing that his family might pursue him. Fortunately, the plane took off, and he and Sister Nianchu successfully boarded the train. The address of Sister Nianchu's hometown was likely unknown to his family, and given the underdeveloped transportation and communication in the mountains, they would undoubtedly be unable to find them. With these thoughts, Si Yubai's anxious heart calmed somewhat. Luo Nianchu observed the innocent and pure-hearted youth, a complex expression flitting across her eyes. Bye-bye. If you elope with me, will you regret it in the future? Si Yubai took her hand in his, assuring her with unwavering conviction. Sister Nianchu, I will never regret this in my life. In the days that followed, when he could not reach her, he felt an emptiness within him, as if a part of him was missing. He truly could not bear to be apart from her. However, as soon as he grasped her hand, she swiftly withdrew it. Si Yubai was momentarily taken aback. During their relationship, Luo Nianshu had mentioned her aversion to physical contact due to her cleanliness obsession, and he had never thought much of it. Though he was a vigorous youth, brimming with passion, he had never harbored any impure thoughts towards her. Being with her made him feel warm, fulfilled, and secure. If she had truly suggested they engage in the most intimate acts of a couple, he might have been unable to meet that expectation. He believed that spiritual solace was the most important aspect of their bond. Yet now, when he took the initiative to hold her hand, she seemed somewhat displeased. Luo Nianshu realized her reaction was somewhat excessive and gently patted Si Yubai's arm. Don't overthink it. I'm just on edge, especially since I'm taking you home. I fear your family might come after us. Si Yubai shook his head. They won't find us. Luo Nianshu nodded. I'm going to the restroom. Watching her walk toward the restroom, Si Yubai felt an inexplicable urge to follow her. Inside the restroom, the door was slightly ajar, and through a narrow gap, Si Yubai saw her washing her hands. His heart tightened. Why was she suddenly washing her hands? Was it because he had held her hand earlier? Did she truly despise his touch? As Si Yubai's thoughts spiraled, Luo Nianshu emerged. Upon seeing him standing nearby, she quickly approached him. On my way to the restroom, a man bumped into my hand. You know I dislike being touched by strangers. A strange sensation flickered in Si Yubai's heart. He inexplicably recalled Wen Yan's words. She had said that deep affection could be feigned and suggested that Sister Nianshu was only after his life. Stop. He could not entertain such thoughts any longer. Sister Nianshu was gentle and kind-hearted. During his darkest moments on the swim team, she had always been by his side. How could she possibly only want his life? Seeing Si Yubai silent, Luo Nianshu extended her hand once more, grasping his. Bye-bye, I feel like a startled bird right now. I genuinely fear your family will take you back, and I'm terrified they might accuse me of abducting you. Si Yubai firmly held her hand in return, feeling a pang of guilt for doubting her. Sister Nianshu, my mother is a vegetable due to my actions, my father has a family outside, and my brothers are hardly exceptional. Even if I were to disappear, the Si family would not suffer a loss. Luo Nianshu tightly clasped Si Yubai's hand, leading him to a seat. Bye-bye. To me, you are the most outstanding. Unlike your family, who wouldn't miss you, you are everything to me. A smile broke across Si Yubai's handsome face. After disembarking from the plane, Wen Yan and the Si family rented an off-road vehicle, experiencing a bumpy ride. As Wen Yan glanced at the updates in the gossip system, she was utterly speechless. Luo Nianshu is quite adept at manipulating. How could she claim the Si family wouldn't miss a little pup? If that were true, would they all be searching for him? The Si family members are truly a source of endless trouble. Last time they sought Si Luocheng, it was for a criminal group. And now they're headed to a trafficking village for Si Yubai. The Si family collectively gasped in horror. What? Are we really heading to a trafficking village? Chapter 114. Unbelievable. Is she a fortune teller? Everything she said has come true. The following afternoon, Wen Yan and the Si family, weary from their journey, arrived at Dayo village in Ningfeng town. Surrounded by mountains, Dayo village was remote and underdeveloped. After several hours of climbing, they finally reached the village gate. Although the village was secluded, two middle-aged men stood guard, refusing entry to outsiders. Wen Yan had anticipated their exclusivity and had prepared tents for the Si family. While Wen Yan and the old patriarch rested, the men sought a suitable spot to set up their tents. The old patriarch sat on a stone, massaging his aching back. I'm risking my life to find fifth brother. I hope he returns in time and doesn't make the same mistakes again. And please, don't be ruthless and pull his oxygen tube. Xiao Yan, you've truly worried yourself sick over our family's affairs. Once we return to Yecheng, I'll grant you 10% of the shares in the Si Group. The prospect of 10% shares in the Si Group, which yielded millions in dividends annually, made Wen Yan's eyes gleam with excitement. The old patriarch is incredibly generous. After this, I won't have to do anything. I can simply relax and enjoy the wealth. Before I complete the task, I might end up with a fortune, and once I divorce, I could become a wealthy woman, fulfilling my dream of having a male companion. The old patriarch immediately cleared his throat. Xiao Yan, from now on, the entire Si family will be under your management, as long as you don't divorce our eldest.
Wen Yan?
Could it be that my recent lack of effort in courting Si Bingshan has been noticed even by the old patriarch? Xiao Yan, from now on, the entire Si family will belong to you. The eldest can serve as your assistant. Wen Yan cast a glance at Si Moyan, who was busy setting up the tent. Clad in a black t-shirt and camo cargo pants, his imposing figure emanated strength and a cold charisma. Having previously served in a special forces unit, his 10 erecting skills were efficient and fluid. As he bent down, his spine arched gracefully, extending down to his slim waist, which was encased in cargo pants that embraced his strong, powerful long legs, embodying sheer walking allure. Wen Yan playfully blinked at Si Moyan and said, "Darling, Grandpa mentioned that the Si family will belong to me in the future and even suggested that you be my assistant. Would you agree?" She initially expected the usually aloof man to dismiss her with a scoff, but to her surprise, he responded with a soft adding, "As long as it makes you happy." Wen Yan was utterly captivated by his direct affection. Si Moyan glanced at her but remained silent, his thin lips pressed together. He lifted the hem of his t-shirt to wipe the sweat from his brow, revealing his sculpted abdominal muscles, a stunning masterpiece under the sun, both sensual and enticing. Wen Yan's long eyelashes fluttered.
Goodness.
My mind went blank when he lifted his shirt, she thought. Meanwhile, the elder Si discreetly gave a thumbs up to Si Moyan, approving of his attentiveness to his wife's preferences. After setting up the tent, Si Moyan distributed the food he had brought to everyone while they discussed how to enter the village. Just then, a group of burly men appeared at the village entrance.
Who are you?
Who allowed you to come here? The leader demanded, glaring fiercely at them. However, his gaze faltered upon seeing Wen Yan's radiant beauty, nearly causing him to lose his composure. She was undoubtedly the most enchanting woman he had ever encountered. Glowing with an ethereal light, Si Moyan immediately shielded Wen Yan behind him, asserting, "We are the family of Luo Nianchu's boyfriend, here to extend our blessings." The elder Si, with a benevolent demeanor, interjected. It was true that Luo Nianchu had brought home a young boyfriend that morning, but he had not heard that the boyfriend's family would accompany him. Regardless, these outsiders were not permitted to enter the village. The middle-aged man at the forefront retorted, "You can enter the village, but only that woman can go in." As he spoke, he unconsciously swallowed hard, eyeing Wen Yan with a predatory gaze. Once she entered the village, he would have his way. In Daya village, he believed he could do as he pleased, unrestrained by any authority. Si Moyan's expression darkened, a glacial intensity flashing in his narrowed eyes. The foolish villagers dared to covet his wife. Though he was infuriated, he refrained from escalating the situation, understanding that this was their territory. "She is my wife," he stated firmly, implying that the woman they coveted was already married. The middle-aged man spat on the ground. "If you refuse to comply, then you shall not enter the village." As their group prepared to leave, Wen Yan suddenly interjected, "From your faces, it appears that disaster is imminent." The group halted in their tracks. The earlier speaker glared at Wen Yan. "What nonsense are you spouting?"
With that,
He slammed the hoe he had been carrying onto the ground. Si Moyan instinctively moved to protect Wen Yan, fearing for her safety. Wen Yan waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine. She stepped forward, asking, "Are you on your way to the pig farm?" The villagers of Daya had collectively established a pig farm, and the robust men were preparing to clean out the manure pit. "How do you know?" one of the lanky men questioned. Wen Yan pursed her lips. "There are risks of methane gas in the pit. You should take proper precautions, or it could be life-threatening. Don't spout nonsense." The fierce middle-aged man pointed a finger at Wen Yan. "We've been cleaning it this way for years. How could there be methane gas this year? Are you trying to scare us?" Wen Yan ignored him and turned to the lanky man. "What is your name?"
Zhang Lifu, he replied.
"What does it matter to you that I ask for his name?" Zhang Lifu's companion questioned, surprised that he answered without thought. "Let her know. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" "He Sheng, they don't seem like bad people. There's no need to be so hostile," Zhang Lifu defended. Wen Yan looked at Zhang Lifu. "Is your daughter's underwear often missing lately?" Zhang Lifu's eyes widened in shock. How do you know?" Wen Yan pointed at the fierce man. "He Sheng stole it. He has his sights set on your daughter." He Sheng leaped up. "You're slandering me. I'll make you pay." Before He Sheng could finish, Wen Yan pointed to his pocket. "If you don't believe me, check his pocket. He has been hiding it there." Before He Sheng could react, Zhang Lifu already rummaged through his pocket, and sure enough, he pulled out a girl's underwear. Zhang Lifu's face turned pale with rage as he swung at He Sheng. He Sheng dodged, glaring at Wen Yan with fury. "Who the hell are you?" He has a compulsive stealing habit, particularly targeting young girls' intimate clothing. He has managed to keep it hidden from the village until now. How did that woman know? Zhang Lifu, are you really going to let an outsider ruin the bond between us brothers? Zhang Lifu gritted his teeth, about to retort when Wen Yan added, "Oh, by the way, Zhang Lifu, this so-called good brother of yours, He Sheng, calls your wife sister when you're at home and treasure when you're away. He even spied on her while she bathed. Hisheng's eyes bulged in anger. I'll kill you. Zhang Lifu seized Hisheng by the collar, his large, dark hand forming a fist, and delivered a powerful punch to his face. No wonder my Ingzi warned me to avoid you. It turns out you have designs on my wife and daughter. Are you even human? The two engaged in a fierce brawl until they were both battered and bruised. Hisheng lost 2 teeth and wiped the blood from his lips, glaring malevolently at Wen Yan. Zhang Lifu, no longer interested in going to the pig farm, asked,
Who will come with me?
The villagers stepped back cautiously. That woman had accurately revealed Hisheng's theft of Zhang Lifu's daughter's clothing and his peeping on his wife. What if there truly was methane gas in the pit, which could be fatal? I just remembered I have something to attend to at home. I'll be leaving now. I need to go weed the fields. In no time, the villagers scattered like birds. Only Hisheng remained, hoe in hand, heading toward the pig farm. Once the village regained its tranquility, Si Jingyi approached Wen Yan. Sister-in-law, don't you feel a rather eerie atmosphere in this village? Wen Yan bit her lip. It is a bit unsettling. This is indeed a village notorious for abductions, having led to the demise of many young women and married women, filled with resentment and spirits. Hence the eerie ambience. Si Jingyi shivered. Sister-in-law, can I sleep in the same tent as you tonight? Before he could finish, his older brother kicked him away. Elder Si shot a perplexed glare at Si Jingyi. What nonsense is in your head? Your brother is right here, and you want to openly flirt with another woman. Then, with a smile, Elder Si turned to Wen Yan and Si Moyan. Can Grandpa sleep in your tent tonight? Or perhaps I could sleep inside while you two keep watch outside. Si Jingyi felt wronged. Why am I the only one getting kicked? Wasn't he trying to flirt? He was simply frightened of spirits. There's nothing to fear. Compared to spirits, the human heart is far more terrifying. You should be more concerned about Lao Wu. Si Moyan frowned. I'll quietly infiltrate the village and knock Lao Wu out to take him away. Wen Yan shook her head. He hasn't seen Luo Nianchu's true face yet. Even if you take him away, he will return to find her once he wakes up. But don't worry. I can foresee that he will soon. Chapter 115. Truly remarkable. Sister-in-law's words have proven true again. During Luo Nianchu's hospitalization, she deliberately blacklisted Si Yubai, ignoring his messages and calls, creating a facade of a breakup in order to incite his anxiety. After all, a sudden and drastic separation would drive anyone to the brink of irrationality. She anticipated that Si Yubai would rush to the airport to pursue her, and she also calculated that he would recklessly elope with her. The naive and inexperienced youth believed that arriving in a remote mountain village would grant him a life of happiness and tranquility. However, upon encountering Luo Nianchu, he would be completely deceived, willingly sacrificing everything, even unto death. Husband, are you truly planning to sneak into the village? Not to abduct fifth brother, but to replace the bottle of sleeping pills Luo Nianchu brought back from Yecheng. Si Moyan's narrowed eyes glinted with danger. The sleeping pills were intended for fifth brother? Wen Yan nodded in affirmation, hastily adding, I happened to stumble upon this information while shopping a few days ago. Old Master Si cleared his throat, while Si Jingyi turned his face away. In truth, there was no need for explanations. They all understood. Wen Yan retrieved a bottle of vitamins from her bag. Si Moyan nodded, comprehending. After taking the medicine, he pulled Wen Yan aside. Did you bring any cosmetics? Naturally, she had, for although she did not require elaborate makeup, the intense sun exposure here necessitated proper sun protection. Make yourself appear less attractive, Si Moyan instructed in a low voice. Today, Wen Yan had only applied sunscreen. Her makeup barely noticeable. Yet, her natural beauty was undeniable. Her lips of vivid red, skin as fair as snow, and her alluring fox-like eyes, captivating yet oblivious to their effect. It was no wonder the simple-minded villagers harbored improper thoughts about her. She was simply too striking, exuding an enchanting allure. Wen Yan's eyes sparkled. Rest assured, my dear husband, unattractive men typically only make me feel emotionally guarded, unable to take advantage of me. Unless they are top male angels fallen to earth. Si Moyan gazed deeply into Wen Yan's eyes, his thin lips pressed into a straight line beneath his prominent nose. Si Jingyi, noticing his elder brother's displeasure, approached with arms crossed and stomped his feet. Come, follow me in this foot-stomping ritual of frustration. Si Moyan shot him a cold glare. I would relish the opportunity to sever your feet right now. Si Jingyi promptly ceased his antics. A man devoid of love would find himself in dire straits frequently. Old Master Si, seeing Si Jingyi provoke his elder brother, pulled him aside and pointed towards 2 cows in the nearby field. Second, do you see what that is? 2 cows, Si Jingyi replied. Old Master Si snorted. So you do know they are cows. Cows are typically in pairs. How dare a single dog like you provoke your elder brother? Si Jingyi, feeling unjustly attacked, pondered whether he had any escape left. Si Moyan, seizing the moment, stealthily slipped into the village. Meanwhile, Wen Yan and the others sat on stones basking in the sun. By the way, sister-in-law, that fellow, He Sheng, went to clear the cesspool. Is there really a life-threatening risk? Wen Yan nodded, his darkened brow and short eyebrows, along with his snake-like eyes, signify a grim fate. Even if he heeds my warning and avoids the cesspool, misfortune will find him soon enough. The will of heaven is immutable. One's facial features often determine their destiny, just as the Si family bore no signs of impending doom in their features, which is why she aided them in prolonging their lives. Some individuals were simply doomed by their countenance, and no amount of assistance could alter that fate. Si Jingyi touched his own strikingly handsome face. Sister-in-law, can you predict my fate? Your eyes resemble blooming peach blossoms, your complexion radiant, a high nose suggesting promising career prospects. Yet you are prone to deception in matters of the heart. If not handled wisely, all shall be in vain. Si Jingyi's eyes widened. I still have to be deceived in love. Wen Yan's smile was enigmatic. The secrets of fate cannot be divulged. Si Jingyi, feeling exasperated, resolved that aside from work and interactions with women, he would minimize contact with even the most mundane of creatures. That way, he should avoid further deception. He refused to believe that he could not escape the allure of the world. Upon Si Moyan's return, the mournful sound of a swona filled the village. Si Jingyi gulped in terror. Brother, has someone died in the village? It wouldn't be He Sheng, would it? Si Moyan nodded, that He Sheng succumbed to methane poisoning. Si Jingyi's handsome face turned pale. Sister-in-law, you truly are remarkable. He rushed to Wen Yan's side. Sister-in-law, impoverished mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. Do you think He Sheng's family will come to blame us? Though he brought his demise upon himself, the village women are unreasonable. Might they hold you accountable for his death? Wen Yan had already anticipated this. He Sheng, an orphan and a lone wolf, had acted tyrannically in the village, even violating and humiliating widows over 60 years old. The villagers had long harbored hatred for him, and now that he was dead, they were likely to celebrate his departure with lamentations. I am no saint, and I understand the principle of respecting others' fates. Sometimes, one must not be overly kind. Kindness must be tempered with a touch of resolve. Old Master Si nodded in agreement, surprised that Wen Yan, so young, possessed such profound insights into human nature. Teaching others can also be a vice. One must find a balance between good and evil. Kindness will never satisfy a greedy heart. Zhang Lifeng, accompanied by his wife and daughter, rushed to the village entrance. Miss, what you predicted has come true. He Sheng really did die from methane poisoning. He had never anticipated that he would unwittingly reclaim his life and knelt before Wen Yan in gratitude. Miss, I have arranged with the villagers for you and your family to stay at my home. If you wish to visit Luo Nianchu's family to see your brother, I can guide you. Wen Yan nodded. As night falls, we shall meet your brother tomorrow. For tonight, let us rest at your home. Zhang Lifeng's residence was conveniently located diagonally across from He Sheng's house. Upon their arrival, they found that He Sheng's family was in the midst of conducting his funeral. He Sheng, a solitary figure, had his funeral arranged by the villagers. His home, comprising 3 simple rooms, had been transformed into a mourning hall. With a worn table displaying his portrait, 2 white candles and a white cloth draped behind it, concealing his lifeless body. As dusk descended, the dim light cast an eerie shadow in the hall. The village elders were busy organizing the funeral proceedings. After a brief glance, Wen Yan averted her gaze. Si Jingyi closely followed her, afraid to look any longer. Just as they prepared to enter Zhang Lifeng's home, a startling event occurred. Chapter 116. Heart racing to the throat. As the mourners burned paper money in the mourning hall, someone noticed the corpse behind the white cloth suddenly sit up. A few women screamed in terror. He has risen from the dead. At that moment, the light bulbs in the hall flickered ominously, and a chilling breeze swept through, enveloping the area in a foul stench reminiscent of fermented pig manure. The women scattered in fright. Si Jingyi, equally terrified, clutched Wen Yan's hem. Sister-in-law, could it be that He Sheng's ghost has returned? Wen Yan responded calmly, indeed. Si Jingyi, frightened, hurried into Zhang Lifeng's home. The Zhang family was also terrified, but haunting occurrences were common for them. They possessed protective talismans. Zhang Lifeng retrieved vermilion and paper talismans, affixing them to the doors and windows. Old Master Si, though worldly wise, was also startled by the unexpected turn of events. He and Si Jingyi trailed behind Wen Yan and Si Moyan like two timid brides. Wen Yan yawned. Feeling fatigued, Uncle Zhang, I wish to freshen up. Zhang Lifeng gestured towards the door. The well is in the yard. Miss, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from washing up tonight. I sense Hisheng's spirit is quite vengeful and may seek to settle scores with you. Wen Yan had yet to utter a word when Si Moyan's deep, resonant voice broke the silence. I am unafraid. I shall fetch the water for you. With a languid stretch, Wen Yan dismissed the notion of fear, considering the spectre merely a trifling ghost. Grasping the new basin given to her by Zhang Lifeng's wife, she opened the door and stepped outside, with the tall and austere Si Moyan trailing closely behind her. Casting a glance at the cold yet attentive man, she inquired, Husband, are you not afraid? Not in the least, he replied. A faint smile curved Wen Yan's lips, though her heart remained untouched by him. The presence of such a person beside her brought a warmth to her chest. He stood silently in her shadow, evoking a sense of nostalgia, as if she were reunited with her master from a past life. The water at Zhang Lifeng's home had to be drawn from a well. Si Moyan lifted the well cover to assist Wen Yan in retrieving the water. As she stood behind him, an unpleasant stench suddenly assailed her senses. Turning around, she beheld a ghostly figure, brimming with malevolence, just a few paces away, none other than the deceased Hisheng. His face was ghastly pale, his eyes bulging, devoid of color, save for the whites, and a sinister smile curled at his lips. Vile wretch, you caused my demise. I shall drag you to hell with me. Hisheng's hand shot forth, intent on grasping Wen Yan's throat. Just as she reached for a talisman from her bag, a towering figure interposed himself before her. Get lost, Si Moyan commanded, glaring at the ghostly apparition. Before Hisheng's hands could make contact, the yang energy emanating from Si Moyan seared him. With a pitiful wail, Hisheng's spectre vanished without a trace. Si Moyan turned to Wen Yan, concern etched on his face. You were not harmed, were you? Looking at the handsome and stoic man before her, Wen Yan shook her head with a smile. Apart from her master, she had never been so fiercely protected. After her master departed from her life, she had faced numerous tribulations alone, growing accustomed to self-reliance and never entertaining the thought that someone would shield her again. Her long, dark eyelashes fluttered as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Si Moyan. It was the first time she had spoken his name, and for Si Moyan, it marked the first instance he felt her heartfelt appreciation. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, I am your husband. What is there to thank me for? Wen Yan gazed at Si Moyan, noticing the flames of his aura flickering high. Those with elevated flames often instilled fear in malevolent spirits.
Meanwhile,
Old Master Si and Si Jingyi, peering from the window, had witnessed the unfolding scene outside. Trembling, Si Jingyi stammered, Grandfather, did you just see that? Old Master Si shook his head. His advanced age rendered his flames low, obscuring his vision. However, the foul stench of pig manure lingered in the air, coupled with the actions of his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, confirming that Hisheng's ghost had indeed appeared. Wen Yan, after completing her ablutions, lay down to sleep. The three men of the Si family sat vigil at her room, none daring to close their eyes. As Wen Yan drifted into a drowsy state, the sounds of crying and commotion reached her ears. She opened her eyes to see Si Moyan preparing to exit the room and hoarsely inquired, What is happening? Hisheng's spirit is causing quite the uproar. The villagers plan to conduct a ghost marriage for him and are now searching for a pure-bodied girl. They say they have chosen a girl who was recently abducted. Wen Yan nodded thoughtfully. This village was notorious for human trafficking, and not a single household could be deemed entirely virtuous. Just like Zhang Lifeng's family, where his wife had also been abducted. Over the years, she had borne children and developed feelings for Zhang Lifeng, eventually resorting to deceiving others for the sake of aiding her village and earning a living. Tell grandfather and Si Jingyi not to watch the commotion. They should come inside and not concern themselves with these matters, Wen Yan instructed. Si Moyan responded with a low When he stepped outside to call Old Master Si and Si Jingyi, he encountered Gu Yan being forcibly brought in. Gu Yan had been imprisoned in the trafficking village for nearly 10 days, and it was rumored that she was to be sold to a wealthy family. She had attempted to escape, but was caught before she could get far. Since her capture, she had endured beatings and hunger, yet fortunately, the family intending to purchase her had not yet arrived, sparing her from further violation. In her torment, Gu Yan had begun to lose her sense of reality, believing she would remain trapped there for eternity, and despair had nearly consumed her. To her surprise, she found herself among the Si family. After all, she was ostensibly the daughter of Si Qianshao. Grandfather, I am Gu Yan, your granddaughter. Please, save me. Old Master Si glanced at the disheveled girl, momentarily doubting his own eyes. Gu Yan? He exclaimed, turning to Si Moyan and Si Jingyi. Not long ago, Si Qianshao called, berating you, claiming Gu Yan had been abducted. She has ended up here? Si Moyan and Si Jingyi were equally struck by the coincidence. Upon hearing Gu Yan's voice, Wen Yan approached the door to take a look. Upon seeing Wen Yan, Gu Yan's eyes widened in shock, and then, as if she had found her savior, she exclaimed, You're looking for her. Her name is Wen Yan. Although she is married, I assure you, she has not been touched by her husband, Si Moyan. She is very fond of my brother, and has told me she would entrust her purity to him. She is more beautiful than I am, and is the most suitable candidate for a ghost marriage. A sly smile graced Wen Yan's lips as her enchanting gaze flickered toward the altar. Hisheng, do you dare? Gu Yan turned to look, but saw nothing. Yet the air around them became chillingly eerie, sending shivers down her spine. The villagers, captivated by Wen Yan's beauty, began to harbor sinister thoughts. According to their village customs, should the woman marry Hisheng in death, she would be compelled to reside in his household, becoming the shared possession of the village men once he was gone. Perhaps we ought to consider letting that woman. One villager began, but before he could finish, the lights in the morning hall began to flicker ominously. Clearly, Hisheng was displeased with that woman. They should choose this one instead. The flickering ceased instantaneously. Gu Yan was forcibly taken to Hisheng's home. Overwhelmed with terror, she wept, Grandfather, elder brother, second brother, save me.
I don't want this.
Old Master Si could only shake his head in disbelief. How could she not measure her own worth? Bah, you wretched girl. How dare you attempt to drag my grandson's wife into a ghost marriage? Even in death. It is not our concern. Gu Yan was dragged into a room by several sturdy women, forced to don a bride's attire and adorned with a ghastly ghost bride's makeup. Once everything was prepared, to prevent her escape, they fastened a dog collar around her neck. Gu Yan collapsed onto the ground, utterly incredulous that a girl of her noble status could find herself in such a predicament. After being abducted, she had cursed and pleaded with her captors, promising them whatever amount of money her parents could provide for her release, but none were willing to set her free. Suddenly, she recalled Wen Yan's warning before she had assisted the pregnant woman, cautioning her that excessive compassion could lead to peril. At the time, she had dismissed it. Little did she know, Wen Yan's words were indeed prophetic. The so-called pregnant woman had never been with child. She had lured Gu Yan into a narrow alley. And before she realized it, she was surrounded by lurking men. She had been knocked unconscious and awoken to find herself trapped in this insurmountable mountain village. All of this was Wen Yan's fault. Knowing the dangers, why hadn't she been more forceful in stopping her? If anything were to happen to her, upon her return to Yi City, she would ensure her elder brother and father punished Wen Yan severely. The thought of marrying a corpse sent Gu Yan into a fresh wave of tears. This evening, the village was far from tranquil. Si Jingyi felt a twinge of anxiety for Si Yubai and rushed over to Wen Yan, inquiring, Sister-in-law, Hisheng has passed away. Yet I have not seen Luo Nianchu and her family arrive. Could the fifth be in danger? Wen Yan shook her head reassuringly. Did not your elder brother discreetly check on the situation? There will surely be no trouble tonight. The possession ritual must be conducted on a full moon night. Tomorrow night is the most opportune time. The Si family gasped in horror at the thought of possession. Who from Luo Nianchu's family? Were they planning to let possess the fifth? This was truly vile. At the Luo household, after Si Yubai's arrival, Mother Luo prepared a sumptuous feast for him, filled with all his favorite dishes. She knew his tastes so well that she even had his preferred tea ready in advance.
Si Yubai,
Believing that Luo Nianchu had informed her mother beforehand, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Upon entering the village, he was enveloped by an aura of antiquity and tranquility, an experience unlike any he had ever known. After dinner, Luo Nianchu led Si Yubai to a room, saying bye-bye after a journey of 2 or 3 dozen hours. You must be weary. Rest early. Si Yubai nodded, lying down on the bed, and soon succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, he was abruptly awakened by the sound of mournful music. Startled, he sat up in bed. Exiting his room, he intended to seek out Luo Nianchu, when he noticed a light emanating from a bedroom adjacent to the main hall. Approaching just as he was about to knock, he overheard Luo Nianchu utter a phrase that sent shockwaves through him. Chapter 117. It turns out all affection is an act. I have never liked Si Moyan. Upon hearing Luo Nianchu's declaration, Si Moyan, standing outside the door, felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. His mind buzzed, blank with disbelief. If she had never liked him, then what had their 6 months of acquaintance amounted to? Could it be that deep affection was merely a facade? He refused to believe it. Surely, she must have her reasons for concealment. Silently, he observed the mother-daughter duo within. Mother Luo, who had conceived Luo Nianchu at the tender age of 18, was now in her 40s, her complexion fair, her features delicate, exuding the charm of a mature woman. She bore little resemblance to a rural woman accustomed to toil, appearing more like a well-preserved lady of high society, albeit lacking in the appropriate demeanor. When Si Moyan first laid eyes on her that morning, an indescribable feeling washed over him. His initial impression was one of disdain towards Mother Luo. He could not fathom why Luo Nianchu would declare to her mother that she had never harbored feelings for him. Nianchu, after dating Si Moyan for 6 months, do you truly feel not a morsel of affection for him? Mother Luo queried. Luo Nianchu paused, momentarily taken aback. Si Moyan, tall and handsome, exuded youthful vigor. Although his demeanor was mild, he was rather naive and earnest with her. Were it not for circumstances beyond her control, she would not wish to deceive him. Biting her lip, she continued, "He is 9 years my senior, and our thoughts and perspectives are worlds apart. It is impossible for me to develop feelings for him." Si Moyan's tall frame swayed unsteadily. His hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into tight fists, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. It seemed Mother Wen was indeed correct. She had never held any affection for him. All the tenderness and warmth he had perceived were mere illusions. He had viewed her as his salvation, never suspecting that this was but a ruse aimed at him. Had she lured him into an isolated mountain, truly intent on his demise, as Mother Wen had suggested? A chill coursed through Si Moyan as he sensed impending danger and turned to flee. Yet in the next instant, a swift strike landed on the nape of his neck. And before he could comprehend the situation, he collapsed to the ground. Hearing the thud of a heavy body hitting the floor, Luo Nianchu and Mother Luo rushed out of the room. Upon seeing the master standing in the hall and Si Moyan sprawled on the floor, the mother-daughter pair stood momentarily stunned. Mother Luo furrowed her brow, glancing at Luo Nianchu. "Did you not ensure that the sleeping medication was in his water, guaranteeing he would not awaken?" Luo Nianchu shook her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. "I did put in the sleeping medication, but perhaps the dosage was insufficient." Mother Luo turned to the robed master, bowing slightly. Thank goodness the master discovered this. Otherwise, the possession ritual would have been impossible to carry out tomorrow night. The master instructed Luo Nianchu and Mother Luo to bind Si Moyan to prevent his escape. Wen Yan, disguised as a bride by the village women, found her hands tied and a red veil placed over her head. The ritual for the ghost marriage could not overlook any necessary rites. Wen Yan's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. She was forced to kneel before the deceased Hisheng. As she lowered her head, she unexpectedly caught sight of Hisheng's lifeless, pale face. Her mind went blank, her legs felt as though they were encased in lead. She struggled against the powerful grip of the women, unwilling to pay homage to a corpse. "Behave yourself. Once you have entered our Deo village, you are to be our bride for life. You shall never leave." Wen Yan's heart was filled with regret. She should not have been reckless in aiding that fake pregnant woman. She loathed Mother Wen and the Si family.
Why?
When she too was a child of the Si family, did they remain indifferent in her time of need? The ceremony concluded. Wen Yan, her eyes red-rimmed, was led into Hisheng's room. Hisheng was a bachelor, his bedding long unwashed, exuding a musty odor. As if that were not enough, Wen Yan suddenly detected a foul stench of pig manure. As the women placed her on the bed and exited, fear gripped her, and she trembled. "Please do not leave. My family is wealthy. Whatever you desire, my parents will provide." Before she could finish her plea, the door was abruptly slammed shut by a chilling gust of wind. The dim bulb flickered ominously. Wen Yan sensed something drawing near, her eyes darting around, yet she saw nothing. Suddenly, she felt something wet and slimy lick her face. A sinister voice whispered in her ear, "Wife." Wen Yan screamed, covering her ears. "Ah!" She leaped from the bed, desperate to escape. But it felt as though something had ensnared her clothing. She fell to the ground, a weight pressing down onto her. The sensation was akin to a drowning person entangled in weeds. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. Terrified, Wen Yan lay on the ground, a puddle of urine forming beneath her. At Zhang Leif's residence, Si Jingyi peered intently from the window, fixated on the scene unfolding at Hisheng's house across the way. He witnessed the ghost marriage between Gu Yanyan and Hisheng in its entirety. After Gu Yanyan was ushered into Hisheng's room, the light flickered ominously, accompanied by Gu Yanyan's horrific screams, a truly terrifying sight. Si Jingyi was so frightened that he dared not even venture to the restroom, his legs trembling like jelly. In the same room were Si Jingyi, Old Master Si Moyan, and Wen Yan. Despite their pleas, Old Master Si refused to move to another room. Wen Yan offered to relinquish the bed to Old Master Si, but he insisted she occupy it instead. After Wen Yan fell asleep, the men of the Si family made makeshift beds on the floor. Old Master Si, flanked by Si Moyan and Wen Yan, managed to sleep soundly, but Si Jingyi, youthful and restless, was tormented by a pressing need to relieve himself, unable to find a moment's peace. At long last, as dawn broke, he approached Si Moyan, gently tapping his shoulder. "Elder brother, could you please wake up and accompany me to the restroom?" In the rural setting, the restroom was an outdoor pit latrine. Si Moyan opened his eyes and cast a glance out the window. "At your age, do you still need me to coax you for a pee?"
Si Jingyi. Please stop.
"I'm barely holding it in." Si Jingyi noticed the sky gradually brightening and thought that, even if there were spirits, they would surely retreat during the day. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and stepped outside. Enduring the pungent odor, he entered the outhouse and unfastened his belt. Just as he was about to relieve himself, he felt something brush against his forehead. He raised his hand to wave it away and discovered a strand of hair. Lifting his gaze, he was suddenly met with the sight of a white figure hanging upside down from the roof of the outhouse, its tongue lolling out and tears streaming from its eyes.
Ah!
Chapter 118. The urgent moment of possession. The sister-in-law appears. Si Jingyi's scream was even more harrowing than Gu Yanyan's earlier cry. In an instant, Wen Yan, Si Moyan, and the old patriarch opened their eyes in alarm. Wen Yan, still somewhat dazed from sleep, rubbed her eyes in confusion. What happened? Si Moyan furrowed his brows and quickly rose to his feet. "I'll go check on the second." He found Si Jingyi crouched on the ground, clutching his head and trembling uncontrollably. "Get away from me, you filthy thing. I haven't done anything wrong. I was just tricked by a transgender woman. I'm the one who's truly pitiful. Why are you after me?" A grown man was sobbing uncontrollably. Si Moyan cleared his throat. "There's nothing filthy here. Get up and stop scaring yourself." Upon seeing Si Moyan, Si Jingyi clung to his leg like a delicate flower. "Brother, I saw a ghost with a long tongue.
It's terrifying."
Si Moyan glanced around but found nothing amiss. Even if there were, it was likely scared off by Si Jingyi's cries. "There's nothing there, get up quickly. Don't you find it disgusting to squat here?" Si Jingyi remained frozen in place, too frightened to move. Si Moyan narrowed his dark eyes, sensing something was off. At that moment, Si Jingyi wished he could find a block of tofu to end his misery. He had wet his pants in fear. If this got out, it would surely be the greatest embarrassment of his life. How could he possibly face anyone after this? Si Moyan did not mock him. Clearly, he had been genuinely terrified to the point of losing control. "Brother, don't tell anyone about this. I'll get you some pants." After changing, Si Jingyi stepped out of the outhouse with heavy, reluctant steps. Wen Yan was in the yard brushing her teeth. Si Lauer actually peed his pants. I won't mock him to his face. I'll just chuckle to myself. Si Jingyi thought, heaven, please strike him down with lightning. Why must such mortifying gossip be updated in the sister-in-law system in real time? How could he ever hold his head high in front of her again? Upon hearing Wen Yan's thoughts, the old patriarch approached Si Jingyi and patted him on the shoulder. Si Jingyi blinked his reddened eyes, expecting a few words of comfort, but instead, the old patriarch remarked, "Compared to wetting your pants, having a transgender girlfriend who can make you pregnant is far more embarrassing. You already have no good image in your sister-in-law's eyes, so you might as well give up and accept your fate." Si Jingyi thought. The old man knows just how to hit where it hurts. After breakfast, the old patriarch urged Si Moyan to sneak into the Luo family to check on Si Yubai's condition. Wen Yan shook her head, "Not yet. A master has arrived at the Luo family. If we go now, we might alert them." That evening, she needed to confront the master. So she asked the old patriarch and the others to prepare the items she would need for her rituals. When Si Yubai slowly regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a room plastered with talismans, copper coins, and burning incense. The air was thick with an eerie and unpleasant scent. Though his limbs were not bound, he felt weak and unable to move. Turning his head, he noticed another bed nearby, occupied by a frail figure on the brink of death. The young man appeared gravely ill, as if suffering from a severe disease. With a creak, the door swung open. Luo Nianchu entered, carrying a bowl of congee. She stood by Si Bai's bedside, her gaze as gentle and caring as ever.
Bye-bye.
Let me feed you something. Si Bai remained motionless, tightly pressing his lips together, unwilling to open his mouth. Luo Nianchu did not press him. Letting out a soft sigh, "You heard my conversation with my mother, didn't you?" Si Bai gazed at the gentle and graceful woman before him. His eyes flooded with crimson. His once handsome face darkened, as if drenched in despair. His faith shattered in an instant. He had thought he had seen the light, but after crossing that threshold, he plummeted into an even deeper abyss of darkness. At that moment, Luo Nianchu resembled a demonic figure, ruthlessly tearing apart his heart. His lips trembled uncontrollably. "So, from beginning to end, your approach to me was merely a ruse?" He couldn't fathom why she chose him. "You never had any genuine feelings for me, did you?" Luo Nianchu bit her lip. "You are 9 years my junior. I only see you as a younger brother. Your soul is still that of a child. How could I ever be moved?" Si Bai's emotions surged, a mix of anger and humiliation. The veins in his forehead bulged as he hoarsely questioned, "If you never liked me, how do you know all my preferences?" "Because my mother knows you well." As soon as she spoke, Luo Mu entered the room. "Nianchu, the time is almost upon us." Luo Nianchu nodded in acknowledgement. Even a fool like Si Bai could now grasp the sinister intentions of the Luo mother-daughter duo. The man in the adjacent bed was clearly on the verge of death. They must have colluded with that master, aiming to exchange lives.
Luo Nianchu.
"I have no grievances with your family. Why must you treat me this way?" Luo Nianchu ignored Si Bai and walked to the bed of the dying man. "Han Lin, your suffering will soon come to an end. You will be reborn." Witnessing Luo Nianchu speak tenderly to the man beside him, Si Bai's heart felt as if it were bleeding. He resembled a beast struck by a devastating blow, on the brink of madness. Luo Mu approached, looking down at Si Bai with disdain. "You are dying, and I will ensure you understand why." Suddenly, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing a deep bite mark on her right hand. The mark had been inflicted many years ago, but it remained vivid due to the severity of the bite. Seeing the bite mark, Si Bai's pupils constricted violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. You are Luo Qinglian." Luo Qinglian was the very nanny who had tormented him during his childhood. Though time had dulled his memory of her appearance, he vividly recalled the mark on her hand, the result of his furious retaliation when she had abused him. After pushing him away, she had locked him in a dark cupboard in a fit of rage. Luo Qinglian was a demonic woman. The deep-seated shadows of his childhood torment still haunted him, and even as an adult, he subconsciously trembled in fear. He could never have imagined that the woman he thought would offer salvation would be her daughter. No wonder Luo Nianchu seemed to know his every habit, even his claustrophobia. The past replayed in his mind like an old gramophone, and Si Bai felt as if he were plummeting into an endless abyss. His heart felt suffocated, lost, and panicked, filled with regret. If only he had heeded Wen Yan's advice sooner, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Even if he died, and someone succeeded in taking over his body, who could he blame? It was his own doing. But he was deeply concerned that the soul about to occupy his body would use it for nefarious deeds, harming his loved ones. In this moment, Si Bai finally comprehended the extent of his egregious error. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Struggling to rise, his body felt as if ensnared by invisible ropes. No matter how fervently he fought, his efforts were in vain. A guttural roar of rage and defiance escaped his throat, as scalding tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. He understood, without a doubt, that his demise was imminent. In this remote mountain village, no one would come to his aid. Why must it be me? You harmed me in my childhood, and now that I have grown, you still seek to inflict further pain upon me. What have I ever done to deserve this? Luo Qinglian gazed upon the dying Si Bai, raising her hand to deliver a forceful slap across his face. "If not for you, I would not have spent 3 years in prison." Si Bai's face twisted from the impact, the searing pain rendering him momentarily dazed. "You were imprisoned for child abuse, you committed a crime, and surely you ought to face the consequences?" Luo Qinglian's cold laughter echoed. "I worked under your family, enduring immense pressure. What is wrong with venting my frustrations on you? You are so delicate, so precious. After a few lessons, you dare to bite back. It is already a testament to my compassion that you have lived to the age of 19. Si Bai had never encountered such a heartless and shameless woman. She had erred, served 3 years in prison, yet showed no sign of remorse, instead becoming even more vicious and terrifying. Do not blame me. Your fate conveniently aligns with Sue Hamlin's reincarnation requirements. If you wish to assign blame, it can only be attributed to your ill fortune. Si Moyan never anticipated that the human heart could harbor such malice. You shall face retribution. Luo Qinglian, unfazed, smirked. Young master, good people do not live long. Calamities endure for millennia. Have you not heard that saying? Even if I face retribution, it will be after you have lived far longer. Mother, Hamlin is past. Luo Qinglian hurriedly exited to summon the master. Upon the master's arrival, he immediately began to perform his incantations. Si Moyan had never witnessed a soul before. Yet as the master's chants resonated, he felt a wisp of spirit enter his body. A wave of discomfort and pain surged through him. He yearned to expel that wisp, but the master's magic was too formidable, forcing his own soul to feel as though it was being violently torn from him. Si Moyan's face turned pale, cold sweat beating on his forehead as countless memories flickered through his mind. He had yet to see his mother awaken, nor his family. He had eloped with Luo Nianchu, and they must be furious. He might never see them again. Si Moyan's gaze grew distant, teetering on the brink of being expelled from his body when suddenly a deafening crash reverberated as the door was kicked open. Wen Yan sneered, "Witchcraft." With that, she hurled a plump rat into the room, her other hand waving a talisman into the air. The talisman ignited in flames, leading to an astonishing scene that left everyone incredulous. A beam of white light surged into the body of the rat that Wen Yan had tossed. The creature abruptly leaped onto Sue Hamlin's corpse on the bed. Luo Qinglian and Luo Nianchu were taken aback. Meanwhile, on another bed, Si Moyan's expression of agony began to ease. Eyes closed, he gasped for breath. Ignoring Wen Yan and the others, Luo Qinglian's gaze remained fixed on the master. Did it succeed? The master nodded, his expression complex. It has succeeded. Though there was a slip, one of the souls has entered the rat's body. Luo Qinglian and Luo Nianchu exhaled in unison, relieved. Luo Nianchu rushed to Si Moyan's side, gripping his hand tightly. Hamlin, are you alright? At the doorway, Elder Si frowned deeply, lowering his voice to inquire of Wen Yan, daughter-in-law, have they succeeded in the possession? Has another man's soul replaced that of Xiaobai? Wen Yan smirked, signaling for silence to Elder Si. Si Moyan gradually opened his eyes, his irises appearing bloodshot. His previously weak and feeble body began to regain strength. He gazed at the woman before him, whose expression was fraught with tension and concern. And he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Her concern lay solely with Sue Hamlin. Filled with loathing, Si Moyan glared at her and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap to her delicate face.
The sound echoed resoundingly.
Luo Nianchu's face twisted from the blow, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Si Moyan. You are bye-bye? Si Moyan's eyes bore into Luo Nianchu with an icy hatred. Had he not endured this calamity personally, he would never have believed that this woman could possess such cruelty. Do not call me bye-bye. You disgust me. Throughout their acquaintance, Si Moyan had never uttered a harsh word to Luo Nianchu. Hearing him speak thus, a sharp pain blossomed in her heart. It turned out that she did harbor some feelings for him, for otherwise, her heart would not ache so profoundly. Bye-bye, I acknowledge my wickedness. But when Hamlin saved me from those ruffians, had I not encountered him first, I surely would have fallen for you. Si Moyan had no desire to hear any more from Luo Nianchu, even if her intentions were not malicious, upon learning she was Luo Qinglian's daughter. He would never be with her. I do not require your affection. Luo Nianchu opened her mouth, wanting to say more, but Luo Qinglian interrupted. Nianchu, we have failed. We must now consider how to remedy this. Luo Qinglian cast a glance at the Si family, unconcerned that they could stir up trouble in Dayo village. After all, with hundreds of families united, any outsiders attempting to wreak havoc would not leave alive. It is all the fault of the Si family for barging in. Nianchu, quickly blow the whistle for the villagers to come to our aid. As Luo Nianchu reached for the whistle hanging around her neck, Wen Yan's cold laughter rang out. Nianchu, you truly are obedient to your mother, doing whatever she commands as if you were a puppet? Luo Nianchu glanced at Wen Yan, recalling what Si Moyan had said about his brother marrying a mere decorative vase. Could this woman be the one? My mother raised me with great hardship. Everything she does is for my benefit, so of course I must heed her. Wen Yan arched an eyebrow. Is that so? Then, do you know that your Hamlin was once your mother's lover? At Wen Yan's words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Luo Qinglian glared at Wen Yan, seething with rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Wen Yan smirked. Ms. Luo, after your release from prison, you quickly became involved with Su Hanlin. When he was diagnosed with lung cancer, you sought out this master, who has long aided your village in its nefarious deeds. The master instructed you to find a substitute with a fate compatible with Su Hanlin's, but such rare fates are hard to come by. Thus, you thought of Si Moyan. Having served time, you harbored resentment towards the Si family. If you could successfully have Su Hanlin possess him, you would not only gain a portion of the Si family's wealth, but also enjoy the company of a younger man, thus exacting your revenge. Despite maintaining a youthful appearance, you are still over 40. How could Si Moyan willingly return to Dayo village with you? Hence, you resorted to your daughter, Luo Nianshu, employing a few ruffians to harass her on her way home from work. In her moment of peril, Su Hanlin heroically intervened, creating a bridge effect where Luo Nianshu mistakenly believed him to be her savior. Moreover, having learned of her preferences from you, it was only a matter of time before Luo Nianshu fell into his gentle trap. Caught up in her passionate romance, Luo Nianshu was unable to bear the news of her lover's terminal illness, and it was in this vulnerable state that you proposed your plan. Luo Nianshu yearned desperately to rescue the man she cherished. Even if it meant employing the assistance of another man, she would do so willingly. Little did she know that throughout it all, she herself was merely a pawn in the hands of that cunning woman. Luo Qinglian's eyes brimmed with crimson fury as she shouted vehemently, "You speak nonsense. With your talent for fabrication, why not become a screenwriter?" In an effort to conceal her past relationship with Su Hanlin from Luo Nianshu, Luo Qinglian had long destroyed all evidence.
Now,
with Su Hanlin's soul transfer failing and no witnesses remaining, Luo Nianshu found it hard to believe the words of Wen Yan. Her father had passed away early, and her mother would never treat her so cruelly. Do not attempt to sow discord between my mother and me. Wen Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as her delicate fingers pointed abruptly at the corpulent rat resting atop Su Hanlin's corpse. His spirit resides within that rat. If you doubt it, let it testify. With narrowed eyes, Wen Yan chanted an incantation. The rat suddenly convulsed, darting about wildly. Once Wen Yan ceased her incantation, the creature calmed somewhat. Its beady black eyes filled with fear and unease as it stared at her. Wen Yan glanced at the rat and smirked. "I relish the sight of your impotent rage. If you wish to end your suffering, answer my questions truthfully. If I speak true, then you shall squeak twice. Have you and Luo Qinglian been together for long?" The rat squeaked. "Have you and Luo Qinglian exploited Luo Nianshu?" Another squeak. "Have you ever truly cared for Luo Nianshu?" Yet another squeak. Luo Nianshu felt a chilling wave of despair wash over her, as if someone had tightened their grip around her throat. So, she had meticulously deceived Si Moyan, only to discover that she was merely a pawn in someone else's game? Chapter 120. Her past was a heart-wrenching tale. What was even more unbearable for Luo Nianshu was the realization that the one who had manipulated her was none other than her own mother. Her nostrils flared, and her eyes stung as if branded by an unseen flame. Reflecting on her time with Su Hanlin, she felt as though she had become a grand jest. In that moment, she comprehended Si Moyan's fury and anguish. She truly was a victim of her own folly. Luo Qinglian, witnessing Luo Nianshu's tear-streaked face, furrowed her brow. "Nianshu, do not be led astray by her words. That rat was brought by her, and is not Hanlin at all." The rat leaped to Luo Qinglian's feet, incessantly squeaking, desperately attempting to prove its identity as Su Hanlin. Luo Qinglian cast a glance at the silent master. "Master it." The master nodded slightly. Luo Qinglian's mind went blank. The failed soul transfer was one thing, but Su Hanlin had been transformed into a grotesque, repulsive rat. She fought against the urge to kick the creature away and trembled as she asked, "Master, is there any hope left?" Wen Yan's eyes glinted with malice. "Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. You have committed countless misdeeds, and today is the day of your reckoning." Luo Qinglian glared furiously at Wen Yan. "Even if I have done wrong, I have already faced my punishment. As for you, intruding upon our Daya village, I shall ensure you enter with your lives but leave without them. Nianshu, hurry and blow the whistle. If you do not, these people may take our lives. Your mother is the one who loves you most in this world. Since your father has been absent since your childhood, it has been your mother who worked tirelessly to raise you. Do not be swayed by the words of outsiders." Before Luo Qinglian could finish, Wen Yan interrupted with a cold laugh. "Speaking of your father, I have some words to share." Luo Qinglian's eyes burned with hatred as she glared at Wen Yan, wishing she could tear her apart. "Shut your mouth." But Wen Yan was undeterred. She pointed at the bed where Su Hanshan's corpse lay. Luo Nianchu. Before your father fully passed away, your mother concealed him beneath this bed. He clutched a stone in his hand and, with all his might, carved the characters lotus and kill. If you doubt my words, pull back the bed and see for yourself. Before Luo Qinglian could intervene, Luo Nianchu approached and pulled the bed aside. Sure enough, upon the battered wall, she beheld the characters lotus and kill. Luo Nianchu's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother, did you kill Dad? All these years. Her mother had claimed that her father had perished in a mudslide while eloping with another woman. For so long, Luo Nianchu had never thought of her father. Believing him to be an irresponsible man she could not take pride in. Of course it was your mother who killed him. Your father was lured to Dia village by her when he was young. She coerced him into marriage, and you were born from that union. However, your father was a man of integrity and kindness, and upon learning of the girls who had been abducted from Dia village, he wished to escape with them. Yet, he was captured before he could flee the mountains. Your mother brutally killed him, unable to tolerate any betrayal. After your father's death, your mother began to resent you. Every time she looked at your face, she was reminded of him. Thus, she felt no guilt in exploiting and harming you. She never regarded you as her daughter, but merely a tool to be used when she needed you. Luo Nianchu felt as if her soul was shattering into a million pieces. A deafening buzz filled her ears, akin to a swarm of bees invading her head. Meanwhile, Luo Qinglian was equally stunned and terrified. She could not comprehend how Wen Yan had unearthed such deeply buried secrets. Who exactly was she? Nianchu, do not believe her. Luo Qinglian attempted to soothe Luo Nianchu's distress, but Luo Nianchu forcefully pushed her away. You are not my mother. At that moment, to Luo Nianchu, Luo Qinglian appeared as a devil with claws outstretched. Seeing that Luo Nianchu would rather trust an outsider than her, Luo Qinglian was infuriated. Master, these people know too many secrets. I cannot allow any of them to leave. After a lengthy silence, the master suddenly produced a gourd that hung from his waist. He chanted a few incantations, and the atmosphere grew ominously cold. Wen Yan, noticing this, furrowed her delicate brows and quickly applied vermilion to the arms of the old gentleman and Si Jingi, then handed them each a talisman for protection. Do not move from your spots. Si Moyan, who was ablaze, did not require a talisman, but Si Yubai did. Just as Wen Yan was about to approach Si Yubai, suddenly, a damp strand of long hair ensnared his neck. Before Wen Yan could reach him, Si Yubai was seized and dragged away by a vengeful female ghost. Husband, stay here and protect grandpa and second brother. I will go after her. Si Moyan frowned. I will go with you. Do not underestimate second brother. He has self-defense skills. In a moment of crisis, Si Jingi forced himself to be brave. Sister-in-law, let big brother accompany you to rescue fifth brother. We will guard Luo Nianchu and Luo Qinglian here. Wen Yan said nothing more and quickly pursued the direction in which Si Yubai had vanished alongside Si Moyan. The two chased after him to the village's unmarked graveyard. On this moonlit night, a thick, chilling aura enveloped the area.
Si Yubai studato panarking grave.
His neck ensnared by the ghost's long hair, bending over in pain, his complexion pale as he struggled to breathe. The master stood not far off. His expression twisted in rage as he glared at Wen Yan. I have practiced my sorcery for many years without failure. Who exactly are you? Wen Yan replied coldly. Your great aunt. The master gritted his teeth. You foolish girl. Today you shall learn the consequences of offending me, Zhang Daxian. Just as Zhang Daxian finished speaking, a dart struck his chest. Wen Yan cast a congratulatory glance at Si Mai, whose speed surpassed her own. Husband, well done. Truly, his skills were impressive, having emerged from the special forces. Zhang Daxian's sorcery was formidable, yet he lacked physical prowess, making him no match for Si Mai. Realizing he could not contend with a young couple, Zhang Daxian recited a few incantations, summoning even stronger vengeful energy from the female ghost as he made his escape. The ghost's hair was incredibly resilient, cutting into Si Yubai's neck and causing blood to flow freely. For the sake of Si Yubai's safety, Wen Yan and Si Mai chose not to pursue Zhang Daxian any further. Release my brother. I shall become your hostage. Si Moyan's voice was deep and cold as he spoke. The female ghost's complexion was a ghastly pale, her eyes bulging and blood seeping from the corners. Her body grotesquely swollen, suggesting she had been submerged in water for an extended period during her life. The ghost gaped her mouth wide, incessantly absorbing the ominous energy from the grave mound. Wen Yan glanced toward the sky, a sense of urgency washing over her. This is bad. Midnight is approaching. The ghost has consumed too much dark energy, and her powers will greatly increase. Without delay, Wen Yan retrieved yellow incense from her bag, handing it to her husband to ignite. Si Moyan swiftly accepted it. Wen Yan then produced a length of red thread and an umbrella, threading the red line through the umbrella's frame before positioning the canopy facing north. Just as Si Yubai was on the brink of suffocation at the hands of the ghost, Wen Yan drew a peachwood sword, biting her finger to draw blood, and swiftly thrust it towards the ghost. As the ghost was struck by the peachwood sword, the hair that was constricting Si Yubai's neck loosened. Si Moyan leaped forward, catching Si Yubai in his arms. Wen Yan seized the umbrella adorned with the red thread, raising a talisman in her hand while chanting an incantation. Suddenly, the red thread that had fallen to the ground writhed like a serpent. Si Moyan observed as the ghost was pulled beneath the umbrella by the force of the red thread. The ghost collapsed beneath the umbrella, her bulging eyes filled with terror. As the talisman in Wen Yan's hand burned away, the ghost's resentment dissipated entirely. Her visage transformed back to that of her living self, revealing a delicate and demure countenance. The ghost lay at Wen Yan's feet, resembling a victim of bullying, weeping pitifully. Gone was her previous malevolence. In this moment, the ghost appeared frail and despondent, filled with sorrow, grievance, and a hint of pleading. My name is Chu Man. My death was tragic, and I am willing to endure the depths of hell and the cycle of reincarnation just to exact my vengeance. Zhou Ziqing is more beastly than a beast. He must face retribution, or I shall never find peace. Miss, I implore you to assist me.
Do not let my soul be scattered.
Si Moyan, tending to Si Yubai's wound, furrowed his brow at the mention of Zhou Ziqing. Isn't that the coach of the 5th swimming team? At the mention of Zhou Ziqing's name, Si Yubai's muddled mind jolted awake. Brother, I did not take any banned substances. It was Zhou Ziqing and Yang Su who conspired against me. Si Moyan nodded, reassuring him. Rest assured, my brother knows you are innocent. Wen Yan accessed information about Zhou Ziqing and Chu Man through her system.
Goodness.
Zhou Ziqing is even more despicable than He Shu Yuan. No, it is beyond mere wretchedness. He is insidious and malevolent. Chu Man grew up in a single-parent household. Her mother worked in a massage parlor, and due to her profession, Chu Man faced considerable disdain in her youth. After graduating high school, she took a job at a restaurant where she met Zhou Ziqing, who was attending university. Zhou Ziqing hailed from a rural background, with a ruggedly handsome appearance. After becoming acquainted with him, Chu Man found him amiable, and it wasn't long before they entered into a romantic relationship. However, Zhou's family was impoverished, and with his mother falling ill, he persuaded Chu Man to use her earnings to pay for his tuition. He promised her a bright future, claiming he would marry her upon graduation. In her desire to support him, Chu Man worked 3 part-time jobs daily. During Zhou's 3rd year of university, Chu Man unexpectedly became pregnant. Zhou took her back to his hometown for the delivery, where his mother acted as the midwife. However, after the birth, Zhou's family deceitfully informed Chu Man that the child had died, when in reality, Zhou had sold the baby. Unbeknownst to Chu Man at that time, Zhou had become acquainted with a wealthy, beautiful classmate and, in his pursuit of her, pretended to be a rich heir, extravagantly spending borrowed money. Faced with insurmountable debts, he resorted to using the child as collateral. They say even the fiercest of beasts do not harm their young, yet Zhou was willing to do anything for money. Chu Man, devastated by the loss of her child, found herself manipulated by Zhou, who concocted a story about needing compensation for a car accident, leading her to return to work too soon after giving birth. After pursuing the classmate for a year, Zhou's love interest fell ill and required a kidney transplant, which, coincidentally, matched Chu Man's blood type. Zhou deceitfully told Chu Man that his mother needed a kidney transplant, convincing her to assist with the matching process. When the results confirmed compatibility, Chu Man, unwilling to see Zhou's mother suffer, selflessly donated a kidney. Once the classmate's mother recovered, Zhou assumed she would date him. Instead, she exposed his facade as a false rich heir before the entire school, leading to a public humiliation that ignited a deep-seated hatred for women in Zhou. He never considered the sacrifices Chu Man made for him. With his newfound disdain for women, he extended that hatred towards her as well. After entering the workforce, Zhou purchased a substantial insurance policy for Chu Man, orchestrating a romantic proposal at the edge of a cliff while secretly placing soybeans on the ground. In her excitement, Chu Man inadvertently stepped on the soybeans, slipping and falling into the sea. To ensure Chu Man's demise in the ocean, Zhou followed her, feigning a rescue while watching her struggle in agony, ultimately succumbing to the depths. To portray her death as accidental, Zhou recorded a video during the proposal, depicting himself jumping in after her fall. He shared this footage online, garnering sympathy from countless viewers who donated money to the grieving man, allowing Zhou to profit from his heinous act. And yet, that was not the end. After Chu Man was declared deceased from the fall, Zhou swapped her ashes with those of a dog, scattering her true remains into the sea. This vile man, fearing that Chu Man's vengeful spirit would seek retribution, sought the aid of the unscrupulous Master Zhang to capture her soul and transform her into his executioner. Most importantly, this wretched man not only ruined Chu Man's life, but also schemed to seize her mother's property. After Chu Man's death, her mother succumbed to despair, suffering a mental breakdown, which Zhou exploited to swindle her out of her only home. Now, Chu Man's mother wanders as a madwoman, scavenging for food and sleeping under bridges, often subjected to the cruelty of male beggars. As for the vile Zhou Ziqing, he ascended to a coaching position in the Yi City swimming team, having bribed his superiors with the blood money he earned. Wen Yan exhaled a heavy sigh. Each time she learned of such misdeeds, she yearned to tear the scoundrel to shreds. Even her current view of Si Moyan felt tainted. When men turn ruthless, they can be utterly deadly. Why should women bother with romance? One moment it's promises of the sea and stars, climbing mountains, and proposals at cliffs, and the next moment it leads to a lifetime of entrapment. Si Moyan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He seemed to be caught in the crossfire. In this world, both men and women can be wicked, but surely there are good ones as well? For instance, he considered himself an exceptional man. Reflecting on the time before she arrived, the original Wen Yan had committed numerous repugnant acts against him, yet he never resorted to violence or reported her to the authorities. It is important to note that her theft of company secrets carried legal repercussions. Wen Yan looked down at the heart-wrenchingly sobbing Chu Man at her feet and pressed her lips together. Come into the umbrella. No sooner had Wen Yan spoken than a wisp of vapor drifted into the umbrella. At the Luo residence, Elder Si and Si Jingyi stood like sentinels at the door, preventing Luo Qinglian from leaving. Desperate for help, Luo Qinglian wished for Luo Nianchu to blow a whistle, but Luo Nianchu adamantly refused to do so. Luo Qinglian seethed with anger. Nianchu, do you trust the words of an outsider so easily? Luo Nianchu gazed at the plump rat hidden in the corner, her eyes reddening. It admitted it. Are you really going to believe a mere mouse? She retorted. It must be that woman's doing. The spirit within that rat is not Su Hanlin. Elder Si stroked his white beard, pondering the situation. If you dislike the mouse, it appears that Ms. Luo's feelings for Su Hanlin are not genuine.
Si Jingyi nodded,
Embellishing the narrative, declaring that true love, regardless of the other's nature, would indeed penetrate to the very marrow of one's being. In the corner, a mouse scurried to Lu Qinglian's feet, incessantly squeaking. Lu Qinglian, who harbored an intense aversion to rodents, felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the sight. Away with you. You are no Hanlin. The mouse continued its relentless squeaking. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Qinglian lifted her foot and kicked the plump creature away. The mouse was sent flying. I thought Lu Qinglian cherished Su Hanlin with unwavering devotion. It seems her affection lies not within his soul, but rather in his exterior. No wonder she wishes to inhabit my fifth brother's body. After all, he is young and handsome, and I can only imagine how much this older woman has longed for him. As Si Jingyi spoke, the mouse grew increasingly agitated. After being kicked, it leaped back towards Lu Qinglian, who felt a chill run down her spine. To her, this creature was far more terrifying than any specter. Get away! Get away! Lu Qinglian frantically waved her hands. The mouse clung tightly to her, baring its teeth and lunging at her face with a shrill squeak.
Ah!
Lu Qinglian cried out, rolling on the ground in pain. Si Jingyi clenched his fists, leaping up to rally against the mouse. Bite, bite, bite. This woman is fickle and covets young men. She does not love you at all, so bite her to your heart's content. The mouse disfigured Lu Qinglian's left cheek, twisting her features into a mask of rage. Forgetting her fear, she seized the mouse and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Fearing it would leap at her again, she relentlessly stomped on it. After 5 minutes of relentless trampling, the mouse lay lifeless beneath her. A wisp of green smoke wafted away, and a faint, resentful voice echoed. Lu Qinglian, you venomous woman. Si Jingyi regarded the dead rodent on the ground with a sardonic remark. Ah, but a mouse's life is still a life. Lu Qinglian, clutching her bloodied face, cast a malevolent glare at Si Jingyi. She vowed that the Si family would pay dearly. With a swift motion, She reached for the whistle hanging from Luo Nianchu's neck. Though Luo Nianchu attempted to shield it, she was a beat too slow. Lu Qinglian snatched the whistle away and blew it forcefully several times. Prepare to meet the king of hell. Lu Qinglian's gaze twisted with malevolence. However, as the villagers, drawn by the whistle, rushed towards them, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. The narrow mountain road leading to Dayo village was soon flooded with over 100 police officers on motorcycles, swiftly surrounding the village. Though communication signals were non-existent in Dayo village, Si Moyan had brought a satellite phone. After discovering a group of girls who had been abducted and imprisoned in a hidden chamber, he immediately contacted the authorities. Upon seeing the police storming in, Lu Qinglian's pupils constricted in sheer panic. She collapsed weakly to the ground. It was over. Everything was over. As the police took her away, she glared hatefully at the members of the Si family. You are all a plague. Every time I cross paths with the Si family, my fate seems to follow a tragic trajectory. This time, after being captured, I will likely face execution. Luo Nianchu was also apprehended. Throughout the ordeal, she remained silent, save for a glance at Si Bai upon their return to the village. Si Bai noticed her gaze and turned to look at her. Their eyes met. All the tears that Luo Nianchu had held back surged forth uncontrollably. Bye-bye, I am so sorry, so sorry. Flashbacks of their shared moments flooded her mind. Despite Si Bai's youth, he possessed a gentle and obedient demeanor. He would assist her while she cooked and bring her milk tea during her shifts at the cafeteria. They had shared stargazing nights, heartfelt confessions atop mountains, and playful water fights in the swimming pool. Though she had constantly reminded herself that it was merely a fleeting dalliance, she could not deny the joy and delight it brought her. In a surge of regret, Luo Nianchu lamented how wonderful it would have been had she never deceived him. Yet, she understood that even without the deceit, once he learned of her mother's identity as Lu Qinglian, he would never wish to be with her again. Bye-bye. Can you tell me once more, do you truly like me? Si Bai's cold gaze bore into Luo Nianchu, his handsome face devoid of warmth. I have always lacked affection. You appeared during my darkest moments, and I mistook you for a mature warmth. Perhaps I merely regarded you as a reflection of my mother. My feelings for you are not of romantic nature. With those words, Luo Nianchu felt as though she had plunged into a frozen abyss. Chapter 122. Jumping in pink swim trunks for Subject 3. Si Bai did not cast another glance at Luo Nianchu, following Wen Yan and the Si family away. Luo Nianchu watched the tall and handsome figure of the young man, her heart wrenched in despair, regretting her past choices. She had missed the opportunity to be with the best man in her life. The police approached, snapping cold handcuffs onto Luo Nianchu's wrists. She closed her eyes, her face awash with tears of regret. One misstep led to another. Her life had been utterly ruined by her own mother. Upon seeing Luo Nianchu, tear-streaked and desolate, Wen Yan could only muster 8 words of consolation, returning to the law, tightly bound in prison food. Hearing the words meant for Luo Nianchu, Si Jingyi stifled a laugh. Patting Si Bai on the shoulder, finally, has the love-struck fool awakened? Si Bai pressed his lips together. Second brother, don't mock me. You were once love-struck too. Si Jingyi merely chuckled. We nearly became men who couldn't be saved by an anti-fraud center, but thankfully, our sister-in-law pulled us back from the abyss. Si Bai glanced at Wen Yan, a deep sense of guilt and shame washing over him. Had it not been for their sister-in-law, he might have lost his life. Back then, when he heard her heartfelt words, he had dismissed them as alarmist and a slander against Luo Nianchu. When I return, I will kneel and apologize. Si Jingyi nodded. Sister-in-law loves money and young men. You sort that out yourself. Si Bai pondered. What was second brother implying? Was he suggesting that he offer himself to their sister-in-law? Wouldn't he that provoke an outrage from elder brother? Si Jingyi, unaware of Si Bai's twisted thoughts, lowered his voice. What became of the female ghost who abducted you? Was she not beaten to a pulp by sister-in-law? Si Bai shuddered at the memory of that damp, long hair coiling around his neck. He had never encountered such a vengeful spirit before. Terrifying. Si Bai pointed at the black umbrella in Wen Yan's hand. The ghost is inside that umbrella. What? Si Jingyi jumped 3 feet in shock. Si Bai's eardrums nearly burst from the volume of Si Jingyi's exclamation. Wen Yan, Si Moyan, and Elder Si turned to look. Si Jingyi's eyes widened in horror, fixated on the black umbrella in Wen Yan's grasp, his long legs trembling uncontrollably. Sister-in-law, the ghost is in the umbrella? Wen Yan observed Si Jingyi's frightened demeanor, barely able to suppress a smile. Would you like to help me with the umbrella? Si Jingyi nearly stumbled to the ground, his handsome face pale with fright. Sister-in-law, please spare me. Elder Si stroked his white beard, glaring at Si Jingyi with disappointment. You cowardly boy, look at your grandfather, who at over 70 shows no fear. With that, Elder Si puffed out his chest, preparing to walk forward. But a furtive glance at the black umbrella in Wen Yan's hand made him swallow hard. Oldest, come here. Si Moyan, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Stand in front of Grandpa and crouch down. Si Moyan complied obediently. Just as he bent down, Elder Si clambered onto his back without hesitation. Grandpa is feeling weak. You must carry me down the mountain. Si Moyan exchanged glances with Wen Yan, both sharing a smile of helplessness. Who was it that had just called Si Jingyi a coward? As Si Jingyi observed the elder frozen in fear, he felt his own fears begin to dissipate. As long as the elder sister-in-law is present, that female ghost should not dare to harm him. Moreover, he possesses the talisman bestowed by the elder sister-in-law. Upon witnessing the talisman in Si Jingyi's hand, Si Bai's eyes shimmered with envy. Second brother, is that from the elder sister-in-law? Si Jingyi nodded, of course. Si Bai's lips quivered. I want one too. If you desire it, the elder sister-in-law will surely grant it to you. But have you forgotten what you said before eloping with Luo Nianshu? Feeling guilty, Si Bai sheepishly touched his nose. I thought the elder sister-in-law was still the same as before. I had no idea she had changed. Si Jingyi leaned closer and whispered to Si Bai about the alterations within the elder sister-in-law's body. Those past matters were unrelated to her. She was not someone to take the blame. Henceforth, you must never offend the elder sister-in-law again. After nearly experiencing possession, Si Bai could accept even the most bizarre occurrences. He obediently nodded. An elder sister-in-law is like a mother. I will heed her words from now on. As Wen Yan and the Si family passed by Hisheng's residence, they encountered Si Zhenxiao, Gu Beichen, and Gu Manchu. The three of them were cradling the mentally distressed Gu Yanyan in their arms. Upon seeing the elderly patriarch of the Si family, Si Zhenxiao's expression darkened. Father, you have gone too far. No matter what, Yan is still my daughter. How can you stand by and watch her suffer? The elderly patriarch of the Si family, indifferent as he rested on Si Moyan's back, retorted, Oh, and who might you be? Si Zhenxiao. The elderly man continued, Sir, do not mistake your kinship. I recall publicly severing ties with you not long ago. You have no connection to the Si family anymore. You should change your surname and join the Gu family. From now on, you may be called Gu. The patriarch's words were quite cutting. Wen Yan and the others stifled their laughter at the sight of Si Zhenxiao's ashen face. With gritted teeth, Si Zhenxiao spat. Father, you abandon your own son for a few short-lived children born to Jinglan. You will surely regret this. A wise monk once said that Gu Beichen is the true prodigy. As long as he stays with Gu Beichen, he shall enjoy longevity. In contrast, none of Si Moyan's children are destined for long lives. The elderly patriarch dismissed his claims, confident that one day, he would come to regret it.
Pa.
Mistaking fish eyes for pearls? I am not blind. My grandchildren are exceptional. I am quite happy every day. He had no interest in women now. He relished gossip and was thoroughly content. Seeing Gu Yanyan in such a disheveled and distressed state, Gu Beichen cast a cold glare at Wen Yan. Was she deliberately retaliating against him? Did she harbor resentment because his heart belonged to Wen Yu? Was she so heartless that she would not come to his sister's aid? Her actions would only increase his disdain for her. Wen Yan, catching the gloomy expression on Gu Beichen's face, let out a cold scoff. There is a saying that rings true. The greatest allure of a scoundrel lies in his vivid imagination. Noticing the exchanged glances between Wen Yan and Gu Beichen, Si Moyan's brows furrowed slightly. The authorities would investigate and address the matters concerning Dayo village. After descending the mountain, Wen Yan and the Si family boarded a business vehicle. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she rubbed her aching neck. As she did so, she sensed something amiss. The man beside her, Si Moyan, frequently cast furtive glances her way, only to quickly avert his gaze when she turned to look at him, adopting a rather constipated demeanor. Husband, what troubles you? Speak your mind. If you have something to say, say it. Holding it in could lead to hemorrhoids.
Si Moyan's hanzo me face darkened.
Si Jingyi leaned over from the back seat. Elder sister-in-law, I actually know what my brother is thinking. He must be wishing to compose a poem. Wen Yan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what kind of poem does he wish to compose? Two orioles sing amidst the verdant willows. A branch of red apricot extends beyond the wall. As soon as Si Jingyi finished, Si Moyan delivered a sharp rap on his head. Be quiet. Wen Yan, being perceptive, immediately grasped Si Moyan's intent and poked him in the arm. Husband, You don't think I still harbor feelings for Gu Beichan upon seeing him, do you? He pales in comparison to you. Besides, my eye ailment has been cured. I have long since lost interest in him. Si Moyan's stern features softened slightly as he wrapped an arm around Wen Yan's shoulders, pressing her head against his. You have been exhausted and burdened these past few days. Rest your head on my shoulder for a while. Indeed, Wen Yan was fatigued. As she leaned against him, inhaling his refreshing scent mingled with a hint of tobacco, she quickly succumbed to slumber. After the vehicle had traveled a distance, Si Moyan gazed down at the sleeping woman, a gentle glimmer passing through his deep-set eyes. He bent down to plant a soft kiss on her head. Not all men are scoundrels. Keeping your distance from them may lead to a long life. Suddenly, a chilling female voice echoed within the vehicle. Si Jingyi's skin prickled with goosebumps. Si Moyan glanced at the black umbrella beside Wen Yan, his voice cold and low. Not all men are chinshimi. You were deceived by Zhou Ziqing so many times and still believe his sincerity. You are foolish. Wen Yan is different. If I deceive her even a little, she would sense it immediately. The woman began to weep sorrowfully. I am foolish. If I die, it is my own fault, yet I harbor hatred. Fearing the female ghost might disturb Wen Yan's slumber, Si Moyan pointed at the umbrella with his fingertip. The spirit tethered to the umbrella screamed in agony, as if seared by flames, before falling silent once more. Upon returning to Yeqing, Wen Yan and the Si family recuperated for several days, gradually regaining their strength. Once she felt revitalized, Wen Yan opened her door to find Si Bai standing at her threshold. She was momentarily taken aback. Fifth brother, what are you doing here? Notably, he was clad in a bathrobe, his long, fair hands gripping the sash as if he were about to untie it at any moment. Si Bai's handsome face flushed crimson. Elder sister-in-law, second brother says you fancy young men. If I wish to earn your forgiveness, I must wear pink swim trunks and dance in front of you. Before Wen Yan could respond, Si Moyan emerged from the study with a cold expression. You dare to wear pink swim trunks and dance? Go ahead, I dare you. His handsome features were dark enough to drip water. Not only did he have to guard against the tall, muscular young men outside, but he also had to keep an eye on these unruly pups at home. Wen Yan cleared her throat. Fifth brother, you misunderstand. Your elder sister-in-law would not glance at any handsome young man apart from your elder brother. Why is it that even while pretending to be virtuous in the Si family, they still know what I truly am?
Si Moyan. Si Bai.
In chapter 123, Love Struck, Si Bai could hardly contain his laughter. He never expected his elder sister-in-law to possess such a humorous side. No wonder the family rallied to protect and cherish her. She was truly one of a kind. Elder sister-in-law, may we exchange WeChat? Upon hearing Si Bai mention adding WeChat, Wen Yan immediately recalled her mission. Sure, let's add each other. After connecting with Si Bai on WeChat, an automatic mechanical notification chimed. Ding. Dislike value decreased by 10, now at 0. Wen Yan's eyes sparkled. The dislike value had finally dropped to 0. From now on, she only needed to focus on making that dog of a man fall for her. She glanced over at Si Moyan, pondering whether her teasing words would raise his affection points. Perhaps she still needed to rely on helping others to gain his favor. She realized that both dislike and affection values were ultimately controlled by the system. The system seemed intent on keeping her within the Si family. Could it be that Si Moyan had saved its previous host's life? Feeling guilty, the system automatically logged off. When the truth was revealed, the host would understand that it was actually aiding her. Fifth brother, go change your clothes in your room. Do not flaunt your bathrobe in front of your elder sister-in-law. After Si Bai left, Si Moyan reminded Wen Yan, there is a package for you downstairs, sent by Gu Beichan. Wen Yan gazed at the man's strikingly handsome, yet cold demeanor, gently touching her nose. Darling, I truly have no contact with him anymore. I am utterly perplexed as to why he suddenly sent me something. Si Moyan's thin, crimson lips were pressed tightly together. Go and see what he has sent you.
All right.
To demonstrate that she had severed ties with Gu Beichan, Wen Yan proceeded to unwrap the package in front of Si Moyan. To her astonishment, it was filled entirely with gifts the original owner had previously given to Gu Beichan, love letters, and even seductive selfies in nightgowns. Upon seeing those letters and photos, a chill ran down Wen Yan's spine. Ugh, I've been tainted by the original owner. Seeing someone as love-struck as Wang Bao Chuan makes me want to slap her and deliver a swift kick as well. Love is so challenging. Perhaps I should just embrace the camaraderie instead. Si Moyan reached out and took the box away. Darling, what are you doing? He asked lightly. Burning it. Wen Yan waved her hand dismissively. Fine, fine, as long as you're not angry. Those gifts were of no use to her since they had already been used by Gu Beichen. A week later, the abduction case in Dayo village was solved. The traffickers, led by Luo Qinglian, were sentenced to death. Master Zhang had fled, and the police had yet to apprehend him. Gu Yan, one of the abducted girls, after experiencing a slight improvement in her mental state, began to exploit her situation online. Claiming to have infiltrated the abducted village as an undercover agent to assist the police, garnering significant attention and discussion from netizens. Many praised Gu Yan for her bravery and intelligence, calling her a true warrior. Shameless, utterly devoid of dignity, it was clearly the elder sister-in-law's efforts. Si Jingyi fumed upon seeing the trending news online. Wen Yan remained unfazed, not feeling envious or concerned in the slightest. Daring to ride on such popularity. One can only say Gu Yan is utterly brainless. She must be a total fool. Though the case in the abducted village has been solved, there are still those hiding well outside who have not been caught. Does Gu Yan truly fear retaliation by proclaiming her undercover status? Just moments ago, Si Jingyi had been furious, but suddenly he felt no anger. Those devoid of intellect and with malicious hearts were unworthy of sympathy. The female ghost under the black umbrella began to weep once more. She had followed Wen Yan back, eager for revenge. However, Wen Yan and the Si family had not left their home recently. After being subdued by Wen Yan, her spirit had been damaged, preventing her from leaving the umbrella for too long, lest she risk losing her soul. Initially, Si Jingyi was frightened by the haunting cries, but he soon grew numb to them. Eldest daughter-in-law, Chu Man is quite pitiful. How can we assist her? Old Master Si had learned from the fifth son about Chu Man's tragic fate and was shocked that the coach turned out to be so malevolent. Wen Yan picked up the black umbrella and suggested, "Let us go to the tea room to discuss over tea." Old Master Si summoned others to join them in the tea room. The two men in the Si family who had been hurt by women could empathize with Chu Man the most. Si Jingyi remarked to the black umbrella, "Love-struck fools dig their own graves." Si Yubai added, "Love-struck fools end up pregnant and selling their children." In unison, the two brothers quipped, one moment a romantic film, the next a tragedy, and then it turns into a mystery. This must be what they call a cliff-edge breakup. Chu Man's wails grew even more sorrowful. Rather than comforting her, they were merely adding fuel to the fire. After being publicly disowned by old Master Si, Si Zhanshao returned to the Si residence to collect his personal belongings. The butler opened the door for him. Upon entering the villa, Si Zhanshao found no one else in the Si family present. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he suddenly heard commotion from the tea room. He stealthily approached to take a look. The Si family members were all conversing with the black umbrella, and soon, the sound of a woman's cries filled the air. Si Zhanshao was immediately covered in goosebumps. Why was there a woman's eerie and tragic cry coming from the umbrella? As he was about to take another look, Wen Yan noticed him in the tea room. She tugged at the red string of the umbrella, and Chu Man suddenly floated out. Si Zhanshao was startled to see a ghostly figure and fled the Si residence in terror. The Si family had gone mad. He vowed never to set foot there again. After scaring Si Zhanshao away, Chu Man returned to the umbrella. "Miss Wen, please help me. Zhou Zhicheng has recently been promoted, and he is thriving. I cannot accept this." Wen Yan rested her chin on her hand, speaking slowly. "In a few days, Zhou Zhicheng will take Yangsu to participate in the provincial swimming club competition. At that time, when there are many people around, we shall strike him a fatal blow." Old Master Si's eyes gleamed with excitement. He relished witnessing his eldest daughter-in-law tear apart a scoundrel. The enthusiasm for gossip within him stirred. Si Yubai turned to Si Moyan, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. "Elder brother, are you not familiar with the manager of Dolphin Bay Club? Could you arrange for me to represent Dolphin Bay Club in the competition?" Wen Yan nodded. "This is feasible. When Yangsu sees fifth brother competing, he will undoubtedly feel a sense of crisis and may even resort to his old tricks. Then we can clear fifth brother's name as well." Si Moyan responded with a low picked up his phone, and stood up. "I will make the call now." Si Yubai's face flushed as he looked at Wen Yan. "Elder sister-in-law, on the day of the competition, I will wear pink swim trunks." Wen Yan, "Oh, dear. Little brother, how utterly adorable." Si Moyan shot a cold, piercing glance at Si Yubai. "Rest assured, on the day of the competition, your elder brother will cover your sister-in-law's eyes." Old Master Si approached Si Moyan, gently patting his shoulder, and lowered his voice. "Eldest son, there are 4 types of creatures that are hard to control. The pig to be slaughtered for the new year, the startled donkey, the lustful wife in her right mind. And the freshly caught fish. Just let her see. Looking 1T cost you a piece of flesh. Si Moyan. Though it 1T cost me flesh, my heart will ache. Chapter 124. Public execution. Authentic and familiar gossip. On the day of the provincial swimming club competition, Si Bai arrived at the venue early. He encountered Yang Su at the entrance of the venue, who looked at him with a hint of suspicion. Aren't you banned from participating? What are you doing here? Yang Su was of similar height to Si Bai, long-legged and lean, but with darker skin and less handsome features. Si Bai was recognized as the most handsome in the swimming world. Not only was he handsome, but he was also a swimming prodigy. Yang Su had never beaten him in competition, always coming in as the perennial runner-up. Since Si Bai's ban, Yang Su had managed to win several first places. Si Bai ignored Yang Su and headed toward the changing room. After inquiring around, Yang Su learned that Si Bai was representing Dolphin Bay Club this time. What was going on with Dolphin Bay's management? Did they not know that Si Bai had used banned substances? How dare they employ an athlete with such a history? Yang Su wanted to resort to his old tactics, but Zhou Ziqing stopped him. This time, he would definitely be cautious and not use the previous plan to avoid ruining himself. Clenching his fists, Yang Su's expression was filled with anxiety and unease, thinking, Si Bai will surely surpass me in the competition. Zhou Ziqing patted Yang Su on the shoulder, urging him to stay calm. Even if he comes in first, everyone knows about the previous drug use within the team. You just need to expose him right after the competition. Zhou Ziqing produced a report. This is Si Bai's previous positive drug test report. You can discreetly hand it to a familiar journalist. A cold, sinister smile crept across Yang Su's lips. Indeed, experience prevails. The matter of Si Bai's previous drug test had only been penalized within the team and never publicly disclosed. This time, he would ensure Si Bai faced public execution. The higher-ups would undoubtedly be compelled by public opinion to expel Si Bai. Wen Yan and the Si family were seated in the audience. Zhou Ziqing discreetly instructed Yang Su to pass the urine test report of the fifth brother to the journalists, seemingly intent on tarnishing his reputation and erasing him from the swimming arena entirely. The Si family remarked, "What a nefarious scheme." However, as the saying goes, wherever the road rises, the devil rises higher. Fortunately, they had made thorough preparations. The elder Si, with a proud demeanor, stroked his white beard. Confident that with their eldest grandson's wife present, the Si family would not falter. The competition soon commenced with great urgency. Yang Su and Si Bai emerged in succession. The young and handsome athletes elicited a wave of cheers from the audience, while online viewers flooded the chat with enthusiastic comments. Yang Su, my beloved. Yang Su. Invincible under heaven, forever claiming first place. Behind him is Si Bai. It's been so long since I last saw Bai. His skin is incredibly fair, and his physique is simply magnificent. As an ordinary admirer, I can't help but be captivated by such a charming figure.
Oh my.
They're about to take off their shirts. I'm nearly breathless. Wen Yan's current mental state mirrored the frenzied comments in the live chat. The VIP seats are truly splendid. The view is far clearer than in the last sports hall. Just as the athletes were about to remove their long pants, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. A long, elegant hand covered her eyes. Wen Yan attempted to pull the man's hand away, but in the next moment, he enveloped her in his embrace. His warm breath brushed against her ear as he murmured in a deep, magnetic voice, "Be good, don't look. If you wish to see, I shall show you at home, my dear." As he spoke, his warm breath sent shivers down her spine. Wen Yan slightly raised her head to gaze at the man's chiseled features and resolute jawline, her lips curling into a playful smile. "Are you jealous, dear?" The depths of his dark eyes deepened as he replied, "Yes, I am." What a deceitful charlatan. Even if you're jealous, I don't see any increase in affection. Wen Yan clenched her small fists and playfully struck his chest a few times. Seated behind them, Si Jing couldn't help but murmur, "This couple is making me smile uncontrollably." Elder Si nudged Si Jing with his elbow. "I heard your sister-in-law mention Wan Qinghuan. If you don't want to remain a lifelong singleton, you must take the initiative." Upon hearing Wan Qinghuan's name, a complex expression flickered in Si Jing's peach blossom eyes. He felt unworthy of her affection. Distancing himself from her was the only way for her to find happiness. "Grandfather, please don't say such things. I have no interest in Wan Qinghuan. Don't try to matchmake us." Just as Si Jing finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A slender, cool figure took the empty seat beside him. Upon seeing Wan Qinghuan, he was momentarily stunned. What is she doing here? Wan Qinghwan appeared oblivious to his presence, greeting Wen Yan in the front row. Wen Yan had given Wan Qinghwan the tickets, initially hoping for an opportunity for Si Jingyi, but his unlikable demeanor had suffocated any chance of romance. Once Wan Qinghwan arrived, the usually playful Si Jingyi fell silent, sitting stiffly like a schoolboy, unable to meet her gaze. Wan Qinghwan's phone chimed with a message. It was from her mother, sending a photograph. Qinghwan, this Mr. Liu is a rising star in finance. If you have time, you should meet him. He has seen your photo and has a good impression of you. Wan Qinghwan replied, all right, mother. Si Jingyi's heart clenched uncontrollably as he caught a glimpse of the message. As the competition commenced, he found it impossible to focus on the event. His gaze repeatedly fell upon Wan Qinghwan's ethereal face. Are you going on a blind date? The question summoned all his courage. Wan Qinghwan turned her cold, indifferent eyes toward him. Is that not permissible? Si Jingyi pressed his lips tightly together. Of course it is. I hope you find a man who truly cherishes you. Upon hearing his words, Wan Qinghwan's heart felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. What had she been hoping for? He had never liked her. Had he? She had long advised herself to forget him, yet a flicker of hope always lingered within her heart. She wished for him to notice her, to see her worth, but ultimately, it was merely her own unattainable desire. Wan Qinghwan coldly curled her lips. Rest assured, I will find a man 1,000 times better than you. Si Jingyi suppressed the bitterness within and wished her well. Wan Qinghwan averted her gaze, saying nothing more. Her long eyelashes, resembling butterfly wings, gently fell, concealing the faint flush that had crept into her eyes. When Si Jingyi looked towards the swimming pool, the competition had already concluded. Without a hint of suspense, Si Yubai had secured first place, with Yang Su trailing in second. After donning their clothing, Si Yubai and Yang Su approached the interview area. Numerous reporters congratulated Si Yubai, yet one journalist, locking eyes with Yang Su, sharply inquired, Yubai, you haven't publicly participated in a competition for over 3 months. What has transpired during this time? Si Yubai pressed his lips together. Training. Training? I heard you were suspended for using performance-enhancing drugs. Isn't it true that your so-called talent in swimming is a result of drug use?
What?
Performance-enhancing drugs? The other reporters instantly became electrified upon hearing this. Viewers watching the live stream were stunned by the revelation.
Oars.
So Si Yubai's victories over Yang Su were achieved through drugs? I was just admiring his looks, and now he has crashed and burned so quickly. It's disgraceful. Such underhanded tactics have no place in competitive sports. Yet, one cannot hastily conclude that Si Yubai had indeed used drugs based solely on that reporter's words. Before long, the reporter presented a document clearly stating that Si Yubai's urine test had returned positive results. The evidence was irrefutable, sending shockwaves throughout the online community. Yang Su, observing Si Yubai's furious gaze and tense demeanor, sighed, Xiaobai, you should not have taken such a perilous path for results. Winning through drugs is not true victory. Si Yubai has become a disgrace to swimming. What audacity! How could he still show his face at today's competition? The reporter who revealed the document then produced several photographs, showcasing not only Si Yubai's drug use, but also evidence of his bullying and assault on Yang Su. Look at this photo of him viciously attacking Yang Su. Si Yubai glanced at the images, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. That day, after being found positive, Yang Su had openly provoked him, even admitting to being the one who had drugged him. In a moment of rage, he had retaliated, not realizing Yang Su had captured it all on camera. He must have intended to ruin him. As the emotions of the viewers and the live audience reached a crescendo, a journalist named Wang, positioned at the back of the group, forcefully squeezed through. As a gossip reporter, he typically wouldn't belong in a sports interview. But Miss Wen had informed him of a significant scoop and secured him a spot, hence his presence. What if Si Yubai is being deliberately framed? Wang exclaimed loudly. Yang Su had never seen this journalist before. He was clearly not from the sports circle. Glancing at Wang's press badge, he realized he was a gossip reporter. What business does a gossip reporter have here? Many viewers recognized Wang from his previous sensational coverage of Su Yu's scandal in Kyoto, which they still discussed with great enthusiasm. It seemed whenever Wang appeared, unexpected revelations were sure to follow. The last person he had brought down was the popular singer Cool Girl. With Wang's reputation for delivering authentic scoops, viewers were inclined to trust him completely. Yang Su furrowed his brow at Wang. What do you mean by that? The urine test report for Si Yubai is conclusive evidence of his wrongdoing. Could it be that you still wish to forcibly exonerate him? If Si Bai possessed any proof of his innocence, he would not have had to wait until today. Wen Yan had already communicated with reporter Wang, and when confronted by Yang Su's inquiries, reporter Wang remained unflappable. He suddenly produced an object, declaring, "Here lies the evidence." In Chapter 125, a spectacular twist unfolds. Reporter Wang unveiled a small remote control. With a press of a button, a Weibo interface appeared on the large screen within the swimming facility. The account Su Yao and I, a secondary account, contained hundreds of daily updates. Reporter Wang navigated the remote to pause on 3 particular posts. Today was truly satisfying. Although I took a beating, the little white dog is now banned.
Haha.
I discreetly placed banned substances in his water cup, and his urine test came back positive. He shall never rise again. Without the little white dog, I can take first place. Whoever hinders my career, I wish nothing but their downfall. Damn it, lousy dog sought my company again tonight. Always expecting me to play the submissive role. I'm a one, okay? Yang Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the Weibo posts. Su Yao and I was his secondary account. All of this content was mere bravado, visible only to himself and never publicly posted. How could reporter Wang be privy to this? The live chat exploded with comments. I just discovered Su Yao's secondary account, and it contains even more scandalous content. Su Yao and I was caught taking nude selfies in front of the bathroom mirror. What a sight for sore eyes. Have you noticed? The abdominal muscles in Su Yao's selfies bear a striking resemblance to someone else. With that physique, does he dare to aspire to be number one? It's utterly humiliating. I've made a discovery. The abs and physique look just like Yang Su's. Yang Su could not be that disgusting, could he? I have a bold hypothesis. The little white dog mentioned in the account must refer to Si Bai. Lousy dog, could it be that this implicates him? If so, that would be explosive. As Yang Su processed the content displayed on the large screen, panic and confusion surged within him. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that he never revealed his identity on the secondary account. As long as he adamantly denied it, he would remain unexposed. Yang Su gazed at reporter Wang. You must have been bribed by Si Bai. As a gossip journalist, your forte lies in concocting rumors. Are you attempting to redirect public opinion towards me? Apologies, but in the face of facts, the current netizens and audience are far from foolish. Reporter Wang smirked slightly. Indeed, none are fools here. Do not be hasty. There is another video segment. With another press of the remote, a new video swiftly came to light. A young man clad in black athletic wear, donning a cap and mask, entered a clandestine pharmacy, requesting banned substances and offering the proprietor double the price. The video flickered, and the young man arrived at the entrance of the swimming team, removing his cap and mask, revealing a dark-skinned face clearly identifiable on the surveillance footage. It was none other than Yang Su himself. Yang Su was left speechless. His purchase of drugs had occurred several months prior. How could there still be surveillance footage? Where had this reporter Wang obtained it? Oh, and by the way, your secondary and primary accounts share the same IP address and identity information. Do you have any further excuses to offer? Faced with the relentless pressure from reporter Wang, Yang Su's complexion turned ashen. His eyes filled with panic and bewilderment. He had never anticipated that events from so long ago could be unearthed once more. The journalists present, the audience, and the viewers in the live stream were all rendered speechless. This twist was beyond shocking. It turned out that Si Bai's use of banned substances was entirely orchestrated by Yang Su. Furthermore, it was highly likely that Yang Su was gay and had a relationship with his coach. Why were Yang Su's fans suddenly silent? This maneuver was both ruthless and cunning. If he succeeded in framing Si Bai, the latter's future would be irreparably tarnished.
Poor little Bai.
Yang Su deserved the harshest punishment. Such treachery should result in the immediate revocation of his competition eligibility and his expulsion from the swimming arena. As for his coach, Zhou Zhicheng, those who spoke ill of him, I vehemently oppose. Zhou Zhicheng is certainly not gay. Do you remember the heart-wrenching video that circulated 6 years ago? Zhou Zhicheng proposed to his beloved on a cliff, only for her to accidentally fall. He recklessly jumped in to save her, but was unable to do so. And he mourned at the cliff's edge for nearly a month. Yes, I remember. I cried like a baby. I even donated 1,000 yuan to Zhou Zhicheng. Every year on the anniversary of his beloved's passing, he commemorates her on Weibo. His love is profound. Moreover, Zhou Zhicheng has never been involved in rumors. How could a man so deeply devoted to his girlfriend possibly be gay? Yang Su's malicious slander of Si Bai must be punished. But please do not involve innocent people. We are longtime fans of Zhou Zhicheng, and our silence does not imply our absence. Wen Yan observed the numerous fans defending Zhou Zicheng in the livestream comments, a cold smile gracing her lips. She picked up the black umbrella resting on her lap. Turning to her companion Si Moyan, "Darling, I shall change into another outfit before confronting Zhou Zicheng." As Wen Yan entered the changing room, Chu Man's piercing voice echoed, "Miss Wen, Zhou Zicheng is wearing a Buddhist amulet. I cannot approach him." "You need not approach. I shall use illusion to reveal his true nature." Zhou Zicheng, witnessing Yang Su's failed attempt to frame Siyu Bai, felt a flicker of malice in his eyes. "Foolish creature. Your secondary account's bravado has provided others with leverage against you. And now you wish to drag me down with you? Old G-dog?" Was he referring to him? Zhou Zicheng observed Yang Su, who was now visibly anxious, preparing to guide him backstage. However, as he took a few steps, a woman clad in a flowing white gown with cascading black hair emerged from the audience. At first glance, her attire and makeup bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Man, who had passed away years ago. A ripple of emotion crossed Zhou Zicheng's otherwise impassive gaze. Regaining his composure, he redirected his attention, continuing forward. Yet, as he passed by the woman, she called out to him in a haunting, mournful tone, "Ajiga, do you not remember me?"
Oh, she.
No one had ever addressed him in such a manner aside from Chu Man. Zhou Zicheng whirled around, staring at the woman who resembled Chu Man. Just as he was about to speak, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted to his nostrils. He stepped back, his mind clouded, instinctively wary as he regarded the woman.
Who are you?
Do not play tricks in a public setting. Even if she were to employ sorcery, he was unafraid. He bore a protective talisman, rendering him impervious to any malevolent spirits. Yet, as he attempted to turn away, his legs felt as though they were encumbered by lead, rendering him immobile. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, only to find that the woman had transformed before his very eyes into the long-lost Chu Man. Chapter 126. Crushing the Scoundrel. The wretched shall be dealt with by Sister Yan. The audience present at the swimming facility and the viewers of the live stream noticed Zhou Zicheng's odd demeanor. With Yang Su's betrayal and the unraveling of his reputation, why was he not in the interview area to clarify? Instead, he lingered at the poolside, conversing with the young woman in the white dress. Usually, Zhou Zicheng exuded a low-key, composed demeanor, characterized by humility and gentleness, which had garnered him considerable goodwill among viewers. The majority believed that Yang Su's downfall had nothing to do with Zhou Zicheng. After all, he had nearly sacrificed his own life to save his girlfriend from falling off a cliff. The old G-dog mentioned in Su Yaoni's account could not possibly refer to Zhou Zicheng. He was undoubtedly a steadfast straight man. What was happening with Coach Zhou? His expression had suddenly darkened. I too have noticed that Coach Zhou's gaze towards the woman in the white dress seemed to be tinged with a hint of terror and disbelief. Could it be that this woman is an ex-girlfriend of Coach Zhou, whom he had clandestinely met before? Why do I find her attire and makeup strangely familiar?
Ah.
It suddenly struck me. When Coach Zhou proposed to Chu Man 6 years ago, wasn't she dressed just like this? Could it be that Coach Zhou, overwhelmed with longing for Chu Man, sought a mere substitute? Am I the only one who perceives the striking beauty of that woman, as if a mermaid had emerged from the sea? If beauty were a crime, she would be guilty of the most heinous offense. Indeed captivating enough to ensnare the heart of an old man. The tone of the live comments abruptly shifted, with all eyes fixated on Wen Yan's stunning visage. Si Moyan, glancing at the live stream on his phone, noticed countless netizens captivated by Wen Yan's beauty, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Does his wife's beauty truly require their judgment? A comment emblazoned in rainbow hues made Si Moyan's deep-set eyes narrow dangerously. I wish I could dash over. Spinning 360 degrees and kneeling in a dramatic proposal. Wife, marry me. Si Moyan was incensed. He swiftly employed his hacking skills to silence that netizen. Yet moments later, he saw another account appear. Who the hell silenced my main account? Let me see what kind of toad you are. As that comment floated by, the second account was also silenced. When the netizen attempted to switch accounts, they suddenly found their phone screen went black.
Damn it.
This is downright eerie. On Zhou Zicheng's side, after a dizzying sensation, he looked around to find himself standing on the very cliff where he had proposed to Chu Man below. The sea roiled violently, and the fierce wind made it nearly impossible for him to keep his eyes open. He turned to the woman standing not far away, her delicate face exuding grace and gentility. No, how could he possibly be seeing Chu Man? She had long since passed. Even if her spirit lingered, she could not return to confront him. You are not Chu Man. Who on earth are you? The woman approached him step by step, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As she drew near, the mist in her gaze fell away, revealing 2 streams of blood-like tears. Zhou Ziqing's temples throbbed, his hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. "Do not think I fear you. You cannot come near me." Zhou Ziqing suddenly reached for the amulet hanging around his neck. The woman, as anticipated, hesitated to approach. "I do not understand. If you did not love me, why did you stay with me? What wrongs did I commit against you that led you to inflict such pain upon me and our child, ultimately driving me to my demise?" The viewers of the live stream were left bewildered. What on earth are they talking about? The woman accused Zhou Ziqing of causing the death of their child. And even her own demise? Zhou Ziqing appeared to be gripped by fear. He had just claimed she was not Chu Man. Did he mistake this woman for Chu Man? Or was he perceiving something that eluded us all? How strange. It made me feel unnerved. Coach Zhou had always shown unwavering devotion to Chu Man. How could he have brought her to ruin? Surely, this woman must be fabricating tales to haunt him. Only 2 years ago, there were reports online of a pregnant woman being pushed off a cliff by her husband, followed by a film about a starry ocean floor. To be honest, 6 years ago, I might have believed it, but now, in retrospect, it is chilling to contemplate. With the full picture still obscured, I shall refrain from comment. This woman clearly knows the truth from years past. Zhou Ziqing let out a cold laugh, remaining silent in response to the woman. Clearly, he no longer feared her. "You are already dead. I do not believe you can still harm me." The woman wiped her tears and asked with trembling lips, "Is it because of your stepfather?" Zhou Ziqing's tall frame stiffened abruptly. Before he could utter a word, the woman continued, "Your stepfather was once a contractor in East City, and your family lived quite comfortably in the countryside. However, he had a vice. He enjoyed soliciting prostitutes. One day, after a long day of work, he visited a massage parlor where Chu Man's mother was employed. She was beautiful and well-proportioned, and he harbored vile intentions. Initially, he merely groped her. But when she rebuffed him, he attempted to force himself upon her. Chu Man's mother, who only sold her skills and not her body, injured him in the struggle. The massage parlor owner called the police, and both Chu Man's mother and your stepfather were taken away. Following an investigation, it was determined that she acted in self-defense. Thus, she received no prison sentence. However, your stepfather was left unable to engage in intimate relations. After losing his job to someone else, he returned home and began to unleash his fury upon your mother. Consequently, you redirected your hatred towards Chu Man's mother. After enrolling in university in East City, you secretly investigated her, discovering that her vulnerability lay with Chu Man. Thus, you approached Chu Man at the restaurant where she worked, showering her with attention to win her affection. Oh, and remember, your stepfather, rendered incapable, also took advantage of you when your mother was absent. At this revelation, Zhou Ziqing could no longer contain his emotions. His chest heaved violently, and he emitted harsh, labored breaths. The look he cast at the woman was filled with a murderous rage. "Shut your mouth, you wretched woman." Zhou Ziqing suddenly transformed into an enraged beast. His countenance twisted in fury, frightening both the live audience and the online viewers. How pitiable was Coach Zhou's childhood. How did this woman come to know of his past? To expose such private matters is truly reprehensible. Zhou Ziqing's fans must be from a cult, for he had schemed relentlessly to approach Chu Man. How could he still justify his actions? I am now deeply suspicious that Chu Man's death was not merely an accident of falling from a cliff. My goodness. The moment Zhou Ziqing's demeanor shifted, I felt as if I were witnessing a deranged killer from a film, goosebumps prickling my skin. If anyone dared to expose my secrets, my wrath would be far more terrifying than Zhou Ziqing's. Zhou Ziqing found himself trapped in an illusion, believing he stood before the spirit of Chu Man. Successfully provoked by her words, unable to restrain himself, he spat venomous insults. Your mother was engaged in the most disgraceful profession, a mere massage girl, sleeping with countless men. And yet you dare to pose as a virtuous woman? If she had not maimed my stepfather, he would not have lost his job, nor would he have turned violent towards my mother. Our family, though humble, once lived happily without want, but because of your mother, we became impoverished. And I nearly could not afford my education. Your mother owes us dearly. The money you earn is merely paying off her debt. Do not haunt me any longer. Or else. Or else what? Are you going to seek a master to obliterate Chu Man's spirit? Zhou Ziqing, you are narrow-minded. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong, devoid of moral empathy, evil and vile, creating a facade of deep affection while having orchestrated Chu Man's death. even swapping her ashes for those of a dog and cheating her mother out of her sole property, driving a once sane person to madness. Above our heads are deities watching. Do you not fear retribution? Could it be that Zhou Ziqing had sunk to such depths? That Chu Man's death was no accident but rather his doing? Had Chu Man's mother truly descended into madness? Zhou Ziqing seemed to be under some form of control. Unaware, he was in a public setting. Could it be that Chu Man's lingering resentment had truly returned to confront him? I had come to watch a swimming live stream, not a horror film, yet this revelation was utterly explosive and horrifying. Chu Man, if you know what is good for you, cease your haunting. While you lived, I could control you, and in death, I shall continue to disregard you. The woman coldly replied, Oh really? I shall see how you intend to ignore me. As she approached him step by step, a flicker of malevolence crossed Zhou Ziqing's eyes. He cast a glance at the cliff behind the woman before suddenly extending his hand, forcefully pushing her towards the precipice. With a resounding splash, the woman tumbled into the ocean. Zhou Ziqing observed her floundering in the water, and without a moment's hesitation, he leapt in after her, seizing her hair and pressing her down into the depths. I fear not the living. Why would I fear you, a mere specter? Even if I were to proclaim to the world that I orchestrated your unfortunate fall, that I acquired a hefty insurance policy on your life, or that I deceived your mother out of her only home, driving her to madness, what of it? Who would believe you? Especially since you are but a wisp of a soul, can you furnish evidence that I am responsible for all this? You and your mother are both worthless. You owe my family dearly. Was it not your mother who seduced my stepfather? But justice has been served. I will reveal the truth of your tragic demise and the swapping of your ashes to her, and when she hears it, she will lose her sanity and crash into the wall. Who can she blame? I am now a prestigious coach, the most devoted man under the sun. Even if I ascend to power atop your cadaver, what can you do? Before Zhou Ziqing could finish his tirade, the woman he had thrust into the pool broke free from his grasp and retaliated with a fierce slap to his face. A fiery pain surged through him, jolting his muddled consciousness into clarity. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was struck dumb with disbelief. Chapter 127, Scandal and Outrage. Public Condemnation. Zhou Ziqing stared, incredulous, at the scene that unfolded before him. Awestruck spectators, frenzied photographers capturing his every move, and the barrage of comments on the live stream filled his mind with a cacophony, causing his blood to run cold. This was no cliff, nor the ocean. This was clearly the venue for a swimming competition. What had just transpired? Had he confessed everything? No. His crimson eyes brimmed with terror and panic as he turned to the woman he had pushed into the pool, realizing she was not Chu Man at all. Why would you do this to me? Who are you? Zhou Ziqing's voice was hoarse. Wen Yan coldly curled her lip. You, a mere servant. Aspire to the life of a nobleman, wishing to remain untainted while basking in the spotlight. You appear noble and passionate on the surface, yet beneath lies darkness and selfishness, living a life less dignified than a maggot in a cesspool. You ask me who I am? I am a friend of Chu Man in life. She died with her eyes wide open, and she entrusted me with the task of exposing your hypocritical facade to the world. Wow, this beautiful sister possesses formidable combat prowess. I feel as if I have been scolded. The mouthpiece of the masses, I am sweating profusely just from watching through the screen. I still cannot believe Coach Zhou is that kind of person. Zhou Ziqing's fans must come from a cult. He has confessed, yet you still do not believe? If it weren't for our fans defending Coach Zhou, who would dare to admit their criminal secrets in public, I suspect that woman has manipulated him. Zhou Ziqing may have been hypnotized. With bloodshot eyes, Zhou Ziqing longed to tear Wen Yan into pieces. Yet he was no longer a hot-headed youth. He could not act impulsively. So, what if he had just confessed? Chu Man had been dead for 6 years, and the police had deemed her fall an accident. Could they truly find evidence now? Even if he were taken back to the station for questioning, he could easily claim he was the victim of this woman's scheme. After all, no public figure would be foolish enough to admit their guilt in front of an audience. Forcing himself to remain calm, he climbed from the pool to the shore. Facing the cameras of reporters, he shook his head in feigned innocence. These young girls will resort to any means to gain fame. However, I must commend that young lady, at such a tender age. She has learned to hypnotize with her gaze, leading me to utter falsehoods. We live in a society governed by law. If I had truly committed a crime years ago, how could I stand here unscathed? Zhou Ziqing continued. My love for Man spanned many years. Her unexpected death devastated me the most. Before he could finish, a chilling voice pierced the air. laden with sorrow. Zhou Ziqing, you are not human. Even now, you seek to twist the truth. You have caused me immense suffering, and I shall drag you to hell with me. Zhou Ziqing turned to see a ghastly, pallid face suddenly appear before him, sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he reached for his neck, intending to retrieve his amulet, only to discover it was missing. Chu Man seized his hand, forcefully choking him. The nearest reporters were left in shock as Zhou Ziqing seemed to strangle himself, his complexion draining of color, turning as pale as a sheet. Was he truly harming himself? Had Chu Man returned to confront him? I was already trembling, my limbs turned icy. Namo Amitba. I had previously harbored doubts about that woman hypnotizing Zhou Ziqing, but now I felt a profound suspicion towards him. Could it be that she was the vanished one, the Cliff version? Were all the accidents merely orchestrated cries? Was it truly because, years ago, Chu Man's mother had prevented Zhou Ziqing's stepfather from violating her, that he unleashed all his resentment upon the mother and daughter? If so, Zhou Ziqing truly deserved the harshest of punishments. After Zhou Ziqing lost consciousness from his own grip, the police reopened the investigation and took him away. Si Yubai rejoined the swimming team, while Yang Su's reputation lay in tatters, expelled on the spot. During this time, Si Jingyi adapted the tale of Chu Man and Zhou Ziqing into a 30-minute short film. Wen Yan played the female lead, while Huiyenji portrayed the male lead. The film was released for free across major platforms. Given the uproar surrounding Zhou Ziqing's situation, coupled with Huiyenji's star power, it naturally garnered significant attention. After viewing the short film, netizens initially fell silent before erupting in outrage, collectively demanding the devil's descent into hell. Under pressure, the police subjected Zhou Ziqing to relentless interrogation. However, having developed a robust psychological fortitude, he knew they would find no evidence. He would never confess. Although Wen Yan had induced Zhou Ziqing into a trance, compelling him to reveal his innermost thoughts, which spurred public condemnation, it bore no legal weight. Without evidence, they could not convict him. After 3 days of detention, a lawyer arrived to secure his release. Zhou Ziqing had long prepared an escape route. He could no longer remain in the country, clutching his passport as he planned to flee abroad. In the Si household, Wen Yan remained vigilant, monitoring Zhou Ziqing's movements. This is disastrous. Zhou Ziqing actually intends to flee. Why must such a wicked man continue to live? I have thoroughly investigated. On the day Zhou proposed to Chu Man, a drone flew overhead, which should have captured evidence of his crime. Why has the owner of that drone never reported it in all these years? Is it truly impossible to identify the drone's owner? No name, no leads, replied the investigator. The Si family was equally frantic. Although most netizens now believed Zhou Ziqing to be the murderer of Chu Man, without solid evidence, they could not file charges. If Zhou Ziqing escaped abroad, changing his name, he could begin anew. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Chu Man, observing Wen Yan and the Si family's expressions, realized that the law could not touch Zhou Ziqing. Her spirit grew weaker, having been used by Master Zhang as an instrument of vengeance. She too would face consequences. Soon, she would dissipate into nothingness. Miss Wen, I know you have done your best. Exposing Zhou Ziqing's true nature to the world and tarnishing his reputation brings me great satisfaction. I have but 2 final wishes: to know where my son was sold, and to see my mother once more. Wen Yan pressed her lips together. I will take you to see your mother shortly. As for your son, you may not know his name, but surely you remember his birth date? I do. Chu Man relayed her son's birth details to Wen Yan. Wen Yan calculated that her son was still alive, residing in Yi City, though she could not ascertain his exact whereabouts. A smile graced Chu Man's face. As long as he was well, she felt reassured. Just as Wen Yan was preparing to take Chu Man to meet her mother, an update regarding Zhou Ziqing appeared in the system. Wow, there's a breakthrough. Chapter 128. A spoiled child is like a murdered child. He is a little demon. After leaving the police station, Zhou Ziqing hailed a taxi directly to the airport. Wearing a cap and a mask, he was about to check in when suddenly, a barrage of rotten eggs struck his face. Before he could comprehend the situation, several middle-aged women aggressively surrounded him. You despicable demon, where do you think you can escape to? Did your mother feed your heart to the dogs when she gave birth to you? How can you harm and deceive an innocent girl without fearing the wrath of heaven? As the women hurled more rotten eggs at him, Zhou Ziqing's face turned as dark as soot. He suppressed his anger, insisting, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Lowering his head in an attempt to leave, one of the women reached out, snatching his cap off and tearing his mask away. Even in ashes, I would recognize that ugly face of yours. What? Do you think you can run away at the airport? Help! The demon of the human realm is trying to flee. Unable to endure any longer, Zhou Ziqing forcefully pushed the women aside and sprinted towards the check-in counter. Just as he was about to check in, several uniformed officers approached him. Zhou Ziqing, 6 years ago, you secretly placed soybeans at the edge of a cliff, causing Chu Man to fall. After jumping down, you watched her drown, a scene captured by a blogger. We now have irrefutable evidence. Please come with us back to the police station immediately. Zhou Ziqing's pupils constricted in disbelief. Impossible. There can't be evidence. However, what met him was the cold grip of handcuffs. Indeed, 6 years ago, an overseas blogger had recorded that scene. Unfortunately, the blogger had to return home urgently, and he hadn't reviewed the video closely. Later, he switched careers, and the footage remained unedited. Recently, Zhou Ziqing's cliffside proposal short film gained worldwide attention, prompting the blogger's wife to show him the movie. He felt a sense of familiarity and retrieved the drone that had been stored away for years. Upon exporting the video, he uncovered the alarming truth. He hurriedly flew back to Yi City and presented the evidence to the police. Brought back to the police station, Zhou Ziqing watched the video, initially clinging to a glimmer of hope, only to be utterly devastated. He covered his face with his hands, his emotions spiraling into rage and agitation. It's all Chu Man and her mother's fault. I am also a victim. They owe me. A female officer, witnessing Zhou Ziqing's complete lack of remorse, trembled with fury, declaring, "You are even lower than a beast, Zhou Ziqing. Prepare to face the full weight of the law." That very day, the police issued a public announcement regarding Zhou Ziqing's deliberate attempt to murder Chu Man. He swiftly became the most vilified figure, a pariah to be scorned. Even his mother, living in the countryside, faced discrimination, pointing fingers, and insults. Zhou's mother, who had coddled him since childhood, would always attribute his misdeeds to external circumstances, exemplifying the saying, "A spoiled child is like a murdered child." She too would pay for selling away Chu Man's child all those years ago. Old Master Si instructed the company lawyer to retrieve the house Zhou Ziqing had deceitfully obtained from Chu's mother. Wen Yan and the Si family brought Chu's mother back from her makeshift dwelling beneath a bridge. Upon seeing the delectable dishes laid out on the dining table, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and took a few bites, recognizing the flavor reminiscent of Man's cooking. The dishes were prepared by the Si family's housekeeper. Following the steps Chu Man had shared with Wen Yan, recreating the taste of Chu Man's cooking in her lifetime. As she ate, tears streamed down her face. Man. My dear Man, Wen Yan produced a piece of talisman paper, reciting a few incantations, and Chu Man emerged from the umbrella, slowly approaching her mother before kneeling down.
Mom.
Chu's mother lifted her tear-streaked lashes, gazing at the girl kneeling before her in disbelief.
Man?
Is that really you? She reached out to caress Chu Man's cold,
Pale face.
You've returned, Man. At that moment, her emotions spiraled out of control, and tears poured down her cheeks. You unfilial daughter. It's been 6 years. Not once have you appeared in my dreams. I've gone mad with longing. My Man, it's I who owe you. If I hadn't been negligent in my work, you wouldn't have fallen for that deceitful Zhou Ziqing. Chu Man threw herself into her mother's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Mom, you mustn't blame yourself. It's my own foolishness. When I was young, I resented you for your profession, for not providing me with a normal family. But who understood the hardships in your heart? You worked tirelessly to give me the best life, and I failed to cherish it. Now awakened to the truth. She had matured. Yet, alas, they were separated by realms, and she could no longer repay her mother's love. Don't cry, Man. I have never blamed you. In my heart, you are the best daughter. Wen Yan and the Si family quietly withdrew from the dining room, leaving space for the mother and daughter. Old Master Si's eyes glistened with moisture. If they could locate Chu Man's son, her mother would have a semblance of hope and support. If Chu Man could see her son, there would be no lingering regrets. Si Moyan spoke in a deep voice. Chu Man's son is 9 years old this year. I have already sent people to investigate all 9-year-old boys in Yi City. Wen Yan gave Si Moyan a thumbs up. Darling, your efficiency is remarkable. Si Moyan took her delicate hand in his large one, his dark eyes gazing at her with a tender depth. Mrs. Si, please do not judge all men by Zhou Ziqing's actions. His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of allure. Wen Yan responded, yes. Is he a mind reader? How does he know I would judge all men harshly? Actually, Si Bingshan isn't all that bad. But human nature is not immune to trials, and love can indeed fade. A girl must first love herself before she can be loved. My soul shall not be swayed by anyone, nor shall I be bound by fleeting romances. The Si family exchanged sympathetic glances at Si Moyan. They assumed he would be upset, but to their surprise, he continued to gaze at Wen Yan with deep affection, gently stroking her head. I reiterate, your happiness is what matters most. Whenever you need me, I will always stand behind you. If he had tried his utmost and still could not win her heart, he resolved not to force her. Her spirit was free and untamed. Binding her would only cause her to wither like a wild rose. With the school year approaching, Si Yu was starting her freshman year at the Art Academy, while Wen Yan was in her third year at the Film Academy. After starring in that short film with Hui Yanji, numerous directors sought Wen Yan, eager to cast her in their productions. Si Jingyi was the first to object, sister-in-law. I never realized you were such a talented actress. You're a treasure. If you're acting, you must star in my film. Wen Yan smiled. All right, for the script guilty. Find me an interesting role to cameo. Sister-in-law, I want you to be the lead. I currently lack the energy. Woohoo. I've fallen from grace and into despair.
Now.
Aside from diligently completing my tasks, my greatest passion is not acting but gossiping to earn points. Old Master Si nodded in agreement. His current greatest interest was neither women nor profit but following his granddaughter-in-law in her gossip endeavors. After a recent physical examination, the doctor noted that his health was as robust as it had been in his 60s. It seemed that indulging in gossip contributed positively to both physical and mental well-being, promoting longevity. He decided that if his granddaughter-in-law completed her tasks and chose to divorce his grandson, he would adopt her as his goddaughter. She might not need love, but familial affection was still essential, wasn't it? Sister-in-law, I am about to attend a soiree for the elite of E-City. Would you accompany me? Si Yu clung to Wen Yan's arm, pouting her lips in a charming display of affection. Wen Yan gazed at the now lovely and delicate Yu, whose birthmark had faded, and gently pinched her cheek. Sister-in-law will not accompany you to the gathering, but I shall pick you up afterwards. Be good and confident. You are truly beautiful now. Hearing the praise from her sister-in-law, Si Yu beamed with joy. The soiree was held at the Mu family's estate. Upon her arrival, Si Yu encountered Wen Yan, and Bai Yue. After severing ties with Si Yu, Bai Yue had ingratiated herself with Wen and Gu Yan. The group stood by the swimming pool in the Mu family's backyard when they unexpectedly spotted Si Yu in a fairy-like dress, breathtakingly beautiful, leaving them momentarily stunned. Where has Si Yu's birthmark vanished? They wondered. Could she have employed a high-end makeup artist to conceal it? With Si Yu's presence, she became the center of attention. Did Miss Mu not state that this gathering was to be attended with bare faces? They murmured. She has gone to the lengths of applying makeup to hide her birthmark. How cunning! Bai Yue stepped forward, blocking Si Yu's path. Miss Mu mentioned that everyone was to appear barefaced. Before she could finish, a splash of cold water struck Si Yu's face. I am the inspector for this event. Whoever wears makeup shall be revealed with makeup remover. A boy of about 9 years old stepped forward, hands on his hips, laughing heartily at Si Yu. Bai Yue and the others stifled their laughter. Having been doused with makeup remover by the Mu family's little tyrant, Si Yu's unsightly birthmark would undoubtedly be exposed. Si Yu closed her eyes and wiped her face with a tissue. Her complexion remained fair and delicate, her beauty untouched, resembling an ethereal fairy untouched by the world. Wen Gu Yan, and Bai Yue were momentarily left speechless upon witnessing Si Yu's beauty even after removing her makeup. What cosmetics are you using, Si Yu? Gu Yan inquired, her voice laced with envy. Si Yu pressed her lips together. I am barefaced. She then cast an annoyed glance at the boy. Who permitted you to splash me with makeup remover? Apologize. The boy defiantly raised his middle finger at her. Who do you think you are? Daring to demand an apology from me? Get lost. The Mu family does not welcome you. With that, he shoved Si Yu. Fortunately, a hand reached out from behind, steadying Si Yu just in time. It was Miss Mu, the host of the soiree. Her brow furrowed in disapproval as she looked at the boy. Mu Hao. It is one thing to be unruly at home, but to behave so brazenly towards a guest is unacceptable. Apologize immediately. The boy not only refused but ran to the woman approaching them. Mom, Mu Ran wants me to apologize. She is merely my distant cousin. What right does she have to command me? You must have the clan elders expel her from the Mu family. Miss Mu's expression darkened as she realized Mu Hao would not apologize. She personally approached Si Yu, saying, Miss Si, I sincerely apologize. I have a new dress in my room. I will compensate you with one. Si Yu, feeling utterly disheveled, indeed required a new dress. planning to return to the Si family afterward. After changing into a new dress, Si Yu emerged from Miss Mu's room, only to have her dress lifted from behind moments later. Ha ha ha. How old are you? Still wearing underwear with a pig pattern. Si Yu's fair face flushed crimson. Seeing her anger, Mu Hao grew emboldened and provocatively made a face at her, taunting, "What will you do about it? Come and bite me." Unable to endure any longer, Si Yu raised her hand and slapped Mu Hao across the face. At 9 years old, Mu Hao had never been struck before. Stunned, he quickly regained his composure and shoved Si Yu forcefully. Though young, he was somewhat sturdier than his peers, and Si Yu was knocked to the ground. As Mu Hao unleashed his fury upon Si Yu, Wen Yan, and Bai Yue stood at the staircase, covering their mouths, showing no intention to intervene. It was not until Miss Mu and Madame Mu heard the commotion that they arrived on the scene. Upon seeing his mother, Mu Hao sat on the ground, wailing, "Mom, she hit me. Look at my swollen face. She is a wicked sister. Throw her into the sea to feed the sharks." Miss Mu frowned deeply.
Mu Hao.
"Miss Si would not strike you without cause. You must have done something to anger her." The boy cried out even more vehemently, "I did not. She hit me first. You are merely a guest in our home. How dare you speak up for an outsider? Know your place." Miss Mu's face fluctuated between shades of green and purple. Madame Mu, looking at her son's bruised face, embraced him tenderly, casting a menacing glare at Si Yu. "Why did you hit my son?" "Throughout his life, neither I nor his father have ever laid a finger on him." Si Yu's lips quivered as she replied, "He lifted my dress. I did not. I did not." Mu Hao screamed, "That little vixen is framing me." Madame Mu turned to Wen Yu and the others. "Did any of you witness my son lifting her dress?" They all shook their heads. "We did not see that. All we saw was Si Yu hitting your son, and it was a heavy slap. We felt sorry for him." Si Yu trembled with rage. Madame Mu glared at Si Yu. "How old is my son? And how old are you? How dare you falsely accuse a child and lay hands on him? You clearly do not regard our Mu family." Madame Mu was an acclaimed actress, having participated in a reality show with Mu Hao a year prior. Mu Hao had excelled on the program, showcasing his talents in piano, street dance, and taekwondo. A true child prodigy. Si Yu never imagined that the private Mu Hao could be so arrogant and unruly. "You will have my son slap you in return, or we will expose your actions online." With a massive fanbase, Madame Mu and Mu Hao could easily turn the tables on Si Yu, who would face severe repercussions even if not universally condemned online. Mu Hao smirked triumphantly at Si Yu, secretly raising his middle finger. Si Yu clenched her fists tightly at her sides. "Madame Mu, the way you educate your child, disaster will surely befall you one day."
Madame Mu coldly interrupted.
"How I raise my child is none of your concern. I give you 3 seconds to apologize, otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Si Yu had never encountered such a situation before, feeling a mix of anger and fear, her lips trembling as she prepared to speak. Just then, a youthful voice chimed in, "I can testify. This sister is not lying." Mu Hao lifted her dress first. A small, frail figure emerged from the adjacent room. "Mu Zhe, are you seeking death?" Mu Hao glared furiously at the scrawny boy. Si Yu turned to the boy who had come to her defense. He appeared pale and malnourished, a stark contrast to the chubby Mu Hao. "I witnessed it. Mu Hao disrespected this sister first," the boy stated resolutely. Madame Mu rushed forward, grabbing Mu Zhe's ear and dragging him into the room. Soon, Si Yu could hear the sound of a bamboo rod striking flesh. Mu Hao wore a smug grin, even performing a little dance of joy, reveling in the punishment of the boy who dared to speak up for an outsider. Madame Mu was punishing the small boy severely, and unable to bear the sound any longer, Si Yu, with tears welling in her eyes, offered an apology. Only by apologizing could she prevent further punishment for the boy who had defended her. As Wen Yan collected Si Yu, after driving a short distance, she noticed something was amiss. "Little Yu, what happened? Did someone bully you at the gathering?" Si Yu sniffled. Her voice choked as she recounted the earlier events to Wen Yan. Wen Yan immediately checked the system. Heavens, the boy who defended little Yu, Mu Zhe, is actually... Chapter 129, Grasping the Leverage, Personally Apologizing. As Wen Yan and Si Yu returned home, they were summoned by the elder Mr. Si to the dining room. "I have instructed the servants to prepare a midnight snack," he announced. Wen Yan glanced at herself, her lips slightly pouting. "Grandpa, I've gained quite a bit of weight under your care lately." "Where have you gained weight? You young people prefer to be as slender as a skeleton." "I find a little flesh more appealing," he retorted. Unable to withstand the elder's enthusiasm, Wen Yan reluctantly took a seat. After all, In this world, exquisite cuisine is an indulgence that should never be overlooked. While savoring her meal, thoughts of the grievances endured by Si Yu crept into Wen Yan's mind, filling her with confusion. Logically speaking, given the Si family's current standing in Yi City, little Yu should not easily become a target for bullying, should she?
She pondered.
It is understandable that Si Yu Bai concealed his identity as the fifth young master of the Si family from the swimming team, leading Zhou Zicheng and Yang Su to believe he was of ordinary status, thus orchestrating a scheme against him. But Yu's identity is publicly known. The Mu family invited her to their gathering fully cognizant of her background. How dare that little tyrant lift her skirt?
What?
Lift her skirt? Mister. Si's beard bristled with indignation. Just as Si Moyan returned from work and passed the dining room, he inadvertently overheard Wen Yan's musings, causing his brows to furrow involuntarily. Si Yu, sensitive and self-conscious since childhood, tended to internalize her grievances. Only in the presence of her sister-in-law would she dare to open up. However, she overlooked the fact that the sentiments of her sister-in-law were audible to the entire family. Si Yu wished to shield her family from the embarrassment of her plight, but found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed as she bowed her head in silence. As Wen Yan perused the gossip system, she remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere surrounding Mr. Si and Si Yu.
Goodness.
The little tyrant suddenly ran upstairs to lift little Yu's skirt. Incited by Gu Yanyan and Bai Yue, she discovered. The little tyrant also lifted Gu Yanyan and Bai Yue's skirts downstairs. Both were humiliated and furious, yet dared not retaliate against the little tyrant, instead urging him to target little Yu. They were aware that little Yu was particularly modest. Should her skirt be lifted, she would surely retaliate in embarrassment, and the protective Mrs. Mu would not easily let it slide. But what audacity does Mrs. Mu possess? Does she truly disregard the Si family stature as Yi City's wealthiest? Delving deeper into Mrs. Mu's background, Wen Yan realized, it appears she indeed does not regard the Si family with any respect. A year ago, she brought the little tyrant to participate in a child-rearing variety show, where she met 3 other mothers of notable status. One was the wife of a prominent figure from the capital, another was the sister of a political heavyweight, and the last was the goddaughter of the president of the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce. Those 3 mothers, along with their children, had taken a liking to the prodigious Mu Hao. Over the past year, the 4 families frequently gathered, and the Mu family had acquired considerable resources, now likely surpassing the Si family's assets. No wonder their son had grown increasingly arrogant. Mr. Si was furious upon hearing this. Even if the Mu family's current momentum and connection surpassed those of the Si family, such blatant bullying of his kin was intolerable. He looked at the downcast Si Yu, his expression filled with concern. Yu, why did you not tell Grandpa about the grievances you faced? Although Si Yu was sensitive and timid, she had grown up amidst this harsh reality and understood the ruthless nature of their social circle. Those of lower status than the Si family would never dare offend her. Those who had the audacity to harm her were undoubtedly emboldened. She believed that confiding in her grandfather and brother would only serve to worry them. It was impractical to expect a resolution akin to those found in domineering CEO novels, where anyone who upset her faced financial ruin. The Mu family was on a strong upward trajectory, making it unnecessary for them to offend the Mu family on her behalf. Grandpa, I also slapped him. I will not visit their home again, and I doubt we will have any further entanglements. Noticing Si Moyan at the entrance of the dining room, Mr. Si approached him. Eldest, what is your perspective on the Mu family's treatment of your little sister? A cold glint flashed in Si Moyan's dark eyes. I possess leverage over the head of the Mu family. I will compel him to personally apologize to my sister. The following evening, the head of the Mu family, Mu Guan's son, hurriedly returned from abroad. Darling, you're back. In a few days, Sister Sun will bring Shi Yao to Yi City for a family gathering. You should accompany us. I've heard that Sister Sun's husband plans to invest in a major project in Yi City, and I can assist you. Before Mrs. Mu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Mu Guansen's stern demeanor. Did you hear that yesterday? How lifted the skirt of a girl from the Si family? Mrs. Mu furrowed her brow, her well-maintained face displaying dissatisfaction.
What?
Did the Si family complain to you? How is only 9. What does he understand? It's merely the nature of children, playful and mischievous. I even gave him a good smack. Crossing her arms, Mrs. Mu scoffed. Mr. Si publicly severed ties with Si Zhenshao, and the Si family's shares plummeted recently. Si Zhenshao has established his own company to compete with the Si family. Their internal affairs are already in disarray. Do they genuinely believe they still hold the title of Yi City's wealthiest? With 3 powerful supporters behind her, Mrs. Mu regarded the Si family with utter disdain. Without Hao Hao, there would be no Mu family's present success. You must not let outsiders hurt our son's feelings.
Mu Guansan frowned deeply.
I am well aware that Hao Hao is our family's blessing, but why must he lift the skirts of all people, the Si family? Although the Si family may not currently match our strength, they should not be underestimated, especially with Si Moyan at the helm of the family business. His capabilities rival those of Mr. Si and Si Jinshao. We cannot afford to entirely alienate them. Mrs. Mu glared at Mu Guansan with displeasure. What do you propose? You do not intend for our Hao Hao to apologize, do you? Were it not for the leverage he held over Si Moyan, Mu Guansan would never consider sending his precious son to apologize. However, to avoid having Si Moyan disclose his leverage, he would face endless trouble from his wife. Let Hao Hao apologize this time. Once we surpass the Si family, we will devise a plan to deal with them. After much persuasion, Mrs. Mu reluctantly agreed. Upon learning that he was to apologize, Mu Hao threw a tantrum, kicking and punching at Mrs. Mu. She endured the pain, attempting to soothe her little ancestor, but her efforts were in vain. Ultimately, Mu Guansan and Mrs. Mu took gifts and headed to the Si family to apologize. Mrs. Mu's willingness to personally apologize to Si Yu surprised Wen Yan. She quickly checked the system. The Ice Mountain truly possesses remarkable skills. No wonder he has been in the Special Forces. His reconnaissance abilities are indeed impressive. He even captured a photo of Mu Guansan engaging in activities at an animal brothel owned by Gu Beichen, happily frolicking with a mother dolphin. How incredible! Chapter 130, Sweetness Overload. Public Declaration of Affection. After the Mu family head and Mrs. Mu left following their apology, Si Moyan produced a small transparent bag. Inside were several strands of hair. Based on my investigations, among all 9-year-old boys in Yi City, Mu Zhe, Mrs. Mu's adopted son, bears the most resemblance and background to Chu Man's son. I have obtained a sample of Mu Zhe's hair. Shortly, the second brother will retrieve hair from Chu Man's mother. Once the paternity test results are in, we will know the truth. As Wen Yan gazed at Si Moyan's handsome and stoic profile, she suddenly found him extraordinarily captivating. Not only did he possess a flawless appearance, but he also harbored profound thoughts and strategies, acting with a subtlety that belied his capacity to deliver a lethal blow. Despite having the system, she had yet to confirm that Mu Zhe was indeed Chu Man's son. After all, Mu Zhe had been passed around several times, making it challenging to trace his biological parents' information through the system. However, one thing was certain. The true prodigy is not the little tyrant Mu Hao, but Mu Zhe. The Si family members were momentarily taken aback. What? Is there more gossip to unfold? Yesterday, after Mu Hao had bullied Si Yu, the esteemed elder of the Si family took to the internet to investigate the process by which Mu Hao had garnered the affection of 3 influential mothers. During the program, Mu Hao effortlessly recited Tang poetry and song lyrics, displaying an impressive ability to recall any piece the production team presented to him. Not only was he a prodigious pianist, likely having surpassed level 10 at such a tender age, but he also excelled in street dance. His charismatic movements and rebellious gaze captivated the hearts of 2 young girls in the team. Initially, a young boy in the production team clashed with Mu Hao, but after being subdued by Mu Hao's taekwondo prowess, the boy became one of Mu Hao's ardent admirers. Although Mu Hao exhibited a somewhat arrogant demeanor, he was exceptionally sweet-tongued towards the 3 influential mothers, and coupled with his remarkable talents, he managed to win over not only them but also a legion of devoted fans by the end of the show. The elder of the Si family found it utterly inconceivable to associate the clever, polite, and multi-talented boy from the program with the little tyrant who had dared to lift Yu's skirt. Was it possible for such a young child to possess 2 faces? A facade for the public and another behind closed doors? How terrifying! Mu Zhe was not inherently frail. He had merely been robbed of his fortune by Mu Hao. After adopting Mu Zhe, Madame Mu had him study various skills from a young age, insisting he memorize Tang poetry and song lyrics and compelling him to practice piano, dance, and taekwondo daily. Mu Zhe was also endowed with talent, learning swiftly, yet unbeknownst to him, after Mu Hao had taken his fortune. Everything he learned had transferred to Mu Hao. Despite his tireless efforts under Madame Mu's demands, like a spinning top, he ultimately gained nothing, leading to his exhaustion and torment until death. The Si family was left in utter shock. What a farce of a prodigy. It turned out to be the fruits of another's labor. Truly, in a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. Si Yu recalled the frail little boy who had bravely stood up for her, even at the risk of being beaten, and her heart ached. She tugged at Wen Yan's sleeve. Sister-in-law, Muze is so pitiable. Should we help him? Wen Yan nodded. Although the Mu family had come to apologize. That mischievous brat Mu Hao had yet to express remorse for daring to lift little Yu's skirt. Just wait and see how I will punish him. With her sister-in-law defending her, Si Yu felt as if her heart had been filled with honey, sweet and warm. Wen Yan embraced Si Yu. The day after tomorrow, the esteemed lady from Kyoto will bring her daughter to meet with Madame Mu and Mu Hao. Every time they visit, they request Mu Hao to play a few piano pieces. Hey, I want Mu Hao to play a duet then. As Wen Yan prepared to retire for the night, Si Moyan approached and called out to her, Yan Yan. The first time she heard Si Moyan refer to her in such a manner sent shivers down her spine. Goodness, this man is calling me Yan Yan. He must either be feverish or flirting with me. Si Moyan's lips twitched slightly. He formed a fist with his hand and coughed lightly into it. Come with me to the top floor. Uncertain of his intentions, Wen Yan followed him to the top floor. Since moving into the Si residence, she had never been to the top floor. To her surprise, she discovered a glass flower room adorned with a piano and swing, twinkling fairy lights surrounding the area, creating a breathtaking ambience under the night sky. Darling, I had no idea such a beautiful place existed on the top floor. Why didn't you tell me before? Si Moyan took her hand and led her into the flower room. He poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to her. You've been busy taking care of our family lately without any chance to enjoy some leisure time. Leaning languidly against a cabinet and inhaling the floral fragrance of the glass house, Wen Yan felt slightly intoxicated even before tasting the wine. Her lips involuntarily curling into a smile, but I'm quite happy. Although she initially found the Si family to be quite disagreeable as time passed, she realized they were not so bad after all. Their concern and warmth enveloped her. In her previous life, she had never experienced familial love, but now she felt it. Each morning, she could sleep in undisturbed, and upon waking, a steaming meal awaited her, along with meticulously prepared late-night snacks in the evening. In the Si household, she could do as she pleased without interference. Sometimes, they would even join her in her whims. Such freedom was rare in other wealthy families, was it not? In the Si residence, she felt relatively at ease, joyful, and free to be herself. The only discomfort stemmed from Si Bingshan's constant attempts to prevent her from admiring handsome men. Of course, the most significant change was Si Bingshan himself. The initially cold demeanor seemed to have vanished. Could it be that he has developed feelings for me? Does he think that holding my hand will win my heart? Wendaji, and the 1,000-handed guanyin. Si Moyan pressed his lips tightly together and downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. Yan Yan, allow me to play a piano piece for you. Without waiting for Wen Yan's response, he seated himself at the piano. He played the piano version of Confession Night. His long, slender fingers danced across the keys with fluidity and familiarity, producing enchanting melodies that flowed like a gentle stream into the hearts of listeners. As Wen Yan gazed at the man's strikingly handsome profile, she found herself momentarily entranced. A man who plays the piano is so charming and lethal. Good heavens. I am utterly captivated by this guy. Why must he tease me so? I wish I could leap forward and take a bite. Would he throw me off? Si Moyan forcefully ignored the tumult of Wen Yan's inner musings and completed the piece. Wen Yan stood beside him, her captivating eyes fluttering. Darling, do you know what kinds of peaches exist? Si Moyan, puzzled by her question, nevertheless replied earnestly, regular peaches, honey peaches, flat peaches, oil peaches. Wen Yan raised her index finger to his lips. No, there's another kind called love you until there's nowhere to escape. Si Moyan. Where did she acquire such cheesy lines? Si Moyan grasped her finger, enveloping her small hand within his palm, and with a firm tug, she found herself seated upon his lap. Before she could fully register what had transpired, he had enveloped her in his embrace. He produced a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to her here. Upon seeing the UHA milk candy in his palm, she paused momentarily. How did you know this is my favorite candy? In her previous life, the first piece of candy she had ever tasted was the UHA milk candy bought for her by her master. Its balanced sweetness and rich milky flavor introduced her to the warmth and sweetness of the world. Si Moyan's dark, profound eyes glimmered. I guessed. Do you like it? He had indeed guessed. On his way home from work that day, he had spotted the candy in a shop and had unconsciously purchased several packs. Si Moyan peeled the candy wrapper and brought it to her lips. Wen Yan's eyes involuntarily sparkled. So sweet. Seeing her smile, Si Moyan felt as though something in his heart had melted. Not as sweet as your smile. Darling, what did you just say? Si Moyan toyed with Wen Yan's delicate fingers. Yan, there's something I wish to tell you. Wen Yan nodded. Go ahead. I confess. I have indeed developed feelings for you. Starting today, I will officially pursue you. Wen Yan's long lashes fluttered. For a moment, she thought she was hearing things. He wanted to pursue her? She raised her hand and touched his forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? Si Moyan grasped Wen Yan's hand tightly in his palm, gazing into her eyes with deep affection. I am quite lucid. He was the type of person who would directly pursue what he was certain about.
Give me a year, will you?
Naturally, Wen Yan would not refuse him. I still need to consume 10 more pieces of gossip for my mission. Within a year, I should be able to complete it, right? Giving him a year is not a loss for me. Si Moyan understood that she had yet to harbor any feelings for him. She sought to conquer him to fulfill her mission. Yet, did he not yearn to ensnare her, to see her succumb? Si Moyer's large hand caressed Wen Yan's exquisitely beautiful face. Mrs. C, it has been far too long since I last kissed you. In the midst of this romantic and enchanting atmosphere, Wen Yan did not recoil from Si Moyer's proximity. The virtuous man, maintaining his integrity, posed no risk of transmitting Helicobacter pylori with a kiss. Moreover, kissing is known to promote longevity, enhance blood circulation, and elevate dopamine levels, thereby increasing adrenaline.
Si Moyan,
unwilling to endure her lecture on the virtues of kissing any longer, grasped her chin and kissed her directly. The Si family, unable to approach the glass house, could only quietly perch at the top of the stairway, stealing glances, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. After a while, fearing to disturb them, the elder Si hurriedly ushered Si Jingyi and Si Yu downstairs. Oh dear, I'm so sweetened by this that I might as well have diabetes. Upon saying this, the elder Si shot a glare at Si Jingyi. Your elder brother knows how to be charming. You, a single dog, ought to learn from him. Si Jingyi looked up to the heavens in exasperation. Old man, if I were to fart right now, you'd probably think it was a nuclear leak. Being single is a crime. He had endured enough of love's sweetness at home. It was time to indulge in some revelry. Driving to a bar with a few good friends, Si Jingyi entered the private room and poured himself a drink to cool his temper. Brother E, what's got you so worked up?
Si Jingyi sighed.
Every day, I'm berated by my grandfather for being single. A fresh-faced beauty, innocent and stunning, entered the bar. Should I call her over for you to see? Si Jingyi waved his hand dismissively. At present, he only wished to keep a respectful distance from women. He lifted his glass and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. The VIP room on the second floor allowed its occupants to gaze down upon the dance floor, while those below remained oblivious to the happenings within. As he swept his gaze over the dance floor, an all-too-familiar figure caught his eye. Wan Qinghuan? Si Jingyi closed his eyes briefly. Upon reopening them, she remained. Clad in a sleek black spaghetti-strap gown, she danced passionately, her cheeks flushed, shedding her usual air of distant aloofness. She swayed her hips, her long hair flowing, moving gracefully and seductively to the heavy metal music. Countless handsome suitors surrounded her. Yet she bore an air of pride and detachment, as if none were worthy of her attention. Wherever she went, she shone brightly, utterly unique. Observing Si Jingyi's gaze fixated on Wan Qinghuan, his friends clicked their tongues in disapproval. I've been watching. That beauty has turned down over 30 men tonight. Who knows what type she actually prefers? Si Jingyi pressed his lips into a thin line, remaining silent. After a few drinks, he made his way to the smoking area. Lighting a cigarette, he had barely taken a couple of puffs when a slender silhouette approached him. The woman, clad in high heels, gracefully stood before him. She gazed into his eyes for a few moments before snatching the cigarette from his hand. With her crimson lips slightly parted, she inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke toward his handsome face. Si Jingyi, I'm giving you one last chance. Will you sleep with me tonight? Chapter 131. Having fulfilled her desires, she cast him aside. Wan Qinghuan's family was pushing her toward arranged marriage. She was acutely aware that such a union awaited her in the future. Yet, she felt an overwhelming resistance. Her heart was small, and ever since she had fallen for someone, there was no room for any other man. The pangs of unrequited love were profoundly bittersweet and agonizing. At times, she felt akin to a jester, performing with fervor yet only for her own solitary audience. After much contemplation, in order to avoid future regrets, she made a bold decision to sleep with the man she adored and conceive a child. Should this endeavor prove fruitless, she would harbor no lingering regrets. Upon hearing Wan Qinghuan's words, a flicker of shock and disbelief crossed Si Jingyi's enchanting eyes. In his memory, Wan Qinghuan was the epitome of aloofness. Such words seemed ill-suited to her. Wan Qinghuan was stunning, her beauty distinct from Wen Yan's. She possessed a cool, ethereal grace, her skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow. Seeing her, he couldn't help but recall a line of poetry, with brows like dark clouds arching over distant peaks and verdant tresses tinted with spring's haze. As she drew closer, he caught a faint, delicate fragrance wafting from her. Perhaps it was the influence of the liquor, but a fire stirred within him. Wan Qinghuan, you're drunk. Wan Qinghuan extinguished the cigarette and, with a slight smile playing on her lips, remarked, I will only ask you once. If you refuse, I shall seek another man. With that, she turned away without a hint of regret. Watching her swaying figure retreat, Si Jingyi felt a surge of emotions. He harbored no doubt about her allure. With a mere beckoning of her finger, men would flock to her. When he regained his senses, Wan Qinghuan had already vanished. Images of her entwined with another man filled his mind, causing him to gasp for breath. He strode purposefully outside, but Wan Qinghuan's silhouette was nowhere to be found on the dance floor. Approaching the bar, he coldly inquired of the bartender, Have you seen the most beautiful woman here tonight? The bartender gestured outside. She left with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed handsome man. Without a moment's hesitation, Si Jingyi dashed outside. As expected, he spotted Wan Qinghuan across the street with the man, who was supporting her unsteady form, seemingly guiding her to the hotel nearby. Si Jingyi's brows knitted together in concern. Is she serious? Without further contemplation, he hurried across the street. Fortunately, as the hotel belonged to the Si group, Si Jingyi was able to access Wan Qinghuan's room information swiftly and rushed to her door with the keycard in hand. Bursting through the door, he found the man just emerging from the bathroom. Without a word, Si Jingyi lunged forward and landed a punch on the man. She is drunk. Do not take advantage of her. The man, blood streaming from his nose, glanced back toward the bathroom. Qinghuan, I'm truly innocent here. Wan Qinghuan emerged from the bathroom, having washed her face. Brother, you should leave. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. The man pointed at Si Jingyi. You got lucky this time. Si Jingyi stood there, bewildered. Wan Qinghuan, where did you find this mixed-race brother? My aunt married abroad. He is my cousin. Si Jingyi, though slow on the uptake, finally grasped the situation. So you intentionally lured me here? Wan Qinghuan approached him, her delicate fingers gliding over his chest. Rising on her toes, she leaned close to his ear, whispering, You're hooked, aren't you? Her warm breath brushed against him, a feather-light caress that sent shivers down his spine. Si Jingyi's heart raced uncontrollably as he grasped her hand, which was playfully teasing his chest. Wan Qinghuan, you're drunk. Tomorrow, when you're sober, you will regret this. Wan Qinghuan was not inebriated to the point of losing her awareness or judgment. The alcohol merely acted as a catalyst for her inner desires, emboldening her. She noticed the taut lines of his body, rigid with tension, and smiled sweetly. Si Jingyi, are you perhaps incapable? Any man would be incensed by such a suggestion, especially someone as proud as the second young master Si. He seized Wan Qinghuan's hand and forcefully pushed her against the entryway cabinet, lowering his gaze to hers. His enchanting eyes glimmered with a suppressed intensity. The veins at his temples throbbed slightly, exuding an inexplicable allure. Wan Qinghuan withdrew her hand from his grasp, her delicate fingers tracing the contours of his strikingly handsome face. He was indeed extraordinarily attractive, every inch of his features as if meticulously crafted by a master artist. Have you slept with Song Fair? She stood on her toes, her crimson lips almost brushing against his. Their breaths intertwined, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and desire. Si Jingyi's throat tightened as he replied, No. It seems you are truly incapable. Before Wan Qinghuan could finish her sentence, she was abruptly silenced by his lips. His kiss was forceful and aggressive. Wan Qinghuan pressed her hands against his chest, pushing him away with all her strength. Si Jingyi staggered back a few steps, momentarily stunned, only for her to advance forward and kiss him with the assertiveness of a queen. Remember, it is I who desires you. Tonight, I shall take the lead. Si Jingyi's handsome face darkened slightly. He attempted to push her away and clarify his thoughts, but in the next moment, she bit down on his Adam's apple. A rush of blood surged through Si Jingyi, almost overwhelming him. Damn it. If he endured any longer, he would cease to be a man. With a swift motion, he swept her into his arms. She was tossed onto the bed, and he leaned down, kissing her fiercely. The electric curtains slowly drew shut. Their night was just beginning. Si Jingyi felt as though he had entered a prolonged dream, entangled with Wan Qinghwan in ways he had never witnessed before. She was enchanting, beautiful, and wild. Suddenly, he jolted awake, rubbing his temples that felt as if they might burst. He glanced at the empty space beside him. There was no sign of her. Si Jingyi hastily turned on the room lights. Had it not been for the lingering scent of their shared intimacy, he might have believed he had merely experienced a fantastical dream. He picked up his phone from the nightstand and noted the time. It was already 10 in the morning the following day. As he was about to set the phone down, he noticed a stack of cash and a note on the nightstand. Upon inspecting the money, he discovered it was all counterfeit. No, to be precise, it was paper money for the deceased. What on earth was Wan Qinghwan thinking? Buying him for a night and leaving him ghost money? He then turned to the note, where he found elegantly penned words. I initially intended to offer you 100 yuan, but your skills are so deplorable that you are only worth 100 million in ghost money. Si Jingyi's handsome face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Was his prowess so lacking that it couldn't even warrant 100 yuan? Had he truly sunk to such depths? Fury surged within him. He longed to summon her and redeem his honor. He dialed Wan Qinghwan's number, having obtained it the last time he sought her out. But he had yet to call her. This was his first attempt to reach her. The memory of the previous night quickened his heartbeat. However, the call did not connect. It seemed she had anticipated his call and blocked his number. Si Jingyi's expression darkened further. He had been deceived yet again by a woman. Once she donned that dress, she became unrecognizable. What a heartless vixen. As Si Jingyi exited the room, he noticed a dark red flower left on the bed. Though inexperienced, he knew that Wan Qinghwan had entrusted him with her most precious possession. He attempted to add her on WeChat, but even upon returning to the Si residence, he received no response. Had she truly resolved to sever all ties with him? His head had been spinning last night, and with his lack of experience, he had indeed faltered. Surely, he hadn't left her with lasting trauma, had he? Before he could ponder further, he entered the living room of the villa, only to find his family staring at him in unison, their gazes peculiar and unsettling, sending chills down his spine. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he heard Wen Yan's voice mockingly exclaim, "Quack, quack, quack." Si Lao Heir is actually the first among his siblings to indulge himself. His speed rivals that of a rocket. Wan Marin is fierce, too. She puts on a dress and disavows accountability, leaving Lao Heir with 100 million in ghost money and a note accusing him of poor skills. Si Jingyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What kind of system did his sister-in-law operate under? Why did such matters require broadcast updates? Was there no shame left for him? The old master Si cast a disdainful glance at Si Jingyi, questioning the extent of his incompetence, as the young lady had not even left him a single coin but instead 100 million in ghost money. Si Yu, unable to bear the adult conversation, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson. Did this mean her second brother was with Sister Qinghwan? Would she soon have a second sister-in-law? What fault could Wan Marin possess? She merely committed a mistake that any woman might make, came the remark. Si Jingyi's lips twitched. Sister-in-law, whose sister-in-law are you precisely? The old master Si pulled Si Jingyi into the tea room, lowering his voice. You slept with that girl. You ought to propose. Si Jingyi's head throbbed. Grandfather, did you not hear sister-in-law say that Wan Qinghwan disavows responsibility when she wears a dress? She won't answer my calls or accept my WeChat requests. She has vanished without a trace. The old master Si looked at him with scorn. Just how poor are your skills? Back in my day, I was remarkably gifted in that regard. Every woman I had been with would reminisce about me. Si Jingyi found it hard to suppress his frustration. Then why did Grandma run off to a temple, and why did your other wives leave you? The old master Si coughed awkwardly. Well, that was after the reforms when monogamy was instituted. Before Si Jingyi could respond, the old master Si struck him lightly with his cane. Why are you dragging your grandfather into this? By the way, what about the ghost money Wan Qinghwan gave you? Si Jingyi retrieved a stack of ghost money from his bag. The old master Si chuckled. Oh, you still remember to bring it back? Si Jingyi glanced at the black umbrella and replied, I figured since Chu Man is here, it might be useful to burn it for her. Chu Man, touched, remarked. Second young master, thank you for your compensation. Si Jingyi's lips twitched. Did he have no standing in this household, to the extent that even a ghost girl could extort him? Feeling dejected, Si Jingyi retreated upstairs and buried himself under the covers for a long sleep. Upon waking, he checked his phone again. That woman had still not added him. Resolute, Si Jingyi decided to drive to their Wan residence. Upon arrival, The butler informed him that their young lady had gone abroad that morning. Si Jingyi felt as if he might shatter his molars from clenching his jaw. Wan Qinghuan was even more ruthless than before. What a heartless woman. He hoped never to cross paths with her again. As evening fell, Si Moyan returned with the paternity test results. The most anxious and eager among them was Chu Man, who could scarcely contain her anticipation to discover whether Mu Zhe was indeed her son. Si Moyan opened the sealed bag and turned straight to the final result. Man, Mu Zhe is your son. Wen Yan and the Si family members rejoiced at the news, sharing in Chu Man's happiness. Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed,
My child, my child.
Unbeknownst to her, Mu Zhe had not been living well in the Mu family. The Mu family was a prominent clan in Yi City. She hoped her child had not suffered. Yet, she couldn't fathom why a powerful family would need to adopt someone else's child. At that moment, Si Moyan's phone vibrated with a call from the caregiver he had arranged for Chu's mother. After hanging up, Si Moyan's brows furrowed. Chu Man's mother had run out of the apartment while the caregiver was out shopping. Although she had shown slight improvement after meeting Chu Man, she had not fully regained her senses and was likely to get lost. Wen Yan immediately checked the system for Chu's mother's whereabouts. Chu Man's mother has gone to the underpass, where she used to sleep. Oh, it seems she knows Mu Zhe. This is truly fate. Under the overpass, Chu's mother had barely arrived when a small, slender figure emerged from a black car.
Ramaju.
The little boy rushed towards her, extending a bag he held.
Maju.
I've brought bread, milk, and some clothes and blankets. This is my pocket money I've saved up recently. Please use it to stay in a hotel. Chu Mu gazed at the young boy before her. Despite his own pallor and emaciation, he visited her every weekend, bringing her food and drink, as well as the pocket money he had saved. His kindness had persisted not for a mere month or two, but for a full 2 years. It was through his generosity and compassion that Chu Mu had managed to survive until now. In her previous state of confusion, she accepted everything he offered without hesitation.
Now,
with a clearer mind, she began to notice how much smaller and frilier he was compared to his peers. Xiao Zhe, she mused. It was my muddled state that caused me to consume your offerings, leading to your frailness. From now on, I shall no longer take from you. I have my own home now and have reunited with my daughter, she shared, revealing her new apartment's address to him. Chu Mu longed to caress the face of this kind-hearted boy, but feared her rough hands might cause him discomfort. Instead, she clasped her hands together, a tender smile gracing her face. You must take better care of yourself, Xiao Zhe. You are too thin, and it pains my heart to see you this way. Mu Zhe, with a gentle smile, shook his head. Grandma Chu, please do not worry about me. I eat well at home. Perhaps it's just my constitution. No matter what I consume, I do not gain weight. Chu Mu glanced at the luxurious black car parked nearby, realizing that Xiao Zhe likely came from a well-off family. Yet, how could he be so thin? At such a tender age, he appeared weary and fatigued. Young Master Zhe, you must return to practice your piano, otherwise, the lady of the house will be displeased if she finds you absent, the driver reminded Mu Zhe. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mu Zhe forcefully pressed the items and coins into Chu Mu's hands before climbing into the vehicle. Grandma Chu, I will visit you at your home next time. Upon returning to the Mu household, Mu Zhe took out the sheet music and began to practice. His mother had instructed him to master a sonata, which was quite challenging and required immense expressiveness and tension. Although he could play it, his execution lacked fluidity. After several dozen attempts, his wrist began to ache, prompting him to take a break. At that moment, Mu's mother approached, her expression stern. I just heard you from outside, and you are still not proficient enough. Do not stop. Continue practicing. Mu Zhe dared not defy her. Although she was strict and sometimes punitive, she had taught him numerous skills and ensured he was never left hungry. He had endured far worse in other foster homes and thus cherished his life with the Mu family. Mother, I will strive to improve, he promised. Mu's mother smiled approvingly. You may only rest after mastering it, Xiao Zhe. Everything I do is for your benefit. Having multiple skills will help you succeed in the future.
Mu Zhe nodded obediently,
pushing aside his discomfort as he resumed his practice. After she left, Mu Ran entered the practice room, carrying strawberries. Xiao Zhe, you've been practicing for quite a while. Come and have a snack. Mu Ran had a fondness for her little brother, appreciating his intelligence and diligence, but she was perplexed by his clumsiness during assessments and performances. In contrast, Mu Hao, the little tyrant, was lazy yet effortlessly skilled, earning the admiration of many. Observing Mu Zhe's increasingly gaunt frame, Mu Ran felt a pang of sympathy. Your mother isn't here right now. You could take a little break. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Hao burst in with a water gun, soaking her. Wiping droplets from her face, Mu Ran glared at Mu Hao in fury. Are you out of your mind? After receiving her reprimand, Mu Hao dashed off to find their mother. Mom, Mu Ran is trying to befriend Mu Zhe. They are conspiring to isolate me. Mu Ran's mouth twitched in disbelief. Upon seeing the wronged expression on Mu Hao's face, their mother, without discerning the facts, punished Mu Ran by forbidding her from dinner that evening. Mu Hao stuck his tongue out at her. You're living under our roof and still acting like a princess. From now on, you better learn your place in front of me. If you continue to care for Mu Zhe, I'll make sure my parents throw you out. After mastering the challenging sonata, Mu's mother sent an audio clip to Madame Sun in Kyoto. Upon hearing the piano performance, Madame Sun praised Mu Hao and expressed her intention to visit the next day with her daughter, Sun Xiao, to learn from him. Seizing the opportunity, Mu's mother broached the topic of a new project, to which Madame Sun agreed to sign a contract the following day. Excitedly, Mu's mother shared the news with Mu Guanzhen, who gleefully urged Mu Hao to ride on his shoulders, proudly declaring, "My son is truly a prodigy. He is remarkable." Meanwhile, Wen Yan observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, as the Si family seethed with indignation, especially upon learning that little Mu Zhe practiced day and night only to serve as a stepping stone for others. Xiao Zhe's relentless efforts will only benefit them until all his fortune is drained away, she mused. However, I've noticed a pattern. Mu Hao's piano, street dance, and taekwondo assessments all require Mu Zhe's participation. Only when they are engaged in the same activity does Mu Hao excel. Wen Yan narrowed her eyes, a sneer forming on her lips. I know precisely what to do. Tomorrow, when Madame Sun brings her daughter to meet with Mu's mother and Mu Hao, I shall ensure that Mu Hao's true nature is revealed. Chapter 133. The encouragement of a beautiful sister in September. As the school season commenced, Mu Hao rode in a luxury vehicle towards his prestigious elementary school, donned in the school's uniform, a crisp white short-sleeved shirt, a blue blazer tied with a Windsor knot, and gray shorts. His hair was impeccably styled, exuding an air of aristocracy and pride. At just 9 years of age, and already standing at 1.6 meters tall, he entered the classroom to a chorus of compliments and flattery from his classmates. Prince Hao, you topped the entire grade last semester. You are simply amazing. With excellent grades, striking looks, and a plethora of talents, he was indeed the envy of his peers. Prince Hao, here's a box of handmade chocolates for my mother, just for you. In stark contrast, Mu Zhe entered through the back door, appearing as the ugly duckling amidst the brilliance of his brother. Pale and emaciated, he blended into the crowd without a trace of distinction. How had someone like him been adopted by the Mu family, becoming a brother to a prodigy? Surely it was sheer luck. Children today, though young, possess cunning beyond their years. The dynamics of social hierarchy, akin to those of adults, were already evident in their interactions. After a summer break, Mu Zhe appeared even less appealing. Compared to Prince Hao, he was like a creature from the depths of the earth. Could the ugly one please refrain from entering the classroom? His presence only diminishes our overall aesthetic and standards, a classmate sneered. Not only is he unattractive, but his grades are abysmal too. Do you know how poorly he performed last semester? He barely scraped together 30 points across 3 subjects, averaging a mere 10 per subject. How on earth did he manage that? Despite his apparent diligence in class and the numerous tutoring sessions the Mu family had provided, it seemed all for naught. Faced with the derision and mockery of his peers, Mu Zhe bowed his head in shame. He couldn't fathom why he struggled so despite his best efforts. The exam questions were not difficult for him. He knew he could easily score full marks in all 3 subjects. Yet his submitted answers bore no resemblance to what he had written. It left him perplexed and frustrated, feeling unworthy of his mother's investment in his education. Given the high costs of the tutoring sessions, often several hundred per class, he understood why his classmates adored Mu Hao and not him. It was painfully clear how he paled in comparison. With his head down, he silently approached his seat, only to discover that his drawer was filled with trash, and his desk was cluttered with doodles. Haha, Mu Zhe, you are no different from that trash. You ought to reside in the refuse pile. For you do not deserve to study in a prestigious academy. You should be out in the countryside tending to cattle. Your presence in our class is truly a disgrace. Only Prince Hao's benevolence allows the Mu family to take you in. Trash. Mu Zhe lowered his crimson eyes, suppressing the sting in his nose as he silently cleaned the debris from his desk. Mu Hao stood nearby, looking down at Mu Zhe with a haughty sneer. Why bother speaking to such a worthless wretch? Look at him, so lifeless. he can't possibly have much longer to live. Indeed, he is perpetually morose. Conversing with him is nothing short of a bad omen. Holding the trash, Muse exited the classroom. He dared not cry in front of them. Doing so would only invite more relentless mockery. He tossed the trash into the bin and did not return to class immediately, but instead crouched behind a bush, tears streaming silently down his face. They were right. He was a failure, utterly useless. No matter how hard he tried, he would only ever be a laughingstock. Yet, compared to the torment he had endured in the past, life now was significantly better. At least he no longer went hungry, had a warm bed to sleep in, and could save pocket money to assist Grandma Chu. With such thoughts, Muse felt a bit more at ease. He could not allow himself to be disheartened or to blame fate. He needed to strive even harder. Wiping his tears, just as he was about to stand and head back to the classroom, a sister, beautiful as a fairy, tapped him gently on the shoulder. Muse blinked. He had never encountered this enchanting sister before. But soon, another sister he recognized approached, offering him a bottle of milk. Xiaoze, do you remember me? Si Yu crouched next to Wen Yan, both gazing at Muse. Muse accepted the milk and nodded, recalling her as Sister Yu. Si Yu looked at the small boy with slightly swollen eyes from crying and gently patted his head. Have you been bullied? Muse nodded, then shook his head. Wen Yan observed Muse's features, which bore some resemblance to Chu Man, and softly inquired, Xiaoze, are you wearing a necklace around your neck? Confused, Muse wondered how the beautiful sister knew this. Wen Yan smiled, just a guess. Can you take it off for me to have a look? Feeling Wen Yan's kindness, Muse removed the necklace and handed it to her. Glancing at the necklace, Wen Yan confirmed it had been tampered with by the Taoist priest invited by Madame Mu. Seizing the moment while Muse was distracted, she produced an identical necklace and said, Here you go, don't lose heart. You are truly remarkable. Muse put the necklace back on. His mother had told him that wearing the necklace was essential for living the good life he now enjoyed. He had no desire to return to the past, hence he wore the necklace obediently around his neck every day. Shortly after returning to class, lessons commenced. The first period was a class meeting, followed by Chinese and English. In the noble school, the English teacher conducted the entire lesson in English. Muse sat in the far corner of the last row. He was the poor performer in the class, despised by both teachers and classmates. The English teacher beamed at Mu Hao. I would like to invite Mu Hao to introduce his summer holiday in English. The students looked on with eager anticipation. Mu Hao spoke with an impeccable Oxford accent, fluent and precise, levels that they could not yet reach. With a proud tilt of his chin, Mu Hao stood up, organized his thoughts, and confidently began, My summer holiday. However, he suddenly faltered, unable to continue his sentence in English. What was happening? He had previously spoken fluently, yet now he could barely utter a few words, as if his mind had gone blank. Stammering for what felt like an eternity, he failed to construct a single complete sentence. Moreover, his pronunciation had drastically changed, no longer the pure Oxford accent, but now heavy with a local dialect, inferior even to the lowest performing student in the class. The English teacher and his classmates stared at Mu Hao in disbelief. Furrowing his brow, a look of irritation crossed Mu Hao's face. I've been feeling unwell these past few days, teacher. Let Muse answer instead. Chapter 134, Shock. He suddenly became intelligent and popular. Mu Hao had never embarrassed himself before teachers and classmates, and he was seething with anger. He had no idea why his mind had suddenly gone blank. If he was to falter, then Muse should stumble as well. The English teacher, believing Mu Hao genuinely felt unwell, did not press him further. Muse, would you like to share?
Mu Hao shot a contemptuous glance at Muse.
Convinced he could not articulate anything. The classmates were also disinterested in hearing Muse's clumsy pronunciation. Some even covered their ears. Muse stood up from the corner, casting a glance at the skeptical English teacher, and quickly organized his thoughts in his mind, speaking with measured calmness. My summer holiday is a happy time for me. I play the piano every day. Initially, Muse felt a twinge of trepidation. Previously, when called upon by the teacher, he had known the answers, yet responded in a manner that left him a laughingstock among his peers. However, this time felt peculiar. The chaos in his mind seemed to have dissipated, and his thoughts and speech were markedly clearer. As he noticed the astonishment and disbelief in his teacher's and classmates' eyes, he spoke with increasing fluency, his pronunciation becoming increasingly refined and pleasant. Mu Hao, witnessing Muse express himself so smoothly, clenched his fists in fury, his features twisted in rage. He could not tolerate Muse surpassing him. especially when Mu Ze was inferior to him in every regard. Mu Ze's fluent English was something that should have emerged from his own lips. He was bewildered as to why he could no longer articulate his thoughts. Mu Ze had stolen the glory that rightfully belonged to him. Mu Hao longed to rush forward and silence him. Upon finishing, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. The English teacher was the first to react, breaking into applause. Mu Ze, you must have worked hard during your summer holiday. Your progress is remarkable compared to last semester. With that, she cast a suspicious glance at Mu Hao. How had he regressed so drastically over the summer? The entire morning, Mu Hao remained in a state of agitation. Not only had Mu Ze improved in English, but his math skills had also advanced. He was able to answer the teacher's questions. It infuriated him. Previously, he had been the center of attention in class, but this time, it felt as though he had lost his touch. At noon, during lunch at the cafeteria, his lackey noticed Mu Hao's discontent. Prince Hao, no matter how hard Mu Ze tries, he is still just a dog raised by your Mu family. You need not worry about him surpassing you. Exactly. Prince Hao has just been feeling unwell lately. Once he recovers, he will surely outshine Mu Ze. Mu Hao glanced at Mu Ze. In the past, Mu Ze had been all alone, with no classmates willing to engage with him. However, this morning, his exceptional performance had attracted several classmates to gather around him.
Mu Ze,
You've been hiding your talents. You can speak Oxford English. Would you be willing to teach me your pronunciation later? Mu Ze, startled by the attention, nodded humbly and amiably. Of course, as long as you don't mind. Mu Ze, could you help me with math? I've suddenly realized how sharp your mind is. Just as Mu Ze was about to agree, a bowl of steaming soup splashed onto his face. Mu Hao had hurled the soup bowl at Mu Ze's feet, glaring at him with indignation. Mu Ze, you've stolen my knowledge. Furrowing his brow, Mu Ze replied, Mu Hao, I do not understand what you are saying. With hands on his hips, Mu Hao retorted, everything in your mind originally belonged to me. Mother once told me that the harder Mu Ze works, the luckier he shall become. Everything he learns is inherently his. Yet this morning, it seemed that fortune had eluded him. Surely, Mu Ze must have pilfered what rightfully belonged to him. The classmates surrounding Mu Ze gazed at the furious Mu Hao, their previous admiration shattered. Mu Hao, how could knowledge be stolen? It is something one must earn through diligence. Mu Hao's fists clenched tightly, his rage reaching its zenith. Unable to contain himself any longer, he advanced and swung directly at Mu Ze's face. You eat my family's food, you live in my family's house, and yet you dare to steal my knowledge? I swear I'll teach you a lesson, you little wretch. Mu Ze received a blow from Mu Hao, wiping the blood from his nose. Aside from Mu Hao's sycophants, the other students felt as though he had transformed into a different person. Although he had previously relished tormenting Mu Ze, it was undeniable that Mu Ze had once been rather dim-witted, compounded by their admiration for Mu Hao as a scholar. However, after this morning's lessons, they realized Mu Hao was even more foolish than they had imagined. Could it be that the former academic prodigy was merely an illusion? Conversely, Mu Ze appeared to be far more astute than they had anticipated. It was Mu Hao who instigated the conflict. Throughout, Mu Ze had remained silent. Mu Hao, what are you doing hitting someone? With a classmate defending Mu Ze, Mu Hao's fury intensified. Previously, he was the center of attention wherever he went, but within a mere morning, Mu Ze had stolen his thunder. He's just a dog for my family. What is wrong with me hitting him?
Mu Hao taunted,
Glaring at Mu Ze. Kneel down and bark 3 times, and I'll let you off. Mu Ze set down his chopsticks, his eyes reddening. Mu Hao, do not go too far.
Mu Hao dismissed Mu Ze entirely.
Though he was younger, he was a taekwondo expert, and should Mu Ze dare to retaliate, he would reduce him to a pulp. What right does a dog have to shout at me? Kneel immediately, or after school, I'll tell my mother. Mu Ze lowered his long lashes, his lips pressed into a straight line. I do not wish to fight you.
Ha ha ha. Mu Hao laughed boastfully.
Do you think you can defeat me?
Coward.
His followers erupted into laughter. Mu Ze's face flushed with indignation.
Seeing Mu Ze refused to kneel,
Mu Hao no longer wasted words, raising his fist once more to strike. But in the next moment, the onlookers were left in shock. The one being struck was no longer Mu Ze, but everyone watched in disbelief as Mu Hao was thrown to the ground by Mu Ze, unable to rise. Mu Hao, the taekwondo master, was someone whom few dared to provoke at school. Yet, Mu Ze had just thrown him down. With his head hitting the ground, Mu Hao's mind buzzed, and stars danced before his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, a young girl jumped up and applauded. Wow, Mu Ze, your skills are incredible. I suddenly realize you're quite handsome too. Mu Hao turned to the girl, baffled. Last semester, she had idolized him. He could not fathom how, in such a short time, Mu Zhe had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Rubbing his head, Mu Hao stood up, his face a stormy shade of blue as he glared at Mu Zhe. I'm calling my mom right now. He tapped his watch to dial Mrs. Mu's number. After throwing Mu Hao, Mu Zhe felt a twinge of regret. Mu Hao was the little tyrant of the Mu family. When he was truly enraged, even Mrs. Mu would be struck, yet she never blamed him, instead coddling him. If Mrs. Mu were to discover that he had thrown Mu Hao, she would undoubtedly punish him severely. After all, he was still a child, afraid of being reprimanded by his family. Seeing the flicker of guilt and fear in Mu Ze's eyes, Mu Hao's gaze brimmed with malice and schadenfreude. Mother will surely avenge me and beat Mu Ze to a pulp. Not far away, Si Yu and Wen Yan observed the scene. Si Yu, noticing Mu Hao calling Mrs. Mu, felt a pang of concern for Mu Ze. Sister-in-law, little Ze is surely going to get punished. Not yet, this afternoon, Mrs. Mu is taking little Ze and Mu Hao to the clubhouse to meet Grandma Sunday. She'll need little Ze to play the piano after all. Wen Yan raised her phone, revealing the earlier incident where Mu Hao instigated and bullied little Ze. I recorded it all. I'll post it on their school forum. And then have your brother use his hacking skills to pin it to the top, ensuring they cannot delete it. Upon receiving Mu Hao's call, Mrs. Mu rushed to the school. Learning that Mu Ze had thrown Mu Hao, she felt both heartbroken and furious. She intended to take Mu Ze aside for a reprimand. But the homeroom teacher hurriedly approached her, stating, Mrs. Mu, Mu Hao initiated the violence. Someone recorded the incident and posted it online. Many parents and students have seen it. And the repercussions are severe. If you reprimand Mu Ze now, it will incite public outrage. Mrs. Mu quickly glanced at the forum. She clearly saw that Mu Hao had struck first, yet her concern was solely for Mu Hao, who had been thrown to the ground. It must have hurt terribly. She gritted her teeth. However, due to her reputation and public opinion, she dared not chastise Mu Ze at school. Moreover, she needed him to perform well in the evening piano recital, fearing that if she injured him, it might affect his performance. Little Ze, although you are not my biological child, I have nurtured you since childhood. Mu Hao may have a volatile temperament, but you are the elder brother. You must learn to be accommodating towards him. For the sake of my dignity, do not lay a hand on him again, understood? Mu Ze hung his head in silence. If you wish to avoid upsetting me, perform well during the piano recital tonight. Surprised that Mrs. Mu had not struck him, Mu Ze felt a flicker of warmth. Being a child starved for affection, even a small gesture of kindness compelled him to reciprocate doubly. He nodded obediently. Mrs. Mu instructed Mu Ze to return to his classroom. And just as he turned to leave, her eyes glimmered with malice and treachery. Once she had met with Sister Sun and Shi Yao, she would deal with him. In the evening, Mrs. Mu took Mu Hao and Mu Ze to a private club. She led Mu Ze to one of the rooms, furnished with a piano and refreshments. Little Ze, have something to eat first. When the butler asks you to play the piano, you must perform flawlessly, without any mistakes, understood?
Mu Ze nodded.
Mrs. Mu and Mu Hao proceeded to another lavish room. Shortly thereafter, Mrs. Sun arrived with her daughter, Sun Shi Yao. Sister Shi Yao. Upon seeing the doll-like Sun Shi Yao, Mu Hao shed his earlier arrogance and hostility, eagerly taking her hand. Mrs. Sun, noticing the camaraderie between the two children, smiled. Seizing the opportunity, Mrs. Mu spoke up. Sister Sun, regarding the project. Mrs. Sun interrupted her unfinished sentence. No rush. I specifically brought Shi Yao here today to learn from Hao Hao. The sonata you sent over a few days ago is not something just anyone can play. Both Shi Yao and I wish to hear Hao Hao perform it live. Sun Shi Yao gazed at Mu Hao with admiration. Brother Hao Hao plays so beautifully in the audio. Hearing him live will surely be even more enchanting. Mrs. Mu pulled Mu Hao to the piano, smiling. Well then, our Hao Hao will showcase his talents. Immediately, Mrs. Mu sent a message to the butler in the other room. Upon receiving her message, the butler instructed Mu Ze to sit at the piano, signaling that they could begin. Just as Mu Ze was about to play, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Chapter 135, A Slap in the Face. His disgrace exposed. As Mu Ze was about to begin, disaster struck. The butler standing behind him was suddenly knocked unconscious by a swift strike and collapsed to the floor. Mu Ze glanced at the assailant, astonished. A beautiful sister? Wen Yan gently patted Mu Ze's head. Little one, you weren't frightened, were you? Mu Ze shook his head, inquiring. Why did the beautiful sister knock out the butler? You will find out soon enough. Wen Yan brazenly dragged the butler into the restroom. She took Mu Ze's hand. Come, let us head to the upstairs room. Mu Ze hesitated, recalling Mrs. Mu's instructions. But my mother asked me to play the piano here. Little one, do you wish to understand why, despite your hard work, you still cannot measure up to Mu Hao?
Mu Ze nodded vigorously.
I want to know. Although Mu Hao typically does not engage in much studying, he seems to possess an innate understanding of everything. Could it be that he is truly a genius? Conversely, Mu Ze, who has diligently studied a plethora of subjects, feels as though the knowledge he has acquired does not truly belong to him. With curiosity and uncertainty, Mu Ze followed Wen Yan upstairs to the private room. The spacious private room was filled with numerous individuals seated on the sofas. Upon spotting Mu Ze, Si Yu, with a sweet and endearing smile, took his hand and reassured him, "Do not be afraid, little Ze. They are all family of Sister Yu and the beautiful sister." The elder Si Jingyi, and Si Bai all approached. Mu Ze politely greeted each of them in turn. After the introductions, Mu Ze noticed that the LCD screen in the room was live-streaming the happenings in Madame Mu's private room. "Beautiful sister, is this a surveillance feed?" he inquired. Wen Yan gently placed her hand on Mu Ze's slender shoulder. "Do not rush. We shall not engage in any wrongdoing. Just observe what unfolds." In Madame Mu's private room, Mu Hao sat confidently at the piano, his chin held high. He had always considered himself a prodigy. Playing the piano felt effortless to him, requiring no practice whatsoever. After a mishap in class today, he was determined to redeem himself. Madame Sun, cradling Sun Xiao, watched Mu Hao with eager anticipation. "Xiao, make sure to listen closely. Your brother Hao possesses remarkable talent in this area. He could even be your teacher." Madame Mu beamed with pride. "Sister Sun, you flatter him too much." Madame Sun's smile widened. "It is you who has taught him so well. Our Xiao should learn from him." Madame Mu nodded at Mu Hao. "Begin." Mu Hao's fingers danced across the keys as he commenced playing. After a few notes, Madame Mu's expression shifted. This was not a sonata. Had she not instructed the butler to have Mu Ze play? Why was her Hao producing something of such inferior quality? Both Madame Sun and Sun Xiao displayed confusion. Although Mu Hao's performance was relatively fluid, it was far from a sonata, and his skill had evidently diminished significantly compared to before. The contrast with the audio Madame Mu had shared previously was stark. Unbeknownst to Mu Hao, he had no grasp of what a sonata entailed. He merely played as he pleased. This had been his approach in the past, and each time, he had managed to astonish his audience. He expected that this time would yield applause and praise from Madame Sun and Sun Xiao, but instead, they regarded him with bewilderment, as if they were strangers. "Mom, how did I play?" Mu Hao asked, looking towards Madame Mu. She quickly concocted an excuse to protect him. Rolling up his sleeve, she revealed the bruises on his wrist, remnants of an earlier encounter with Mu Ze at school. "Sister Sun, Hao injured his hand. The sonata is quite challenging, and he is unable to play today. I sincerely apologize." Upon seeing the bruises on Mu Hao's hand, Madame Sun's doubts dissipated. "I suspected there was a decline in his skill. It appears he was injured." As Madame Mu conversed with Madame Sun, Sun Xiao noticed a beautiful ragdoll cat darting past the door of the private room. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stealthily slipped outside. The lovely cat dashed into another private room upstairs. As Sun Xiao entered, she was greeted by a melodious and enchanting piano performance. Forgetting her pursuit of the cat, she turned her attention to the small boy seated at the piano. He appeared to be wearing a school uniform similar to that of her brother Hao. The boy remained oblivious to her presence, diligently focusing on his playing. The music, initially gentle, intensified into a vigorous crescendo, reminiscent of galloping war horses, stirring the soul. Sun Xiao was utterly entranced by the exquisite and passionate melodies, reminiscent of the sonata her mother had played for her days before. She had not realized that she would encounter it here. The sensation of experiencing it live was profoundly moving and exhilarating, igniting her emotions. As the piece concluded, Mu Ze turned to the mesmerized Sun Xiao. "Big brother, that was truly beautiful," Sun Xiao exclaimed, rushing to Mu Ze, her eyes sparkling. "My mother also adores piano music. May I invite her to join us?" Remembering the beautiful sister's instructions, Mu Ze replied, "You may bring your mother, but do not let Madame Mu and Mu Hao know." Sun Xiao nodded obediently. "All right, I will fetch my mother right away." Sun Xiao, clever and resourceful, concocted an excuse to lure Madame Sun out of the private room. Upon entering the upstairs room, Madame Sun felt a wave of confusion and was about to inquire when the stunning sonata filled the air. Her gaze sharpened as she turned towards the boy at the piano. The music was hauntingly familiar. After one sonata concluded, another enchanting piece began, flowing effortlessly, evoking the vibrancy of spring with birdsong and blooming flowers, uplifting the spirit. Madame Sun observed the boy, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his focused expression. Within his small frame lay an extraordinary potential. Admiration and astonishment filled her eyes. Even when Mu Hao played, he could manage only a single piece. Yet this small boy performed 3 consecutive pieces, each exceptionally impressive and soul-stirring. Mother, I believe this big brother plays even better than Mu Hao. Madame Sun nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to approach Mu Zhe to exchange a few words, a sudden roar pierced the air. It must be that Mu Zhe has stolen my knowledge and piano skills. Madame Sun turned to the large screen on the wall, revealing a live feed from Madame Mu's private room. That little brat Mu Zhe has embarrassed me. Mother, when we return tonight, you must discipline him. The twisted and malevolent expression on Mu Hao's face shocked both Madame Sun and Sun Xiao. They had never witnessed such an undisguised side of him. Chapter 136. Change of the Wealthy? With Sister Yan present, that is utterly impossible. Infuriated, Mu Hao kicked the piano with force, seemingly unsatisfied, and violently shattered a cup on the table. Madame Mu hurriedly embraced him. My dear son, please do not break anything further. If Madame Sun and Xiao see this, it could jeopardize your father's latest project. Filled with rage, Mu Hao could not lash out at objects. Instead, he directed his frustration towards Madame Mu, punching and kicking. She did not intervene, merely advising him, just avoid hitting your mother's face. Mu Hao kicked Madame Mu in the stomach, causing her to wince in pain. Yet, she continued to comfort him. Darling, do not hurt your hands. It would pain me to see you suffer. Madame Sun and Sun Xiao were left dumbfounded. Was Madame Mu not overly indulgent with Mu Hao? He was assaulting her, and yet she expressed concern for his hands? Madame Sun's perception of the world was shattering. Mother, when will our family finally become the richest in the nation? I am tired of being treated like a circus monkey by Madame Sun and the others. They make me perform every time they visit. It is utterly exasperating. And that's Sun Xiao, always insisting I teach her piano. She is so hopelessly dull, and I can never teach her anything. Sun Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears as Mu Hao berated her. She had always believed he enjoyed their friendship and willingly taught her. Little did she know he privately considered her to be insufferably foolish. Seeing her in tears, Madame Sun enveloped Sun Xiao in her arms, her face a storm of fury. Realizing Mu Hao's words were inappropriate, Madame Mu quickly covered his mouth. Do not speak carelessly. They must not hear you. Mu Hao, filled with agitation, thought to himself, if it were not for their wealth and power, I would not endure such humiliation. Once my father becomes the wealthiest in the nation, I will make them perform for me, every day. Madame Mu pressed her lips gently against Mu Hao's forehead, saying, all right, when that day truly arrives, my darling may do as he wishes. Mrs. Sun, observing this, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She had never anticipated that the Mu family could be so unprincipled. She had always regarded Mu Hao as her own son, only to realize that her heartfelt affection had been squandered. Mother, I can no longer be friends with Mu Hao. Mrs. Sun nodded in agreement, declaring that their family would no longer extend any projects to the Mu family. Approaching Mu Zhe, Mrs. Sun's eyes betrayed a hint of confusion upon learning that he was Madame Mu's adopted son. At that moment, Wen Yan and the members of the Si family entered the scene. Mrs. Sun, I presume you have many questions. Allow me to clarify everything for you. Wen Yan took Mrs. Sun aside and revealed all that Madame Mu had done to Mu Zhe. Although some of it was hard to believe, Mrs. Sun, being a woman of the world, quickly accepted that it was Mu Hao who had usurped Mu Zhe's fortune. Those talents and skills had originally belonged to Mu Zhe, and Mu Hao was nothing but a shameless usurper. Wen Yan called Mu Zhe over and rolled up his sleeves, revealing the myriad of bruises marring his frail arms. Mrs. Sun, just look. Whenever little Zhe goes against Madame Mu's wishes, she resorts to violence. Mrs. Sun, who cherished intelligent and talented children, felt an overwhelming surge of compassion upon seeing the colorful bruises on Mu Zhe's body. Little Zhe, has Madame Mu treated you this way all these years? Mu Zhe had learned from Wen Yan that he had a biological grandmother and that his mother had not intentionally abandoned him. He could live with his real family from now on. He no longer wished to endure beatings. He wanted to live with Grandma Chu. I always thought Madame Mu was acting in my best interest, but I never realized that her insistence on my learning was merely to facilitate Mu Hao's plundering. Mrs. Sun crouched down and asked Mu Zhe several questions, to which he responded with remarkable eloquence. She affectionately ruffled his hair and turned to Wen Yan, saying, Miss Wen, I shall investigate this matter. If what you say is true, and all of Mu Hao's accomplishments stem from the theft of Mu Zhe's fortune, I shall not let the Mu family go unpunished. Wen Yan smiled and nodded. Mrs. Sun, you're discerning. I will surely uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Madame Mu, noticing that Mrs. Sun and Sun Xiao had not returned to the private room, went out to find them, only to see them departing in a car. Sister Sun, Xiao, why are you leaving? Mrs. Sun cast a cold glance at Madame Mu, saying nothing, and simply instructed the driver to drive away. Madame Mu's heart sank with unease. Could it be that her son Hao Hao failed to perform a sonata, inciting Mrs. Sun's ire? All of this was Mu Zhe's fault. Fuming, Madame Mu stormed into the room where Mu Zhe was supposed to be, but found it empty. You little rascal, how dare you defy me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. She ventured out to search for Mu Zhe and spotted him at the staircase. I told you to practice your piano. Where have you been?
Madame Moussis de Mouzès er.
His face turned pale with pain. Let him go. A crisp rebuke echoed. Madame Mu looked up to see the Si family approaching, led by a stunningly beautiful woman. While Madame Mu did not recognize her, it was clear that she held a prominent position within the Si family, adored by all and walking in the center of the group. Furious, Madame Mu retorted. What business is it of yours if I discipline my own son? At present, she had little regard for the Si family. Mu Zhe had sabotaged her plans, and she was determined to teach him a lesson. Just as she was about to drag Mu Zhe away by his ear, 2 uniformed police officers arrived. Madame Mu, we have received reports that your family is involved in the illegal trafficking of children and that you are committing domestic violence. We need to take you in for questioning. Madame Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Who said I was trafficking children? Besides, what is wrong with disciplining my own child? Didn't you all receive similar lessons from your parents? The officers forcibly escorted Madame Mu to their police vehicle. Seething with rage, she exclaimed, Do you even know who I am? Release me at once, or you will find yourselves out of a job. With a resounding bang, the car door slammed shut, effectively silencing her protests. Mu Hao, witnessing his mother being taken away, was consumed by fury, growling in frustration. Mu Zhe, this is all your fault, you little bastard. Why don't you just die? Suddenly, Mu Hao grabbed a fork and lunged at Mu Zhe. The atmosphere grew tense. It was shocking to see such malevolence from one so young. Little Zhe, if he wants to stab you, don't hold back, Wen Yan urged. As Mu Hao approached, Mu Zhe delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. In his fall, the fork accidentally pierced his own lower body.
Ah!
Mu Hao screamed in agony. Ignoring him, Wen Yan took Mu Zhe's hand and left in a vehicle. 3 days later, Madame Mu was released on bail, compelled to surrender Mu Zhe's household registration and identification to the Si family. Mrs. Chu instructed the Si family to fully represent Mu Zhe's interests, insisting that Mu Zhe sever ties with the Mu family, or else legal action would ensue. With no choice, Madame Mu acquiesced. After all, her son Hao had already usurped a significant portion of Mu Zhe's fortune. As long as they secured the support of Mrs. Sun, Mrs. Lu, and Mrs. Tang, the Mu family could surpass the Si family, eventually relegating them to obscurity. Upon leaving the police station, Madame Mu learned that Mu Hao had sustained a serious injury. She nearly fainted from the shock. She rushed to the hospital, relieved to find that Mu Hao had received prompt medical attention and that his injury was not life-threatening. Hao, Mrs. Lu, and Mrs. Tang will be visiting soon. Even if you haven't fully recovered, you must endure and show them your true talents. Mu Hao, seething with anger, felt murderous. I've been injured. And you expect me to perform like a monkey? My dear, this concerns your father's new project. You must bear it for now. Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Tang had already learned about Mu Hao's situation from Mrs. Sun, and were somewhat skeptical that such a clever child had gained his knowledge and talents through the plundering of others' fortunes. Madame Mu sweet-talked and coaxed Mu Hao to meet with Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Tang. Hao, quickly show them a street dance, she urged. Mu Hao attempted a few moves, but his limbs felt stiff, and his lower body throbbed painfully. He barely managed to dance before revealing his discomfort. Then demonstrate some taekwondo. Before Madame Mu could finish her sentence, Mu Hao, irritated, threw a punch. Shut up. You keep making me perform this and that. It's infuriating. If you want a performance, do it yourself. I can barely stand the pain. If I end up unable to marry or have children, you will be the greatest sinner for the Mu family. Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Tang were left speechless, astonished that Mu Hao was indeed as Mrs. Sun had described him. Recently, Si Moyan had been attending a financial summit hosted by Yi City, attended by entrepreneurs and CEOs. Mu Guansun was undoubtedly the most popular among these executives. The Mu Group had experienced rapid growth in recent years, and everyone was eager to collaborate and share in its success. Si Jingyi accompanied Si Moyan to the summit. When he greeted Mu Guansun, he was completely ignored. The rift between the Mu and Si families had deepened due to the incident involving Mu Zhe. Many executives were taking sides. Some supported the Mu family, while others sided with the Si family. The atmosphere at the summit felt divided. The wealthiest individual in Yi City was soon to change. With the backing of the Sun, Liu and Tang families, the Mu family had expanded their business into both the capital and the harbor city, far surpassing the Si family. It was unexpected to see the Mu family rise so rapidly, with rumors suggesting it was all due to the genius son of Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu truly was fortunate. Hearing such flattering remarks, a smile spread across Mu Guansun's face. His wife took Hao Hao to meet Madame Liu and Madame Tang, in order to bolster the Mu family's standing. Shortly, the Liu and Tang families would send assistants to personally present him with a contract for the new project. Once the new project was signed, the Mu family would surpass the Si family and ascend to the pinnacle of wealth in Yeqing. Si Jingyi, noticing Mu Guansun's disdainful gaze, felt an anger swell within him. Brother, are the Liu and Tang families truly going to support the Mu family? Si Moyan pressed his lips into a thin line, about to respond when the assistants from the Liu and Tang families entered the room. They were holding the contracts for new projects in both Beijing and Hong Kong. Mu Guansun, with a beaming smile, approached them, only to be met with a surprising turn of events. Chapter 137. He is the super prodigy, a bane to both himself and others. As Mu Guansun was about to shake hands with the assistants, they bypassed him entirely and walked straight to Si Moyan and Si Jingyi. "Are you Mr. Si?" inquired the assistant from the Liu family. Si Moyan, with his handsome visage and a demeanor both composed and formidable, stood out among the crowd of executives, the youngest and most distinguished. He nodded affirmatively. The assistants from the Liu and Tang families extended their hands towards Si Moyan. "We have been entrusted by the madams to finalize the contract for the Beijing-Hong Kong project with you." The new projects in Beijing and Hong Kong represented collaborations among the foremost elite, and only enterprises with a close association with the Liu and Tang families could partake. If a partnership were to be secured, it would not only place them far ahead of other enterprises in Yeqing, but also grant them entry into the upper echelons of society in Beijing and Hong Kong. After the previous collaboration with Madame Sun fell through, Mu Guansun placed great importance on the partnership with the Liu and Tang families. However, to his utter astonishment, they were here to sign a contract with the Si family. Is there a mistake? Mu Guansun thought. Without the support of the Liu and Tang families, the Mu family would become a laughingstock. Accustomed to flattery, he was unwilling to be trampled upon. Gritting his teeth, he approached the assistants with a sycophantic smile. "Dear assistants, could there be some misunderstanding? My wife and your madams are friends, and my Hao Hao is also involved." Before Mu Guansun could finish, the assistant from the Liu family coldly interrupted. "Mr. Mu, Mrs. Mu and Hao Hao have deceived the Sun, Liu, and Tang families for over a year. This debt will be settled by the three madams with your family." Mu Guansun staggered, disbelief washing over him. What have my wife and Hao Hao deceived the three madams about? He had relied on deceit to become a so-called prodigy. Surely, they must be unaware of this? The Tang family assistant, with an indifferent expression, replied, "Your family has colluded to deceive the three madams. They have stated that they will blacklist the Mu family from now on." Mu Guansun's pupils constricted violently, his entire being trembling with dread. The Sun, Liu, and Tang families intended to ostracize the Mu family. This would render them insignificant, akin to a speck of dust. His complexion turned ashen. He could not accept being left with nothing. The three madams must have made a mistake regarding his Hao Hao. He wanted to explain that Hao Hao was a genius. Yet deep down, he understood that the only reason Hao Hao garnered their favor was due to siphoning off Mu Zhe's fortune. Hao Hao lacked true talent. With his eyes reddening, Mu Guansun thought, even if the three madams decided against collaborating with us, why would they choose the Si family instead? The Si family was mired in chaos and utterly unworthy of cooperation with the three madams. Just as the Mu family was on the brink of surpassing the Si family, he could not bear to see the latter seize such a significant opportunity. The three madams had already encountered the real prodigy, Mu Zhe, Chu Zhe. The Si family had recognized Chu Zhe's long-lost grandmother, and the elder Si had even acknowledged Chu Zhe as his youngest adopted grandson. He was effectively part of the Si family, and the three madams admired his talents, having conducted their due diligence on the Si family, deeming them a worthy partner. Not wishing to waste any more time with Mu Guanzhen, the assistants from the Liu and Tang families handed the contract to Si Moyan. Mr. Si, please review the contract. And if you have any objections, feel free to voice them. Si Moyan led the two assistants to a private meeting room. Si Jingyi followed closely behind, walking as though he were treading on clouds. He felt an irresistible urge to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that by simply sharing gossip with his sister-in-law, he could inadvertently elevate the company to new heights? Such a grand project, such elite connections, were not opportunities afforded to just anyone. His sister-in-law was extraordinary. From now on, the Si family would not only command respect in Yeqing but also forge connections with the upper echelons of society in Beijing and Hong Kong. The executives who had previously aligned themselves with Mu Guanzhen were filled with regret. Each cast him glares that could pierce. Mu Guanzhen's mind buzzed, his chest heaving with agitation. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. He stormed out of the meeting, calling Mu Madam. Mu Madam and Hao Hao were still at the clubhouse. After Madame Liu and Madame Tang departed, Mu Madam, filled with despair and panic, collapsed to the ground. Not only had Hao Hao failed to recognize his mistakes, but he was also incessantly beating her. At her wit's end, Mu Madam slapped Hao Hao across the face with a resounding crack, momentarily stunning him. "You hit me?" Hao Hao exclaimed. With red-rimmed eyes, Mu Madam gazed at her son, whom she had nurtured for 9 long years, her heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a poisoned dagger. Her insides twisting in anguish. She had painstakingly orchestrated everything for him, yet in the end, he was ungrateful, placing all blame upon her. She had truly born a monster. When Mu Guanzhen arrived at the private room, he was horrified to see Hao Hao sitting atop Mu Madam, yanking her hair and forcefully slamming her head against the ground. Whether out of despair or resignation, Mu Madam offered no resistance, her head bloodied from the assault. Mu Guanzhen, witnessing the murderous fury in Hao Hao's eyes, felt a jolt of fear. "Beast, what are you doing?" He rushed forward, but before he could reach Hao Hao, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Hao Hao had plunged a dagger into him. Staring at Hao Hao in disbelief, Mu Guanzhen's mouth opened and closed in shock. You. Hao Hao showed no fear. Rather, his eyes gleamed with a dangerous excitement. "Mom often tells me that if I weren't a prodigy, you'd go out and find another woman to bear your son. I am the sole heir of the Mu family. By stabbing your lifeline, I ensure you won't be able to seek other women. Everything you have belongs to me, Hao Hao. From now on, I won't be your performing monkey. You two will serve me like slaves. You think you can be my parents without making sacrifices? If you disobey, I will kill you." Wen Yan and the Si family members had just finished conversing with Madame Liu, Madame Tang, and Madame Sun, and were descending the stairs when they heard the commotion from the private room. They peered inside and were struck with shock at the bloody scene. Heavens! Could Hao Hao be suffering from explosive rage disorder? Madame Sun gasped, recalling how she had previously allowed her daughter to play alone with Hao Hao. A chilling dread crept down her spine. Madame Liu and Madame Tang's faces also paled. They had never witnessed such a heartless child. Wen Yan shook her head. "He is not suffering from explosive rage disorder. He is a super prodigy. Super prodigies possess strong antisocial tendencies and are born as harbingers of disaster." During Mu Madam's pregnancy checkup, the doctor had warned her, but she disregarded the advice, believing she could manage a super prodigy. She allowed the super prodigy to siphon off Mu Ze's fortune, committing such heinous acts, and now this outcome is her retribution. Chapter 138. He speaks not of love, yet every word is laced with it. The mere mention of super prodigy sent shivers down the spines of Madame Sun, Madame Liu, and Madame Tang. A super prodigy is inherently destructive. He finds joy in the misfortunes and injuries of others. He is, without a doubt, a villainous seed. Thankfully, with the assistance of Miss Wen, they had seen through Hao Hao's true nature. It is unfathomable to imagine the potential harm that could befall their children if time were to linger a while longer. The Mu family is truly terrifying. They must be made to face the consequences of their actions. In swift succession, several collaborative projects involving the Mu family were brought to a halt, and banks ceased extending loans, plunging the Mu family into a dire economic crisis. However, Wen Yan took little interest in these developments. Now that Xiaoze had returned to Chu Mu's side, and Chu Man had been reunited with her biological son, everything felt complete. To avoid frightening Xiaoze, Chu Man refused to allow Wen Yan to use her powers, ensuring that Xiaoze would not perceive her presence. The Si family, in their benevolence, invited Chu Mu and Xiao Zhe to reside with them. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chu Man knelt before old Master Si and Wen Yan, expressing her gratitude. Wen Yan helped her to her feet, gently reminding her that there was no need for thanks. Xiao Zhe's remarkable talents had already brought great benefits to the Si family. Old Master Si nodded, his face alight with joy, never having anticipated that such vast fortune would suddenly grace their family.
Rest assured, Mann.
Our family will take excellent care of your mother and Xiao Zhe, he assured her. Chu Man was deeply touched. The warmth and care she had longed for in life had been bestowed upon her by Miss Wen and the Si family during this time. I have no regrets. Had it not been for Miss Wen's intervention, I would have long since faded into oblivion. After Chu Man bid a formal farewell to Wen Yan and the Si family, two men dressed in black and white, adorned with high hats, unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard. Perhaps due to the protective talisman Wen Yan had given, the Si family could all see these two figures. Si Jingyi's legs began to tremble uncontrollably.
Goodness.
He actually saw the black and white impermanence. Terrified, Si Jingyi quickly sought refuge behind Wen Yan, while the rest of the Si family instinctively recoiled, leaving only Wen Yan and Si Moyan in place. Chu Man, feeling a sense of duty, approached them. In her afterlife, she had been manipulated by Master Zhang, causing harm to many innocent souls. She believed she deserved to be cast into the depths of hell. Chu Man anticipated that the black and white impermanence would ferociously bind her with chains. But to her surprise, upon seeing Si Moyan, they bowed to him in an oddly respectful manner. Wen Yan and the Si family were taken aback. Why did it seem as though the black and white impermanence held a certain reverence for Si Moyan? My lord, we are here to escort Chu Man, they announced. Si Moyan furrowed his brow, recognizing that she had been a tragic figure in life and was now being exploited after death. He hoped that the king of hell would show her leniency. The black and white impermanence bowed their heads in acknowledgement, assuring him, "We shall convey your words to the Lord." Chu Man was not shackled. Instead, the black and white impermanence politely led her away. She cast one last glance at Wen Yan and the Si family, tears of reluctance streaming down her cheeks. "Goodbye, thank you all. Meeting you has been my greatest fortune." Seeing Chu Man in tears, Si Jingyi felt a pang of sorrow and waved his hand. "Next time, I'll burn my selling price for you, and if fate allows,
we shall meet again."
Perhaps it's best if there is no fate for now. After Chu Man's departure, a mechanical voice chimed in promptly. Ding. Favorability increased by 10. Now at 10.
Ding.
Merit points increased by 30, now at 80. Although Chu Man had been taken away, Wen Yan felt a twinge of sadness. However, the rise in favorability and merit points quickly lifted her spirits. Wow, just 9 more pieces of gossip and I shall complete the mission. When merit points reach 1,000, I can traverse to another world. Should I become an empress in ancient times? Then I could have a harem of 3,000 male concubines. The Si family simultaneously turned their gaze towards Si Moyan. Just 9 more pieces of gossip, and their sister-in-law would complete her mission. This goal was within reach. Would she truly leave once the mission was accomplished? They were reluctant to let her go. Old Master Si shot a glare at Si Moyan, lowering his voice. Eldest, you must strive harder to win Xiao Yan's affection. If she departs, I shall join her in the afterlife. The thought alone brought him immense sorrow.
Oh.
My eldest grandson lacks charm. I don't want to eat dinner tonight. Si Moyan regarded Wen Yan, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable. He had vowed not to force her. Even if the outcome were unsatisfactory, encountering her was already a stroke of fortune. If she could find happiness, he would bless her. Wen Yan returned to her senses, noticing Si Moyan's penetrating gaze upon her. She squinted slightly. Husband, why did the black and white impermanence refer to you as my lord? Right, I nearly forgot about that. Eldest grandson, when did you become associated with the black and white impermanence? Old Master Si stroked his white beard, suddenly looking alarmed. You don't mean your time is drawing near, do you? The Si family wore expressions of horror. Wen Yan scrutinized Si Moyan for a moment longer. Si Bingshan, the celestial height soaring, the earthly realms vast and round, seemingly freed from the fate of being a pawn, no longer a short-lived spirit. The Si family was instantly elated. Si Moyan had no idea why the black and white impermanence referred to him as my lord. If he had known them, he would never have become a pawn in his previous life. Si Moyan chose not to dwell on such metaphysical matters. He took the initiative to grasp Wen Yan's hand, understanding that he was no longer bound by a pawn's fate, thanks to her. Yen Yan, this collaboration with the Sun, Lu, and Tang families is largely due to your efforts. I have instructed my lawyer to draft a share transfer agreement, and I will grant you 10 of the shares. Furthermore, as you study at the Film Academy, should you wish to establish a studio in the entertainment industry, it can be registered under the name of Xing Media, and my brother and I will prioritize the best resources for you. Wen Yan exclaimed, Yay! Why is Si Bingshan being so good to me?
What if I don't want to leave then?
He speaks not of love, yet every word drips with affection. Why do I feel like a lunatic all day? What could he possibly like about me? In a few days, she would be traveling to Port City for work. Si Moyan suggested, How about I take you with me? I heard a romance film is being released there. A romance film? Is it the one that had its more explicit scenes cut in mainland China? Oh my goodness, this man is so coy. He wants to take me to see a yellow film. The Si family all turned their gazes towards Si Moyan, who coughed awkwardly. He had no idea that was an adult film. He had searched online for popular Hong Kong films, and that was what had come up. Wen Yan did not refuse Si Moyan's invitation. All right, if I have time this weekend, I will go with my husband. After Wen Yan went upstairs for a bath, Si Jingyi excitedly began to impart his experiences to Si Moyan. Si Moyan shot him a glance. You, who sold yourself for 1 billion underworld coins and were mocked for your poor skills, dare to teach me. Si Jingyi's peach blossom eyes turned crimson with anger. He felt like he was going to explode. Even his own elder brother was attacking him. He didn't want to live anymore. Elder brother, how can you criticize me? Sister-in-law is just 9 pieces away from completing her mission. She feels nothing for you now. Do you really think taking her to see a yellow film will lead her to your bed? You must be dreaming. Come on, let us hurt each other. Who is afraid of who? Si Moyan pursed his crimson lips. Even if she was unwilling, he would wait. Si Jingyi instinctively scoffed. I will wait for the withered tree to sprout and bloom anew. Si Moyan dismissed his brother's erratic thoughts, snorting before heading upstairs. Chu Zhe and Chu Mu resided in a villa behind the main house of the Si family. Si Yu took a liking to Xiao Zhe, running over to learn taekwondo from him. Sister Yu, once you master it, no one will dare bully you anymore. Si Yu beamed. Then you must teach me well. Chu Zhe nodded, of course. As the new term commenced, Wen Yan began attending classes at the Yi City Film Academy. From Monday to Friday nights, she stayed in the school dormitory. The moment Wen Yan left, the Si family felt a profound sense of emptiness. Old Master Si lamented daily. There must be plenty of gossip at the university, especially at the film academy. One day, feeling a sense of ennui and unease from not indulging in gossip, the venerable Mr. Si decided to generously donate a library worth 10 million to the academy. He also secured himself a leisurely position as the librarian, allowing him the freedom to work when he pleased and to meander around the campus at his leisure. He would commence his duties at the academy the following week. Not to be outdone, Si Jingyi swiftly communicated with the film academy regarding a scene that required campus shooting for the film Guilty and received immediate approval. Si Yanli, Si Yubai, and Si Yu could only watch with envy and jealousy, as each of them had their own affairs to attend to and could not constantly accompany their sister-in-law in her gossiping pursuits. On Friday afternoon, Si Moyan instructed his assistant Lu Zhou to fetch Wen Yan from the academy. Mr. Si was still in a meeting and had asked that she be brought to the company. Wen Yan responded with an okay gesture. Si Moyan took her to the harbor city to watch a movie, marking her first time going to another city alone with a man. It was a yellow film, and she felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. When Lu Zhou and Wen Yan arrived at the Si group, they caused quite a stir. The front desk immediately sent a message through the gossip group. 10 minutes ago, a mixed-race beauty came to see Mr. Si, and now another stunningly beautiful woman has arrived. Moreover, she is personally escorted by Assistant Lu. Mr. Si is usually stern and rarely smiles at any female colleague. I thought he and Assistant Lu were a couple. Seems like there might be a catfight soon. As Lu Zhou brought Wen Yan to the door of the CEO's office, she suddenly heard a woman inside sobbing, Si Moyan, you don't love Wen Yan at all. Why won't you divorce her? Being with me would definitely maximize your benefits. You are a smart man. Before she could finish, she was coldly interrupted by the man. Lucy, I will say this once more. In this lifetime, I will only ever love Wen Yan. Please have some self-respect and do not overstep your bounds. Wen Yan could not help but smile at the corner of her lips. It seems that the dog man has some discernment. He isn't so starving that he would eat anything. Otherwise, he would be the one suffering in a cage. Just as she finished this inner monologue, the office door swung open. Lucy stormed out in a huff, glanced at Wen Yan, then turned back to Si Moyan, saying, I am not the type to cling on. Since you have repeatedly rejected me, I will not come seeking you again. Don't regret this. Wen Yan's second brother, Wen Yan, had been pursuing her for some time now. It seemed she should yield a little. She needed to support the Wen family and make Si Moyan regret not agreeing to her. Upon seeing Wen Yan, Si Moyan quickly approached her, firmly grasping her delicate hand. There's no misunderstanding here, is there? Wen Yan shook her head with a smile. Do I strike you as such a petty person? Lucy has hit a wall with the icy Si Moyan. She will undoubtedly accept Wen Ying's pursuit and invest in the Wen family to counter the Si family. But she is a step too late. The Si family now has the Sun, Liu, and Tang families as their backing, making it exceedingly difficult for her to retaliate. I truly look forward to the day when Wen Ying discovers Lucy's true nature, wanting to flee but finding it impossible. Just thinking about it makes me giddy. Si Moyan observed the woman lost in her thoughts and led her to the top floor of the company. Darling, weren't we supposed to go to the harbor city to watch a movie? Why have you brought me here? Si Moyan pointed ahead. Look over there. Following his gesture, Wen Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, he is actually going to. In chapter 139, the enlightened Si Moyan proved to be quite adept at planning a sweet date. He was going to fly her to the harbor city in a helicopter, who said he was cold and unapproachable. When he embraced romance, he was beyond ordinary comprehension. Darling, can you pilot a helicopter? Si Moyan gazed deeply into her eyes. Do you not trust your husband's skills? Wen Yan blinked. Of course I believe. My husband excels in every skill. Her words were laden with double meaning. Initially thinking he would not engage, he unexpectedly replied, as for another skill, I may offer you the chance to experience it, but I suspect I will need your guidance. Wen Yan blushed, yet playfully retorted, all right, let us have the opportunity to spar together. As Wen Yan boarded the helicopter, Si Moyan handed her a pair of headphones. Once donned, she glanced at him. He wore a handcrafted black shirt, the top two buttons undone, revealing a refined collarbone and a hint of his chiseled chest. His silhouette appeared as if sculpted by a master artisan, handsome, resolute, and perfect. He exuded an air of unattainable elegance and calm, radiating an overwhelming aura of masculinity. He maneuvered the helicopter with practiced ease, his long fingers deftly pulling the control stick, guiding the helicopter like a majestic eagle into the sky. Initially nervous, Wen Yan soon found the experience exhilarating as the helicopter soared steadily. The night view of Yi City was dazzling, the homes, mountains, and rivers below shrinking into insignificance, evoking a profound sense of nature's grandeur and humanity's humility. From the window, it appeared as a vast landscape painting, beautiful and enchanting. After flying for over 2 hours, they arrived in another city, then boarded another helicopter directly to the harbor city. It was only after disembarking that Wen Yan belatedly recalled something. Darling, aren't you afraid of heights? How could you dare pilot a helicopter? Si Moyan pressed his lips together, his dark eyes gazing into hers. To take you on a romantic date, I overcame my fear of heights. Wen Yan realized that the dogman was now quite skilled at charming her. They arrived at a high-end shopping mall, the cinema located on the 3rd floor. As they entered the elevator, which was quite crowded, Si Moyan gently placed a hand on Wen Yan's waist to shield her from being jostled. His thoughtful and considerate gesture made her regard him with newfound admiration.
Oh.
This dogman is too adept. I need to watch a few episodes of a crime series to clear my head. Si Moyan lowered his gaze at the woman nestled in his embrace, his deep eyes betraying an unmistakable tenderness and affection. Upon reaching the cinema, Si Moyan went to collect the tickets while Wen Yan waited in the lounge area. Si Moyan, with his strikingly handsome demeanor and exceptional aura, caught the attention of many women around him. He scanned the QR code for the tickets, seemingly oblivious to the predatory gazes surrounding him. Unlike the trendy young men of today, his contours were too defined and rugged, exuding an intimidating air of authority that was irresistibly attractive to mature women. Wen Yan noticed that just as he finished collecting the tickets, a bolder girl approached him. From a distance, she spoke to him, but Wen Yan could not hear her words clearly. He shook his head and pointed in her direction. Wen Yan saw him mouth, I have a wife. The girl abruptly turned to look at Wen Yan. Upon seeing her beauty, she quickly lowered her head in embarrassment and fled. Si Moyan bought a bucket of popcorn and a cup of cola for Wen Yan. They entered the theater, chatting and laughing. Cici, what are you watching? Lucy and Wen Ying had also come to see a movie, and unexpectedly, they encountered Si Moyan and Wen Yan at the cinema. Lucy observed the usually stern and frosty man displaying an entirely different side when facing Wen Yan. His eyes were filled with warmth and affection, and he knew to buy popcorn and cola for her. When other men cast admiring glances at Wen Yan, he subtly asserted his dominance and claim over her. It became evident that he was attentive to her in ways he was not with anyone else. When Iheng, following Lucy's gaze, spotted Wen Yan and Si Moyan, his expression darkened instantly. How could he encounter that disaster even in the harbor city? Lucy looked at Wen Iheng. Wen Yan is your younger sister. You seem to harbor quite a dislike for her. My sister only acknowledges Wen Yu, while Wen Yan is deemed a fool, inferior in every aspect to you. My parents, my elder brother, and I solely recognize you as a member of our Wen family. Is Wen Yan truly a fool? A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Shi's eyes. The last time she played billiards with Wen Yan, the latter did not exhibit any signs of being foolish in her gestures. Moreover, the Si family dotes on her excessively. Unless they have fallen under her spell, it is inconceivable that they would treat her as their cherished darling. Qian, let us change cinemas. Seeing Wen Yan dampens my spirits. During this period, he had been ardently pursuing Lu Shi, unknowingly captivated by her exquisite mixed-race beauty and alluring figure. Yet, she maintained a teasing distance, leaving him with an elusive feeling. This evening, however, she expressed her willingness to attempt a relationship with him. He was overjoyed, dizzy with happiness, and resolutely wished to prevent Wen Yan from affecting his mood. There is no need to change. You are my boyfriend now, and we should be open about our relationship. Lu Shi's words instantly filled Wen Yiheng's heart with exuberance. Lu Shi and Wen Yiheng sat in the front row, ahead of Wen Yan and Si Moyan. Wen Yan had initially assumed that Si Moyan had purchased an uncut version of a film, only to realize she had overestimated him. He truly was a dog. The film contained nothing but a few kissing scenes. If it was already edited, why venture so far to watch it? Meanwhile, Wen Yiheng and Lu Shi found themselves kissing as the on-screen couple shared a moment. Upon witnessing Wen Yiheng's entranced expression, Wen Yan felt a surge of joy within her. Aside from encountering setbacks with Si Bing, Lu Shi seems adept at handling other men, she mused. It perfectly illustrates the saying, a sophisticated hunter often appears as prey. Wen Yiheng believes he has captured an eagle, but ultimately, he will find himself pecked by its talons. Wen Yan gently nudged the man beside her with her elbow. Lowering her voice, darling, it seems Lu Shi is deliberately provoking you. Do you have any regrets? Si Moyan, engrossed in the film, narrowed his eyes at Wen Yan's words. Where is Lu Shi? Wen Yan chuckled. After the film concluded, Si Moyan led Wen Yan to a villa halfway up a mountain. The villa's top floor housed a glass room with a 360-degree view. One could gaze upwards and behold the starry sky. The room was adorned with a candlelit dinner. Just as Wen Yan felt a pang of hunger, she and Si Moyan began to eat and drink. The tranquil, warm, sweet, and romantic atmosphere left her inexplicably enchanted. She hadn't even had a drop too much to drink yet. As their meal neared its end, Wen Yan suddenly spotted a shooting star through the floor-to-ceiling window. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Darling, I just saw a shooting star. I can't be imagining it, right? No sooner had she spoken than another brilliant shooting star streaked across the dark, quiet night sky like a dazzling bolt of lightning. Excited, Wen Yan leaned against the window. Si Moyan stepped beside her. There's a meteor shower tonight. I brought you here to see it. Yan, you can make a wish. Chapter 140. How exasperating. He actually called her baby. Wen Yan closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and began to make her wish. I hope the Si family remains safe and healthy. That old Master Si lives a long life. That second Master Si overcomes his infatuation and promptly expresses his feelings to Wan Marin, mending their relationship. That third Master Si achieves great success in his career. That fourth Master Si and Xiaoji find love. That fifth Master Si becomes an Olympic champion. And that Xiao Yu excels in her studies and encounters a truly kind-hearted man. As for Si Bing, I hope he finds a woman who genuinely loves him in his next marriage. Before she could finish her wish, she was suddenly pulled into the man's embrace. Wen Yan opened her eyes to see the man leaning closer, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Darling, what are you? Her unfinished words were silenced by his lips. Was it her imagination, or did she sense a hint of punishment and fierceness in the way he kissed her? He seemed angry. Surely, she had not offended him? Sensing her bewilderment, the man softened his kiss slightly. His crisp male scent, mingled with a subtle hint of red wine, enveloped all of Wen Yan's senses. She gazed at the man so close to her, her long lashes fluttering. He looked back, his dark eyes deep and profound, resembling a whirlpool that threatened to pull her in. He teased her lips before prying them apart. His kiss was assertive and fervent. Wen Yan did not resist his kiss. feeling a tingling sensation throughout her body as if electrified. Although he had kissed her before, it had never been this intense. She was still inexperienced with kissing and did not quite know how to breathe. As time passed, she began to feel breathless. She placed her hands against his chest, attempting to push him away slightly, but he tightened his hold around her slender waist, pulling her closer. Their breaths intertwined, and Wen Yan felt a fire igniting within her heart. She gazed blankly at the man before her, who usually exuded an aura of cold detachment and disinterest in women. Yet now, his eyes brimmed with an overwhelming emotion that nearly overwhelmed her. His deep-set eyes lost their clarity, a rosy hue blooming at their corners, reminiscent of a rich red wine that exuded an alluring, seductive charm. The uncontrollable Si Moyan was both sensual and captivating. Oh my gosh, this man is driving me wild. If he keeps this up, I might just become a fish out of water. Si Moyan suddenly realized he had lost control. He loosened his grip around Wen Yan's waist, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, his voice low and husky. Yan, in this lifetime, you are my only wife. In other words, even if she were to leave him in the future, he would not marry another woman. Wen Yan blinked, responding with a soft "oh." Si Moyan wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Shall we continue watching the meteor shower? Wen Yan contemplated. Is that it? No further developments? Why hasn't he taken it further? I wonder how enticing it would be to see him in tears. Si Moyan pondered. What was she thinking? Making someone cry? Who would be reduced to tears by whom? A man's tears are a deadly weapon. Si Moyan gently squeezed her delicate shoulder, refocusing on the sky. As he spoke, several more shooting stars streaked across the sky. Wen Yan's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile unwavering. Tonight was undoubtedly the happiest day since her arrival. After watching the meteor shower, the two returned downstairs. Wen Yan playfully traced her fingers across the man's palm. Darling, shall we take a bath together? Si Moyan swallowed hard.
No.
Wen Yan shot him a playful glare. I actually wouldn't he mind some marital intimacy. Si Moyan's gaze darkened a shade, knowing how much restraint he needed to refuse her. For now, it was not feasible. His heart had succumbed, but his body was not yet ready to yield to her. He feared that he might lose the last remnants of attraction he had for her. Observing the blush creeping up his ears, Wen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Are you afraid I'll mock your skills? The man remained silent, pressing his palm against her shoulder and gently pushing her into the bedroom, fearing he might lose control at any moment. After closing the bedroom door behind her, Si Moyan retreated to another room. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, his ears still flushed. His heart raced within his chest like a war drum. Once, he thought he would never be moved by any woman. After Wen Yan's arrival, he had believed the same. Yet, in just a few short months, he had thoroughly contradicted himself. A notification chimed on his phone. Wen Yan had sent him a message. Darling, remember to close the doors and windows tightly. Be careful tonight, lest my wild nature leads me to scale the walls. Si Moyan, typically serious and unyielding, couldn't suppress a smile as the corners of his lips turned upward. He replied, Good night, baby. In the adjacent room, Wen Yan caught sight of the word baby, causing her to squirm on the bed like a wriggling maggot. He actually called me baby. Oh my goodness. From this moment on, he is my heartthrob guest. I shall press the button to the point of destruction. Through the wall, Si Moyan could hear the sharp, explosive ringing of her thoughts. He covered his forehead, laughing helplessly. The following day, Si Moyan paid a visit to the Tang group to meet with Mr. Tang. Concerned that Wen Yan might find herself bored in the bustling port city, he had arranged for a tour guide specifically for her. The guide took Wen Yan to various attractions, delectable eateries, and shopping malls. The day passed swiftly. Wen Yan indulged in a shopping spree, and Si Moyan personally drove over to pick her up. Just then, Mrs. Tang called, inviting them to a family banquet. With her newly acquired gifts in hand, Wen Yan smiled and agreed. The Tang family estate, a grand manor styled after European palaces, exuded luxury and magnificence. Mrs. Tang had invited numerous prominent socialites, including Lucy. Lucy had agreed to date Wen Yiheng, naturally bringing him along to such an affair. It was Wen Yiheng's first encounter with the affluent world of the port city. He couldn't help but marvel at the layers of wealth that existed beyond his own. Were it not for Lucy, it would have been impossible for him to gain entry here. Becoming Lucy's boyfriend, he felt as though his own status had significantly elevated. As they entered the estate, traversing a lush green lawn, Lucy and Wen Yiheng soon spotted Wen Yan and Si Moyan ahead. Wen Yiheng was momentarily convinced he had misperceived the scene. What on earth were they doing here? The Si family surely couldn't be mingling with the elite of the port city. Lucy's expression mirrored his confusion. Although the Si family had some connections and status in Yi City, they could never penetrate the social circles of the port. "Lucy, is that you?" A woman clad in an elegant designer suit greeted Lucy. Upon seeing the sharp and capable woman, Lucy shed her usual haughtiness, smiling brightly as she responded, "Aunt Wan." Mrs. Wan hailed from a powerful family with political ties, and her husband Wan Yi Bank was renowned as a prestigious private commercial bank in the port city, with branches established globally. After losing her husband at a young age, now in her 40s, she had taken over the bank and found herself listed among the top 10 female billionaires on Forbes. Certain business dealings of Lucy's family relied on loans from Mrs. Wan's banking empire. When Yi Hung, excited to meet a formidable woman he had only seen in the media, extended his hand. "Hello, Mrs. Wan, I am Lucy's boyfriend.
My surname is Wan."
Mrs. Wan shook his hand briefly, nodding with indifference. Lucy eagerly linked her arm with Mrs. Wan's, engaging her in a friendly conversation. As they navigated through a stone path and over a rockery, the group arrived at the banks of an artificial lake, where tonight's family banquet was to be held. A long dining table was laden with exquisite dishes and beverages, with many guests seated, engaged in conversation and wine tasting. Mrs. Sun and Mrs. Liu arrived with their children, and son Xiao, upon seeing Wen Yan, joyfully requested a hug. When Yi Hung watched in disbelief as Wen Yan seamlessly integrated into this upscale environment, he couldn't shake off his disdain for her, recalling how she once mistook washing water for soup. He hoped she wouldn't embarrass herself again. Lucy had heard about Wen Yan's past blunders from her family, and as a country bumpkin, she seemed utterly out of place among the elite. Yet, now she appeared transformed, radiating a newfound elegance and charm. Washed water mistaken for soup? Mrs. Wan followed Wen Yi Heng's gaze and scrutinized Wen Yan. Upon observing her striking and flamboyant beauty, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Lucy detected Mrs. Wan's dissatisfaction with Wen Yan. Mrs. Wan's husband had met his demise due to an affair with a woman of similar allure to Wen Yan, culminating in their tragic end when they were swept away by rising tides while lost in their infidelity. At that time, Mrs. Wan had just given birth to her youngest daughter and was in confinement. Leaning closer to Mrs. Wan, Lucy recounted some of Wen Yan's past embarrassments. Mrs. Wan scoffed, remarking that the standards of the Tang family banquet had become appallingly low, allowing anyone and everyone to gain entry. Mrs. Tang, engaged in conversation with Si Moyan, momentarily paused, her brow furrowing as she glanced at Mrs. Wan. "Are you referring to the gentleman behind you? I don't recall inviting him." Standing behind Mrs. Wan was Wen Yi Hung. Lucy's expression shifted. "Aunt Tang, he is my boyfriend." Mrs. Tang chuckled lightly. To publicly call someone out is rather commonplace, Lucy. Your judgment seems to be declining. Unable to confront Mrs. Wan directly, Mrs. Tang diverted her criticism towards Lucy. Lucy silently seethed, unable to comprehend why Mrs. Tang defended Wen Yan and Si Moyan. What was the nature of their relationship? Mrs. Wan motioned for Lucy and Wen Yi Hung to sit beside her, narrowing her eyes at Mrs. Tang. "As a longtime friend and neighbor, you should know my aversion to women of fox-like beauty." Holding son Xiao, Wen Yan raised an eyebrow. Was she being referred to as the woman of fox-like beauty? "Xiao, do you know who that witch is?" Son Xiao nodded, leaning in to whisper Mrs. Wan's name to Wen Yan. After a brief check in her system, Wen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! This woman, who looked down upon her beauty, was involved in quite the scandal. How dare she speak of her? Oh, she recalled now. Was she not the fortune-telling beauty master you mentioned a few days ago? Mrs. Wan regarded Wen Yan with contempt and derision, deeming her a young woman who flaunted her charms and entrapped the unsuspecting. Si Moyan's brow furrowed slightly. "Mrs. Wan, has my wife offended you?" Mrs. Wan scoffed. "I simply cannot abide by someone deceiving my friends. After she was duped by the Mu family, I must ensure she opens her eyes." With that, Mrs. Wan removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and tossed it onto the table, her gaze piercing as she addressed Wen Yan. "Since you claim to possess fortune-telling abilities, why not give it a try? If you can predict correctly, this bracelet, worth over 100 million, will belong to you."
Wen Yi Heng gasped in shock.
Truly, the rich could toss around fortunes so casually. "Mrs. Wan, Wen Yan is my sister. She was essentially bought into university by my family. She knows nothing of fortune-telling." He glanced at Wen Yan, urging her to leave this highbrow gathering quickly before she embarrassed herself further. "Miss Wen and Mr. C are my invited guests. Anyone who disrespects them disrespects me. Mrs. Tang interjected in defense. Mrs. Wan chuckled coldly. Tang Jing, your husband called me today, requesting 100 billion loan from Wan Yi Bank. Are you truly willing to jeopardize that over a stranger? A flicker of discomfort crossed Mrs. Tang's expression.
Si Moyan,
Unwilling to see Wen Yan suffer, stepped closer, taking her hand. Let us go. Yet, Wen Yan grasped his hand back, shaking her head with a smile. She was no fragile heart. A few harsh words would not dishearten her. On the contrary, Mrs. Wan challenging her to read fortunes was merely a self-inflicted humiliation. Turning to Mrs. Wan, Wen Yan's lips curled into a gentle smile. Since you wish for me to divine your fortune, I shall graciously oblige. I do hope you won't be reduced to tears later. Chapter 141. She was about to face disgrace and imprisonment. As Wen Yan pondered how to articulate her thoughts, when Yi Heng's scornful voice rang out once more, Si Moyan, why are you indulging her nonsense? Since being with her, have you lost your wits? Si Moyan's handsome features tensed, his sharp gaze sweeping over Wen Yi Heng. Is this the time or place for your remarks? Mrs. Tang, Mrs. Liu, and Mrs. Sun all shot warning glances at Wen Yi Heng. The unspoken threats in their eyes were unmistakable. Lucy, if you do not wish for me to call for a bodyguard, then kindly instruct your boyfriend to remain silent, Lady Tang stated with an icy demeanor. Lucy felt as though she might shatter her molars from clenching her teeth. In the past, at gatherings of the elite women in the Hong Kong circle, she had always been the most sought after. Yet now, she found herself overshadowed by Wen Yan. Lady Tang, Lady Liu, and Lady Sun gazed at Wen Yan with expressions filled with affection and contentment, akin to that of proud mothers admiring their child. Had Wen Yan bewitched them collectively? And then there was Si Moyan who, though typically indifferent to women, displayed a tenderness and romanticism solely in her presence. Lucy had never before felt such envy and jealousy towards another woman. She tightly grasped Wen Yi Heng's hand and whispered, You need not rush to say anything. Wen Yan's embarrassment is her own affair. Lady Wan, who manages the colossal Wan Yi Bank, is certainly not an ordinary person. She cannot be easily deceived by Wen Yan. If Wen Yan attempts to read her fortune, is that not merely self-humiliation? Wen Yi Heng was utterly disgusted by Wen Yan's penchant for showboating, pretending to be more than she was. It was baffling how Lady Tang and the others had fallen under her spell. Nonetheless, today, Wen Yan had encountered the formidable Lady Wan. Surely, she would soon be met with a harsh reality check. If Wen Yan were to be publicly humiliated, the Si family would undoubtedly face repercussions as well. He had long claimed that Wen Yan was a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity to anyone who drew near her. Seeing Wen Yan remain silent for an extended period, Lady Wan's exquisitely made-up face twisted into a mocking smile. If you cannot predict accurately, it would be wise to keep your distance from Tang Jing and refrain from appearing in Hong Kong again. In the face of Lady Wan's overwhelming presence and threat, Wen Yan maintained an almost imperceptible smile on her radiant, delicate face, allowing Lady Wan's words to wash over her. Wen Yan handed the child she had been holding, Sun Xiao, to Lady Sun and whispered a few words in her ear. Immediately, Lady Sun instructed her attendants to take Sun Xiao and the other children away. Sun Xiao frowned, shaking her head in discontent. But I still want to share secrets with the pretty sister. Lady Sun gently patted her head, soothingly saying, You should go play in the amusement area with the other children for now. Some things the pretty sister will say later are not meant for little ones. Sun Xiao pouted slightly, clearly confused, but complied and left with the other children. Lady Wan reclined arrogantly against her chair, arms crossed, surveying Wen Yan from her elevated position with disdain and contempt. She had encountered many who fancied themselves as mystics, but none had dared to put on airs in her presence. What? Still unable to discern. Wen Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Are you certain you want me to declare this before so many witnesses? Lady Wan scoffed. Is that all you could come up with after pondering for so long? If you cannot speak, then you ought to leave this place immediately and never return to Hong Kong. Wen Yan shrugged, raising an eyebrow. Very well. Since Lady Wan insists I speak publicly, I shall oblige. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, Lady Wan is on the verge of losing her reputation and may soon face imprisonment. Upon her utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the air. All eyes turned towards Wen Yan. After what felt like an eternity, Lady Wan was the first to break the silence with a laugh. Tang Jing, is this the so-called beauty master you speak of? Lady Tang refrained from immediately countering Lady Wan's remark, her brows furrowing as she regarded Wen Yan with a mix of confusion and concern. If Wen Yan had indeed spoken recklessly and offended Lady Wan, it could spell disaster. Given Lady Wan's current wealth, She could easily bring about the ruin of the Si family. Xiao Yan, perhaps you should cease your comments. Let me defuse the situation. You and Mr. Si should return to the hotel for the evening, Lady Tang suggested softly. Si Moyan's dark eyes glimmered ominously as he replied coldly, Madam, my wife does not speak without purpose. Lady Tang shook her head, believing it impossible for Lady Wan, with her power and resources, to face disgrace and imprisonment. She felt Wen Yan had overstepped. Among those present, aside from Si Moyan, who believed in Wen Yan's integrity, others harbored skepticism and disdain. The elite ladies and socialites, who had initially held some fondness for Wen Yan due to the introductions by Lady Tang, Lady Lu, and Lady Sun, now regarded her with distaste. It was unheard of to directly curse someone with impending ruin and imprisonment, even if Lady Wan's demeanor was unkind and unjustly targeted her. Such behavior was intolerable, particularly from someone of her modest standing compared to Lady Wan, a Forbes-listed billionaire. When Yi Heng and Lucy were almost bursting with joy, they had not anticipated that Wen Yan would effectively seal her own fate. Your sister's unpopularity with your family clearly has its reasons, when Yi Heng nodded. Indeed. Any wise individual understands the importance of avoiding conflict with those of higher status and flattering them. Wen Yan's refusal to do so, coupled with her outright cursing, is foolish. Wealthy individuals are particularly averse to being cursed. Si Moyan continued to protect Wen Yan, seemingly oblivious to the impending disaster she was conjuring for the Si family. Amidst the disdainful, incredulous, and angry gazes directed at her, Wen Yan remained unperturbed, her lips curving into a serene smile. One had to admit, her sister possessed remarkable composure. Lucy shook her head in disbelief. Si Moyan crouched beside Wen Yan, firmly grasping her delicate hand. Since it is Lady Wan who has requested your fortune-telling, speak boldly. Should any issues arise, I will bear the consequences. Wen Yan glanced at Si Moyan. Everyone else doubted her, yet he stood by her. Darling, I've come to realize you two are quite infatuated. Si Moyan offered no response. Lady Wan retrieved her phone, her sharp gaze fixed on Wen Yan. Do you believe that with a single call, I could bring about your husband's downfall? Wen Yan sighed. Lady Wan, why must you be angry? Did you not request my reading? I asked you to read my fortune, yet you audaciously curse me instead. Do you truly believe I would let you off lightly? She had shown remarkable restraint by not slapping her. Wen Yan raised her index finger, shaking it gently. Do not rush. I have yet to finish my words. Chapter 142. What Wen Yan stated turned out to be entirely true. Lady Wan, suppressing her fury, coldly smirked. Very well, I shall see what else you have to say. After all, whether the Si family faces ruin a second sooner or later is merely a matter of my word. The murderous intent in Lady Wan's eyes was unmistakable. It was apparent to all present that she wished to obliterate the Si family. If Wen Yan had any sense, she would promptly apologize. Perhaps there was still a chance for reconciliation. Lady Tang continually cast glances at Wen Yan, hoping to prompt her to reconsider. Noticing Wen Yan's indifference, she glanced at Si Moyan, who remained steadfastly by Wen Yan's side, showing no inclination to halt her. This young couple was astonishingly naive. To thoroughly offend Lady Wan would be detrimental to them. Lady Tang, Lady Lu, and Lady Sun silently sweated for Wen Yan and Si Moyan, hoping she would refrain from uttering any further shocking statements. Wen Yan met Lady Wan's fierce, penetrating gaze with calmness. Lady Wan's aversion to women with a vixen-like appearance is not merely due to your husband's mistress resembling one. Rather, it stems from your father having once sought the company of a woman of such allure. Upon learning of your father's infidelity, your mother, unable to control him, took her frustration out on you, leading to your lifelong disdain for enchanting women, as you have always perceived them as the source of your lack of affection. Later, your mother succumbed to illness and passed away, prompting your father to marry that woman as your stepmother. She subsequently bore you a younger brother, causing you to feel increasingly overlooked within your family. In your heart, you silently vowed to achieve greatness and surpass your brother, yearning for your father's acknowledgement. Upon graduating from university, your family sought a marriage alliance for you, and you chose Mr. Wan, as he was the only son, and his mother had departed this world long ago. This alleviated your concerns regarding inheritance disputes among siblings and the potential for mother-in-law conflicts. However, you overlooked a critical detail. Upon marrying into the Wan family, you discovered that Mr. Wan did not wield actual power over Wanya Bank. That authority resided with your father-in-law. Mr. Wan aspired to be an artist, harboring no ambition for corporate management. He embodied a quintessential romantic ideal, while your own ambitions burned fiercely, making it intolerable for you to gain nothing after marrying into the family. At that juncture, you uncovered that a woman outside was seducing your father-in-law, aiming to bear his child, which heightened your sense of crisis. Consequently, you devised a nefarious plan. You drugged Mr. Wan's meals, rendering him infertile, then tearfully presented his medical report to your father-in-law, leading to unforeseen consequences. As Wen Yan recounted this tale, Mrs. Wan became rigid with tension, her body bristling with goosebumps, her heart racing at an unprecedented pace. The gaze she cast upon Wen Yan was laced with a mixture of hostility and trepidation. Yet she maintained a composed facade, gripping her phone tighter, the veins on her hands slightly protruding. Silence. After regaining her composure, Mrs. Wan glared at Wen Yan with a piercing gaze. Utter nonsense. Do you believe I won't let you leave Hong Kong? Wen Yan, undeterred by Mrs. Wan's menacing demeanor, chuckled lightly. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a fool. A stifled laugh escaped someone in the room, recalling the classic advertisement that humorously stated, "Look at me again, and I'll drink you up." It seemed Miss Wan had a certain charm to her. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder whether her claims were mere fabrications or based on truths. They certainly sounded credible. Wen Yan, relishing the unfolding drama, continued her narrative. Mrs. Tang interjected, "Since you urged Miss Yan to speak candidly, it wouldn't be fair to interrupt her now, would it?" Mrs. Wan's demeanor became increasingly volatile, her chest heaving with indignation. She was at a loss as to how Wen Yan had uncovered such secrets, each revelation striking true. This woman had to be eliminated. As Wen Yan finished her tale, she cleared her throat, and Mr. C promptly offered her a drink. After a few sips, she continued, "Naturally, Mr. Wan did not wish for the Wan family line to extinguish." Coupled with Mrs. Wan's subtle enticements, the two eventually found themselves in bed together. At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed through the room. What a scandalous tale of high society. Mrs. Wan's expression seemed on the verge of fracturing. Mrs. Tang exchanged a glance with Mrs. Wan, noting the latter's uncharacteristic unease. How fascinating. I've known Mrs. Wan for over a decade, and this is the first time I've witnessed her in such disarray. Miss Yan certainly possesses an impressive skill set. The discussion turned increasingly salacious, and Mrs. Wan could no longer contain herself. In a fit of rage, she hurled a glass of red wine at Wen Yan, shouting, "Shut your mouth." Just as the wine was about to splatter Wen Yan's face, a tall figure swiftly intervened. The wine drenched Mr. C's chiseled features instead, transforming Wen Yan's previously radiant expression into one of stormy displeasure. Wen Yan, fiercely protective of her loved ones, was indifferent to jibes directed at herself, but would not tolerate any disrespect towards her husband or those who truly cared for her. In an instant, before anyone could react, Wen Yan seized an open bottle of wine and poured it over Mrs. Wan's head. The latter was left more disheveled than Mr. C. Recovering from the shock, Mrs. Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" After over a decade of commanding respect, she was unaccustomed to such defiance. Wen Yan's fierce gaze met Mrs. Wan's. Both women locked in a battle of wills, revealing an unexpected superiority in Wen Yan's demeanor. Mr. C wiped the wine from his face and drew Wen Yan close, declaring, "Your life is dictated by my wife. She speaks plainly. Can you not bear the truth?" Mrs. Tang interjected, "Mrs. Wan, we all saw you instigate this. Your furious reaction only suggests that Miss Yan's words have struck a nerve." Others nodded in agreement, realizing the implications of Miss Wan's revelations. It was astonishing to think that Mrs. Wan's daughter was, in fact, her father-in-law's child. No wonder Mr. Wan sought extramarital affairs. Who could endure such a twisted family dynamic? Mrs. Wan clenched her fists, her heart racing at the audacity of Wen Yan. How had this woman obtained such intimate knowledge? Suppressing her rising fear and chaos within, Mrs. Wan offered, "Fine, you can have the bracelet. Will you now be quiet?" Wen Yan smiled. "Mrs. Wan, once the arrow is loosed, it cannot be retrieved. Even if I wish to be silent, would the others allow me to?" The room echoed with dissenting headshakes. They were eager for more. Mrs. Wan's expression shifted to a mix of fury and realization of her folly. She had thought she could manage a few rival families, but if they all united against her, she would be powerless. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that if Wen Yan continued, as long as she refused to admit fault, there would be no evidence against her. Thus, Mrs. Wan steadied herself, preparing for the next volley. Wen Yan pressed on. "The crux of the matter is that when Mrs. Wan became pregnant, Mr. Wan was unaware of his own infertility, believing the child to be his. He treated her with utmost care, blissfully ignorant of the venomous nature of his wife. In this world, secrets rarely remain hidden. During Mrs. Wan's second pregnancy, Mr. Wan inadvertently stumbled upon a DNA report revealing the shocking truth. His daughter was, in fact, the child of his father. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. Mr. Wan, unable to withstand the blow, had not returned home for nearly a month. Mrs. Wan and the elder gentleman noticed the anomaly and concocted a nefarious scheme, seeking to entice Mr. Wan with a woman to create the illusion of his infidelity. They planned to record a video to threaten him, compelling Mr. Wan to safeguard their illicit affair and the secret of their illegitimate daughter. Mr. Wan genuinely believed he had succumbed to drunken indiscretion, wallowing in despair for a time until the woman summoned him to meet by the seaside. As for the discovery of Mr. Wan and the woman's bodies, entwined and bare, that constitutes another tragic incident. In essence, Mr. Wan was not the scoundrel of rumor, rather. He was an unfortunate soul, an extraordinary gentleman. Upon hearing Wen Yan's words, Mrs. Wan tilted her head back and could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are weaving quite the tale. You could certainly become a screenwriter for TVB. However, Mrs. Wan's expression abruptly grew cold. You are slandering me, tarnishing my reputation. I will have my lawyer sue you. Prepare for imprisonment. Wen Yan scoffed, her tone equally frigid. Mrs. Wan, with death at your doorstep, what power do you possess to sue me? Just as Mrs. Wan was about to retort, a voice, as chilling as frost, resonated from behind. I possess evidence of your crimes. I have already reported you under my real name, and you are on the brink of disgrace. It is you who will be imprisoned. Mrs. Wan immediately turned to glance back, her pupils constricting violently at the sight of the person striding purposefully towards her. She could never have imagined that Wen Yan's words would manifest into reality, nor could she fathom that her accuser was none other than her youngest daughter, Wan Zixuan. 3 years prior, Mrs. Wan's eldest daughter had mysteriously vanished while studying abroad. Even with her wealth and influence, Mrs. Wan was unable to locate her. The foreign media speculated that her eldest daughter had met with foul play. Yet, as long as no body was found, Mrs. Wan refused to accept such rumors. Their relationship had been fraught with conflict. Perhaps her daughter had chosen to hide away to escape her. After losing her eldest daughter, Mrs. Wan kept her youngest daughter close, involving her in company matters and elevating her to an executive position. Little did she dream that her most trusted daughter would deliver the fatal blow. Mrs. Wan resembled a beast struck by a devastating blow, her chest heaving, veins throbbing at her temples, eyes reddened with rage, wishing to rend Wan Zixuan to pieces. After a moment of closure, she inhaled deeply and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. What have you reported about me? Wan Zixuan regarded the formidable woman before her, fear instilled since childhood. Despite her mental preparations, she felt a shiver, clutching the necklace tightly. It seemed to imbue her with the courage to confront her mother. I have submitted evidence of your embezzlement, bribery, misappropriation of funds, and falsification of accounts during your over 10 years at Wan Yi Bank. At these words, Mrs. Wan's ashen face softened slightly. The individuals entangled in these evidences were far too powerful. It was impossible for a mere girl like Wan Zixuan to bring down such colossal figures. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Mrs. Wan's eyes. Xian, do you wish to bring down your mother to secure your position? You are far too naive. Wan Zixuan felt the weight of her mother's oppressive aura, her legs trembling involuntarily, yet her gaze remained resolute. Of course, I understand that these evidences alone cannot topple you. I also possess proof of your bribing the pilot, sabotaging grandfather's plane, leading to his demise. This declaration rendered Mrs. Wan utterly immobile. An overwhelming tide of fear and panic coiled around her heart like an ever-growing vine, tightening its grip, suffocating her. You think that by having the pilot killed and arranging for his family to be abroad, there would be no evidence? Wan Zixuan continued. My sister went abroad to investigate this matter, and she discovered the pilot's family. However, she too went missing. I followed the lead she sent me and finally obtained the recording of you bribing him to murder grandfather. You have trampled upon the corpses of grandfather and father for power, status, and wealth. At this juncture, tears streamed down Wan Zixuan's cheeks uncontrollably. While I can understand your lack of affection for grandfather and father, considering you sought to use them to rise, it is unfathomable that you do not love us, your own daughters. For the sake of a lucrative deal, you sent my sister to a client, fully aware he was a pedophile. A chorus of gasps erupted around them. It is often said that great success is built upon the bones of the fallen. But was Mrs. Wan not excessively ruthless? to the extent of sacrificing her own flesh and blood for her ambitions, despite her wealth and power, perched atop the pinnacle of society. Such a morally bankrupt individual is hardly deserving of admiration or respect. Even Lucy instinctively distanced herself from Mrs. Wan. The glamorous facade of Mrs. Wan was stripped bare by her own daughter, revealing her grotesque inner self. The gazes directed towards her were filled with shock, disdain, contempt, mockery, and schadenfreude, a myriad of expressions. When the walls come crashing down, the crowd will push. Those affluent ladies who had previously courted her favor had long anticipated her downfall. Having traversed numerous trials and seated at the zenith of the business world, Mrs. Wan's inner strength surpassed that of many. After a fleeting moment of panic, she managed a slight smirk. Xian, do you believe that by bringing down your mother, you can seize the inheritance?
Ha!
Even if you possess evidence to condemn me, the city has no death penalty. If I were to donate a portion of my assets, do you think I would not live comfortably in prison? Perhaps a few years, and I could emerge again. Wan Zixuan smiled. Indeed, if you were still a billionaire on the Forbes list, you would enjoy VIP treatment in prison. But you are no longer that person. Mrs. Wan furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Hansu, your personal lawyer, is my boyfriend. Mrs. Wan's face strained of color. What? Hansu, a prestigious lawyer known for his exceptional skills, was not only her exclusive legal counsel, but also her favored paramour. Mrs. Wan had even contemplated marriage with him. One could only imagine the influence Hansu wielded in her life. You pushed your boyfriend into my orbit? Though Wan Zixuan had previously accused her mother of harming her eldest daughter and orchestrating the death of Mr. Wan, it had not breached Mrs. Wan's defenses. However, the mere mention of Hansu sent her emotions spiraling. Wan Zixuan gazed at her mother with venomous eyes. Like mother, like daughter, she would resort to any means necessary to achieve her goals. Oh, and by the way, while you were intoxicated, Hansu had you sign documents transferring your assets into my name. Shock and disbelief flooded Mrs. Wan's eyes. You little wretch. She lunged forward, attempting to seize Wan Zixuan by the throat, only to be kicked into the lake the next moment. In order to deal with you, I learned self-defense. Mother, your child has grown up and can now protect herself. You should be pleased. As Mrs. Wan floundered in the water, when she finally clambered onto the shore, the investigators arrived. When Mrs. Wan was taken away, she completely lost control, her demeanor spiraling into madness. Wan Zixuan, you colluded with outsiders to betray your mother. You will face retribution. Wan Zixuan wiped the tears that had slipped from her eyes. You do not deserve to be our mother. The news of Wan Zixuan's report against Mrs. Wan had already spread like wildfire online. No one had anticipated that the wealthy and influential matriarch would be dethroned by her own flesh and blood. The other affluent ladies and socialites attending Mrs. Tang's banquet now regarded Wen Yan with transformed eyes. Initially believing she was merely seeking attention with her wild claims, they were taken aback by how accurate her assertions turned out to be. The ability to read fortunes is undeniably astonishing. As when Yiheng observed Wen Yan being surrounded and flattered by the affluent ladies, his mind buzzed with disbelief. When did Wen Yan truly become adept at fortune-telling? Surely, she must have taken advantage of some insider information regarding Madame Wan's youngest daughter planning to report her, right? As Wen Yan rose to excuse herself to the restroom, she glanced at Wan Zixuan and suddenly uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. Chapter 144. No matter how grand another's roof may be, it cannot compare to having one's own umbrella. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Wan Zixuan and the others fixed their gazes upon Wen Yan. Furrowing her brow, Wan Zixuan inquired, Miss Wen, what do you mean by that? When Wen Yan foretold her mother's fate, she had been concealed behind the bushes. She had publicly reported her mother, knowing that she would attend the Tang family's gathering tonight, intending to expose her in front of everyone. As Wen Yan spoke of her mother's impending disgrace and potential imprisonment, Wan Zixuan was left utterly stunned. This plan was known only to Hansu, and she had meticulously orchestrated it for 3 long years. The secrets of secrets had all been unveiled by Wen Yan. It was evident that this younger woman, barely a few years her junior, possessed genuine talent. The world is never devoid of extraordinary individuals. Wan Zixuan maintained a sense of reverence towards the unknown. She did not believe Wen Yan would casually utter such words without cause. Recognizing that Wan Zixuan was of a different ilk than Madame Wan, Wen Yan sensed an inner integrity and moral compass within her. She wished to spare Wan Zixuan from ultimately toiling in vain for another. And with a slight pursing of her lips, she advised, beware of those closest to you. With that, Wen Yan chose not to elaborate further and headed to the restroom, closely followed by Si Moyan. Turning back to glance at the tall, enigmatic man, she raised an eyebrow. Darling, do you really need to follow me to the restroom? Si Moyan's dark eyes bore into hers. Tonight, we are surrounded by the elite. Should they perceive your abilities, I fear that those with ulterior motives may wish to harm you. Wen Yan couldn't help but smile, leaning up on her toes to plant a kiss on his thin lips. Darling, here is a little peck for you. Though she was entirely capable of handling anyone who might wish to do her harm, having someone so attentive and protective by her side was undeniably heartwarming. A few minutes later, Wen Yan emerged from the restroom to find a noble woman entangled with Si Moyan. His brows furrowed tightly. My wife is not a savior. Upon seeing Wen Yan, the lady quickly maneuvered around Si Moyan and approached her. Before Wen Yan could react, the woman fell to her knees with a thud. Si Moyan promptly pulled Wen Yan behind him. Madame Liu, what are you trying to do? Liu Yunru, the daughter-in-law of the Zhaos, a prominent family in the harbor city, had once been a renowned professional model. Now, she was a full-time housewife. Looking at Liu Yunru, who was just in her 40s yet already showing signs of gray hair, Wen Yan furrowed her brow slightly. What troubles you? The noble woman's sudden kneeling indicated she was grappling with an insurmountable dilemma. Wearing a long-sleeved blazer, Liu Yunru began to roll up her sleeves. As Wen Yan and Si Moyan beheld the horrifying scars on her wrist and a festering wound, both were taken aback. Si Moyan reached out to help her up. Wen Yan nodded at Liu Yunru. Madame Liu, please, speak your mind. Having lost all hope for her life, Liu Yunru felt as if she were merely a living corpse. Unable to die yet suffering immensely, she implored, Miss Wen, seeing how accurately you predicted Madame Wan's fate, I wish to seek your guidance. I long for death, yet I cannot seem to attain it. What must I do to end my suffering? Wen Yan scrutinized Liu Yunru's features, her brow knitting slightly. Your full name and date of birth, please. Liu Yunru promptly provided her details. After calculating, Wen Yan consulted the system regarding Liu Yunru's past. No wonder Liu Yunru has gray hair at such a young age. It seems her mother-in-law has borrowed her longevity. Si Moyan's dark, piercing gaze narrowed slightly. How could the Zhao family engage in such insidious behavior? Wen Yan pressed her lips together. Turning her attention back to Liu Yunru, in public, your husband portrays a loving spouse, yet privately, he subjects you to emotional abuse. Your son also exhibits a disdainful attitude towards you, while your mother-in-law appears to dote on you like a daughter. Is that correct?
Liu Yunru nodded, yes.
Although her mother-in-law showed her affection, she felt as though she was treading on thin ice within the Zhao household. Initially, when she married into the family, her husband was tender and loving. They enjoyed a blissful life after the birth of their son. However, following her father-in-law's passing and the company's financial crisis, her husband became increasingly preoccupied with work while she dedicated herself to raising their child and caring for her often ailing mother-in-law. At that time, the company was on the brink of bankruptcy and they could not afford help. Thus, she rose early to prepare breakfast and stayed up late caring for her mother-in-law, managing the household with meticulous care. Day after day, year after year, her husband matured into a more charismatic man, while their son grew into a handsome young lad. Yet she felt herself withering into a mere shadow. Even then, she did not perceive the looming crisis. She still believed she was an irreplaceable part of the family, until her husband began to neglect her, and her son criticized her for not being as youthful and attractive as his friends' mothers. It was then she realized that all her efforts had merely been self-deception. They regarded her as the least valuable member of the household, someone who did not need to work. Having hired a private investigator to check on her husband, she discovered he had not been unfaithful, rather, he had simply ceased to care for her. Her son also treated her poorly, while the only person who showed her kindness was her mother-in-law. Yet, she felt perplexed as her memory began to fail her over the past year. Her body often ached, suffering from stomach pains, eye strain, and leg fatigue, often keeping her awake at night. When she consulted doctors, they dismissed her issues as minor ailments. Later, suspecting she might be suffering from depression, a psychologist diagnosed her with mild anxiety, assuring her she was not depressed. She attempted to transform herself, engaging with other noble women at social events, participating eagerly, and striving for self-improvement. However, she frequently struggled to keep pace with their conversations and would faint unexpectedly due to her frail health, resulting in her exclusion from their circles. Consequently, many ladies ceased to invite her. This gathering, however, was an exception, as Madame Tang had shown kindness and treated her no differently, extending an invitation. Miss Wen, I am at a loss. Each day is a torment. These marks on my body are self-inflicted. I wish to end my life, yet I never seem to succeed. Wen Yan sighed softly. How should I put it? Women must learn to cherish themselves. To your husband and son, all your sacrifices are merely self-indulgence. When you lose your sense of self-worth, you become nothing more than a disposable item in their eyes. Furthermore, your current physical ailments indicate someone seeks to borrow your longevity. Kneeling before your door at midnight. Lu Yanru's eyes widened in shock. Kneeling to borrow longevity. Wen Yan nodded. Is your mother-in-law's 70th birthday approaching?
Yes.
If I am not mistaken, she will likely kneel before you in front of all the guests on that day, and you may collapse right then and there. Lu Yanru swayed unsteadily. Are you suggesting that my mother-in-law is the one kneeling to borrow my longevity? In disbelief, Lu Yanru shook her head. How could that be? She has always treated me well. It was clear that Lu Yanru found it hard to accept. Her mother-in-law was the only person in the Zhao family who had shown her kindness, and she could not fathom her capable of such a treacherous act. As Lu Yanru shook her head, Wen Yan expressed understanding. Such matters are often hard to believe unless witnessed firsthand. Perhaps you should observe discreetly tonight. A bittersweet smile graced Lu Yanru's face. Though I cannot truly believe my mother-in-law would wish me harm, I appreciate Miss Wen's warning. Gazing at the weary and haggard woman before her, Wen Yan felt compelled to offer encouragement. Madame Lu, no matter how grand others' roofs may be, they cannot compare to possessing one's own umbrella. You are still in your 40s, and there is ample opportunity for you to reclaim your own brilliance. The tenderness and encouragement reflected in Wen Yan's eyes brought Lu Yanru to tears. She had toiled tirelessly to raise her children and care for her husband and mother-in-law, only to realize she had long since lost herself. Without a job, savings, social connections, confidence, or support, she felt adrift. When her husband derided her as a yellow-faced woman, a mere dependent, and their son compared her unfavorably to his classmates' mothers, young, beautiful, and successful, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by 1,000 blades. When her husband complained about her spending, she reflected on how little she actually spent on herself. The funds went toward her son's tuition and training, her mother-in-law's medical expenses, and the family's living costs. She could scarcely remember the last time she had indulged in a manicure, dyed her hair, or enjoyed a shopping spree. Her sacrifices and endurance had rendered her nothing more than a full-time housekeeper in the eyes of her husband and son, a truly lamentable fate. After departing for Mrs. Tang's home, Lu Yanru drove home. Passing a restaurant, she spotted her son, Zhao Yu, emerging from a gathering with his classmates. Now a senior in high school, he had grown into a handsome young man, thanks to her diligent care. He appeared to have been drinking, his steps unsteady. Despite the disdain he sometimes showed her, he remained her beloved child, and she felt an irresistible urge to approach him. Zhao Yu, however, did not notice her. He was engaged in conversation with a fair-skinned girl. Qian, I can't believe your mom is the supermodel, Li Liying. No wonder you're so tall and beautiful. Li Liying? That name had not crossed Lu Yanru's ears in ages. In her youth, she had also been a model and had considered Li Liying her rival. Yet, had Li Liying not married abroad? After retiring, she often showcased her life as a wealthy matron on social media, and Lu Yanru knew she had a daughter the same age as her son. Zhao Yu, you know our family situation. My dad divorced my mom because she couldn't bear him a son. Now, my mom has to return to her old profession to support me, but she's too old to reclaim her former glory. Not at all. Your mom looks well preserved. She seems barely over 30. Unlike mine, she's become plump, her complexion dull. And now she has gray hair and age spots. Despite her leisurely life at home, she neglects to care for herself. It's no wonder my dad doesn't want to take her out. Li Qian giggled softly. I heard your mom and mine used to work for the same company. Your mom really doesn't prioritize her figure or appearance. But she is fortunate to have married your dad and given birth to you, ensuring her life is worry-free. Unlike my mom, who recently lost a sponsorship to a younger model. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow, and suddenly his eyes lit up. My dad's watch company is looking for a spokesperson. I should recommend your mom. At this revelation, Lu Yanru felt a rush of bittersweet emotion welling in her throat. This truly was her devoted son. In a daze, Lu Yanru returned to the Zhao residence. Normally, she would wait for her husband and son to return home, preparing a late-night snack before resting, but tonight, she went straight to her bedroom. When her mother-in-law knocked on her door, she chose to ignore it. Not long after, her son returned, knocking to ask for her to brew him some hangover tea and prepare a late-night snack, but she feigned deafness. As she drifted into a restless slumber, She was jolted awake from a nightmare just before midnight. Blinking her eyes open, she glanced at her phone. Only 10 minutes remained until midnight. Memories of Miss Wen's words echoed in her mind. Though she found them somewhat absurd, the thought of Mrs. Wan's fate being foreseen compelled her to leap from her bed and rush to the vacant guest room diagonally across. As the clock struck midnight, she opened the door just a crack and peered outside. To her relief, there was no sign of her mother-in-law. A sigh of relief escaped her. She had known her mother-in-law would not dare to harm her. Yet, in the next moment, her heart felt like it was shattering. Lu Yunru gazed in disbelief as her usually modest mother-in-law, clad in a vibrant red outfit, knelt at her bedroom door. Her eyes widened in shock, nearly screaming in alarm. She raised her hand to stifle her own cries. After kneeling, the elderly matriarch began to prostrate herself, muttering incantations Lu Yunru could not comprehend. A sharp pain shot through her head, as though it might split apart. The turmoil in her chest surged like a tempest. Since marrying into the Zhao family, she had vowed to be a good daughter-in-law. Lu's health had often been frail, requiring her unwavering care. She had once tended to her when she was gravely ill. Even when caregivers found her soiled and unclean, it was she who had provided diligent care. It dawned on her that human hearts cannot be exchanged for loyalty. Scalding tears streamed from Lu Yunru's eyes. She dared not sob aloud, biting her lip until she tasted blood. After nearly 5 minutes of bowing, the old woman turned to her bedroom door and displayed a sinister smile. The skin on Lu Yunru's scalp prickled, as if it might burst. Only after the elderly woman descended the stairs and returned to her own room did Lu Yunru collapse weakly onto the floor. Since her health had deteriorated a year ago, plagued by nightmares and fatigue, her husband Zhao Hongliang had moved out of their bedroom. The couple had been sleeping apart ever since. Lu Yunru genuinely believed she had fallen ill. She had consulted a doctor, yet was told her ailments were minor. Yet, she felt unwell, just past 40, with gray hair and age spots appearing on her face and body. There were times when she would stumble on the street for no apparent reason. A myriad of embarrassing incidents had plagued her. The doctor had advised her to socialize more, and over the past 6 months, she had attempted to integrate into the circle of affluent women. However, her mind and body felt as rusted as an old relic, unable to connect with those high society ladies. If it weren't for Mrs. Tang's kindness in inviting her, she sensed that most of the affluent women looked down upon her. She felt as though she had been isolated by the entire world. She had even contemplated self-harm, wishing to end her own existence, yet each attempt had failed. She felt like a mere shell of a person. She could not understand why she had become this way. She diligently cared for her skin, maintained her fitness. Yet her situation continued to worsen. The root of her suffering lay bare before her. Lu Yunru's heart felt as though it had been ruthlessly torn asunder. To be betrayed by those she trusted most was an unbearable agony. Over the years, she had truly regarded the elderly matriarch as her own mother. In a daze, Lu Yunru returned to her room and pulled out her phone, sending a message to Wen Yan. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Miss Wen. Your words have proven prophetic. I was short-sighted to doubt you, and I sincerely wish to apologize. She assumed Miss Wen would be resting and would not respond. To her surprise, a reply came quickly. No worries, I truly sympathize with your plight. I discreetly placed a red string in your bag. Wear it on your wrist. I will come to assist you at your mother-in-law's birthday banquet next weekend. Without delay, Lu Yunru opened her bag and, sure enough, found the red string inside. She had no idea when Miss Wen had slipped it in. Eagerly, she adorned her wrist with the red string. Uncertain if it was merely her delusion, she felt her body had become less heavy and wretched. Regardless of whether this was a figment of her imagination, encountering Miss Wen in the abyss of darkness was akin to discovering a beacon illuminating her path, rekindling her courage to embrace life anew. That evening Lu Yunru, for once, did not suffer from nightmares and enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon waking the next day, instead of heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, as was her routine, she donned her athletic attire and ventured out for a jog. When Zhao Laotai, Zhao Hongliang, and Zhao Yu arose, they anticipated a sumptuous and exquisite breakfast laid out in the dining room. To their dismay, they found the table barren and Lu Yunru absent from the kitchen. The three exchanged perplexed glances. Zhao Yu was the first to react, his face elongating with irritation as he exclaimed, "What on earth is my mother up to? Skipping breakfast and running off? I still have to go to school." Zhao Hongliang furrowed his brow, his expression icy and detached. "It is still the beginning of the month. The household funds I provided should suffice." Zhao Yu glanced at Zhao Hongliang, raising his voice, "Dad, The amount you give mom each month is certainly enough. By the way, have you given any thought to what I mentioned last night? Li Qianqian is the top student in our class, always helping me with my studies. She is exceptionally kind-hearted. Although her mother is a bit older than young starlets, she is well-preserved and would be perfect as a spokesperson for the company. Zhao Hongliang nodded. Please send me Li Qianqian's mother's contact information. Zhao Yu's eyes brightened. Sure. After sending the contact details, noticing Lu Yunru still had not returned to prepare breakfast, Zhao Yu grumbled, I'm about to head to school, and Dad has to go to work too. Grandma can't go hungry at her age. Mom is the most leisurely one in the house. Why isn't she making breakfast on time? What is she even doing? Zhao Yu took out his phone and impatiently dialed Lu Yunru's number. The call connected, but no one answered. Moments later, Lu Yunru returned home empty-handed. The Zhao family assumed she had gone to buy groceries, only to find her hands devoid of any items. Clad in her athletic outfit with her hair tied back, her forehead and face glistened with sweat from her exertions. Unfortunately, her figure appeared overly bulky, resembling a wall of flesh, quite unappealing. Zhao Laotai frowned. Logically, Lu Yunru's health should preclude her from engaging in vigorous exercise. Just as she was about to inquire, Zhao Laotai suddenly coughed, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her chest. Mom, look at you. Skipping breakfast has left Grandma in poor health, Zhao Yu chastised. Over the past year, the elderly matriarch had grown increasingly robust, seldom resembling her former self, plagued by hospital visits and medication. In the past, any sign of discomfort in Zhao Laotai would prompt Lu Yunru to shower her with concern. Yet now, Lu Yunru merely stood at a distance, her expression inscrutable. Yunru, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and make breakfast. Zhao Hongliang commanded in a grave tone. Lu Yunru gazed at her husband, who frequently subjected her to cold indifference, her heart now a desolate wasteland. Previously, she had tolerated his behavior for the sake of their son, who had yet to face his college entrance examinations. However, now she felt it unnecessary. Zhao Yu, I heard you want to recommend Li lying for your dad's company endorsement? Zhao Yu frowned. Yes, what about it? Lu Yunru remained silent, directing her attention to Zhao Hongliang. Do you truly not know what Li lying has done to me in the past? Do you genuinely wish for her to become the company as spokesperson? Chapter 146, A Show of Affection. She took the initiative to embrace him from behind. Lu Yunru and Li Lying had concurrently participated in a modeling competition years ago, later being signed by a modeling agency. Lu Yunru possessed a more striking appearance, with an aloof demeanor, while Li Lying, though less attractive, excelled in makeup and underwent several cosmetic procedures to achieve a refined visage. Li Lying had always regarded Lu Yunru as her rival. Lu Yunru, disinterested in socializing, was nonetheless talented and attractive, garnering favor from both supervisors and investors. However, her inability to navigate office politics led to her alienation. After Li Lying ingratiated herself with a supervisor, Lu Yunru was sidelined. For a time, Lu Yunru found herself impoverished, living in a basement and subsisting on steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Yet, her resilience saw her diligently practicing her modeling walk and designing her own clothes during her unemployment. Eventually, when the company reported a shortage of models for a significant event, she was called in at the last minute. That day, the stage was slippery, causing many models to stumble, yet she managed to maintain her composure throughout. She trended on multiple social media platforms, her poise and professionalism winning the admiration of countless netizens. Coincidentally, the supervisor Li Lying had aligned herself with was soon embroiled in scandal, leading the company to appoint a new and principled supervisor who recognized Lu Yunru's worth. In no time, she became a renowned model in the country. Consumed with envy, Li Lying later orchestrated a scheme with Lu Yunru's closest friend to abscond with all her savings. It was during this tumultuous period that Zhao Hongliang appeared, helping her navigate through all her crises. After pursuing Lu Yunru for 2 years, he won her over with his sincerity. Following their marriage, Zhao Hongliang expressed his disdain for her public appearances and his desire for her not to wear revealing outfits on the runway. Concerned for the Zhao family's reputation, she acquiesced to his wishes, believing she had made the right choice. Yet, in hindsight, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. Miss Wen was correct. No matter how grand another's eaves, it could never rival one's own umbrella. A woman, regardless of the circumstances, must never forsake her identity. Zhao Hongliang observed Lu Yunru's swollen and haggard visage, his brow furrowing as he struggled to recall what she had looked like in her youth. Surely, she could not have resembled the present bloated and sallow figure. There was no need to be overly calculative. Besides, Li Liang was recommended by their son. And he ought to grant his son some consideration, right? After sharing a smile with Zhao Hongliang, Zhao Yu shot an irritated glare at Lu Yunru. Mom, are you jealous that Aunt Li is younger and more beautiful than you? Instead of envying others, you should focus on your responsibilities. I'm starving here. Hurry up and cook. I really don't understand why you're out jogging so early. You're already old. Running 1T bring back your youth. Each of his words pierced her heart, a painful reminder of how he had not always been so disdainful. Just a year ago, he would never have shamed her, and every day upon returning from school, he would express gratitude for her hard work. Lu Yunru blinked back tears, inhaling deeply before replying, I am your mother, not your family servant. If you're hungry, you can either prepare your own breakfast or ask your dad to hire a maid. The two men, along with the matriarch, stared at her in shock. Throughout the years, Lu Yunru had never spoken to them in such a tone. Her sudden defiance and fury enveloped the dining room in an eerie silence. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Lu Yunru strode upstairs, locking the bedroom door behind her. She pulled out her phone to check Li Liang's social media. As expected, she had returned to the country a year ago with her daughter. In their youth, Li Liang had delighted in competing with her, always seeking to overshadow her.
Now,
in middle age, she still haunted Lu Yunru's world and had ensnared her son with her daughter. At a 5-star hotel in the port city, Wen Yan had slept late the previous night, waking with a dry sensation in her eyes and a throbbing headache. After freshening up, she rubbed her temples and stepped out of her room. As she entered the living room, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Hastening to the kitchen, she spotted a tall figure at the counter, frying eggs, while another pot simmered with congee. Glancing at the busy man, she noticed he was clad in a white shirt, sleeves rolled up, revealing his strong, toned forearms. His well-defined hands skillfully maneuvered the frying pan, flipping the egg with ease. Wen Yan's eyes sparkled with delight, her lips curving into a smile. Wow, a man who can cook is truly stunning. My beloved, I have come to catch you. Wen Yan approached, extending her arms to embrace the slender waist of the man from behind. Si Moyan turned to glance at her, a subtle smile flickering in his dark eyes. Mrs. Si, did you sleep well? Wen Yan nuzzled her delicate face against his broad back, resembling a spoiled little kitten. My head still aches a bit. She resolved to drink less in the future and to avoid staying up late. Nodding in agreement, she reflected on how her recent efforts to assist others had drained her energy. Just the day before, when she placed the red string she had enchanted into Lu Yunru's bag, she had begun to feel unwell. However, she soon discovered that proximity to Si Moyan alleviated her discomfort. Apart from his formidable flames, which instilled fear in spirits, he also possessed the ability to soothe her depleted energy. Truly, she had found a treasure in her husband. Breakfast was nearly ready. Releasing the man, Wen Yan retreated to the kitchen entrance and took a photo of his silhouette with her phone. It was her first time posting about him on social media. This morning, someone pampered me starry-eyed. She uploaded the photo beneath her words. Within a minute of posting, she received a like. Xiaoning commented, I heard from Director Si that Sister Yan and President Si are off to the harbor city for a romantic getaway. Ugh, I admit, I'm jealous. Wen Yu chimed in, my esteemed friend, I'm here for the dog food. Wen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, the elder Si directly initiated a video call. Sitting at the dining table, Wen Yan answered the call. On the other end, the entire Si family appeared in the frame. Grandpa Si urged the others not to crowd him and smiled warmly at Wen Yan. My dear granddaughter-in-law, am I about to become Grandpa de Hua? Si Jingyi added. Then I must be becoming Uncle de Hua, right? Si Yu exclaimed, wonderful. I'm going to be Aunt de Hua. Wen Yan frowned slightly. Grandpa, what are you all talking about? Si Moyan approached with breakfast in hand, bending slightly to glance at the camera. Are you all just idling away, having eaten too much this early? Si Jingyi, unabashed, asked. Brother, your skills shouldn't be lacking, right? Si Moyan's handsome face darkened instantly. What nonsense are you spouting with my sister-in-law present? Wen Yan couldn't help but laugh. It's all right. Even if your brother's skills are lacking, I wouldn't give him 1 billion ghost coins. Si Jingyi's enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with innocent foolishness. Could it be that brother's skills are so poor they're not worth 1 billion ghost coins? Had Si Jingyi been by his side, Si Moyan would have kicked him away without hesitation. Don't test my patience. I know where Wan Qinghuan went. Given your current demeanor, I see no reason to inform you. Before Si Jingyi could respond, Si Moyan hung up the call. Far away in Yecheng, Si Jingyi jumped to his feet, immediately booking a flight to the harbor city. He needed his brother to tell him which country Wan Qinghuan had gone to. He was determined to fly there personally to confront her. Chapter 147. You are such a vixen. Si Moyan prepared a sumptuous abalone and shrimp porridge, its colors aroma and taste all exquisite. Wen Yan swallowed hard, her fingers itching to dig in. Si Moyan gazed at her with affectionate eyes. How does it taste? Wen Yan nodded vigorously. Delicious. If only you would call me baby to my face, I would be even happier. She had initially thought he wouldn't call her that in front of her. Yet after a few seconds of staring, he deepened his voice, baby. Wen Yan's heart fluttered. Oh my, his voice is so alluring. From this moment on, he is my crush. A faint smile graced Si Moyan's dark eyes as he reached out to ruffle Wen Yan's hair. We agreed on a 1-year term. You cannot leave early. Given her current pace of indulging in gossip, he believed the task of winning her heart would not take long. However, he lacked confidence that she would remain by his side. She was far too perceptive. Wen Yan observed the tenderness and depth in his gaze, her long lashes quivering slightly. Darn it. How does he know I want to leave him? He is infatuated with me now, but a man's words are often deceptive. While he may cherish you in the beginning, as time passes, enthusiasm and novelty fade, and he grows indifferent, while the woman becomes enamored. Si Moyan longed to assure her that he was not that kind of man. Despite the allure of the outside world, he would always maintain his clarity. Once he had developed feelings for a woman, he would love her until the end. Of course, even if he expressed this now, she would not believe him. He would use time and actions to prove otherwise, to dispel her misconceptions about men. After all, while there are bad men, there are good ones too. There are no absolutes. Husband, I promise I won't go back on my word, but you must perform well. I have discerning eyes and can tell if you care about me. If one day you no longer do, I will notice immediately. Si Moyan picked up a napkin to wipe the porridge off her lips, nodding deeply with his dark eyes. Rest assured. As noon approached, Si Jingyi rushed in. Brother. My dear brother, I will no longer say you are worse than me. Please tell me where Wan Qinghuan is in the harbor city. Si Moyan observed his younger brother, who appeared somewhat thinner, acutely aware of his inner turmoil and eagerness to see Wan Qinghuan again. He decided not to make it difficult for him. Yesterday, I saw her outside the Alzhou 5-star hotel when I went to meet General Tang. Thank you, brother. I'm heading there immediately. Si Jingyi hurriedly hailed a taxi towards the Alzhou hotel. He had no connections in the harbor city and couldn't casually inquire about client information. With so many rooms in the hotel, he couldn't possibly knock on every door in search of her. After contemplating, he booked a room, dropped off his luggage, and then waited in the lobby. The wait was undeniably torturous. He wondered if Wan Qinghuan had left since his brother saw her yesterday. Like a headless fly, he paced back and forth in the lobby. As darkness began to fall, just as he thought he would not see Wan Qinghuan, the elevator dinged open, revealing a graceful figure. The woman wore a white t-shirt and wide-legged jeans, her face adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses. In the past, she had always been impeccably made up, donned in haute couture dresses, and styled to perfection, perfectly embodying the elegance of high society. This was the first time he had seen her without makeup. Her skin was fair and smooth, her features delicate, reminiscent of a serene orchid in a secluded valley, elegant and ethereal. Si Jingyi thought she looked even more beautiful without makeup. He strode towards her with long strides. Wan Qinghuan seemed taken aback to encounter Si Jingyi here. As he approached with swift steps, her long lashes fluttered slightly. Before her mind could register, her legs instinctively reacted, retreating back into the elevator, quickly pressing the close button. At the moment the doors were about to close, a long, slender hand reached out, causing the elevator doors to reopen. Si Jingyi quickly stepped inside and swiped his room card. He was staying on the 20th floor. As the elevator ascended, he cast a glance at the woman standing in the corner, her demeanor cold. After pressing his lips together tightly, he hoarsely inquired, "Are you staying on the same floor as me?" Wan Qinghuan ignored him, remaining motionless in the corner. The elevator fell into an eerie silence, void of conversation. After reaching the 20th floor, Si Jingyi did not exit. The doors slowly closed again, descending one floor. Wan Qinghuan attempted to leave, but Si Jingyi blocked her path, preventing her from exiting. Wan Qinghuan felt exasperated. She had no choice but to press her own floor button, the 16th. Upon reaching her chosen floor, she swiftly bypassed Si Jingyi and exited. Si Jingyi followed closely behind. The carpeted hallway muffled their footsteps, but Wan Qinghuan knew he was right on her heels. Irritated, she turned around to say something, but her delicate nose unexpectedly collided with his solid chest, causing her to furrow her brows in pain. Si Jingyi instinctively reached out, intending to rub her nose. Apologies, I was unaware you would suddenly turn around. As the man's long hand brushed against her nose, Wan Qinghuan's body trembled sharply. She retaliated by striking his hand with force, not holding back in the slightest, instantly rendering the back of his hand crimson. The man bore no resentment. As she withdrew her hand, he firmly grasped her delicate, slender fingertips. Wan Qinghuan frowned, glaring at him with irritation. Let go. In Si Jingyi's enchanting eyes, a tumult of complex emotions surged. Wan Qinghuan, you slept with me and then fled, humiliating me with 100 million ghost coins. What do you take me for? A mere escort in a nightclub, surely worth much more? Seemingly perceiving his innermost thoughts, Wan Qinghuan let out a cold laugh. Those who sell themselves at least know how to perform well. With your pathetic skills, I would be doing you a favor by offering you 100 million ghost coins. Si Jingyi's handsome face darkened. They are seasoned veterans, while I am merely a novice. Can't you grant me a few more opportunities to hone my skills? Wan Qinghuan's beautiful eyes widened. What did you just say? Si Jingyi himself was taken aback by his own reckless words, his handsome face betraying a hint of unease. It's nothing, but you must give me an explanation. Just because you've donned a dress, you think you can deny everything? How can you be such a heartless woman? Wan Qinghuan took a few steps back, distancing herself from Si Jingyi. She gazed at him with a frigid clarity. Weren't you the one who gambled and deceived me? Dismissing me once before? Perfect, now we are even. Chapter 148. He embraced her from behind, bravely confessing his feelings. Had he not heard his sister-in-law's heartfelt words, Si Jingyi would never have fathomed the depth of Wan Qinghuan's feelings for him. This woman had likely been deeply hurt by his ignorance in the past, which is why she dared not reveal her heart again. Reflecting on their previous life, where she suffered such a tragic fate for his sake, a sharp pain twisted in Si Jingyi's heart. Ultimately, he owed her an apology. How could he have been so blind as to have ever been attracted to a woman like Song Fei'er? Wan Qinghuan, you are not the type to sacrifice your purity for revenge. Before Wan Qinghuan could respond, she heard him utter, you like me. Her heart raced violently. How could he possibly discern that she still had feelings for him? Was her affection so apparent? Was he about to mock her? Yes, she was pathetic, apart from him. She had never liked anyone else. Countless tears had been shed in secret upon witnessing him with Song Fei'er. She could not fathom why she was drawn to such a scoundrel. Each time she saw him, she wished to strangle him. Yet, her heart was overwhelmed with affection for him. Wan Qinghuan closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she regained her composure. Si Jingyi, what gives you the confidence that I would ever like you? I am merely seeking to make you experience the pain of being abandoned. She believed that her words would provoke him into a fit of rage, causing him to leave. After all, with his volatile temperament, he would certainly not stand there to endure her humiliation. Yet, unexpectedly, he did not leave. Instead, he gazed at her with those deeply expressive, almond-shaped eyes. Wan Qinghuan's heart raced uncontrollably. She had never been one to shy away. Taking a deep breath, she asked, Si Jingyi, what is it that you truly desire? Do you wish to take responsibility for me? As she posed the question, her heart felt as if it might leap from her throat. In her eyes, a glimmer of hope flickered, as if his affirmation would prompt her to agree. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed, and he remained silent. In the stillness of the air, it seemed the only sound was Wan Qinghuan's increasingly heavy breaths. She stared into his almond-shaped eyes, yearning for an answer, but ultimately, nothing emerged. Once again, hope slipped through her fingers, leaving her with a profound sense of helplessness and disappointment. Her heart felt ensnared by a fine wire, taut and painful, as the color drained from her delicate face. After closing her eyes, she finally accepted the reality that he did not harbor feelings for her. If you have come solely to demand an explanation, I have nothing to say. You may report me for that night when I force myself upon you. But I must remind you, I did not truly force you. You were quite enthusiastic afterward. Without waiting for Si Jingyi's response, Wan Qinghuan flung open the door and swiftly entered her room. The sound of the door slamming echoed behind her. Si Jingyi, as if awakening from a dream, realized that when Wan Qinghuan had asked if he intended to take responsibility, his heart had instinctively wanted to nod in agreement. Yet, he faced an uncertain fate. He did not know if he would live or die. If he were to meet his demise, would Wan Qinghuan not also suffer for him? He truly wished to avoid repeating the tragic mistakes of his past life. Si Jingyi stared at the closed door, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He sensed that this was his final chance, and if he failed to seize it, she would likely never acknowledge him again. Uncertain how long he stood at the door, he finally turned and left. Wan Qinghuan leaned against the doorframe, her slender form quivering. Her nose felt sore, and her eyes were painfully swollen. Scalding tears slipped uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She raised her hand to wipe them away. "Do not cry, Wan Qinghuan. He is just a worthless man. If you cannot forget him, perhaps hypnosis will help." After shedding an unknown number of tears, Wan Qinghuan made her way to her room. After washing her face, she buried herself under the covers. Perhaps due to her profound sorrow, she drifted into a hazy sleep. Around 10 o'clock, she awoke, feeling slightly hungry. Initially, she intended to go out for food in the evening, but that wretched man, Si Jingyi, had caused her so much distress that she had not even eaten. Once awake, she found herself unable to sleep again. After changing her clothes, Wan Qinghuan descended the stairs in search of sustenance. The corridor was eerily quiet, and as she prepared to head toward the elevator, she suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from the security door. Instinctively, Wan Qinghuan glanced over, only to freeze in place. A tall figure sat at the stairway entrance, seemingly engaged in some sort of craft, tapping away at something in his hands. The man's silhouette appeared forlorn and desolate. Wan Qinghuan recognized him instantly. It was Si Jingyi. Had he not left? She furrowed her brow, her heart tightening slightly. She contemplated turning away, but could not resist questioning. "Si Jingyi, what are you doing sitting there?" The man whipped around, and upon seeing Wan Qinghuan standing a short distance away, he instinctively hid what he was holding behind his back. Wan Qinghuan noticed remnants of small wood shavings on the ground where he had been seated. "What do you have in your hand?" After a moment of locking gazes, he slowly extended his hand, presenting what he had been tightly clutching. Wan Qinghuan accepted it and glanced down. It was a wooden carving resembling her likeness. "Did you carve this yourself?" Si Jingyi nodded. "But you said you didn't like me. So, why would you carve my likeness?" Si Jingyi's lips moved as if he wished to say something, yet no words emerged. Observing his silence, a pang of pain struck Wan Qinghuan's heart. With force, she hurled the wooden carving back at him. "If you don't like me, then never come looking for me again." Wan Qinghuan turned and strode away, but mere seconds later, her slender waist was firmly embraced from behind. Si Jingyi rushed over, holding her tightly. His almond-shaped eyes were filled with a deep crimson hue, his voice choked with emotion. "It's not as you think. If I didn't like you, I would not have let you take advantage of me that night." Wan Qinghuan's delicate form abruptly stiffened. This was the first time they had been so close to one another while fully aware of their surroundings. The man exuded a refreshing and fragrant scent akin to cedar. Enveloping her senses, Wan Qinghuan lowered her long lashes, attempting to pry away the man's large hand that encircled her waist, yet he held her tightly, unwilling to release his grip. "Qinghuan, I want to be brave just this once. I will not let go of your hand again. Please grant me another chance, will you?" As Wan Qinghuan tugged at his arm encircling her waist and turned to face him, tears blurred her vision, her lips trembling slightly. "Si Jingyi, what did you just say? Please repeat it." In that moment, as he embraced Wan Qinghuan, Si Jingyi resolved never to let her go again. He recognized that he had completely succumbed to his feelings. The worries and doubts within him were vanquished by the overwhelming desire to be with her. He could no longer contemplate the future. He only knew that if he continued to be insincere and let her go, he would truly lose her. Burying his face in the crook of Wan Qinghuan's neck, he spoke with a hoarse yet resolute voice. "Wan Qinghuan, I like you and wish to be with you. Will you give me a chance?" Wan Qinghuan did not respond immediately, but the tears in her eyes refused to cease, cascading down like pearls severed from their string. Her long lashes, damp with tears, quivered uncontrollably. Though he had caused her heartache and discomfort countless times, she should have played hard to get or forced him through the trials of pursuit. Yet, she could not bring herself to do so, nor did she wish to squander any more time. Si Jingyi, unaware of Wan Qinghuan's inner turmoil, felt his heart constrict at the sight of her tears. "Qinghuan, please don't cry. It's my fault. I am the one to blame. If you refuse, Before he could finish, the tear-streaked woman turned to glare at him. Si Jingyi's unfinished words lodged in his throat. Wan Qinghuan, her eyes glistening with anger, resembled an irate kitten as she demanded, "What will you do?" Si Jingyi shook his head fervently. "No, I will continue to pursue you until you agree." He lifted his long, elegant hand to cradle Wan Qinghuan's delicate face, gently wiping away her tears.
I am sorry, Qinghuan.
Without uttering a word, Wan Qinghuan pulled him into the room. Si Jingyi, kiss me. Si Jingyi was momentarily taken aback. Qinghuan, do you not wish to? He shook his head vigorously, one arm encircling Wan Qinghuan's slender waist while the other cradled the back of her head. He leaned down, kissing her fiercely. His peach blossom eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson desire, exuding an allure that was both wicked and mesmerizing. Wan Qinghuan tilted her head back, her hands instinctively clutching the collar of his shirt. She felt utterly powerless against him. Though she maintained an exterior of coolness, inside, she was a volcano on the verge of eruption. Their passionate kiss continued until they were nearly breathless. Si Jingyi's hand around Wan Qinghuan's waist did not loosen. Instead, he drew her closer into his embrace, his blood still boiling with fervor. This feeling of having regained something lost was exhilarating, sweet, and thrilling, accompanied by pangs of regret and unforgettable memories. Regret for not recognizing his own heart earlier and for failing to cherish her as she deserved. Si Jingyi. Wan Qinghuan's slightly frustrated voice broke through his reverie, prompting him to lift his gaze to her. What is it? You're squeezing me so tightly I can hardly breathe. Si Jingyi quickly loosened his grip around her waist. Wan Qinghuan looked up at his handsome, bewitching face, biting her swollen lips. Are you hungry? Si Jingyi's breath hitched sharply, recalling her previous words about wanting to share a bed. His gaze darkened slightly, and he swallowed hard. Yes, Qinghuan, I promise to perform better than last time. Wan Qinghuan was taken aback.
What are you talking about?
Si Jingyi, where are your thoughts wandering? She asked, frowning. I meant, are you hungry? Si Jingyi gazed at her lips as they moved, but he could not quite catch her words, only feeling that her every gesture beckoned him. With a firm tug, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Si Jingyi, what are you doing? Qinghuan, I intend to rectify past grievances. He placed her gently onto the plush couch. Leaning over her, their eyes intertwining under the dim light, radiating an intimate tension. As he beheld her exquisite visage, Si Jingyi's heart raced. How could he be so fortunate as to receive her affection and unwavering devotion? Uncertain of who initiated the kiss, they found themselves entwined before they realized it. Their night together had truly begun. Si Jingyi is remarkably proactive, having successfully pursued the enchanting Wan Qinghuan. Oh my, they jumped straight into bed without hesitation. Where is the Animal Protection Association? Someone has tied up a dog. Upon arriving in the harbor city, old Master Si followed closely behind. Si Moyan had booked a presidential suite at the hotel, where Wen Yan was leisurely enjoying gossip in the room while Si Moyan and old Master Si conversed in the living area. Suddenly, they were taken aback by Wen Yan's inner thoughts. Exchanging glances, old Master Si stroked his white beard, realizing that the second son had surprising capabilities. Just then, recalling Si Moyan's romantic escapades in the harbor city while still having separate rooms, he glared at him in frustration, lamenting the disparity in their fortunes. Some found solace in love, while others were like stray dogs kicked around. Si Moyan's lips tightened beneath his high nose. He could neither comprehend nor wish to understand his grandfather's words. Brother, are you truly inadequate in that regard? Do you need grandfather to buy you some supplements? Si Moyan's handsome face darkened. Grandfather, I am perfectly healthy in both body and mind. My situation differs from that of the second son. Wan Qinghuan has a crush on him, while Yen Yan has just come into my life, and nurturing our bond will take time. Old Master Si patted Si Moyan on the shoulder. Xiao Yan is a good girl, deserving of love and respect. Under no circumstances should you force her if she is unwilling. Si Moyan hesitated to disclose to old Master Si that he was the one reluctant to surrender his heart. He feared that his remaining charm would be entirely depleted. After finishing her dog food, Wen Yan rose from the bed. Spotting old Master Si in the living room, she expressed her surprise. Grandfather, what brings you here? Grandfather is concerned about your second brother, but he is yet to return, likely pursuing Qinghuan, was the response. Wen Yan chuckled. Grandfather will soon have another granddaughter-in-law. Old Master Si's eyes crinkled into a smile. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Si Moyan approached the door and opened it to find Wen Zixuan, drenched from the downpour. Mr. Si, I am looking for Miss Wen, she stammered, her teeth chattering. Honey, let Miss Wen in. Wen Yan handed Wen Zixuan a dry towel. I have some new clothes you can change into. Wen Zixuan shook her head, her eyes red-rimmed as she gazed at Wen Yan. Miss Wen, you warned me to be cautious of my partner. And indeed, Han Su is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Tears glistened on her long lashes, her voice trembling as she continued. He is indeed a law student. Not only did he deceive my mother, but he also tricked me. All of my mother's assets have been transferred to his name. I truly feel like I've drawn water with a basket. Wiping her tears, Wan Zixuan struggled to steady her tumultuous emotions. I do not possess great ambitions for power and wealth, Miss Wen. I came here primarily to ask for your help in determining what happened to my sister after her disappearance. Is she still alive? Chapter 150. In a moment of crisis, she arrives unexpectedly. Seated in the living room, old Master Si had already learned from the news about Madame Wan's arrest. He was perplexed as to how such a wealthy woman could suddenly fall from grace. It soon became clear that it was the handiwork of his eldest granddaughter-in-law. The old Master Si was filled with regret, wishing he had followed his eldest granddaughter-in-law to the harbor city, had he known there would be such juicy gossip. He had missed the most captivating part. Immediately, he rose from the sofa and approached Si Moyan, asking, "What is happening, my grandson?" Si Moyan lowered his voice and succinctly narrated the unfolding events. The old man was taken aback. It turned out that Madame Wan had been reported by Miss Wan herself. However, Miss Wan had just mentioned that her assets were seized by her partner and that her sister had gone missing. Could there be an even bigger scandal? The old man straightened up, his gaze fixated on Wen Yan, instantly adopting the demeanor of an eager bystander. Wan Zixuan revealed her sister Wan Jirui's name and birth details to Wen Yan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wen Yan stated, "Your sister is still alive." Wan Zixuan's despondent eyes suddenly brightened. The news that her sister was alive brought her unparalleled joy and surprise. "She is not abroad," Wen Yan continued. Wan Zixuan frowned, confused. "But my sister went missing abroad. She has been brought back to the harbor city," Wen Yan revealed. Wan Zixuan was utterly shocked. Just as she was about to ask further questions, Wen Yan added, "However, your sister is in grave danger. One misstep, and she could lose her life." Wan Zixuan's legs went weak. "When Miss Wen, do you know where my sister is? I would give everything to rescue her." Outside the harbor city, in a pale white villa, a man dressed in a charcoal gray suit approached a bed and unlocked the handcuffs binding a woman's wrists. The woman, disheveled and emaciated, had lost the light in her eyes after 3 years of confinement. The man, gently holding a bowl of congee, sat beside her and said, "I heard from the nanny that you haven't eaten for several days. What is your intention? To starve yourself to death?" The woman lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes glaring at him. "What have we, the Wan family, done to deserve this? Why are you imprisoning me?" The man, after confining her, had not resorted to violence or violated her. He would occasionally visit, informing her of the Wan family's circumstances, how he had obtained shares for her sister, and how those shares were quietly transferred away. She listened to his narration of the revenge plot against the Wan family, watching helplessly as her sister fell into his carefully woven trap. This psychological torment was far more suffocating than physical pain, a torment that made life unbearable. Madame Wan's imprisonment was deserved, yet her sister was innocent. The man had shown her tender photos of himself with her sister, and she could see love in her sister's eyes. If her sister were to discover his true nature, would it not lead to unbearable heartbreak? She longed to rush to her sister's side and reveal the truth, but she was unable to escape this monster's grasp. The moment the handcuffs were removed, Wan Jirui attempted to flee, but after so long without walking, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the floor. The man set down the congee bowl and roughly grabbed her messy hair. "Since you wish to know why I intend to annihilate the Wan family, I will take you to a place and reveal the truth." Wan Jirui was dragged by the man to a secluded coastal area. Rain continued to fall from the sky, and the sea was tumultuous. As she observed her surroundings, her pupils constricted with horror. This was the very place where her father had an affair with his mistress, ultimately drowning in the tides. Why would he bring her here? Suddenly, she recalled that her father's mistress had the surname Han, and this man shared the same surname. Could they be related?
Who are you to Hanyu?
The man smirked. "You are rather astute, quickly connecting me to Hanyu. She is my biological sister. Given my mother's shrewdness, she must have investigated your background before allowing you to stay by her side. She does not know you are Hanyu's sister, does she?" Han Su gazed at the treacherous vastness of the sea under the night sky, his voice cold and merciless, naturally, without a false identity. "How could my mother and sister have been deceived by me?" Wan Jirui's emotions flared. "Xian truly loves you. She has done nothing to betray you. Why must you slap?" The man struck Wan Jirui across the face. "Silence. I will make every member of the Wan family pay for my sister's death. Once I deal with you, I will go after Wan Zixuan, allowing you sisters to reunite in the afterlife." He yanked Wan Jirui's hair and dragged her towards the sea. As a massive wave approached, He prepared to push her in when suddenly, a heart-wrenching voice cried out, "Han-su, do not harm my sister. If you have grievances, come at me directly." Several figures rushed towards them from a distance. Han-su's brow furrowed instantly. How had Wen Zixuan found such a secluded place? Wen Zixuan was accompanied by Wen Yan, Si Moyan, and the old Master Si. Rather than releasing Wen Jirue, Han-su pressed her further toward the water, his eyes cold and ruthless. "You arrived just in time. I will send both of you sisters to accompany my sister in death." Upon seeing her sister in such a dire state, nearly gasping for breath, Wen Zixuan knelt and begged Han-su, "My sister is innocent. Please spare her." Han-su remained unmoved. Wen Yan sighed. "Han-su, to avenge your sister, you intend to have the Wan sisters pay with their lives? Have you considered your sister's feelings? Would she want this? Moreover, the true culprits behind your sister's death are not Mr. Wan or the Wan sisters, but Madame Wan and your parents' bias toward sons. To be more blunt, your sister's death is because of you." Han-su's eyes widened in disbelief. "You lie. How could it possibly be because of me? I am 10 years younger than my sister. She raised me. Our bond is stronger than that of our parents. How could I have caused her death?" Wen Zixuan, "I do not know what assistance you have summoned, but I currently hold the wealth of the Wan family. With a single word, I can send you all to hell. You better make those 3 leave, otherwise I will not hesitate to take their lives. You know I am a top lawyer. I know how to extricate myself from this." Wen Zixuan could see the madness and bloodlust in Han-su's eyes, causing cold sweat to break out on her back. Turning to Wen Yan and the others, her voice trembled. "Miss Wen, thank you for helping me find my sister. If I can die alongside her, I would be satisfied. Please, you must leave. I do not wish to implicate you." Yet, Wen Yan did not retreat, but instead took a few steps forward. Han-su, noticing her approach, narrowed his eyes. "Are you not afraid of death?" Wen Yan pointed behind Han-su. "Look over your shoulder." Han-su instinctively turned around. His sister, Han-yu, appeared not far from him on the surface of the sea. Chapter 151. A heart-wrenching pain. He saw the truth. Han-su stared in disbelief at the figure floating on the water. It was his sister, Han-yu. He had not expected Wen Yan to summon her spirit. After her death, she had not even entered his dreams. Han-su suddenly released Wen Jirue, whom he had pressed into the water, and ran towards Han-yu. "Sister, sister." However, he had barely taken a few steps when his collar was yanked forcefully. Si Moyan had dragged Han-su back to shore. Just as they reached the land, a massive wave crashed down. Had Han-su surged forward, he might have been swept away. Standing up from the ground, Han-su looked back at the sea. Han-yu's figure had vanished. "Sister, where did you go?" "It's me, Su. Please come out." His emotions spiraled out of control as he rushed to Wen Yan. "I want to see my sister. Can you help me see her?" Wen Yan pressed her lips together. "After your sister's death, her spirit followed your parents and witnessed some extremely cruel scenes. She could not understand why she received not an ounce of love or regret from them. She refused to be reincarnated, and her soul has lingered in this sea, trapped in a dead end. I indeed summoned her soul just now, but upon seeing you, she departed, unwilling to meet you." Han-su shook his head with reddened eyes. "Impossible. I am her most beloved younger brother. Our sibling bond has always been strong." Wen Yan did not rush to argue with Han-su, stating, "Your sister's painful memories reside in this very sea. I shall have you traverse through her recollections." Before Han-su could utter a word, Wen Yan raised her hand and gently tapped his forehead. "What purpose does it serve for a girl to read so many books? It is far more important for you to seek employment and support your brother. Mother, I have been accepted into a prestigious university. Once I complete my studies and secure a good job, I will be able to assist my brother even more." A familiar voice reached his ears, and Han-su opened his eyes to unexpectedly find his mother and sister conversing in the old house where they once lived. He gazed at his young and beautiful sister, feeling a pang in his heart, and rushed forward to embrace her. Yet, his body felt as if it were transparent. His sister was oblivious to his presence, and he could not hold her. Han-su waved fervently at his sister, but she seemed unable to see him. Upon hearing her words, their mother raised her hand in anger and struck her across the face. "You shall finish high school. Our family has already incurred considerable debt." Yang Mei from the neighboring village, she dropped out of middle school to work in the city and recently returned, fashionable and driving a car, having built a new house for her parents and provided her brother with a dowry and wedding funds. "Do not be so unappreciative. This time, we shall not allow you to attend university. You must focus on nurturing your brother, for he is our family's hope." After their mother departed, Hanyu lay on her bed, weeping for a long while. When young Han-soo returned home, he rushed into Hanyu's room. Sister, I scored full marks on my final exams, and I received an award for being an exemplary student. Young Han-soo joyfully showcased his academic achievements. Upon seeing her brother's report card and award, Hanyu smiled. My brother is truly clever. Sister, when I grow up and succeed, I will make you the happiest sister in the world. Perhaps those words touched Hanyu, or perhaps it was the long-standing influence of their parents' preference for sons. But when school started, Hanyu did not report to class. She acquiesced to their mother's demands and went out to work alongside Yang Mei from the neighboring village. Yang Mei brought her to a vibrant nightclub. Upon discovering that her job entailed selling her body and entertaining guests, Hanyu resolutely refused. However, once inside such an establishment, leaving was not simply a matter of choice. The manager confined her and starved her for several days. Just as she felt she could not endure any longer, her mother called, revealing that her brother had been struck by a motorcycle and required a substantial sum of money. Yang Mei showed her a picture of her brother lying on the ground, bloodied and injured. The internal defenses she had steadfastly maintained crumbled instantaneously. She succumbed to the same profession as Yang Mei. After earning her first paycheck, she returned home to visit her brother. To her surprise, he was lively and cheerful, beaming at her with innocence. Sister, Mother said to pretend I was injured so that you would come to see me quickly. I didn't expect it to be true. Sister, I miss you so much. Hanyu's emotions surged, filled with anger and helplessness. Her brother was still young and understood nothing. She could not blame him for anything. Standing aside, Han-soo witnessed the tears of restraint in Hanyu's eyes, feeling as though his heart were being violently torn apart by a beast's claws. He never imagined that their mother had instructed him to feign injury to manipulate Hanyu into consenting to sell herself. Hanyu, possessing beauty and a kind disposition, quickly became the nightclub's star performer. Although she earned a substantial income, the family's demands only grew. They purchased a house, and Han-soo attended school in the city. Hanyu seemed to have become numb, succumbing to the influence of her parents, transforming into a doormat. Whatever Han-soo needed, she would give her all. As Han-soo advanced to higher grades, the costs for tutoring and supplementary lessons increased. Coupled with their father's gambling addiction, the financial burden on Hanyu grew heavier. During Han-soo's college entrance examination year, their father accumulated high-interest debts, with creditors threatening to sever his hand if the debts were not repaid. To shield her brother's studies from any disruption, Hanyu acquiesced to Madame Wan's demands and orchestrated Mr. Wan's infidelity. Mr. Wan, believing he had acted out of drunken folly, apologized and offered her compensation upon regaining his senses. Once she became a nightclub hostess, despite earning a considerable sum, she had never received respect from men. Mr. Wan was the first to treat her with dignity and refrain from calling her derogatory names. When Mr. Wan learned that Han-soo had been accepted into a prestigious university, he provided Hanyu with a sum of money, intending to support her brother's education. Overwhelmed by guilt and torment, Hanyu arranged to meet Mr. Wan at a secluded seaside location to disclose the truth. However, she could not have anticipated that Madame Wan would tamper with Mr. Wan's food. Upon arrival at the beach, after exchanging only a few words, the effects of the drug took hold of him. Losing his reason, she could not bear to see him suffer. So she willingly acquiesced to him. Subsequently, they were swept away by the tumultuous waves, both drowning. When rescuers discovered their bodies, they were entwined together. Thus, Mr. Wan's reputation was utterly ruined, rendering him the most despicable man in the port city. As for Hanyu, upon learning of her demise, her parents received 10 million from Madame Wan. Despite having acquired such a fortune, they refused to purchase and urn for her ashes or hold a funeral, unceremoniously casting her remains into a filthy drain. At this juncture, Han-soo was in tears. He let out a painful roar, finally comprehending why Wen Yan claimed that he and their parents were the primary catalysts that led his sister to her demise. Chapter 152. Filled with regret. I should not have treated her that way. Han-soo had always believed that Mr. Wan was the true villain. After graduating from university, he began devising his revenge plan, intending to avenge his sister against the Wan family. In his mind, Mr. Wan had caused her death. He sought to bring ruin to the Wan family and seize everything they had. He had never considered that his sister's tragic life stemmed from his actions. Extracting himself from Hanyu's painful memories and returning to reality, he collapsed to the ground, his legs weak. Tears streamed down his gentle, refined face. He resembled a creature struck by a monumental blow, trembling uncontrollably. Grasping his hair tightly with both hands, his fingertips left trails of blood on his scalp. It was I who misunderstood Mr. Wan. It is I who deserve to die. Han Su lifted his gaze to the tightly embraced Wan sisters, his eyes falling on Wan Zixuan. In a husky, subdued voice, he said, Xian, I apologize. I should not have allowed hatred to blind me, harming you and your sister. Wan Zixuan closed her eyes. Upon learning that Han Su had imprisoned her sister for 3 years, she harbored no feelings for him. Even his remorse stirred no emotions within her. As she averted her gaze, cold and indifferent, Han Su felt a suffocating pang in his chest. I will return all the assets to you as a form of atonement for Mr. Wan. Han Su, you are studying law. I hope you will utilize your expertise to assist those in need in the future, rather than wielding your knowledge as a weapon for personal gain. I hope you will remain true to the original intention of studying law. Wan Zixuan supported Wan Jirui as they approached Wen Yan, both sisters kneeling before her. Miss Wen. Thank you. Wen Yan and Si Moyan promptly helped them to their feet. We also hope you both recover soon. Wan Zixuan nodded. We will. From now on, Miss Wen will be our benefactor. In the port city, as long as there is anything we can assist with, we will do our utmost to help you. Wen Yan smiled softly, no need for formality. After the sisters departed, Wen Yan, Si Moyan, and Old Master Si prepared to leave as well. Han Su knelt down in a pitiful state, pleading with Wen Yan, Miss Wen, I long to see my sister. Could you summon her spirit once more? Your parents have shattered her heart. I have called her, yet she remains unwilling to meet you. Han Su buried his face in his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. It is our fault toward my sister. What use is your regret here? Your parents do not see their wrongdoings at all. The pain from a dysfunctional family can inflict lifelong wounds. The mindset of valuing sons over daughters should be condemned. What fault lies with girls born into such patriarchal families? They arrive in this world as blank slates, only to be indoctrinated with erroneous beliefs and progressively tamed. Is this not a form of oppression and bullying cloaked in familial ties? The very relatives who should be their greatest allies turn out to be the ones who inflict the deepest wounds. Such pain requires a lifetime to heal. Individuals like Han Yu may never find solace, even in death. Wen Yan's words struck Han Su like a heavy blow, awakening a realization within him. I now understand what must be done. Han Su purchased a villa worth over 100 million in Hong Kong. With their son's meteoric rise, Han's father and mother felt they had ascended to a higher echelon of society. In a bid to flaunt their newfound status, they invited relatives from their hometown to tour Han Su's newly acquired mansion. The grandiose entrance and exquisitely manicured gardens exuded opulence and prestige. Standing at the marble steps, the relatives incessantly praised Han Su, enviously acknowledging the exceptional son his parents had raised. Not a single mention was made of Han Yu, as though she had never existed. Han's father approached the door and attempted to unlock it with a fingerprint scanner. However, it indicated an error. Han's mother then tried her fingerprint, only to encounter the same issue. Isn't this your son's villa? Why can't we get in? Questioned one relative. After a long journey to Hong Kong, everyone was weary and eager to rest. Han's father, his expression darkening, explained, Perhaps Xiao Su has changed the fingerprint lock. I shall call him now. He dialed Han Su's number, but it went unanswered. What is happening? Why isn't Xiao Su picking up? He muttered to Han's mother. She too tried calling, but to no avail. The relatives, growing impatient, began to doubt. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Although Xiao Su is a lawyer, could he truly afford a villa worth over 100 million? To have summoned us here, without even a place to stay, is quite inconsiderate. Humiliated, Han's father made several more attempts to contact Han Su, all of which were futile. Let us take the relatives to a hotel. Didn't Xiao Su give you a credit card? We can put them up at a 5-star establishment and bring them back tomorrow, suggested Han's mother. Han's father nodded in agreement. They made their way to the hotel, but when he attempted to pay for the room, he was informed that the card had been frozen. Stunned, Han's father and mother were left with no choice but to return to the villa. However, upon reaching the community gate, they were stopped by security. Furious, Han's father shouted, Open your eyes and see clearly. My son is the owner of the villa inside. I am his father. The security guard recognized Han's parents, who often behaved like nouveau riche, looking down on those in service roles. The real estate agent just informed us that Han Lawyer's villa has been put up for sale. He is no longer the owner here. Han's father and mother felt as though they had been struck by lightning.
How could this be?
Our son is a big boss now, incredibly wealthy. He would never dismiss a villa worth 100 million. Before they could fully grasp the situation, several bank employees approached them, stating, "You must be Hans Soo as parents. He owes our bank 10 billion and is now bankrupt. We cannot locate him." The mention of 10 billion sent them fleeing in terror. They would never recover from such a debt. That night, Han's parents fled back to their hometown, too ashamed to show their faces, fearing both debt collectors and the ridicule of relatives and neighbors. Yet, one cannot escape fate forever. Soon, the loan sharks came looking for Han's father. Unable to pay, he had his leg broken by the collectors. In utter despair, Han's mother cried out to the heavens, her pleas unanswered, and her calls to Hans Soo went unanswered as well. When she took Han's father to the hospital, they encountered a familiar figure. The daughter of their neighbor returned in a luxury car, greeted warmly by the village chief and others. Over a decade ago, when the neighbor's daughter was accepted into a prestigious university, Han's mother had mocked them for raising a daughter instead of a son, believing it to be a waste.
Now,
that daughter had become an executive, using her wealth to improve their hometown, repairing roads and installing streetlights, earning great respect. Han's mother could not help but think of her own daughter, Han Yu, who had once been on the path to a distinguished university. It was she who had torn up her acceptance letter, forcing her to enter the workforce prematurely. Had she not favored sons over daughters, allowing Han Yu to attend university, might she have achieved similar success to the neighbor's daughter? When Han's mother brought Han's father to the hospital, they were met with a shocking sight. Staring at Han Soo's bald head, she gasped in disbelief. "Ah, Soo, where is your hair?" Han Soo, now a monk, calmly replied, "Amitabha, benefactor. My name is Liao Chen. I am grateful for your nurturing, and I wish for you to cultivate self-respect, self-awareness, and self-control." Leaving behind a childhood photo of their family of 4, Han Soo turned and walked away. Han's father, filled with rage, exclaimed, "You ungrateful child! Who told you to become a monk? You are the last hope of the Han family." Han's mother collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the family photo left by Han Soo. "We were wrong. It was our error. We should never have used the money from our daughter's sacrifice to raise Han Soo. He must know the truth now. Thus, he has renounced the world to atone for his sins. This will ensure our line ends here, and it is our greatest retribution." Sitting on the ground, Han's mother cried out in despair, overwhelmed with regret. With the family's misfortunes concluded, Wen Yan's favorability rating rose to 20, and her virtue points reached 100. Unlocking a level in the marketplace. What on earth? There's even a cheese-flavored contraceptive. Ugh, I wouldn't take it even for free. Wen Yan swiftly ignored that item, her eyes lighting up upon spotting one particular product. With this, she could. Chapter 153. She may be flawed, but she is truly likable. It was a deer antler grass, a miraculous herb comparable to a century-old ginseng. Extremely rare, it was nearly impossible to procure even with a fortune. Dubai still has some use. Deer antler grass can cure a multitude of ailments. If Ms. Jing consumes it, along with my acupuncture, she may awaken. Although the 100 virtue points can only be exchanged for one item, and I can no longer acquire beauty serum or body-enhancing pills, it is worth it. After all, deer antler grass has become extinct. Wen Yan, Si Moyan, and Old Master Si were on their way back to Yi City. Hearing that Wen Yan intended to use the deer antler grass on Jinglan, both Si Moyan and Old Master Si were taken aback, especially Si Moyan. He understood the effort Wen Yan had put into earning those 100 virtue points. Sometimes, helping others required her to expend her own energy. While she appeared carefree and self-centered, in truth, she reciprocated kindness with even greater kindness. Gazing at Wen Yan's radiant and lovely face, Si Moyan felt a deep stirring within him. Old Master Si leaned closer to Si Moyan and whispered, "Xiao Yan is a rose worth showcasing to the world. Nurture her well. Have you heard the saying, to love is to tend to a flower?" Si Moyan, his demeanor serious, nodded in acknowledgement, aware of the wisdom in those words. "After you return, remember to show off your abs or perform a striptease for her. She would undoubtedly relish it." Si Moyan's lips twitched. "Grandfather, do you truly perceive me as such an unrefined individual?" Old Master Si stroked his white beard, letting out a light snort. A man must exhibit a flamboyant charm to swiftly find rest beside his wife. Si Moyan was left speechless. His affection for Wen Yan was never driven by the intent to bed her. He yearned for a mutually affectionate relationship, rather than one born of his unilateral pressure. However, her willingness to sacrifice for his mother now suggested that, on some level, she had already embraced him and his family as her own. Having received no warmth or concern within the Wen family, he and his kin must strive to cherish and love her even more. At the Yecheng hospital, Wen's mother approached Wen Shiyu. I have heard that deer antler grass can cure myriad ailments. If we could find some, your grandmother would not need to undergo a heart transplant. She is too old to endure such tribulations. Wen Shiyu frowned. Mother, deer antler grass is exceedingly rare, much less extinct. If grandmother wishes to live longer, the heart transplant is her only recourse.
Sighing,
Wen's mother was about to say something when suddenly a shout erupted from outside. Dr. Su, is that deer antler grass in your hand? Both Wen's mother and Wen Shiyu were taken aback and rushed out of the office. They beheld Su Mu carrying an exquisite box toward another office. Su Mu, responsible for Jing Lan's condition, was a seasoned surgeon at the hospital. Having originally been in line for a promotion, he was thwarted by Wen Shiyu, leading to their contentious relationship. As Wen Shiyu approached, she confirmed that the box indeed contained the rare deer antler grass. Shiyu, is that deer antler grass? She nodded grimly. If it is truly extinct, how on earth did Su Mu acquire it? Wen's mother reached out to snatch the deer antler grass from Su Mu's hands, but he shot her a cold glance. What? Do you intend to rob me in public? This deer antler grass is valuable. If you damage it, you will be held legally accountable. Wen's mother's outstretched hand retracted involuntarily. Dr. Su, how much for that deer antler grass? I will pay you double, she implored desperately. Su Mu replied indifferently. This was given to me by Miss Wen. It has no price. I will not sell it. Miss Wen? Wen's mother's eyes brightened suddenly. It must be our Yaya. She gave it to the wrong person. It was meant for her elder brother, Wen Shiyu. This belongs to our family. You must return it.
indeed.
Wen Yu was their family's lucky star, managing to find even deer antler grass. Wen Shiyu furrowed her brow. Su Mu. Which Miss Wen are you referring to? Su Mu scoffed lightly. Of course, I refer to Miss Wen Yan. She entrusted this deer antler grass to me for her mother-in-law's treatment. Without allowing Wen's mother or Wen Shiyu to retort, Su Mu turned and entered his office, slamming the door shut behind him. Fuming, Wen's mother trembled with rage. How could Wen Yan possibly have found deer antler grass? Even if she did, it should have been prioritized for her own family. She was nothing but an ungrateful wretch. A wolf raised with kindness. She had relied on the Wen family's connections to attend university. The more she ranted, the more incensed she became, wishing to tear Wen Yan to shreds. Mother, do you truly believe Wen Yan could procure deer antler grass? She is merely a fool. Does she even know what it looks like? Wen's mother seethed. I care not who found it. That deer antler grass must be prioritized for your grandmother. With a fierce determination, Wen's mother stormed towards the Si residence to confront Wen Yan. Upon returning to the Si household, Wen Yan indulged in a relaxing bath and was preparing her skincare routine when she heard Dabai's reminder. Host, your mother has come to settle accounts with you. Wen Yan could not help but roll her eyes. She must be here over the deer antler grass. Ha! I intend to let her see it but not possess it. How delightful it will be to infuriate her. Dabai remarked. Host, you are truly wicked, yet utterly endearing. Wen Yan called for Xiaohe, who had grown accustomed to her and was particularly obedient. After giving Xiaohe a few instructions and patting its head, she promised it a treat for a job well done. Wen's mother, leveraging her status as Wen Yan's mother, persuaded the gatekeeper to allow her entry into the Si residence. Fueled by anger, she stormed through, her face a mask of fury. Upon seeing Wen Yan, she was determined to have a serious discussion. How could one neglect to save their own grandmother first? Just as Wen's mother approached the villa, a Tibetan mastiff suddenly bolted out from the entrance, charging directly at her. Terrified, she felt her legs turn to jelly and dared not approach the villa any closer, turning to flee. However, she could not outrun the four-legged beast. In her panic, she stumbled and fell, and the mastiff lunged toward her.
Ah!
Fearing she would be torn to shreds, she scrambled to her feet and, trembling, sought refuge in a large garbage bin. The mastiff circled the garbage bin a few times. Observing the scene from the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, Old Master Si waved for the butler. Get a few piles of Xiaohe's droppings and toss them into the garbage bin. The butler nodded. After a moment of silence in the garbage bin, Wen's mother, hearing no more growling from the mastiff, prepared to peek outside. Just as she lifted her head, several foul-smelling droppings fell from above, landing squarely on her upturned face, with a small portion even entering her gasping mouth. Wen's mother. Chapter 154. A thrilling game has begun. There was a moment when Wen's mother felt as though she might explode with rage. She fought to suppress her nausea, cleaning the excrement from her face and mouth. Emerging from the garbage bin in disarray, she began to retch uncontrollably. Old Master Si stepped out of the villa. "Isn't this my in-law? What brings you here in such a state?" He pinched his nose. "What on earth is that stench? It rivals a nuclear leak. I simply cannot invite you inside. You ought to return and clean yourself up. Ugh." The last ugh from Old Master Si left Wen's mother with a face as dark as thunder. How had she come to this? Did he not have any sense of responsibility? As an elder of the Si family, how could he allow Wen Yan to humiliate her like this? Wen's mother opened her mouth, wishing to say something, but the lingering stench overwhelmed her, and she felt nauseated once more. Trembling all over, she longed to storm into the villa and take her revenge on Wen Yan. When Wen Yan was in her womb, she should have terminated the pregnancy. Giving birth had only brought her grief. Upon returning to the Wen household, Wen's mother spent an hour in the shower, and even after that, she felt the remnants of the stench. She doused herself in perfume. She brushed her teeth countless times until her gums bled before finally stopping. The smell of dog excrement would be forever etched in her memory. In the following days, she lost all appetite. "Mother, you look dreadful. Who has upset you?" Wen Yu returned and affectionately linked her arm with Wen's mother. Wen's mother recounted the events to Wen Yu. "Sister has gone too far. Not only did she fail to provide deer antler grass for grandmother, but she also allowed me to lose face at the Si residence. She clearly does not consider herself a part of the Wen family." With bloodshot eyes, she nodded. "She is nothing but an ungrateful wretch, a harbinger of misfortune. She thinks by clinging to the Si family, her life will improve, but I foresee that it won't be long before the Si family tires of her." From Old Master Si's demeanor, Wen's mother understood that retrieving that deer antler grass was an impossibility. Moreover, she was unaware of how Wen Yan had obtained the deer antler grass. Without it, grandmother would have to undergo a heart transplant. Wen Yu reassured her, "Mother, brother is a renowned doctor in Yecheng. He will ensure there are no issues with grandmother's surgery." Wen's mother frowned, "But the source for your grandmother's heart is hard to find." With a gentle smile, Wen Yu replied, "I have already found a suitable match for grandmother." Wen's mother's eyes brightened as she grasped Wen Yu's hand tightly. You are so considerate. Compared to Wen Yan, you are like heaven and earth." "Mother, today my sister has caused you such great distress and harm. I shall ensure that both she and the Si family learn a lesson. The Si family is currently formidable." How do you intend to seek retribution for mother?" Wen Yu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Recently, the Si family has collaborated with the Tang family and requires a substantial loan from Yi Yuan Bank. I am well acquainted with the president of Yi Yuan Bank, and with but a word from me, I could halt the loans to the Si family. Though ceasing this loan would not fundamentally impact the Si family, it would certainly deal a severe blow to their vitality." Your connections are truly impressive. You are even familiar with the president of Yi Yuan Bank," remarked her companion. Wen Yu smirked. "Of course, for I possess a powerful tool. With that tool, men will obediently heed my commands." The sudden cessation of loans from Yi Yuan Bank indeed posed a headache for Si Moyan. However, within days, Wan Zixuan personally arrived in Yi City to converse with Si Moyan. Wan Zixuan promptly signed documents instructing the headquarters of Wanya Bank to extend loans to the Si Group and, with significant expenditure, acquired Yi Yuan Bank. Following the acquisition, she immediately halted loans to the Wen Group. The Wen Group, lacking the robust foundation of the Si family, was ill-equipped to address the sudden crisis. Before long, the Wen family found themselves in dire straits. This unexpected turn of events caught both Wen's mother and Wen Yu off guard. The power of Wen Yu's charm only worked on men. It was entirely ineffective against Wan Zixuan, the head of Wanya Bank. She could never have anticipated that in her attempt to alleviate her mother's grievances, she would inadvertently jeopardize the entire Wen family. Recently, the Si family has been thriving as if under a fortunate star. Whenever a crisis arises, influential figures from various sectors rush to provide support. "The only remaining option is to seek assistance from Sister Lucy," proposed Wen Yu. Wen Yiheng immediately dialed Lucy's number. A few minutes later, after concluding the call, he nodded toward the worried members of the Wen family, announcing that Lucy agreed to help us resolve our financial crisis. And furthermore, a smile of anticipation crept onto Wen Yiheng's face as he added that she requested him to meet her at the hotel that evening. Although they had shared kisses and held hands in Hong City, their relationship had yet to reach its most intimate stage. The thought of Lucy's angelic visage and devilish figure made Wen Yiheng's heart race. "Second brother, you must dress handsomely. You must capture Sister Lucy's heart," Wen Yu advised. With the crisis of the Wen family temporarily alleviated, Wen Yu let out a sigh of relief. Yet, the Si family continued to grow stronger and more protective of Wen Yan. She must devise a plan. She is the heroine, the sovereign of this world, and all must revolve around her. Should anyone dare to stray from her orbit, she would have no choice but to destroy them. When Iheng ascended the stairs, took a refreshing shower, donned a tailored shirt, spritzed on some cologne, and meticulously styled his hair. Glancing at his handsome reflection, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He eagerly drove to the hotel. Upon ringing the doorbell, his heart raced wildly. Soon Lucy opened the door. Clad in a silk nightgown with a V-neck that revealed ample porcelain skin, the hem barely concealed her curves, and her legs were long and delicate. When Iheng's throat tightened, fate had truly favored him, granting him the opportunity to encounter such a breathtaking beauty. Xiaoxia, had it not been for you, the Wen family would be facing bankruptcy. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, he said. Lucy, eyeing the tall, handsome Wen Iheng, smiled coyly. After tonight, you shall know precisely how to show your appreciation. She ushered him into the room, producing a document to hand to him. This is a contract. Until I choose to terminate our arrangement, you are not permitted to call it off, lest you suffer grave consequences. When Iheng perused the document, which essentially stated that during their relationship, he could not leave her unless she expressed disinterest. Otherwise, he had no right to refuse. His heart soared with elation. She was so beautiful, so affluent, devoid of any flaw. How could he ever bear to part with her? Furthermore, during their time together, he had become deeply captivated by her. He had fallen in love with her. There was no way he would ever suggest a breakup. Taking up the pen, he signed his name without hesitation. Lucy's lips curled with satisfaction. Now, come with me to the bedroom. When Iheng's eyes gleamed with desire, his breath quickening. However, upon entering the room, he was met with a shocking sight. Chapter 155, The Enthrallment of Yesteryear, now replaced by regret. The bedroom curtains were drawn tightly. By the window lay numerous items that Wen Iheng, being a director, instantly recognized the purpose of. The blood that had been boiling within him suddenly chilled. He turned to Lucy, his expression complex. Xiaoxia, what are these for? Lucy, perched on the edge of the bed, propped herself up with one hand, grinning like a mischievous sprite. Why, they are for playing with you, of course. Though she smiled, her expression sent a shiver down his spine. When Iheng's heart began to tremble involuntarily. Play with me? Lucy toyed with a leather belt. Darling, come here obediently. He swallowed nervously. Xiaoxia, what on earth do you intend to do? Surely, she could not be contemplating punishment? Lucy glanced at Wen Iheng, and seeing him frozen in place, clapped her hands. Two burly bodyguards immediately approached, forcibly bringing Wen Iheng beside her. One of the bodyguards kicked Wen Iheng's knee, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Lucy poured a glass of red wine and spilled it at his feet, then issued a commanding order. Drink it. Wen Iheng had never felt such humiliation. His eyes turned crimson. Lucy, are you out of your mind? Lucy's smile deepened, a grin that only made the atmosphere more chilling. You signed the contract. I can treat you however I please. From now on, you are my plaything. With a cold laugh, she raised the belt and struck. A pained cry echoed throughout the suite. Yet, no matter how much Wen Iheng suffered, no one would come to his aid. The next day, as Wen Yan made her way to the film academy, she stumbled upon gossip regarding Wen Iheng. Yes, Wen Iheng is being tormented quite severely. He's even spitting blood. But Lucy's insanity is truly exhilarating. Torment him. Do it fiercely. Old Master Si and Wen Yan shared a vehicle to the academy. She for her studies and he for his work at the library. Hearing Wen Yan's thoughts, he nodded in agreement. Aside from Xiaoyan, the Wen family is filled with scoundrels. That foolish Wen Iheng nearly crashed his car into Xiaoyan. He deserves to be thoroughly punished. Upon arriving at the academy, Wen Yan spotted Wen Yu, Wen Iheng, and Lucy. Wen Yu was currently the lead actress in Wen Iheng's new production and often took leave to shoot. After a night of turmoil, Wen Iheng appeared haggard and fatigued. Lucy's methods of torment were quite adept, concealed in the most private of ways, leaving no outward signs. He endured dual torment, both physically and mentally. Wen Yu was engaged in conversation with Lucy, affectionately addressing her as second sister-in-law. Wen Iheng stood silently to the side, unusually quiet. Catching sight of Wen Yan descending from the vehicle, he painfully approached her. Wen Yan, you anticipated this, didn't you? Wen Yan regarded him with a smile. Have you realized that you've been courting a wealthy patron and made a master of yourself? Wen Iheng stared blankly for a moment, finally comprehending. After a night He believed Lucy to be far more terrifying than any master. He felt lower than a dog. He began to question his very existence. The ways in which she toyed with him were beyond his imagination. He felt as though his dignity was being ground into the dirt. Wen Yan, how could you be so cruel? Knowing that Lucy is unhinged, you still push me into the fire. You will face retribution for this. Wen Yan was momentarily speechless. Am I truly such a despicable individual, pushing a fool like you into the fire? Is it not your most beloved sister, Wen Yu, who is shoving you into the abyss? Old Master Si cast a glance at Wen Yiheng, giving him a significant eye roll. Do indulge in some dried plums. Avoid being bothersome to others. He then tugged at Wen Yan, saying, My dear granddaughter-in-law, let us depart. It is best not to engage in conversation with individuals of such low intellect, lest it tarnish our own. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Wen Yan found old Master Si's humor increasingly delightful. After Wen Yan's departure, Wen Yu and Lucy approached. Second brother, what did you discuss with sister? She is now united with the Si family and harbors a strong dislike for us Wen family members. Upon saying this, Wen Yu turned to Lucy, expressing her gratitude. Thanks to Sister Lucy, our family is managing to navigate this crisis. However, I must admit, I acted rashly in defending Mother. Observing the soft-spoken and tactful Wen Yu, a complex emotion flickered in Wen Yiheng's eyes. Did she genuinely fail to notice his unease? Since their morning encounter, she had been warmly conversing with Lucy, entirely oblivious to his pallor. Second brother, it is a stroke of fortune that you are with Sister Lucy. You must cherish her and strive to propose soon, so she may become my second sister-in-law. Wen Yu's words sent a shiver down Wen Yiheng's spine. After the events of last night, marrying Lucy was utterly out of the question. It would be tantamount to courting death. As Wen Yu linked arms with Lucy and entered the vehicle, Wen Yiheng gazed at Wen Yu's retreating figure, feeling a newfound sense of estrangement and even fear towards his sister. In the drama Guilty, Wen Yan portrayed a villainous role. The filming location that day was within a courtyard of the film city. Quite coincidentally, Wen Yiheng's film crew was situated next door. During a break in the Guilty crew, the adjacent crew also paused for rest. I just saw Emperor Gu bringing dozens of cups of milk tea to the neighboring crew. I heard he is Wen Yu's boyfriend. Emperor Gu, now the president of Dongying Media, had amassed even greater wealth than during his acting days. Wen Yu was indeed fortunate. Safeguarded by the Wen family and pampered by Emperor Gu, launching her career at its zenith. Some are born into privilege, while others are not. As the crew members whispered among themselves, a tall and distinguished figure entered. The man was clad in a three-piece suit, seemingly just returned from an important engagement. A neatly folded pocket square adorned his chest pocket, and his hair was styled up, revealing a handsome forehead. His features were sharp and exquisitely chiseled, and with his arrival, the atmosphere around seemed to freeze under his powerful aura. The murmurs abruptly ceased. Following him was an assistant leading the staff from a prestigious old brand in Yecheng, who carried an exquisite wooden box. Upon seeing the logo, the crew members were utterly astonished. This brand's afternoon tea was exclusively offered to the elite of high society. Darling, what brings you here? Wen Yan emerged from the restroom and instantly spotted the striking Si Moyan. Upon seeing Wen Yan, his once cold demeanor softened slightly, and his previously aloof aura diminished. I came to visit on your first official filming day. The crowd was taken aback. This esteemed figure was actually Wen Yan's husband? Chapter 156. Astonishing. She actually seeks to ascend. After Gu Beichen delivered the milk tea, Wen Yu found herself surrounded by several actresses vying for her favor. The flattery nearly caused her lips to curl into a smile of delight. However, while in the restroom, she overheard some actresses speaking ill of her from the stalls. I heard that Wen Yan from the Guilty crew is her sister. Wen Yan's husband just delivered afternoon tea from the old brand in Yecheng, with each box worth a fortune. And he treated the entire crew. Those staff members over there are so fortunate. I also heard that this big shot, who was once cold and commanding, becomes utterly gentle and doting upon seeing Wen Yan, his deep-set eyes filled only with her presence. I was just shipping Wen Yu and Gu Beichen, but now I find myself wanting to ship Wen Yan with that doting big shot. To be frank, that couple's looks far surpass this pair. Wen Yu's expression darkened. She pushed open the stall door and stepped out. Upon seeing Wen Yu, the gossiping crew members scattered like birds. Exiting the restroom, Wen Yu hastily left the film set, coincidentally spotting Si Moyan emerging from the neighboring crew. Gazing at the handsome and poised man, her emotions became tumultuous. Si Moyan, in terms of both appearance and demeanor, outshone Gu Baichen. After all, he was the legitimate heir-born of the primary wife, possessing not only a perfectly chiseled exterior, but also an innate noble lineage. In contrast, Gu Baichen would forever carry the label of a bastard. When you felt a pang of unwillingness, why should Wen Yan be the one to win the heart of such an extraordinary man? If only Si Moyan could be under her control. As she contemplated her recent acquisition, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smirk graced her lips. The pain that a man can inflict upon a woman is not through love, but through betrayal. She intended to make Wen Yan experience the bitterness of treachery. After a long day of filming, Wen Yan returned home, feeling the aches of fatigue. As she went to pour herself a drink, she inadvertently caught sight of Mama Song lurking in the kitchen. Mama Song's syphilis had yet to be cured, and she had been notably low-key in the Si household for the past few months. Deeply favored by old Master Si, she would not be dismissed unless she committed a grievous error. However, her current demeanor suggested something was amiss. Wen Yan promptly checked the system. Oh dear. Mama Song actually seeks to ascend. Old Master Si and Si Jingyi had just entered through the front door when they heard Wen Yan's thoughts. Both grandfather and grandson momentarily taken aback. Mama Song was in her 50s. What position could she possibly aspire to? Si Jingyi glanced at Old Master Si. Surely Mama Song doesn't he intend to become my grandmother? Old Master Si twitched his lips, brandishing his cane at Si Jingyi's back. Though I may be lecherous, I am not so desperate as to accept just anyone. Compared to her peers, Mama Song indeed possessed a certain allure, yet Old Master Si had no interest. He now found life quite enjoyable without a woman. When you has given Mama Song a cursed insect, which Mama Song intends to slip into Old Master Si's food. This insect is a love curse. Should Old Master Si consume it, he'll become utterly subservient to Mama Song, unable to part from her. Old Master Si at his age, how could anyone still plot against him? Was he truly a coveted delicacy? Si Jingyi saw through Old Master Si's thoughts and bluntly remarked, Grandfather, at your age, if someone has their eyes on you, it's undoubtedly for your wealth. What else could they possibly fancy about you? Your old man scent? Your age spots? Shut your foul mouth. Was it still possible for him to sever ties with his second grandson? When you must have completely lost her mind. Not only does she want Mama Song to curse Old Master Si, but she also aims to have Miao Julan cast a curse on Si Bingshan at the upcoming business banquet, hoping to make Si Bingshan submit to Miao Julan's whims. Wen Yu truly is remarkable. She has become good friends with Miao Julan, who hails from the Miao tribe and is versed in the art of curses. Wen Yu has turned Miao Julan into her weapon against her foes. The last time they dealt with the president of Yiyuan Bank, it was due to a curse that he became compliant with Wen Yu, culminating in the bank's acquisition, and he remains under her influence even now. Still her devoted follower. Si Jingyi felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Wen Yu is truly a terrifying woman. Grandfather, do you think Mama Song will actually curse you? Mama Song had served in the Si household for over 20 years, and Old Master Si had always placed his trust in her. Had this been a few months prior, Old Master Si might have been skeptical of Wen Yan's words. However, at present, she is utterly incapable. The eldest granddaughter-in-law remarked that Song Ma is adept at witchcraft, and thus, it is certain that she'll employ it. Old Master Si stroked his white beard, his eyes sparkling with mischief. A brilliant idea suddenly ignited in his mind. He leaned in and whispered a few words into Si Jingyi's ear, who nodded vigorously in response. A satisfied smile curled on Old Master Si's lips. He truly was a cunning old fox. When dinner time arrived, Song Ma presented a bowl of soup before Old Master Si. He lowered his head and took a few sips. Observing this, a triumphant smile flitted across Song Ma's eyes. Si Jingyi discreetly monitored Song Ma's every movement from the corner of his eye. His sister-in-law had previously hinted that Song Ma harbored ulterior motives and had affiliations with Gu Baichen. At the time, no one believed her. It was truly astonishing that a long-serving maid of over 20 years in the Si household could possess such treachery. The human heart is indeed a terrifying thing. Old Master Si also noted Song Ma's subtle expressions, and his heart sank. He had initially contemplated sparing her due to their long-standing master-servant bond, but now he could not be blamed for turning ruthless. After dinner, Old Master Si and Si Jingyi secretly carried the bowl of soup they had hidden to Si Jinqing's villa. Si Jinqing had a peculiar hobby. He kept a python. In his villa, he housed a gigantic serpent. They fed the bowl of soup laced with witchcraft to the enormous python. As night fell, Song Ma sent a video to Song Qingyu. Qingyu, Once I become the mistress of the Si family, I will ensure that Si Moyan divorces Wen Yan, allowing you to assume the role of the eldest young madam. A smile spread across Song Qingyu's face. Mother, can you truly control old Master Si? Indeed. Wen Yu has provided me with a secret weapon. From now on, old Master Si will heed my every command. If I point east, he shall not dare venture west. Song Qingyu's smile deepened. That is splendid. I can hardly wait to witness Wen Yan's downfall as a discarded wife of high society. Once Si Moyan is divorced from her, you must also teach me how to control a man. I wish to have Si Moyan obey me as well. No problem. The Si family shall belong to us. Mother and daughter. Before Song Ma could finish her words, Song Qingyu's expression abruptly changed in the video. Mother, behind you. Upon seeing Song Qingyu's terror-stricken pupils, Song Ma turned around. In that moment, the skin on her scalp seemed to sizzle with fear. A dark-patterned giant python loomed ominously behind her, its glistening black eyes fixed intently upon her. The long serpent tongue hissed ominously. Song Ma was immediately covered in goosebumps. Her complexion drained of color as her teeth chattered in terror. She recognized this as the black-tailed python raised by Si Jinqing, which typically resided in his villa and never ventured out. This monstrous creature consumed 10 chickens per meal, its appetite staggering. Although it had lost its ferocity over time and posed no real threat, its sheer size at the foot of her bed was utterly terrifying. Throughout her life, Song Ma had harbored the deepest fear of snakes. Without time to utter another word to Song Qingyu, she hastily ended the video call and attempted to flee. However, upon reaching the doorway, the python's tail swept through the air, ensnaring her and tossing her onto the bed. Song Ma was paralyzed with fear, her very soul trembling. Why had the snake raised by Si Jinqing come after her? Get away. Leave me be, she cried, struggling to break free, but the python tightened its grip, extending its tongue to lick her face. With a blood-curdling scream, Song Ma's spirit shattered. Help! Someone, save me. Yet, no one came to her aid. The python coiled around her, refusing to let her escape. Terrified, she did not dare to push or bite back. Her fear ultimately rendered her unconscious. Meanwhile, Old Master Si and Si Jingyi quietly observed this scene from outside the window. Old Master Si's hair stood on end. The witchcraft was potent enough to ensnare even the python. Had it not been for the ability to hear his eldest granddaughter-in-law's thoughts, he might have already fallen prey to it. At his advanced age, he could hardly withstand such turmoil. How fortunate he was to have narrowly avoided death's door. I have treated Song Ma well. How dare she betray me? Such an ungrateful wretch cannot remain in the Si family. However, he need not personally dismiss her. Song Ma would likely resign of her own accord by morning. Sure enough, the next day, a pale-faced Song Ma approached Old Master Si to tender her resignation. He did not attempt to dissuade her. Believing that escaping to her own home would ensure the python's absence, she secured all doors and windows, intending to enjoy a peaceful sleep. Yet, in the dead of night, she felt something licking her. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a gaping maw. Ah! Song Ma was struck by a stroke of terror, collapsing onto the bed. Meanwhile, Wen Yan returned to the Si household that afternoon, having no classes. Upon her arrival, Si Moyan emerged from the car carrying a large package. Wen Yan blinked curiously. Darling, what did you buy? Your best friend, he replied. Wen Yan paused for a moment before comprehending, her mouth agape in disbelief. Darling, you didn't buy an inflatable doll out of youthful impulsiveness, did you? His suggestion that she befriend an inflatable doll was simply too absurd. Si Moyan's movements faltered slightly. Madam Si, what do you take me for? I am not that sort of person. Did you not say it was my best friend? After bringing the package into the villa, Si Moyan opened it before Wen Yan's eyes. Oh, it turns out to be a best friend machine, not an inflatable companion. He gently tapped her on the head with his long fingers. Next time, try not to let your imagination run wild. Wen Yan was quite pleased with the best friend machine Si Moyan had purchased for her. From now on, she could follow along with its beauty, skincare, and fashion tips, and could watch her favorite shows and videos at any time. Song Ma was in a state of shock. While Wen Yan was engrossed in the best friend machine, she heard Si Moyan's voice and couldn't help but smile. I heard from grandfather that Song Ma was preparing to cast witchcraft on him. Grandfather noticed and cleverly turned the tables, feeding the witchcraft-laden soup to the python. Wen Yan suddenly recalled that Si Moyan was attending a business banquet that evening, and Wen Yu had planned for her best friend, Miao Julan, to personally cast witchcraft on him. If successful, Si Moyan would develop feelings for Miao Julan, becoming devoted to her henceforth. A cold smile crept across Wen Yan's lips. To attempt to steal my man, when you must be quite audacious. She may play the novice, but I shall not hesitate to retaliate. As long as I remain unscrupulous, no one can bind me. Wen Yan approached Si Moyan, affectionately wrapping her arm around his. Darling, do you need a female companion for the business banquet tonight? Si Moyan regarded her with dark, penetrating eyes. You wish to accompany me as my partner? Wen Yan smiled radiantly. Is that permissible? Of course, it would be my honor. Grandson, I shall accompany you as well. Old Master Si emerged from the tea room. Me too. Si Jingyi and Si Yu chimed in unison. By the way, second brother, how have you and Qinghuan been lately? Shall we prepare gifts and formally propose? Old Master Si inquired. Si Jingyi's lips twitched slightly. Grandfather, Qinghuan and I have only just begun dating. Do not frighten her. Even if you do not propose, at least invite her over for a meal. That is a possibility. You must take precautions. Do not let her become pregnant before marriage. If a child is to be born, she must be given a proper title. Grandfather, I understand. If Qinghuan is willing, I shall promptly provide her with a title, but for now, she simply wishes to date. Old Master Si chose to say no more. As long as he was not single, anything was acceptable. Meanwhile, at the Wen family home, when you presented a photograph of Si Moyan to Miao Jilan, once you become the eldest young madam of the Si family, you will have substantial financial backing to seek revenge for your kin. This plan must succeed. Failure is not an option. Song Ma unexpectedly placed a curse upon a giant python, resulting in herself being so frightened that she suffered a stroke and became paralyzed. It truly seems that age has rendered her ineffective. This time, Miao Jilan personally took charge, ensuring that no mistakes would occur. Wen Yan was initially a mere pawn in the hands of her and Gu Beichen. However, now that this pawn had betrayed them, they were left with no choice but to seek another. As long as Miao Jilan could control Si Moyan, the Si family would inevitably become their possession. Upon seeing a photograph of Si Moyan, Miao Jilan's gaze sharpened instantly. Having lived for 20 years, she had never encountered a man so strikingly handsome and charismatic. His dark, narrow eyes were deep and enigmatic, stirring an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Yeah, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. The Wen family attended a commercial gala alongside Miao Jilan. Upon their arrival, the Si family was already present at the event. Miao Jilan immediately spotted the distinguished Si Moyan, consciously ignoring Wen Yan beside him. Yeah, that Mr. Si is even more handsome and charming in person than in the photographs. Wen Yu nodded in agreement. Were it not for her relationship with Gu Beichen, she might have found herself captivated by Si Moyan. Yet, regardless of his good looks, he was reputed to have a short life ahead of him. Jilan, how do you intend to administer the curse to Si Moyan? Miao Jilan smirked slightly. I have my methods. Chapter 158. The plan takes shape. A splendid show is about to commence. Wen Yan noticed the expression on Miao Jilan's face as she looked at Si Moyan. Miao Jilan is determined to succeed. After all, she has invested so much effort into nurturing that curse, naturally understanding her master's intentions. There is no need to poison his food or drink. As long as she comes into contact with him, the cursed insect will burrow into his skin. The speed at which it enters is akin to that of a rocket. No matter how formidable a person may be, they cannot obstruct it. The elder Si and his companion shuddered, goosebumps rising on their skin. Only Si Moyan remained unfazed, his expression cold and austere. Eldest, are you not worried at all? Si Moyan's thin, crimson lips were pressed tightly together as he spoke in a low, chilling voice. With your granddaughter's possessiveness, would she allow me to be controlled by another? The elder Si and his companions suddenly understood. Wen Yan was aware that her conquest was still incomplete. She could not allow Si Moyan to become enamored with another woman. With this thought in mind, they all breathed a sigh of relief. When you led Miao Jilan towards the Si family. Hello, grandpa, brother-in-law. The elder Si and Si Moyan completely ignored Wen Yu. Despite this, she maintained a smile, reminding them that the Wen and Si families were connected by marriage and any misunderstandings could be resolved through conversation. By the way, Grandpa Si, my friend here, is a Miao doctor. She has some ointments that work wonders for rheumatism and leg pain. I'll make sure to bring some for you. No matter what Wen Yu said, the Si family remained indifferent. Wen Yu's smile faltered slightly, and she exchanged a glance with Miao Jilan. Miao Jilan feigned instability, leaning toward Si Moyan. However, Si Moyan did not graciously catch her. Instead, he took a few steps back. Miao Jilan only brushed against his sleeve. Yet that was sufficient. Once she regained her balance, Miao Jilan nodded at Wen Yu. Wen Yu found an excuse and led Miao Jilan away. Did it work? Wen Yu asked eagerly. Miao Jilan nodded. When I make my move, success is a certainty. The thought of that cold, austere man soon becoming hers filled her with exhilaration and joy. Wen Yu couldn't help but smile. Wen Yan, your husband is about to betray you. Let us see how long you can revel in your triumph. Wen Yu took out her phone, eager to share the delightful news with Gu Beichen. Once Si Moyan was under Miao Jilan's control, everything concerning the Si family would belong to her and Gu Beichen. After Wen Yu and Miao Jilan had distanced themselves, the elder Si immediately seized Si Moyan's arm, inquiring, Eldest grandson, do you feel any discomfort? Si Moyan's black eyes glinted. You may doubt my capabilities, but you must trust your granddaughter-in-law. Wen Yan would not have knocked Miao Jilan's handbag to the ground without reason. The true cursed insect must have been swapped out. Wen Yan stood at the restroom door, opening the exquisite little box in her hand. Inside, a minuscule cursed insect, as thin as a hair, writhed. To the naked eye, it was nearly imperceptible. Wen Yan, you truly are here. A furious voice erupted. Wen Yan lifted her eyelids, and as she had anticipated, her parents had come looking for her. That dear antler grass had already sown seeds of resentment in their hearts. Wen Yan raised an eyebrow. Mr. Wen, Mrs. Wen, is there something you need from me? Unfilial daughter. She had dared to address them as Mr. and Mrs. Wen. However, since her parents had never treated Wen Yan as their own daughter, her omission of the term father and mother seemed to ease their discomfort. Wen Yan, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Why did you give the dear antler grass to your in-laws? Do you truly believe Si Moyan has feelings for you? He married you with reluctance, stating he would divorce you after a year. You've poured your heart into him, yet you will inevitably be cast aside. Mr. Wen glared at Wen Yan, unable to fathom how his own daughter could be so foolish. Mrs. Wen, recalling the humiliation suffered at the Si family's house a few days prior and the near bankruptcy of the Wen family, was even more enraged. Without the support of her maternal family, she would not know how she might meet her end. Wen Yan curled her lips. Mrs. Wen, it seems you are the one in dire straits. Thinking of the taste of dog excrement made Mrs. Wen's stomach churn. Wen Yan, how dare you speak to your mother that way? It seems you are in need of a lesson. Mr. Wen raised his hand and swung it forcefully towards Wen Yan's face. Wen Yan snorted coldly. Did he think she was still the original? Did they believe they could strike her at will? Before Mr. Wen's slap could land, Wen Yan had already seized his wrist. Mr. Wen was taken aback by her strength. His slender fingers were gripped tightly, rendering him immobile. With a cold smile, Wen Yan released his hand. As Mr. Wen rubbed his wrist, he suddenly felt a slight sting, as if pricked by a needle. He glanced at his wrist. There was a small cut, as though something had scratched him. It must have been Wen Yan's nails. Unless you return the dear antler grass, you can forget about ever recognizing us again. Wen Yan scoffed. Mr. Wen, have you suffered from a developmental delay in your brain? When have I ever cared about claiming you as my kin? If you have the guts, go ahead and publicly sever ties with me tomorrow. If you don't, even if you die, I will still attend your funeral. Mr. Wen was nearly infuriated to death by Wen Yan's words. This unfilial daughter had become so sharp-tongued. Wen Yan had no desire to engage further with Mr. and Mrs. Wen. As she prepared to leave, Mrs. Wen called out to her, Wen Yan, if you cannot keep your man, then you ought to gracefully relinquish the position of Mrs. Si. Wen Yan curled the corners of her lips. Mrs. Wen's implication was clear. If she couldn't hold on to her man, she should yield her rightful place to another woman? That goes without saying. Wen Yan nodded. All right, Madam Wen. You must remember this phrase. As she watched Wen Yan's departing silhouette, Madam Wen felt a twinge of curiosity. Was there a hidden meaning behind Wen Yan's words? She sought out Wen Yu. Yeah, how is the situation progressing? Mother, it's going smoothly. Once Wen Yan witnesses Si Moyan's betrayal, she will surely deliver the dear antler grass to you. Madam Wen cast a glance towards Si Moyan, who, after exchanging a few words with the Si family, exited the banquet hall. Wen Yu promptly urged Miao Jilan to act. The effect of the heart-binding curse would manifest swiftly. The mother and child curses had to consummate within an hour to establish the most intimate bond. The thought of Wen Yan soon witnessing the scene of Si Moyan and Miao Jilan entwined in passion stirred a tempest within Wen Yu. Chapter 159. The door to the lounge swung open, revealing a captivating scene within. Wen father, upon noticing Miao Jilan's departure, instinctively followed her figure. His gaze inexplicably fervent. It felt as though an unseen force compelled him, leading him to pursue her without conscious thought. Meanwhile, Wen Mother was engaged in conversation with Wen Yu and remained oblivious to Wen Father's unusual demeanor. Miao Jiulan entered the lounge designated by Wen Yu, and just as she pushed the door open, a pair of hands reached from behind to envelop her. The mother curse within her sensed the proximity of the child curse. Exhibiting an unusual excitement. "Mr. Si, you've come." She turned to see the man who held her tightly. However, upon recognizing him, she was momentarily taken aback. It was not Si Moyan but rather Wen Jianshan. Miao Jiulan's pupils contracted as she reached out, attempting to push Wen Jianshan away. "Uncle Wen, why are you here?" Wen Jianshan gazed at the beautiful woman in his arms, a surge of blood rushing through him. Having been married to Wen Mother for over 20 years and often labeled as henpecked, he had never strayed. It was not that he lacked desire, but rather that he feared Wen Mother's fiery temperament. Yet now, the warmth of the woman in his embrace made it difficult to let go.
To him,
she resembled a celestial maiden from the Yao pool, igniting a fervor within his heart. He raised his leg and forcefully kicked the door shut. "Don't push me away. I adore you. I would give my life for you." He buried his face in the delicate curve of her neck, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, as reason succumbed to desire. Miao Jiulan sensed the shift in Wen Jianshan's demeanor, simultaneously aware of her own disquiet. If she had successfully placed the curse on Si Moyan, he should be the one drawn to her. Yet now, it was Wen Jianshan who seemed to long for her with an almost desperate intensity. In a flash, she recalled her handbag colliding with the ground due to Wen Yan's collision. Could it be that her curse had been swapped by Wen Yan? Had the one ensnared by the heart-binding curse become Wen Jianshan? The color drained from Miao Jiulan's face. To ensure Si Moyan's unwavering devotion, she had administered the most potent of curses. For 3 years it could not be undone. Not only would he be unable to leave her, but she too would be bound to the one cursed. Attempting to shove Wen Jianshan away, her hands, however, betrayed her, instinctively wrapping around his neck. She too craved his caresses. Gazing into the man's eyes, though he was in midlife, he was well-preserved and handsome, exuding the allure of a mature man, just barely appealing to her. Under the influence of the curse, Miao Jiulan ceased to resist, allowing him to carry her to the bed. "Lan, do you know who I am?" he asked. "You are Uncle Wen." Her soft, sweet voice completely unraveled Wen Jianshan. He grasped her chin and kissed her fiercely. Miao Jiulan, still youthful and imbued with a maiden's shyness, elicited an overwhelming desire in him to possess her entirely. Soon, the lounge resonated with the soft, seductive sounds of a woman. When you glanced at her watch, Miao Jiulan should have succeeded by now. It was time to witness the spectacle. Just then, she overheard Wen Yan inquiring about her husband's whereabouts. "Huh? Why haven't I seen my husband? Where has he gone for so long?" When you approached with a smile, "Sister, I saw brother-in-law heading towards the lounge earlier. Let me take you to find him." Wen Yan regarded Wen Yu. "Is that so? Then please lead us." The Si family members marveled at the level of performance displayed by the actress. Wen Yu lowered her long lashes, a glimmer of malicious delight flickering in her eyes. Wen Yan would surely be on the verge of tears upon witnessing her husband with another woman. Wen Yu was eager to witness that moment. If Wen Yan were to see Si Moyan and Miao Jiulan in a passionate embrace, it would likely drive her to madness. Unbeknownst to Wen Yu, as Wen Yan followed her, she discreetly sent a message. There would soon be a thrilling spectacle. It was far more enjoyable to share the joy of such gossip. Journalist Wen was about to enter. The Si family observed the sly smile curving Wen Yan's lips and silently offered 3 candles for the Wen family. Upon noticing Wen Yu leading Wen Yan and the Si family towards the lounge, Wen Mother seized the opportunity to invite several affluent ladies she was acquainted with, hoping to expose Si Moyan's infidelity to a larger audience. The Si family had nearly driven her Wen family to bankruptcy. This time, they must suffer a complete loss of face. "Shall we go to the lounge and play some cards?" suggested Wen Mother. The ladies nodded in agreement. "Sure. It's been a while since we played together." They followed behind Wen Yu. Wen Yu led them to the specified lounge, her smile barely contained. Once the door was pushed open, they would witness an unsightly scene. The expressions on Wen Yan and the Si family members would surely be priceless. Placing her fingers on the doorknob, she excitedly cracked the door open. Indeed, a woman's sultry voice floated out. That voice was unmistakable to anyone with even a modicum of experience. Everyone froze momentarily. Si Yu was unexpectedly covered by Si Jingyi's hand over her ears. "Little sister, you should leave. Don't come here." Si Yu refused to budge, her cheeks flushed as she glared at Si Jingyi. Second brother. I'm an adult now. I'm curious about who's in there. When you glanced at the innocent Si Yu, who else could be in there but your cold and austere elder brother? The other affluent ladies, led by Wen mother to another lounge, halted in their tracks upon hearing the voice. How could such a gathering have individuals engaged in such activities? Regardless of their noble status, everyone possessed a penchant for gossip. All eyes turned towards the narrow gap in the door. Yet, the opening was too small for those outside to see clearly, and someone even nudged Wen Yu. The door was pushed wide open. The couple within, caught in the throes of passion, seemed startled and instantly recoiled beneath the covers. Miao Julan turned her head back, her face flushed and dazed, capturing the attention of everyone present.
Oh.
Inside is my best friend and my brother-in-law, Si Moyan. Wen Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth in feigned astonishment. My best friend is still a pure maiden. Brother-in-law has taken her innocence. He must take responsibility. Few outside were aware of Si Moyan's marriage to Wen Yan, and now, applying pressure on the Si family would render them unable to evade their responsibilities easily. Inside are the CEO and Miss Wen's best friend? But I saw the CEO quite enamored with Wen Yan at the banquet. I thought they were a couple. When you glanced towards Wen Yan and the Si family sister, Grandfather Si, now my best friend and brother-in-law, are together. You must provide an explanation. We cannot let the innocent girl lose her purity without cause. The CEO surely will not shirk his responsibilities, right? Chapter 160, he had become deeply enamored with her, willing to give his life for her. When Mother stepped forward at the opportune moment, she approached Wen Yan, her expression heavy as she cast a gaze towards the several noble women present.
To speak candidly,
My daughter Wen Yan is wed to Si Moyan, though their marriage remains a secret, undisclosed to the outside world. Now, with Si Moyan openly betraying my daughter, the Si family must provide the Wen family with an explanation. After speaking, Wen's mother turned her gaze back to Wen Yan, her face filled with concern and compassion. Yan, do not worry. Your family will stand by your side and ensure you are not wronged. The smile within Wen Yan was nearly impossible to contain. Just as she was about to say something, a deep and chilling voice resonated. You won't allow my wife to be wronged, will you? Upon hearing Si Moyan's voice, both Wen's mother and Wen Yu turned abruptly. Si Moyan's tall and stern figure emerged from the adjoining lounge, impeccably dressed without a single wrinkle. He raised the phone in his large hand, his dark eyes fixated on Wen Yan. Mrs. Si, I was on a call next door. What is this? Someone accusing me of infidelity. If Si Moyan was not the one unfaithful, then who was the man in the room? Wen Yu and Wen's mother were momentarily at a loss. Wen Yan stepped forward, a smile brightening her face as she linked her arm with Si Moyan's. Some people mistake old socks for masks, seemingly not caring about their appearance. Wen Yu and Wen's mother both paled. Wen Yu was the first to respond. Brother-in-law? What are you doing here? Si Moyan's cold and piercing gaze fell upon her. If I am not here, where should I be? Wen Yu was momentarily stunned by Si Moyan's frigid demeanor. Wen Yan's smirk deepened. Wen Yu, did you not say that the man in there was my husband? The countenance of Wen Yu and Wen's mother darkened significantly. According to their initial plan, the man in the room was supposed to be Si Moyan. Did you conspire to place the blame on my husband? Alas, your plan did not unfold as intended, and I find myself curious as to who thwarted your scheme. Just as Wen Yan finished her words, a man's irritated voice echoed from the room. Do not disturb my precious time with my darling. All of you leave. The man's voice was laced with a heavy sensuality. Those unfamiliar with him might not discern it immediately, but Wen's mother, having lived with him for over 20 years, recognized it instantly. Wen Jianshan. No, this cannot be true. Wen Jianshan, who has always cherished her, would never betray her. Wen's mother inhaled deeply, intending to lead the noble women away, when the man's voice rang out once more. Darling, you surpass my elderly wife by a mile. I shall cherish you from now on. A thunderclap resounded in Wen's mother's mind, leaving her in utter shock. Elderly wife. Wen Jianshan actually insulted me as an elderly woman? Blood surged to her head, and she lost her composure, striding forward to throw off the covers from the entwined figures. Two naked forms appeared before everyone. Si Moyan instinctively covered Wen Yan's eyes, pulling her into his embrace. Do not look, it's filthy. Wen Yan leaned against the solid expanse of the man's chest, inhaling the refreshing scent that brought her solace. She truly wished to avoid witnessing such an unsightly scene. Si Yu was similarly shielded from view by Si Jingyi. The old patriarch of the Si family stroked his white beard, clearing his throat. A seasoned bull indulging in tender grass. What a wild affair. The last sliver of hope within Wen's mother shattered completely. It was indeed Wen Yan. Her ears buzzed as if swarms of bees had invaded them. Not only was Wen's mother stunned, but Wen Yu was as well. She could scarcely fathom that it was her father who had bedded Miao Jilan. Despite Miao Jilan successfully casting a spell on Si Moyan, why was it her father who ended up in bed with Miao Jilan? Wen Yu's mind felt as though it would explode, a chill creeping down her spine. Why did all her plans fail when faced with Wen Yan and the Si family? She was supposed to be the protagonist, the center of this world. This was beyond explosive. They had gathered everyone to catch a cheating spouse, only to find it was her own husband. Si Jingyi was the type to revel in the chaos. The old patriarch of the Si family chimed in. Did you all see that? Wen Yan was caught in the act, and he shows no fear, his eyes fixed on the mistress. Wen's mother, regaining her senses, trembled with rage. Recently, Miao Jilan had been living with the Wen family, treated like a goddaughter by her and Wen Yan. How could she commit such shameless acts? Wen's mother longed to rip Miao Jilan's face apart. You little hussy, how dare you? You are Yeya's friend. We have treated you well, yet you seduce my husband. You deserve to die. Grabbing Miao Jilan by her hair, Wen's mother yanked her from the bed. Miao Jilan clutched the blanket around herself, unable to escape Wen's mother's grasp, and soon received a slap across her face. Tears welled in Miao Jilan's eyes as she looked at the furious Wen's mother, unsure of how to explain. Madam, believe it or not, this was never my intention. Wen's mother glared at the hickeys on Miao Jilan's neck and her swollen lips, nearly bursting with fury. Why must you seduce my man? Have you lost your mind? Watch me tear your alluring face apart. Just as Wen's mother was about to strike Miao Jilan, a hand reached out, firmly gripping her wrist. Are you done making a scene? Wen Yan, regaining some clarity, realized he had slept with Miao Jilan. A mix of panic and excitement surged within him. Upon seeing Wen Yan defend Miao Jilan, Wen's mother's eyes turned red with rage. How dare you protect this hussy? Wen Yan, do you even care about me? Wen Yan glanced at the crowd gathered at the door, his brows furrowing. Let us not make a scene. We can discuss this later and avoid becoming a laughingstock. Wen's mother had completely lost her mind. She yanked her hand back and lunged at Miao Jilan again. You wretched creature. You will not have a good end. Miao Jilan instinctively sought refuge in Wen Jianshan's arms, her eyes brimming with tears as she softly called out, Uncle Wen. The term Uncle Wen made Wen Jianshan's heart flutter. He immediately crouched down, enveloping Miao Jilan in his embrace, only for Wen's mother's slap to land on his cheek. The fierce and aggressive Wen's mother stood in stark contrast to the frail and innocent Miao Jilan. Wen Jianshan, tenderly protective, forcefully pushed Wen's mother away. Try to lay a finger on Miao Jilan again and see what happens. Wen's mother felt her heart shatter. Wen Jianshan, are you smitten with her? Did you two start an affair while she was living in the Wen household? Wen Jianshan gazed at the delicate woman in his arms, his eyes darkening as an unfamiliar thrill coursed through him. He was utterly captivated by Miao Jilan, willing to give her his life. Madam, Miss Miao is an untouched maiden. Did you not say that whoever sleeps with her must take responsibility and relinquish the position of the legitimate wife? Wen Yan chimed in with a smile. Chapter 161. Difficult to accept. He actually suggested a divorce. Wen's mother was already on the brink of despair, and Wen Yan's words only fanned the flames. A metallic taste surged in her throat. Wen Jianshan is your father. If he is unfaithful, you not only refuse to assist me but also suggest I step aside for another woman. What are your true intentions? Wen Yan blinked her beautiful eyes innocently. Did you not say that yourself, Madam Wen? Wen's mother's face turned a deep shade of anger, her vision blurring. You ungrateful daughter. When did I ever say such a thing? Wen Yan leisurely took out her phone, playing a recording. Wen Yan, if you cannot keep your man, then obediently relinquish the position of Mrs. C. Was the implication that if one could not keep their man, they must yield the position of the legitimate wife to another woman? Of course. Wen's mother's eyes widened in disbelief. You scheming little harlot. The onlookers at the door began to grasp the unfolding drama. Previously, when you mentioned that her close friend had an affair with CEO could it be that tonight's original design was meant for CEO but due to unforeseen circumstances, it ended up being Wen Jianshan? This truly is a case of reaping what one sows. When you stood at the doorway of the lounge, her body swaying precariously, looking as though she might collapse at any moment, she was genuinely taken aback. She never would have imagined that the man in Miao Jilan's bed would turn out to be her father. I observe that Mr. Wen is quite fond of Miss Miao. Since Mrs. Wen is reluctant to relinquish her position as the legitimate wife, why not have Miss Miao as the second wife? You two can simply refer to each other as sisters in the future, suggested Wen Yan earnestly. Mrs. Wen's blood boiled, and she retorted, silence. I will not agree. Her trembling finger pointed at Wen Jianshan. I know you were set up, but as long as you cease all contact with her from now on, I can swallow this humiliation. Before Mrs. Wen could finish her words, Wen Jianshan tightened his embrace around Miao Jilan. I can't part with her. If you refuse to accept her as the second wife, we will divorce. Divorce? Hearing those words escape Wen Jianshan's lips sent Mrs. Wen into a near breakdown. For over 20 years, he had been obedient to her, embodying the ideal husband. After bearing him children, was this the outcome she deserved? She would never agree to a divorce. Wen Jianshan, unless I die, that woman will forever remain a hidden mistress. Wen Jianshan looked at Mrs. Wen, whose face twisted with rage, and frowned in discontent. Only those who are unloved are mistresses. Mrs. Wen was nearly driven to her grave by anger. Wen Jianshan had truly lost all sense of shame. After a single night with Miao Jilan, he no longer cared for his reputation. With gritted teeth, Mrs. Wen lost control of her reason and clawed at Wen Jianshan's face. At that moment, reporter Wang arrived just in time to capture the scene of the couple's brawl over the mistress. That very night, he hastily crafted and released a news article online. The Wen family was instantly engulfed in scandal, and by the next day's market opening, their stocks began to plummet. After finally stabilizing the economic crisis, they now faced the imminent threat of collapse once more. The atmosphere in the Wen household grew somber, shrouded in a thick fog of despair. When you gazed at her weeping mother, her brow furrowed. Mom, I asked Miao Jilan, and she said that the love charm was swapped by my sister. It was likely my sister who placed that charm on Dad. Mrs. Wen recalled the events of the previous night, remembering her and Wen Jianshan's encounter with Wen Yan at the bathroom door. It was indeed Wen Yan, who was truly wicked. With bloodshot eyes, Mrs. Wen felt an urge to eliminate Wen Yan. When you equally seethed with indignation. Mom, if it weren't for my sister's scheming, you and Dad wouldn't be in this predicament. Dad is currently under the charm's control. As soon as he awakens, his heart will return to you. Mrs. Wen grasped Wen Yu's hand tightly. Yeah. You must have Miao Jilan remove the charm from your father's body. As long as they cease their interactions from now on, I will not hold her responsible. Wen Yu's brows knitted together. Mom, that charm has been nurtured by Miao Jilan for years. It cannot be removed without risking Dad's life. Mrs. Wen felt darkness clouding her vision. Are you suggesting that I must watch your father love another woman for 3 whole years? How could I possibly endure that? Just the thought of catching them in bed together the previous night made her want to vomit blood. Mom, Dad's current state is all my sister's doing. If she hadn't swapped the charms, none of this would have happened. Mrs. Wen clenched her teeth, realizing her sister was indeed a curse upon their family. I should never have accepted her back. When Yiheng returned from outside, having overheard the conversation between Mrs. Wen and Wen Yu, a complex expression flashed in his eyes. Was Wen Yan really the bane of their family? Was it not their intention to set up Si Moyan last night, aiming for Wen Yan to become a discarded wife? Even if Wen Yan had caused their father to fall under the charm, it was merely a countermeasure. How could they now place the entire blame on Wen Yan? Most crucially, all these harmful schemes had originated from Wen Yu. Last night, he had been summoned by Lucy to a hotel, enduring various torments. If this continued, he would eventually perish at her hands. Had it not been for Wen Yu constantly praising Lucy, he would never have become so infatuated. Was Wen Yu truly their family savior? Mom, if Wen Yan is indeed a curse, then why is the Si family thriving after she married into it? Upon hearing Wen Yiheng's words, both Mrs. Wen and Wen Yu were momentarily taken aback. Wen Yu glared at Wen Yiheng, who was defending Wen Yan. Second brother. My sister has sided with the Si family, leading our family to this state. How can you speak on her behalf? Mrs. Wen shot a furious glare at Wen Yiheng. Are you out of your mind? Wen Yiheng scoffed. Am I out of my mind? Is Miao Jilan not Ye's close friend? If it weren't for Ye's suggestion to seek revenge, we would not have been targeted by Wanya Bank. If it weren't for Ye's idea to use the charm to control Si Moyan, Dad wouldn't have fallen under its influence. Every crisis our family faces is instigated by Ye. With that, Wen Yiheng turned to Wen Yu. Aya, are you intent on destroying our Wen family? Wen Yu's pupils constricted violently, an icy sensation of despair enveloping her. How could Wen Yan doubt her intentions? Every action she took was for the good of the Wen family. She simply hadn't anticipated that Wen Yan would become so clever and formidable. Wen Yu immediately knelt before Mrs. Wen, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head. Mom, I did not. Everything I did was for the sake of our family. Mrs. Wen embraced Wen Yu, glaring furiously at Wen Yan.
How can you speak to your sister like that?
In this world, no one has a wicked heart. Ye could never. Wen Yan fell silent, dragging his weary body upstairs in exhaustion. The gossip surrounding the Wen family left Wen Yan feeling like a target in a field of melons. The first wife is loathsome. The second wife is delightful. The third wife as excrement could be brewed into soup. The Wen family scandal is now trending online. Wen Jianshan is still entangled with Miao Jiulan in a hotel. Ha ha ha, it somewhat resembles the oblivious antics of Sun Dang and the madman, unaware of the world's realities. Chapter 162, The Tormenting Little Sprite. The members of the Si family lounged on the living room sofa, munching on seeds while indulging in gossip. The Wen family was starting to decline, sighed old Master Si. Si Jingyi snorted. They deserve it. They mistook fish eyes for pearls, constantly looking down on our sister-in-law. This is their retribution. Si Yu concurred. Sister-in-law has never actively harmed them. It has always been their intent to harm her first. Wen Yan sat on a swing in the backyard, oblivious to the Si family's discussions, engrossed in the gossip within the system.
Wow.
Wen Jianshan actually brought Miao Jiulan back to the Wen family villa. He confronted Mrs. Wen directly, insisting on keeping Miao Jiulan in the Wen family, wanting them to coexist amicably. Mrs. Wen was so furious she nearly vomited blood. This is truly a case of karmic retribution. Wen Yan hummed a cheerful tune, feeling quite pleased. However, before long, she was bothered by the incessant notifications from her phone. Wen Yan picked up her phone to take a look. A message from an unknown number had arrived. I am Miao Jiulan's senior brother, Miao Daoxing. You must have heard of my great name. You designed a scheme against my junior sister and Wen Jianshan. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Why aren't you responding? Are you afraid? I hear you can tell fortunes. If you're brave enough, come live on a show and duel with me. Wen Yan furrowed her brow. Miao Daoxing? Recently, there had been a live-stream fortune-telling variety show where Miao Daoxing stood out among hundreds of contestants, accurately predicting fortunes and gaining immense popularity. Wen Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had no intention of engaging in a duel with this person out of sheer boredom. However, the next second, he sent a message that piqued her interest. I predict that you are not from this world. Wen Yan raised an eyebrow. Aha, this person actually possesses some skill. Wen Yan replied to a message. Afraid of you? Daring to provoke me is akin to kicking a pile of cotton. Shortly thereafter, Miao Daoxing responded. Next Friday, let's meet in the live broadcast room. With the capabilities of a Si family, you should be able to be a guest star for an episode. Stretching lazily, Wen Yan rose from the swing and made her way to Si Moyan's study on the second floor. She did not knock, but simply pushed the door open. The man inside the study, taken aback by her sudden entrance, hastily clicked his mouse, seemingly exiting a screen he deemed inappropriate for her eyes. Wen Yan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Although the man still wore his usual cold and stoic demeanor, she detected a hint of guilt in the depths of his piercing gaze. Darn it, let it be destroyed. Could it be that Si Bingshan is secretly browsing inappropriate content online behind my back? Si Moyan's handsome face darkened. His pitch-black eyes bore into her as he commanded, Yan Yan, come here. Wen Yan approached him, casting a glance at the computer screen. Indeed, he had exited from something he believed she should not see. Honey, are you engaging in mischief behind my back? Si Moyan grasped her wrist with his large hand, pulling her to sit on his lap. He naturally encircled her slender waist, barely fitting in his grasp. I am not engaging in mischief. I am designing something for you.
A surprise.
Her curiosity piqued when Yan exclaimed, Oh, I want to know now. I cannot tell you yet. Revealing it would spoil the surprise. Ugh. He is truly a tormenting little imp right now. Si Moyan picked up an iPad from the desk and asked in a husky voice. Have you read any novels on this? Suddenly, Wen Yan remembered that after finishing a novel on the iPad, she had forgotten to delete her reading history. Instinctively, she reached for the iPad, but the man lifted it high, a barely perceptible smile playing on his handsome face. What novel are you reading? Quite explicit, isn't it? The essence of a good story lies in its boldness. But does he follow my reading history as well?
Ah.
I can hardly imagine a cold and austere CEO indulging in such tales. Would he become flushed with excitement, restless, and rushed to the restroom? Realizing what she was about to think next, Si Moyan firmly grasped her chin, leaned down, and kissed her deeply. The crisp, faintly minty scent invaded Wen Yan's senses, captivating her taste buds and respiratory system. She pressed her fingertips against his chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The intertwining of their lips left a rosy hue upon Wen Yan's fair cheeks. She discovered that this man's kissing technique had improved significantly. "Honey, have you been learning kissing skills from the male protagonist in those stories?" Si Moyan remained noncommittal. Wen Yan, gazing into his profound eyes that seemed to threaten to engulf her, could not help but smile. The male lead in those stories submits his homework daily after class. Sometimes. That's 7 classes a night. Si Moyan paused for a few seconds, finally comprehending the implications of her words. She had taken the discussion to another level. He kissed her forehead, his voice low and husky. "Not yet, but in the future, as you wish, I will submit my homework daily." Wen Yan felt speechless. How could a grown man be so reserved? Was she to believe that after their union, he would run away? On the weekend, Wen Yan agreed to accompany Lu Yunru from Hong Kong to her mother-in-law's birthday banquet. Si Moyan and Old Master Si accompanied her. Si Jingyi helped Wen Yan communicate regarding a fortune-telling live show and could not join them. They traveled by helicopter to Shin City and then proceeded by car to the hotel hosting the Zhao family's banquet. After driving for a while, they suddenly found themselves stuck in traffic. Wen Yan glanced at her watch. The banquet had already begun. A sense of foreboding crept over her as she checked the system to delve deeper into Lu Yunru's recent life. Oh no, the red string I entrusted to Lu Yunru. Why isn't she wearing it? It seems Lu Yunru's recent changes have raised suspicions with old lady Zhao and Zhao Hongliang. The night before, Zhao Hongliang personally cooked her dinner and sweet-talked her, causing her to soften and believe her husband hadn't entirely forsaken her. Little did she know, he had slipped sleeping pills into her soup. After that meal, she fell into a deep slumber, and her husband and mother-in-law cut off the red string on her wrist and discarded it. Upon waking, she became dazed and her health deteriorated further, while her mother-in-law regained her vigor. Her son Zhao Yu only cares about Li Qianqian and her daughter, completely ignoring his mother's condition, while her husband and mother-in-law conspire to wait for her demise to bring Li Qianqian and her daughter into the household. Time is running out. Less than 10 minutes remain before the bowing ceremony begins. If we can't arrive in time, Lu Yunru may collapse right there. Such malice from Lu Yunru as husband and mother-in-law. To devise a scheme that could lead to her untimely death without raising suspicions among the guests, it's infuriating. Wen Yan surveyed the long line of traffic ahead, feeling somewhat helpless. If they truly couldn't make it, there was nothing more she could do. That would be Lu Yunru's fate. Si Moyan's dark eyes glimmered with determination. "Don't worry, I have a way to get you there immediately." Chapter 163. The Bowing Ceremony. She arrives just in time to expose the truth. Si Moyan made a phone call, and soon, a sleek motorcycle was delivered. He handed Wen Yan a black helmet.
"Get on, I'll take you there."
Unable to suppress a whistle, Wen Yan exclaimed, "Wow, how cool." Old Master Si, in a frenzy, interjected, "What about me?" Si Moyan glanced at the old man, his voice cold. "You wait in the car. Get another one for me. I'll ride over myself." The response was the roaring sound of the motorcycle speeding away. Old Master Si's beard bristled in indignation. What a wretched creature, prioritizing beauty over an elder. The motorcycle seat was quite narrow, with Wen Yan pressed closely against Si Moyan. She wrapped her arms around his slim waist, inhaling the crisp, cedar-like scent emanating from him. His riding skills were impressive, weaving through traffic with grace, akin to a soaring dragon. He leaned slightly forward, his long neck and broad back exuding the steadiness and charm of a mature man. As he accelerated, they narrowly missed several vehicles, sending a thrill of excitement coursing through Wen Yan's heart. Being with him always brought an exhilarating freshness and excitement. At the Hong Kong hotel, the birthday banquet for old lady Zhao was in full swing. Dressed in a qipao and wearing a mask, the silver-haired old lady Zhao sat in a wheelchair. Zhao Hongliang and Zhao Yu pushed the wheelchair, with Madame Zhao following closely behind. Guests noticed that both old lady Zhao and Madame Zhao were masked. Zhao Hongliang explained, "My mother and wife have caught a chill and are worried about infecting the guests." The elderly lady in the wheelchair appeared frail, her eyes vacant and her illness severe. Madame Zhao nodded in acknowledgement, confirming her illness. According to the banquet's proceedings, it soon became time for the younger generation to bow to their elders. Old lady Zhao was wheeled to the center of the stage, with Zhao Hongliang, Madame Zhao, and Zhao Yu standing before her. As the host announced the beginning of the bowing ceremony, all three knelt down. However, as Madame Zhao lowered her head for the first bow, the elderly lady in the wheelchair suddenly erupted into a violent cough. The guests, unaware of the gravity of the situation, assumed it was merely her illness acting up. As Madame Zhao prepared for the second bow, old Lady Zhao unexpectedly coughed up blood, staining her mask with a crimson hue. Mr. Zhao, the old lady seems to be in poor condition. Should you take her to the hospital? A guest suggested. Zhao Hongliang nodded, stating that once he finished the final bow, he would escort his mother to the hospital. The guests praised Mr. Zhao's family for their filial piety. In contemporary birthday banquets, it was rare for younger generations to bow to their elders, yet the Zhao family adhered to this venerable tradition. The exemplary devotion of Zhao Laotai's children, daughter-in-law, and grandson reflected her commendable upbringing, and such a virtuous elder deserved to live a long life. Just as Mrs. Zhao prepared to bow for the third time, a foot suddenly intruded, causing her forehead to collide with it. Mrs. Zhao was momentarily stunned, as were the guests below, who gazed in bewilderment at the young woman who had rushed onto the scene. The woman was strikingly beautiful, adorned in a black leather jacket and tight pants, exuding a bold and captivating aura. Who are you? Mrs. Zhao expressed her displeasure, as her third bow was disrupted. Wen Yan smirked coldly. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I am about to expose your malevolence. Mrs. Zhao's eyes darkened as she turned to Zhao Hongliang. Liang, do you know her? Did you send her an invitation? Zhao Hongliang's expression turned grim, his brow furrowing. Miss, who permitted you to disrupt my mother's birthday celebration? He then looked at Mrs. Zhao, reassuringly stating, I will call security right away. Before Zhao Hongliang could summon security, Mrs. Tang and Wan Zixuan, who had come to attend the banquet, approached with joy. Miss Wen, you have arrived. Upon hearing the name Miss Wen, the dazed Zhao Laotai suddenly reacted, her eyes fixating on Wen Yan. She opened her mouth, attempting to articulate something, but her frailty rendered her speechless. Mr. Zhao, Miss Wen is a distinguished guest of mine, and Miss Wan's. We invited her here, Mrs. Tang declared, fully aware that Miss Wen's appearance signified impending revelations. While other guests remained oblivious to the Zhao family's peculiarities, she and Wan Zixuan had discerned the oddities. The family's actions were decidedly strange. Even after Zhao Laotai had coughed up blood during the bowing, they insisted on completing the third bow. Shouldn't they have prioritized taking their mother to the hospital? Moreover, why did Zhao Laotai's condition seem to deteriorate with each bow? Extraordinary circumstances often harbor hidden truths. With Mrs. Tang and Wan Zixuan vouching for Wen Yan, Zhao Hongliang felt compelled to refrain from forcibly removing her. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and spoke in a low, firm tone. Miss Wen, please do not disrupt our ritual of filial piety. I kindly ask you to step down and observe. Wen Yan coldly smirked. You wish to complete the final bow so that your wife, Lu Yunru, can perish on the spot? What? Zhao Hongliang's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at Wen Yan. The guests below shared his incredulity. What nonsense was this Miss Wen spouting? How could a birthday celebration be interrupted by such madness? To think that a few bows could lead to an immediate demise. Was she in a fantasy film? Aside from Si Moyan, only Mrs. Tang and Wan Zixuan believed that Wen Yan was speaking the truth. Zhao Hongliang quickly regained his composure, his anger boiling over. Miss Wen, if you continue to speak such nonsense, don't blame me for disregarding Mrs. Tang's and Miss Wan's presence and having you forcibly removed. Ignoring Zhao Hongliang, Wen Yan approached the woman in the wheelchair and abruptly tore off her mask. Zhao Hongliang attempted to intervene, but was too late. The aged face was exposed before the guests' eyes. Those who recognized Lu Yunru could see that this was indeed her, aged drastically. Yunru, is that you? Mrs. Tang inquired. The woman in the wheelchair gazed at Mrs. Tang with a dazed expression and slowly nodded. The crowd was once again stunned. Lu Yunru was only in her 40s. How could she appear to be in her 70s? Goodness, what on earth is happening? Miss Wen, if the woman in the wheelchair is Lu Yunru, then who is the Mrs. Zhao who just bowed? Wan Zixuan asked, puzzled. Wen Yan smirked and raised her delicate finger, slowly pointing at the woman beside Zhao Hongliang. This Mrs. Zhao, in fact, is. Zhao Hongliang's pupils constricted as he interrupted Wen Yan. Our Zhao family does not welcome you. Please leave immediately. He attempted to push Wen Yan off the stage, but in the next moment, a tall, imposing figure blocked his path. Try touching my wife, and you will regret it. Chapter 164. A shocking revelation. Evidence that stunned the crowd. Si Moyan stood before Wen Yan like a towering mountain. His handsome, yet cold demeanor exuded an imperial aura despite his youth. Zhao Hongliang's forceful push landed on Si Moyan, who remained unmoved. Zhao Hongliang locked eyes with Si Moyan, feeling a chill run down his spine from the latter's penetrating gaze. Wen Yan clung to Si Moyan's arm and peered around him. Mr. Zhao, what are you afraid of? Are you worried that everyone will discover that the person standing beside you is the true Zhao Laotai? Mrs. Tang and Wan Zishuan chimed in exactly. If your conscience is clear, remove the mask and let everyone see. Others were skeptical. Zhao Laotai is 70. How can her hair still be so dark and her skin appear so youthful? She doesn't resemble an elderly person at all. Lu Yunru had aged. While Zhao Laotai had seemingly become younger, this was too fantastical. The woman beside Mr. Zhao couldn't possibly be a mistress. Perhaps he had grown tired of Lu Yunru's aging and sought someone else? Mrs. Tang shook her head. I saw Lu Yunru just last week. She looked her normal age. How could she have aged so dramatically in such a short time? There must be something amiss. The woman beside Zhao Hongliang shot a venomous glare at Wen Yan. If it hadn't been for this woman's timely arrival, she would have successfully borrowed longevity from her daughter-in-law. Zhao Hongliang was unwilling to let the woman beside him remove her mask. Regaining his composure, he whispered, I will help you leave. Just as Zhao Hongliang was about to assist the woman away, Wen Yan was swift, yanking the mask off her face. The crowd gasped in shock at the sight of the woman. She was not Zhao Hongliang's mistress, but rather a drastically younger version of Zhao Laotai. Beside them, Zhao Yu's eyes widened. Grandma, you've become young. Zhao Hongliang and Zhao Laotai were both left in a state of disbelief and panic. Who exactly was this Miss Wen? And how did she know about their scheme? Zhao Laotai glared at Wen Yan with indignation. What does our Zhao family's affairs have to do with you? Mind your own business and leave at once. Wen Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. The bowing ceremony has yet to be completed. You should be more concerned about yourself. Suddenly, Zhao Laotai recalled the words of the profound master who had warned her that if the bowing ceremony was not completed, her body would age rapidly, potentially leading to a severe reduction in lifespan. Zhao Laotai attempted to kneel again, but Wen Yan's voice echoed like a haunting melody. Didn't the master tell you that the bowing ceremony must be completed in one breath, without interruption? Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash. As soon as Wen Yan's words fell, Zhao Laotai began to cough violently. Her appearance visibly deteriorated at an alarming rate. The guests stared wide-eyed, filled with incredulity. I had admired the Zhao family's familial atmosphere earlier. Now it feels like a slap in the face. An elderly woman attempting to borrow longevity from her daughter-in-law is exceedingly malevolent. Who would dare to become a Zhao family bride now? If one inadvertently offended them, would they seek to borrow lives from others? I will sever all ties with the Zhao family upon returning. We will have no further dealings. Me too. I will no longer associate with the Zhao family. Faced with the accusatory glances of the gathered guests, Zhao Hongliang and the elderly matriarch Zhao displayed visages of considerable distress. She is spouting nonsense. Don't believe her. Zhao Hongliang exclaimed, his composure unraveling as he shouted in protest. Observing the fury radiating from both Zhao Hongliang and the elderly Zhao, Wen Yan could not help but curl her lips in a faint smile. Was no one curious as to why Zhao Hongliang consented to his grandmother borrowing the longevity of his wife? The guests nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued. Could it be that Zhao Hongliang was indeed a mama's boy? Such a wicked creature, one that even a pack of dog catchers would spit upon. Retreat, retreat. Zhao Hongliang's complexion turned a mottled shade of purple. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bulging with fury. My mother has not borrowed longevity. If you possess evidence, Miss Wen, present it. If not, I shall send you a lawyer's letter. Wen Yan arched an eyebrow, remarking, when your mother kowtowed to Lu Yunru. Lu Yunru's health rapidly deteriorated. The ritual was not completed, and your mother aged before our very eyes. This is a matter witnessed by all. What further evidence do you require? Do you think everyone is blind? Both Madame Tang and Wan Zishuan nodded in unison, affirming, yes, we witnessed it with our own eyes. Zhao Hongliang gritted his teeth in frustration. Nonsense. Do you possess any substantial evidence? Wen Yan glanced at the elderly Zhao's ashen face and spoke with a clear, melodious tone. After the failed attempt at borrowing longevity, the elderly matriarch Zhao will surely face retribution within 3 days. The Zhao family ought to prepare for a funeral. Before Zhao Hongliang and the elderly Zhao could retort, she added, Zhao Hongliang is no mama's boy. The elderly Zhao is not his biological mother. Their true relationship is that of lovers. At her declaration, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Zhao Hongliang and the elderly Zhao felt as if their minds had exploded. How could this woman know so much? The first to react was Zhao Yu, who leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Wen Yan. What the hell are you saying? How could my grandmother and father possibly be lovers? My grandmother is over 20 years older than my father. If you continue to spout such nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Before Zhao Yu could finish, Si Moyan seized him by the collar and unceremoniously tossed him off the stage. You insolent youth! Dare to raise your voice in front of my wife again, and I shall not hesitate to silence you. Zhao Yu picked himself up from the ground, attempting to climb back onto the stage, but the icy glare of Si Moyan rendered him paralyzed with fear. She slanders my father and grandmother. She is a harlot. The other guests began to murmur amongst themselves, this is too outrageous. I refuse to believe it.
Indeed.
The Zhao family had been established in Harbor City for over 20 years, and during the time of the late patriarch Zhao, he and the elderly matriarch had appeared to share a deep affection. They had always presented themselves as a couple of integrity. In response to the crowd's skepticism, Wen Yan spoke with measured calmness. Zhao Hongliang's biological mother passed away during childbirth. From a young age, he lacked maternal love. When the late patriarch Zhao married the elderly matriarch, a youthful Zhao Hongliang took an immediate liking to her. The two engaged in numerous clandestine affairs behind the late patriarch Zhao's back. To ensure no one could contest Zhao Hongliang's inheritance, the elderly matriarch even aborted her child with the late patriarch. As the Zhao family's business flourished, they moved to Harbor City, where outsiders believed they were a traditional family. However, when the late patriarch Zhao suddenly fell ill and passed away, it was due to discovering their affair, which ultimately killed him from sheer rage. Naturally, as the elderly matriarch aged, Zhao Hongliang's affections waned. He was captivated by Lu Yunru when he married her, after all. Who does not favor youthful beauty? Yet, the lingering image of his first love remains fixed upon the elderly matriarch, and they have persistently sought ways to restore her youth. A year prior, they encountered a master, and Zhao Hongliang expended a fortune to learn the secret to rejuvenating the elderly matriarch, which was to borrow longevity through kowtowing. Each night at midnight, the elderly matriarch donned red garments and knelt at the door of Lu Yunru's bedroom, with today's longevity banquet being the final step. As long as she completed 3 bows, Lu Yunru would perish on the spot. With Wen Yan's revelations intensifying, Zhao Hongliang's nerves were on edge. A sense of panic gripped him, and his breathing quickened. This is sheer folly. How could I and the matriarch be lovers? It is preposterous. Wen Yan regarded Zhao Hongliang, whose forehead pulsed with veins, and smiled faintly. Mr. Zhao, I never speak without foundation. If you doubt me, please look at the screen. Suddenly, the large screen on the stage displayed an image that left all present utterly astounded. In a lavishly adorned bedroom, a woman embraced a man, seated upon his lap. Their lips pressed together in a kiss. The woman's sidelong glance directed at an elderly, frail woman in a wheelchair was laced with provocation and triumph. The photograph was a high-definition still captured from surveillance footage. Zhao Hongliang and the elderly Zhao stared wide-eyed, shock and panic washing over them like a tidal wave, their very souls trembling. How could she possess such a photograph?
It was terrifying.
Zhao Hongliang's features tightened, his fists clenched so tightly they threatened to break. The surrounding guests gaped, their mouths forming perfect O's. The woman seated on Zhao Hongliang's lap was none other than the rejuvenated elderly matriarch, while the woman in the wheelchair was Lu Yunru. The elderly matriarch had the audacity to openly taunt Lu Yunru. How utterly inhumane. This was enough to make anyone retch. The elderly matriarch was playing a game of seduction, shamelessly flaunting her depravity. A few guests were so appalled they vomited on the spot. Among the Zhao family, Zhao Yu, the most sensitive, could no longer endure the scornful gazes and verbal jabs from the crowd. He shouted at Zhao Hongliang and the elderly matriarch. You have disgraced our ancestors for generations. With that, he stormed out of the banquet hall, his face ashen. Zhao Hongliang and the elderly Zhao were overwhelmed with shame, wishing to refute Wen Yan's photographs as mere fabrications. Yet, given Wen Yan's astuteness, she undoubtedly possessed video evidence. The elderly matriarch had installed surveillance in her bedroom, and this woman had evidently employed a hacker. Lu Yunru as allies were far more formidable than they had anticipated. She had indeed come prepared. Unable to retaliate against Wen Yan, the elderly matriarch turned her ire toward Lu Yunru. My love with Hongliang is genuine. I allowed you to enter our home. You should be grateful. You were merely a model in the past, and your ascension to the status of a wealthy matron is solely due to my influence. I have ensured that your son will inherit the Zhao family. You should be content. If you expose our family's disgrace, do you wish to part ways with Hong Liang? Lu Yunru gradually regained her strength and clarity. She had witnessed everything that had transpired. Only a few days prior had she realized the scandal involving her mother-in-law and husband. Although she had been disoriented at the time, she had noted her mother-in-law's provocations. Were it not for the anger directed at her mother-in-law, her health would not have deteriorated so. No wonder Miss Wen asserted that the late patriarch Zhao had been driven to death by rage. Anyone in her position would feel the same. Yet, she found solace in the fact that she had completely lost faith in Zhao Hongliang. With no love or expectations remaining, she felt little sorrow or despair. All she desired now was a divorce from Zhao Hongliang to embark on a new chapter in her life. I no longer wish to continue, Lu Yunru said, her face ashen as she turned to Zhao Hongliang. Since you have your own beloved, I shall facilitate your union. Zhao Hongliang, let us divorce. Zhao Hongliang furrowed his brow. Lu Yunru, you have been a full-time housewife for these years. Can you survive without me? Moreover, when we married, I had my assets preemptively notarized. You will not receive a single penny. If you divorce me, you will only find yourself in a more destitute state. Having already torn the veil of civility, Zhao Hongliang no longer cared for Lu Yunru's feelings. Lu Yunru swayed unsteadily, already anticipating that Zhao Hongliang would offer her nothing. But she had not expected him to refuse her even a single cent. Over the years, her contributions to the Zhao family, in his eyes, rendered her nothing more than a futile full-time caretaker. As Lu Yunru reflected on her youth and the toil she endured, tears welled up in her eyes. She comprehended Miss Wen's words. No matter how grand another's ease may be, it is far better to possess one's own umbrella. She ought not to sacrifice her individuality for the sake of marriage or family. After all, she was still in her 40s. There was ample time for change. Just as Lu Yunru resolved to relinquish everything to divorce Zhao Hongliang, Wen Yan's icy voice pierced the air. Mr. Zhao, I still possess intimate videos of you and old Madame Zhao. Should Lu Yunru receive nothing, I would have no qualms about making these videos public. I believe the esteemed guests gathered here for the birthday banquet would not stand idly by. Many of the attendees were affluent ladies of high society. Lu Yunru's plight evoked their sympathy and compassion. They would not permit Lu Yunru, who had narrowly escaped death, to walk away empty-handed. Mr. Zhao, your conscience must surely have been devoured by dogs. If Lu Yunru does not receive her rightful share, I will immediately instruct my husband to terminate any collaborations with your Zhao group. Furthermore, R1 Yi Bank will cease all loans to your company. The Tang family will also cut all ties with the Zhao group henceforth. Faced with the relentless pressure from the guests, Zhao Hongliang resembled a fierce beast cornered with no escape. He seethed with impotent rage, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they might burst at any moment. Fine, fine, fine. Zhao Hongliang repeated thrice. I will provide Lu Yunru with her share, but my son is not to be taken away. Lu Yunru had once regarded Zhao Yu as her very life. No matter how exhausted or wronged she felt, the sight of her son filled her with hope and vigor. Yet, Zhao Yu bore the genes of Zhao Hongliang, an ungrateful wretch, and no matter the hardships of her labor during his birth, she could not alter his nature. Ice does not form in a day, nor do tires burst instantaneously. Accumulated disappointment leads only to numbness and heartbreak. Zhao Hongliang believed that by removing their son from the equation, Lu Yunru would relent. However, to his astonishment, Lu Yunru did not waver. She met his gaze unwaveringly and declared, Zhao Yu is yours. I do not contest custody. Zhao Hongliang clenched his jaw tightly. Lu Yunru, you shall regret this. Whoever regrets is a fool. Under the collective coercion of Wen Yan and the guests, Zhao Hongliang and Lu Yunru officially dissolved their marital bond at the registration center. Lu Yunru had no intention of remaining in the port city. She neither sought the property nor shares of the Zhao company, but instead demanded liquidated assets from Zhao Hongliang. He handed her a check for 50 million. Wen Yan accompanied Lu Yunru to the Zhao residence to collect her belongings. After years of marriage, she possessed no substantial jewelry and took with her only a few personal items from before her marriage. As they approached the entrance of the Zhao villa, Wen Yan cast a glance at old Madame Zhao, who glared hatefully at her and Lu Yunru. With a slight smile, she mused, although you may have been Zhao Hongliang's beloved, your beauty has faded. Who would be enamored with a wrinkled old woman? You might be unaware that recently, Zhao Hongliang has been frequently associating with Li Liying, exchanging flirtations over WeChat. With that, Wen Yan glanced back at Zhao Hongliang. By the way, you might want to schedule a health checkup. Old Madame Zhao is afraid her longevity may not see her through. And she has made her own preparations for what lies beyond.